Like, subscribe and share Tree Fanfiction audiobook channel for more fun. Chapter 1. In a daze, Xia Feng opened his eyes. He found himself lying on a bed with his arm bandaged. Next to them, some people in white coats were busy. He turned his head and looked towards the door. There were several people wearing black clothes and strange hoods. The word hidden is written behind these people. Xia Feng wanted to raise his hand, but was surprised to find that his arm had shortened. He found that not only his arms, but his entire body had shrunk. Before, he was a normally developed young man in his 20s. Now, he looks like a little kid in his teens. His heart skipped a beat. Could it be that I traveled through time? Just as he was surprised, a voice suddenly sounded in his ears. Host awakened detected, the God-level auxiliary system automatically activated. The novice gift package is automatically distributed, and the gift package includes 2 silver card draws. Do you want to accept it? Hearing this voice, Xia Feng was stunned at first, and then he couldn't help but be surprised. Take over. Before traveling through time, Xia Feng had read quite a few novels and played quite a few games, so he was naturally familiar with the cheat code. While accepting the gift package, he quickly asked in his mind, what kind of world is this? Answer: host, the current world is the Demon Slayer world. Xia Feng took a breath of cold air. Demon Slayer. He has seen this animation. Of course, he was also very aware of how powerful the ghost was. Once one place is connected, everywhere is connected. He now knows where the environment that seemed a little unfamiliar just now is. If nothing unexpected happens, this should be the Butterfly House, the logistics department of the Demon Slayer Corps. After clarifying the situation, Xia Feng took a deep breath. In this world with an extremely high mortality rate, fortunately, I have a system so I won't be at the mercy of others. As he thought about it, he quickly drew the novice reward. Drawing. Success. Congratulations on obtaining the silver ability Advanced Physical Enhancement. Advanced Physical Enhancement, greatly improve physical strength, endurance, strength, toxin, and element resistance. As the prompt sounded, Xia Feng felt a strange tingling sensation all over his body, which he almost couldn't bear. Think about it, the tingling sensation comes quickly and goes away quickly, disappearing in a few seconds. Xia Feng discovered that his body was as strong as if his marrow had been cleansed and his bones had been strengthened. Restraining his excitement, he drew the second silver card. Drawing. Success. Congratulations on obtaining the silver skill Healing. Healing, consume a certain amount of physical strength to quickly heal the injuries of yourself or others. Seeing this skill, Xia Feng's eyes lit up. He stretched out his hand and touched the injured part of his arm. With a flash of white light, the wound has completely healed. Although the wound has almost healed due to the physical strengthening just now, it is still enough to show how powerful this healing technique is. Xia Feng nodded with satisfaction and sat up. A hidden dressed in black was slightly stunned when he saw Xia Feng sitting up. He remembered that the child must have suffered a serious injury to his arm, so how could he sit up by himself? However, before he could come over, there was a noisy sound outside the door. Get out of the way. Prepare the bed. Prepare first aid. Seriously injured. Everyone in the room looked towards the door. As everyone watched, 2 hidden men rushed in with a stretcher, their faces full of panic. On the stretcher lay a young man. The black uniform and the half-broken sword in his hand both revealed his identity. Members of the Demon Slayer Corps. There were 3 long, deep wounds on his abdomen. The entire stretcher was covered with his blood. A girl in a team uniform and pigtails walked over quickly. After seeing the injuries, she couldn't help but frown. Quick, go find Lady Shinobu. Only she can save someone with this kind of injury. Hearing this, the healer next to him hurriedly said, it's too late. Master Kochuo is treating the injured pillar and is not here. The twin-tailed girl's expression suddenly turned ugly. What to do? If you don't get treatment quickly for such a serious injury, you will definitely die. Her name is Kanzaki Aoi, she is a healer at the butterfly house and reports directly to the insect pillar Kochua Shinobu. Kanzaki Aoi understood that at this time, something must be done. But, she opened her mouth several times, but couldn't say anything. Just as she felt her hands getting cold, a figure walked past her and headed straight for the stretcher. Put the man down and let me take a look. Xia Feng walked to the stretcher and said. The voice is not loud, but it makes people feel convinced. This way of speaking was something the company had specially trained them to do, but they didn't expect it to be used in this kind of place. Hearing this, the yin who were carrying the stretcher looked at each other and hesitated. They didn't know Xia Feng and didn't know what to do. Hurry up, don't waste time. Xia Feng urged. Seeing that Kanzaki Aoi had no objection, the two men put the stretcher down. Xia Feng stretched out his hand and placed it on the wound, regardless of the blood. As the wound fed back information, he nodded slightly. As far as he can treat. Under the gaze of Kanzaki Aoi and other hidden, a white light emerged from Xia Feng's hands. Along with this light, the wounds of the Demon Slayer Corps members began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. Seeing this scene, Kanzaki Aoi's jaw almost dropped to the ground. All the hidden and treatment staff couldn't help but gasp. In their opinion, there is only one word to describe this situation. That's a miracle. In this world, unless you become a ghost, there is no way to recover from injuries at such a terrifying speed. Even Kochua Shinobu could only use special toxins to stimulate vitality and then use some bleeding control methods to help this team member survive. But, the young man in front of me actually healed the wound directly. As the wound gradually healed, Xia Feng withdrew his hand. He did not heal all the wounds because there was no need. As long as the person was not dead, he could definitely be cured with the help of the butterfly house. The healing spell consumes a lot of energy. If he hadn't just drawn the physical fitness improvement, he wouldn't have been able to save the person. Looking at the people around him who were in a daze, he was a little speechless. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and continue the treatment. After hearing his words, everyone came to their senses. A group of people in white coats quickly took over the treatment of the team member. And Kanzaki Aoi looked at him with shining eyes. You are so awesome. What was that just now? Looking at the girl's admiring expression, Xia Feng pondered for 2 seconds and suddenly started coughing. It's nothing, just a little trick that consumes my life to help others heal their wounds. He covered his chest, looking weak. What? Hearing this, Kanzaki Aoi was shocked. Chapter 2. Kanzaki Aoi was shocked. Unexpectedly, Xia Feng had to sacrifice his own life to treat that team member. Although this kind of thing was a little unbelievable, she believed it easily. The reason is simple, such magical healing power would be truly unscientific if it didn't come at a price. Her voice was trembling. So, how much energy did you consume during the treatment just now? Hearing this, Xia Feng sighed. I used a lot. Probably a few dozen seconds of lifespan. Kanzaki Aoi. She was about to feel sad, but suddenly she realized something was wrong. God, I used a lot of it. A few tens of seconds of life is nothing in a person's life. Her face turned red and she wanted to complain about Xia Feng. But then, she felt something was wrong. How could such a powerful ability consume so little energy? She bit her lip. I guess he said this to comfort me because he was afraid that I would worry. Thinking of this, the girl took a deep breath. Then he reached out his hand to Xia Feng. My name is Kanzaki Aoi. I'm the therapist at Butterfly House, thank you very much for your help just now. Xia Feng smiled. My name is Xia Feng. He shook the girl's hand. Warm, but not smooth. There are many calluses on the girl's hands. Obviously, these are calluses left by years of sword-wielding practice. Xia Feng couldn't help but feel emotional. Although she is a young girl, because she was born in such a world, she has to endure more pain and suffering than men in a peaceful world. And Kanzaki Aoi also noticed the bandage on Xia Feng's arm. Oh, sorry, I forgot about your injury. Are you okay? She asked hurriedly. Xia Feng shook his head, it's okay, it's not a big problem. He had just used healing magic to heal the wound under the bandage, but he was not in a hurry to remove the bandage. As the two were talking, a figure suddenly ran in. She is a girl wearing the uniform of the Demon Slayer Corps. The girl has long black and blue hair, which is tied up with a kocha-shaped hairpin. She was wearing a colorful haori that resembled kocha's wings. When Xia Feng saw her, he immediately knew who she was. Insect Pillar Kocha Shinobu. Unexpectedly, Kocha Shinobu in real life is even more beautiful than in the animation. There was a hint of anxiety on Kocha Shinobu's beautiful face. I heard that there were team members seriously injured by ghosts. As soon as she entered the room, she saw Kanzaki Aoi and asked quickly. Kanzaki Aoi was stunned, and nodded quickly, yes, Lord Kochu, I was hit in the abdomen by a demon, my liver was damaged, and I lost a lot of blood. But it doesn't matter now. After hearing the first half, Kocha Shinobu felt a tightness in his heart. With such serious injuries, even if I try my best to treat him, I'm afraid it will be difficult to save him. But the second half of the sentence made her stunned. She blinked, Xiao Kui, did I hear something wrong? Seeing Kocha Shinobu, who is usually steady and dignified, showing such a cute expression at this moment, Kanzaki Aoi couldn't help but blush a little. She shook her head, pulled Kocha Shinobu, and walked to the side of the team members who were being rescued. Although the wound has healed at this time, the large bloodstains on the stretcher can show how seriously injured this person was. Kanzaki Aoi said, when he was first brought here, I thought he was dead. Fortunately, Xia Feng intervened in time and saved his life. As she spoke, several treatment staff who had just finished their busy work and the yin who had not yet left looked over with expressions of approval. Xia Feng. Kocha Shinobu heard the name for the first time and had a strange expression on his face. Yes, Xia Feng, he is awesome. Speaking of Xia Feng, Kanzaki Aoi's eyes began to light up again. She quickly explained Xia Feng's abilities. Then he pulled Kocha Shinobu and ran towards Xia Feng. At this time, Xia Feng had returned to his bed and was sitting there. Master Shinobu, he is Xia Feng, said Kanzaki Aoi. Kocha Shinobu looks towards Xia Feng. A boy who looks a little younger than her, with a bandage on his arm. Although he is young, his body is very well trained and is not inferior to most of the demon slayers. She walked over. Under Xia Feng's gaze, she bent down without hesitation. Mr. Xia Feng, my name is Kocha Shinobu, thank you very much for your help just now. Looking at Kocha Shinobu bending over, Xia Feng's first reaction was that the Demon Slayer Corps uniforms were wrapped too tightly. I've bent over 90 degrees, but I can't see anything. After being distracted for a moment, he came back to his senses. It's just saving one person, don't take it so seriously. If you were in my shoes and saw someone dying in front of you, would you not save him? Hearing Xia Feng's words, Kocha Shinobu was slightly stunned. There was a hint of respect on her face. Xia Feng's words seemed to be very simple and common sense. But in today's world, how many people can do it? A reminder sound suddenly rang in Xia Feng's ears. Gain Kocha Shinobu's favorability, level recognition, and a gold card lottery. Xia Feng was a little surprised to hear this hint. I didn't expect that simply brushing up Kocha Shinobu's favorability would actually result in a gold card draw. He was not vague and directly drew the reward. Drawing. Success. Congratulations on obtaining the golden ability Advanced Swordsmanship. Advanced Swordsmanship, mastering swordsmanship thoroughly and using it as if it were an arm. People call this person a swordsmanship master. As the prompt sounded, a large amount of experience and knowledge in using the sword entered Xia Feng's mind. And Kocho Shinobu blinked his big eyes and looked at Xia Feng. Xia Feng has very good physical fitness and a solid foundation, making him very suitable for joining the Demon Slayer Corps. She really wants to recruit Xia Feng into the team. But, she didn't quite know how to start. Generally, those who join the Demon Slayer Corps are people who have lost their family members and are having a hard time living due to various reasons. She didn't know Xia Feng's background, so it was not easy to invite him directly. What's more, Xia Feng had just demonstrated his miraculous healing ability. Inviting him to join at this time seemed like taking advantage of someone in distress. Just when I was struggling, Xia Feng spoke. Ms. Kochu, I don't have anywhere to go right now. If you want to thank me, can you find me a place to stay first? Hearing this, Kocho Shinobu's eyes lit up. Chapter 3. Kocho Shinobu smiled and said, Mr. Xia Feng, if you don't mind, how about staying in the butterfly house first? I'm still somewhat confident when it comes to cooking. Hearing this, Xia Feng was slightly stunned. He originally wanted Kocho Shinobu to come forward and get him a legitimate identity and residence to facilitate his subsequent actions. I didn't expect this girl to be so enthusiastic, and she directly invited me to stay at her home. After thinking for a while, he nodded, thank you very much. Of course he would rather live in a cute girl's house than be alone. In this kind of situation, any normal person would be able to make the right judgment. After confirming that Xia Feng would stay, Kocho Shinobu looked very happy. After asking Xia Feng to wait for a moment, she began to check the injured who were sent over. At this time, several people who were responsible for treating the seriously injured came over. They took off their bloody gloves and smiled gratefully at Xia Feng. Thank you so much for what you did just now. Someone said. Another person followed up, Murata, whom you just saved, is this guy's friend. He had given up hope, but he didn't expect to meet you. It's really, no words of thanks can express our feelings. Xia Feng smiled and said, I'm glad you're okay. After a few casual words, he asked, speaking of which, why am I here? Next to him, A Hidden was slightly stunned. Then he said, this morning, there were, wild beasts that attacked Nanchuan village. When we went to rescue them, we found you in the wasteland outside the village, so we brought you back with us. The other one quickly nodded and said, yes, your arm was injured at the time, and we were afraid that you might be attacked by a ghost, a beast, so we brought you back. Xia Feng nodded in understanding. It seems that I had just traveled through time and was involved in an incident where I was attacked by ghosts before I woke up. Fortunately, I am blessed with a good life, otherwise I would have to report to the King of Hell now. After confirming that the conditions of all the injured were stable, Kocho Shinobu walked back lightly. That's great. Everyone is fine now. The only seriously injured person was saved by Mr. Xia Feng. She expressed her gratitude to Xia Feng again. Xia Feng was a little curious, where did he get so badly injured? Kocho Shinobu looked a little hesitant. Then he smiled and said, I was hunting and was bitten by a wild boar. She had barely finished her sentence when Xia Feng waved her hands in amusement. Don't bother making up a story. I know a little about ghosts. Hearing this, Kocho Shinobu was slightly stunned. She couldn't help but feel curious about Xia Feng. He can use magical healing techniques, has a well-trained body, and actually knows about the existence of ghosts. Who is he? As she was thinking, she suddenly found that Xia Feng was removing her bandages. Kocho Shinobu was shocked. Mr. Xia Feng, you can't take it down, you are seriously injured. Before he could finish his words, Xia Feng had already removed the bandage. Although there is a lot of blood on the bandage, there is no wound inside. Kocho Shinobu blinked, a little confused, is this, cured by healing? But Xiaokui just said that when Mr. Xia Feng uses his healing ability, it will consume his own life. Xia Feng was amused. I was just teasing the little girl, but you took it seriously. He walked over to the trash can and threw the bandage in. Kocho Shinobu was speechless for a moment. Like Kanzaki Aoi, she also felt that Xia Feng's powerful healing ability should not come without a price. But seeing how casually Xia Feng used it, she felt a little unsure. If Xia Feng's healing ability can really be used at will, then he is qualified to be a pillar just based on this ability. I don't know how many pillar-level fighters have to retire due to injuries. If Xia Feng can heal them, the casualty rate on the human side will be greatly reduced. Even my sister, if she had met Xia Feng. Thinking of this, Kocho Shinobu couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. After a while, she took Xia Feng out of the treatment room and went to a house not far away. Mr. Xia Feng, this is where I live. Besides me, some children from the treatment room will also live here. Let me take you to your room. With a cheerful smile on her face, she took Xia Feng along the way, arranged a room for Xia Feng, and called a few people from the treatment room to come so that Xia Feng could recognize their faces. These three children are Xiao Cheng, Xiao Qing, and Konei. They are all caregivers of Butterfly House and are very familiar with Butterfly House. If you have any problems, you can always ask them for help. Kocho Shinobu said with a smile. She was about to say something when a crow suddenly flew over and landed on the railing next to her. Ah! Ah! Spread the message. Kocho Shinobu, gather at the headquarters immediately. There is an urgent order. Hearing this, Kocho Shinobu was a little surprised. Emergency order from headquarters. I don't know what it is. She looked at Xia Feng with an apologetic expression. I'm sorry, Mr. Xia Feng, I have to leave right away. I can only let these kids take you to familiarize yourself with the environment. It's okay. Xia Feng said, be careful. If you get hurt, retreat immediately. I can help you heal. Hearing Xia Feng's words, Kocho Shinobu showed a beautiful smile. Then I have to thank you in advance. After saying that, she nodded to Xia Feng and disappeared into the air. Looking at the direction where Kocho Shinobu left, the three little girls all looked at him with admiration. Sister Shinobu is off on another dangerous mission. It would be nice if I could help her in some way. Xia Feng looked at them and smiled. With you guys managing the Butterfly House in an orderly manner, Kocho doesn't have to worry about the rear. Isn't this a great help? Hearing this, the three girls were all stunned. They raised their heads and looked at Xia Feng. Then he smiled, thank you, Mr. Xia Feng. The Butterfly House is very large, and what Kocho Shinobu showed Xia Feng before was only a part of it. The three girls continued to take Xia Feng to familiarize herself with the Butterfly House. When he reached the yard, Xia Feng suddenly stopped and looked into the yard. There was a small figure, practicing sword skills meticulously. It's a young girl. The girl was about the same age as Xia Feng and was wearing a pink kimono. Her long black hair was tied into a side ponytail with a kocho-shaped hair accessory, and she had a serious look in her eyes. Xia Feng looked at it for a while and walked over. Chapter 4. The three little girls were a little surprised to see Xia Feng walking over. Mr. Xia Feng, that's where Ms. Kaneo practices. It's very dangerous, be careful. Xia Feng smiled at them, don't worry, it's okay. Noticing the movement here, the girl stopped and looked at Xia Feng quietly. Her hand still held the sword, but it was hanging down at an angle. Xia Feng walked up to her and stopped. Very good swordsmanship. Did Miss Kocho teach you that? The girl didn't say anything, just looked at him quietly. Xiao Kui quickly looked up and said, Mr. Xia Feng, Miss Kaneo doesn't communicate much with others, so. Xia Feng suddenly realized. As soon as Koyanagi said that, he remembered Kaneo's setting. This girl was abducted by human traffickers when she was a child and she dares not express her emotions freely. When she was first rescued, even though she was growling with hunger, she didn't dare to get food by herself. Xia Feng clicked his tongue. The human heart is truly a dark thing. No matter what era or what kind of world, these dark things will always happen. After thinking about it, he decided to try another way to communicate with Kaneo. He looked around. Since this is a place for Kaneo practice, there are some weapons for practice. Xia Feng casually pulled out a bamboo sword and weighed it. Before crossing over, he had never practiced swordsmanship, but, with the help of the god-level auxiliary system, holding this sword was even easier than using his own arms. He looked at Kaneo. My name is Xia Feng, and I will be staying at the butterfly house for a while starting today. You practice alone, so you lack the experience of actual combat. I have nothing to do, so let's have a fight. Hearing this, Kaneo hesitated. Then she took a copper coin from her pocket. As Xia Feng watched, she gently tossed the coin up and caught it with the back of her hand. She looked at the copper coin and nodded to Xia Feng. Good. As she said this, she also wanted to get the bamboo sword. Xia Feng shook his head, just use your weapon. Use your familiar weapons more often, and you will get more used to fighting. There was some confusion in Kaneo's eyes. Although she is introverted, she is very confident when it comes to fighting. Among the younger generation of swordsmen, she considered herself to be the strongest, except for those masters who became pillars. Where did this young man in front of him get the confidence to use a bamboo sword to fight against his real sword? Although she was confused, she was not good at expressing her emotions. After thinking about it, he decided not to say anything and just swung his sword forward. She left some room for this sword, so even if Xia Feng couldn't block it, she would be able to retract her force in time. The three little girls were sweating profusely with nervousness. What should we do? What should we do? If Mr. Xia Feng is chopped, Master Ren will definitely be angry. Kaneo swung his sword, but saw no reaction from Xia Feng. She was a little hesitant in her heart, wondering whether to continue. Just then, Xia Feng suddenly moved. He raised his bamboo sword and thrust it out like lightning, then circled the tip of Kaneo's sword and diverted Kaneo's sword. Kaneo was shocked. Her swordsmanship, inherited from Kocho Shinobu's sister, Kocho Kane, is called flower breathing. In terms of destructive power, flower breathing may be slightly inferior to other breaths, but in terms of the elegance and speed of swordsmanship, it far exceeds other breaths. This man named Xia Feng actually used a bamboo sword to easily change his sword path. Although he didn't use his full strength, Xia Feng obviously still had some strength left. Not far away, Xiao Qing exclaimed in surprise, "How amazing! Mr. Xia Feng can actually block Ms. Kaneo's attack." Kozane was also a little stunned. Miss Kaneo is a stepson. Although she is not a formal member of the Demon Slayer team yet, her strength is higher than most regular members. Mr. Xia Feng is a master. Kaneo completely ignored the little girl's voices. Her expression was extremely serious, her eyes fixed on Xia Feng's bamboo sword. She borrowed Xia Feng's power to change the direction of her attack. This sword bypassed Xia Feng's knife, turned into a stab, and stabbed towards Xia Feng's hand. Xia Feng smiled, good reaction. He flicked his wrist slightly, and the bamboo sword drew a strange arc and hit Kaneo's sword guard. Kaneo's sword suddenly tilted a lot, and the door in front of him was wide open. At this point, she already understood that Xia Feng was no ordinary opponent at all. If you don't try your best, you will lose. She gripped the sword tightly and took a deep breath. Breathing of flowers, fifth form, fruitless peony. Under Xia Feng's gaze, Kaneo's sword, with a pink glow, turned into 9 arc-shaped slashes, with a flowing feeling like plum blossoms falling in the snow, attacking him from the west in 8 directions. Is this the swordsman's breathing sword technique? If Xia Feng had not acquired the ability of advanced swordsmanship, facing such a move, he probably wouldn't even know where to dodge. Xiao Cheng's pupil shrank. Oh no, Miss Kaneo used breathing. Xiao Kui didn't know where to put her hands. Mr. Xia Feng is using a bamboo sword, he is not a member of the Demon Slayer Corps, there is no way he can beat the breathing of flowers. The three of them were so nervous and flustered that they wanted to rush over and pull Xia Feng back. Under the gaze of several people, Xia Feng suddenly took a step forward. At the same time, his bamboo sword stabbed out quickly, bypassing the two colorful lights and directly hitting Kanao's sword. This move, even with his advanced swordsmanship, consumed a lot of his energy. The move was successful, and Kanao's sword suddenly revealed a flaw. Xia Feng pulled back his bamboo sword, causing Kanao to lose balance and fall forward. Just as Kanao was about to do a takedown, an arm suddenly stretched out and caught her. Kanao looked up in surprise and saw Xia Feng's face. Very impressive swordsmanship. Xia Feng said sincerely. Having mastered advanced swordsmanship, he naturally has a keen eye for swordsmanship. This set of flower breathing has comprehensive effects and sharp attacks. Especially when used by women, it is strange and changeable and very difficult to defend against. After hearing Xia Feng's sincere evaluation, Kanao's originally depressed mood immediately improved. The breathing of flowers was taught to her by Lady Kane. Being recognized and praised for this sword technique made her feel happier and more satisfied than being praised herself. Xia Feng helped Kanao up, thought for a moment, and said, "There are a few sword moves that you probably haven't used in actual combat. You're too conservative when using them. You can practice them specifically in the future. For example, the move you just used. Fruitless peony, the sword path to the lower left, and the straight sword, the distance was slightly off." Hearing this, Kanao nodded subconsciously. Recently, she did feel that there were some strange shapes in her flower breathing. She wanted to ask Shinobu, but the pillar was very busy with work recently and she didn't have much chance to ask for advice. Unexpectedly, Xia Feng saw the issue that she cared about most. She looked at Xia Feng with more respect. Chapter 5. As Kanao nodded, Xia Feng heard a reminder in his ears. Gained Tsuyuri Kanawo's favorability, level recognition, and a chance to win a silver card prize. Xia Feng was slightly stunned. I practiced sword fighting with Kanao today, just to get in touch. I didn't expect that I would suddenly gain favorability. He fell into deep thought. Is it true that to improve his favorability towards a girl who is obsessed with swordsmanship, he has to practice sword skills? While wondering, he drew the reward he had just received. Drawing. Success. Congratulations on obtaining the silver ability Enhanced Hearing. Hearing enhancement, greatly improve hearing, can hear small sounds that ordinary people can hardly hear, as well as small-scale ultrasound and infrasound. As the prompt sounded, Xia Feng felt a mysterious force surge into his ears. The next second, he felt that the world around him had changed. The wind blows through the leaves, making a tiny sound. In the distance, there were footsteps as the butterfly house caregivers walked by. Inside Kanao's body, the sound of his heart beating and blood flowing. All kinds of sounds that are almost impossible to hear under normal circumstances appeared in his ears at this moment. This miraculous ability made him stunned for a moment. Kanao, as if he suddenly remembered something, bowed to Xia Feng, then turned around and ran away somewhere unknown. The three little girls came over quickly. "Mr. Xia Feng! You are so awesome! You can actually defeat Miss Kanao, she's Shinobu-sama's stepson. Are you a pillar?" Xia Feng came back to his senses amid the chattering of the three little girls. What normally sounds like normal sounds now sound a bit noisy. He reached out and rubbed the heads of the three little girls. "So didn't I tell you before? Don't worry, it's okay. By the way, do you know where Kanao went?" Xiao Cheng looked in the direction Kanao left. "I think he went to the kitchen." "Kitchen?" Xia Feng was a little surprised. What was Kanao doing in the kitchen? Leading the three little girls, he came to the kitchen. "As soon as I came over, I saw Kaneo coming out of the kitchen with a basket. Seeing Xia Feng, Kaneo blinked and walked over lightly. She picked up the basket and handed it to Xia Feng. Xia Feng reached out to take it and found some warm food inside. For me? He asked, smiling. Kaneo nodded. Seeing this girl's cute look, Xia Feng couldn't help but smile. However, he was a little weird. Butterfly House is not a restaurant. Will food be prepared in the kitchen at all times? If I make it now, this amount of time won't be enough. He was about to ask when Xiao Kei next to him spoke in surprise. Isn't this Miss Kaneo's lunch? Xia Feng suddenly realized. No wonder there was a prepared meal, it turned out that Kaneo prepared it for himself when he was practicing. Kaneo's eyes showed a trace of panic, as if he wanted to explain that she was fine, but he didn't dare to speak. It can be seen that she is still not used to communicating with people. Xia Feng shook the basket. That's great, I'm not very hungry, let's eat together. Kaneo was slightly stunned. Xia Feng looked at the three little girls again. Would you like to eat something together? The girls all shook their heads. We were called here by Shinobu-sama after we had finished eating. Okay, then you guys play over there for a while. Xia Feng smiled and sent the three girls away. Then he sat down directly on the grass. This is a nice environment, let's just stay here. Kaneo looked hesitant. This unruly behavior made her feel very embarrassed. Xia Feng, knowing her thoughts, naturally knew what to do. I am Miss Kocha's guest now, and you are Miss Kocha's stepson. According to etiquette, the host should follow the guest's wishes, right? Kaneo blinked and thought for a moment. Then he seemed to have made up his mind and knelt down in front of Xia Feng very properly. Xia Feng nodded with satisfaction. His personality is different from Kamatu Tanjiro, and it is impossible for him to drive Kaneo with sunny emotions. But he also has his own way of interacting with people, so there is no need for him to learn everything from others. After having dinner together, Xia Feng could clearly feel that Kaneo was less wary of him. After lunch, Xia Feng followed the three little girls to visit other places in the butterfly house. After one circle, the sun was already setting. Walking to the yard, Xia Feng was somewhat surprised to find that Kaneo had started practicing again. Xia Feng looked at it for a while and walked over. It's getting dark, I'll practice with you, and then we can take a rest, he said. Hearing this, Kaneo smiled slightly, okay. It just so happened that she was about to finish her practice, so it would be nice to review it with Xia Feng at the end. This time, Xia Feng also took a real sword. Although it is not a Nichiren blade specifically for killing demons, it still has good killing power. Facing real lethal weapons will make actual combat training more meaningful, he told Kaneo. Kaneo nodded in agreement. Although she still didn't dare to speak, her expressions and actions towards Xia Feng were much more expressive. At Xia Feng's signal, she attacked. Facing Kaneo's attack, Xia Feng found that he had more coping strategies than before. Before, he could only rely on his advanced swordsmanship skills to analyze Kaneo's attacks from a swordsmanship perspective. But now, with highly enhanced hearing, his analysis of Kaneo's swordsmanship was much more than a little bit better. Subconsciously, he thrust out a sword. The seemingly random sword made Kaneo feel very conflicted. If she kept her sword movement unchanged, Xia Feng would easily intercept her, but if she changed it, she instantly analyzed two ways of changing her moves, both of which were within the range that Xia Feng could easily counterattack. As a last resort, she had to withdraw her move and look for another opportunity. After a few breaths, Kaneo regrouped and attacked again. But, after just 2 moves, Xia Feng forced him back in the same way. Not far away, 3 little girls showed puzzled expressions at the same time. Are these 2 people practicing swordplay or dancing? Looking at Xia Feng, who seemed to have flaws all over his body and yet seemed to be flawless, Kaneo couldn't help feeling a little depressed. And Xia Feng couldn't help but feel happy. With the help of advanced swordsmanship and enhanced hearing, his moves now had a bit of the sword-breaking style. With that in mind, he spoke, "Use your breath, Kaneo." Kaneo nodded and reached out to grip the hilt of the knife. At this moment, Xia Feng suddenly turned his head and looked not far away. There is a cherry tree. It seems that there is nothing special. Xia Feng narrowed his eyes. Seeing Xia Feng's actions, Kaneo also stopped and looked over, but saw nothing. She was just about to ask Xia Feng what happened. Then, Xia Feng suddenly tightened the handle of the knife in his hand. Chapter 6. Under Kaneo's somewhat puzzled gaze, Xia Feng suddenly moved. He flicked his left thumb and pushed the blade out of the scabbard. The next moment, his right arm tightly grasped the hilt of the knife and drew the knife out of the sheath. In the distance, the three little girls only saw a flash of silver light, and did not even see the process of swinging the knife. The next second, a black shadow suddenly flew backwards and landed in the garden. Seeing this figure, Kaneo's pupil shrank. The three little girls couldn't help but scream. The one who was repelled by Xia Feng was a man. No, to be precise, it's a male humanoid. The dark blue skin, the forehead with exposed blue veins, and the bloodshot eyes all revealed its identity. Ghost. Kaneo drew his sword without hesitation. She was very surprised. A ghost actually came to the butterfly house. How is this done? After calming down, she noticed that there was a large purple mark on the ghost's left shoulder. She was very familiar with this mark. Master Shinobu's poison. The dark blue ghost stared at Xia Feng. There was a long wound on his chest caused by Xia Feng, but it had already begun to heal. You are not a disciple of Kochua Shinobu. He looked at Kaneo again and gave a weird smile. You, by the way, you are Kochua Shinobu's disciple. That hateful woman actually used poison to hurt me and made me suffer so much that I wanted to die. I will kill you and let her feel the pain that I have felt before me. Hearing his words, Xia Feng roughly guessed what was going on. This ghost must have encountered Kochua Shinobu before and was injured by Kochua Shinobu's poison sword, and then escaped by some unknown means. After escaping, he was unable to remove the poison from Kochua Shinobu, and in pain, he wanted to seek revenge on Kochua Shinobu's disciples. Thinking of this, he sneered and said, "If you want revenge, wouldn't it be better to find Miss Kochua herself?" The dark-skinned ghost opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but couldn't. He said angrily, "What I do is none of your business. Mind your own business, I'll kill you first." As he said that, he kicked his feet and rushed towards Xia Feng. Kaneo ran in front of Xia Feng without hesitation and swung his blade. Breathing of flowers, third form, Mycage Plum. She instantly launched 4 colorful arc-shaped slashes. With this move, she is confident that she can block Kochua Shinobu's attack head-on. However, the imagined collision of moves did not occur. As she stared in surprise, the dark-skinned ghost suddenly disappeared into thin air. There was a flash of surprise in Kaneo's eyes. Just as she was surprised, Xia Feng suddenly stepped forward and stood in front of her. At the same time, the blade in his hand swung violently. Swish! In the air, the blade seemed to have hit something invisible, and a cloud of blood flew up. Following a scream, the dark blue ghost reappeared. He covered his bleeding arm and looked at Xia Feng in surprise. "You, how could you hit me?" At the beginning, his sneak attack on Xia Feng could be explained as him exposing himself because he did not hide well. But this time, he tried his best to hide, but was discovered again. Xia Feng did not answer. The abilities of this blue-black-skinned ghost looked familiar to him. He remembered that there was a ghost named Yoshiro whose abilities seemed to be similar, both of which were the type of sleight of hand. However, the abilities of the ghost in front of him were much simpler. If I'm not mistaken, this ghost's ability should be to distort the air and change the refractive index of light, thereby achieving a certain invisibility effect. For normal humans, vision accounts for 83% of external information. If they suddenly lose visual support, attacks will inevitably be interrupted or they may even be unable to attack. Even a pillar-level master might suffer a minor setback if he suddenly encountered this kind of ability. But, for Xia Feng, this ability just hits the mark. Now, relying on his enhanced hearing, he can completely abandon vision for a short period of time without any problem. Xia Feng turned his head and looked at Kaneo. "Let me lend you the Nichiren blades." As he said that, he reached out and took the knife from Kaneo's hand. The moment he touched Kaneo's hand, he could feel Kaneo tremble slightly. Xia Feng gently waved the Nichiren blades, getting familiar with the feel. The ghost with dark blue skin had a changeable expression. After thinking about it, he turned around and ran back. As a ghost with weak strength but special abilities, his principle of survival is to not provoke people he cannot beat. The reason why he didn't seek revenge on Kochuo Shinobu, but instead used all means to follow him all the way to the butterfly house was because of this. As he ran, he turned back and said, "You bastards, you dare to hurt me again. I can't beat you, but can you protect the humans around here one by one? Wait, I will pick a few people and eat them soon. By the time that Kochuo Shinobu woman gets back, I'll have already left." Kaneo's eyes widened when he heard this. She suddenly became nervous and wanted to chase after the ghost and kill it. But, as soon as the dark-skinned ghost finished speaking, he disappeared into the air again. Although she has a strong vision, it is difficult for her to tell where the ghost is. When Kaneo was getting anxious, he saw that the rain had moved. Xia Feng did not hesitate, as if he was not affected by the ghost's ability at all, and rushed directly in the opposite direction of the ghost. The next second, Xia Feng swung his blade as Kaneo stared in surprise. Brush! With a flash of silver light, a head suddenly appeared and flew high into the sky. The next second, the headless corpse appeared and fell to the ground with a bang. On the ground, the ghost's head looked at him in disbelief. Why could you find me?" Xia Feng ignored him and stared at the body on the ground. He didn't breathe a sigh of relief until the body began to turn into ashes. "Because you're too noisy." As he said this, he sheathed the Nichiren blades and walked in front of Kaneo. The girl in the pink kimono raised her head and looked at Xia Feng. Xia Feng smiled slightly. "Don't worry, it's okay." Chapter 7. Kaneo blinked. She raised her head and looked at Xia Feng. For a moment, she felt that Xia Feng's figure overlapped with someone in her memory. That person's name is Kochuo Kane. The one who taught her how to breathe flowers. She is not her biological sister, but she is more respectable than her biological sister. Looking at Kaneo's dazed look, Xia Feng felt a little strange. He stretched out his hand, trying to wave it in front of Kaneo to help her come back to her senses. However, he was halfway through the action when he heard Kaneo speak softly. "Elder sister." Xia Feng. His hands froze in mid-air, staring at Kaneo in amazement. "I was just beating a monster and looking cool, how could I have changed my gender?" Xia Feng felt like his heart had been hit by 10,000 critical hits. Kaneo shuddered and came back to his senses. Looking at Xia Feng, who was completely stiff in front of her, she remembered what she had just said and her face suddenly turned red. She quickly bowed to Xia Feng. "I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Mr. Xia Feng. I just..." Xia Feng didn't know whether to laugh or cry, so he stretched out his hand and stopped Kaneo from bowing continuously. "It's okay, it's okay. Don't bow anymore. You'll hurt your back again." Hearing Xia Feng's words, Kaneo pursed his lips. Even this kind of cold humor is so similar to Sister Kane. Looking at Kaneo's appearance, Xia Feng spoke slowly. "Do you miss your family?" Kaneo nodded. Xia Feng stretched out his hand and wanted to rub Kaneo's head, but after stretching out his hand, he found that he was about the same height as Kaneo, and it was a bit strange to do this action. After thinking about it, he simply patted Kanao on the shoulder. I normally wouldn't suffer this kind of loss, but since you're so cute, I'll let it go today. If you miss your sister in the future, you can always come and chat with me. Of course, it's impossible for me to dress like a woman. Absolutely impossible. Xia Feng's words almost made Kanao laugh. However, as soon as the smile appeared on her face, she forced it back. Xia Feng looked at her. Well, Kanao, I just killed that ghost, does that count as a favor to you? Kanao nodded quickly. This is a great help. An invisible ghost sneaks into the butterfly house. If you don't kill it quickly, the consequences will be disastrous. Seeing Kanao nod, Xia Feng smiled and said, then, do me a favor too. As Kanao was watching, he bent his finger and pointed at Kanao's face. From today on, try to express your true emotions to others, even if it's just a smile or a complaint. If you're not used to it, you can start by chatting with me. I don't mind at all. Kanao was a little surprised to hear Xia Feng's words. Xia Feng's request could almost be said to be not a request. Although she was struggling inside, she decided to accept it since it was Xia Feng who made the request. Under Xia Feng's gaze, Kanao took a deep breath. Then, slowly, a beautiful smile appeared. Thank you, Xia Feng. The moment he said this, Kanao was a little stunned. The moment she spoke her mind, she suddenly felt as if she had broken free from something. The heavy heart that had been in my heart for so long seemed to have quietly changed. And Xia Feng's ears also rang with the system's prompt sound. Tsuyuri Kanawo's favorability is improved, the level of trust is increased, and a gold card lottery is awarded once. Xia Feng was a little surprised. I didn't expect that favorability could be improved. What's even more unexpected is that by improving your favorability, you can actually get a gold card. The gold card is a genuine good thing and much more powerful than the silver card. He took a deep breath and directly chose the lottery. Drawing. Success. Congratulations on obtaining the golden skill Shadow Stealth. Shadow Stealth, you can sneak into any shadow for a short period of time and move in the shadow. It consumes a certain amount of physical strength when used. Seeing this skill, Xia Feng almost opened his mouth wide. This skill can only be described in one word. Awesome. It's worthy of being a gold card lottery, the things drawn are really crazy. With this skill, whether you are actively attacking or passively escaping, you will be invincible to a certain extent. In the anime, the first demon that Tanjiro deals with after becoming a member of the Demon Slayer Corps is a skill similar to diving, which has a similar effect to Shadow Stealth. But, if you use the diving skill and encounter a strong and reckless enemy, it is possible that the enemy will chase you into the water. Tanjiro used this method to kill 2 ghosts who dived underwater. There is no such worry when you sneak in the shadow. As long as you enter the shadow, no matter how strong you are, you can't be caught up. The only problem is that I can't sneak for a long time. After relaxing, Xia Feng also felt a little tired. Having just gained extraordinary abilities, he now has to face such a strange enemy, which makes him want to take a break. Kanao was going to report what had just happened to Coach Shinobu, and the 3 little girls also had to go to the treatment room to see the injured, so after saying hello, they separated temporarily. Xia Feng went all the way back to his room, tried out his ability to sneak in the shadows, and after getting used to it, he went to sleep. Not long after, Xia Feng opened his eyes. Looking at the clock in the corner of the room, he was slightly stunned. He felt that he was in good condition now, and he should have had a good sleep. He didn't expect that only 20 minutes had passed. He shook his head in amusement, put on his clothes and walked out of the room. As soon as I came out, I saw Xiao Cheng waiting at the door. Seeing Xia Feng, Xiao Cheng said happily, "You are awake, Mr. Xia Feng. Well, are you waiting for me?" Xia Feng smiled. Xiao Cheng nodded, "Dinner is almost ready." I wanted to wake you up after dinner, but you woke up by yourself. Hearing this, Xia Feng reached out his hand and rubbed Xiao Cheng's head in gratitude, then I have to thank you. As there was still some time before dinner, Xia Feng thought about it and decided to take a walk outside the butterfly house. After walking for a while, he noticed that there seemed to be some movement in the treatment room. He followed the familiar path all the way to the treatment room. When they saw Xia Feng, the eyes of several busy medical staff all lit up. Xia Feng! You're here! Seeing how happy they were, Xia Feng grinned. Why? Is there another seriously injured person? The therapists all sighed. Chapter 8. A Hidden smiled bitterly and said, isn't it almost the day of the final selection? Many team members are busy catching ghosts for the final selection test, but ghosts are not that easy to catch. If you are not careful, you will be injured by the ghosts in return. Hearing this, Xia Feng blinked. Final selection. Of course, he knew the meaning of the final selection. The reason for repeating it is that I want to hear the other party say some information he needs. Because Xia Feng was a guest of Kochua Shinobu, this secret was not concealed. The final selection is a ceremony to select new members for the Demon Slayer Corps. At the same time, the new members are sent into a mountain together. The new members need to survive in the mountain for 7 days. After 7 days, they will become official members of the Demon Slayer Corps. Thinking of this, he shuddered. This kind of selection has no minimum safety guarantee, which means that even if a participant dies in it, no one will care. Xia Feng cooperated and showed a surprised expression, so amazing. The members of the Hidden Blade team scratched their heads and said, if it weren't for this strict selection, the Demon Slayer Corps wouldn't have such a strong combat effectiveness. Xia Feng hummed. This time, he didn't just agree casually. The cruel selection of the Demon Slayer Corps is indeed helpful in improving their combat effectiveness. Just look at the age of those pillars. All the pillars are under 30 years old. Facing powerful ghosts, what humans can do is to use the fastest time and the most limited resources to push the most people to the frontline combat positions. Under the threat of ghosts, mortality is something that cannot be avoided. He walked into the treatment room, selected those players whose injuries were the most serious and life-threatening, and began to treat them. With the addition of Xia Feng, the pressure in the treatment room was reduced by half. You know, the ones who consume the most medical resources in the treatment room are the seriously injured and dying team members. With Xia Feng here, the death rate of the team members was kept completely at 0 for a while. Kanzaki Aoi cleaned a team member's shoulder wound and wiped off his sweat. Then he trotted to Xia Feng's side. Xia Feng had just finished treating a wounded man and was sitting on the side to rest. Kanzaki Aoi handed him a handkerchief, wiped the sweat off. Xia Feng took it with a smile, thank you. Kanzaki Aoi looked at the wounded lying on the beds and sighed. In fact, I was supposed to be a member of the Demon Slayer Corps like them. I passed the final test, but after seeing how powerful the demons were, I became scared and didn't dare to join the Demon Slayer Corps. It was Master Shinobu who forgave my weakness and allowed me to join the butterfly house. Otherwise, I would be homeless now. Xia Feng listened quietly. He smiled and said, aren't you helping the Demon Slayer Corps by doing what you are doing now? Kanzaki Aoi pursed her lips. But I think I don't want you to feel, I want me to feel. Xia Feng leaned back slightly, leaning on the back of the chair, I think you saved so many people, and the role you played is much better than those half-baked people who dragged others down on the battlefield. Xia Feng's words left Kanzaki Aoi stunned for a while. She showed a subtle look, hearing you say that, I am very happy, but I don't know why, I always feel that your tone just now deserves a beating. Xia Feng snorted and laughed. Silly little girl, this is a famous quote from the greasy Prince of Earth, how can a country girl like you understand it? Just then, a small figure walked into the medical room. She looked around, found Xia Feng, and ran over quickly. Mr. Xia Feng, you are here. I thought you were taken away by a ghost. Xia Feng. Is Xiao Cheng this girl so good at talking? Xiao Cheng came over to ask Xia Feng to have dinner. Xia Feng had just finished treating the wounded, so he said hello to Kanzaki Aoi and returned to the butterfly house. On the way, Xia Feng seemed to remember something and asked, Xiao Cheng, will Kaneo go to the final trial this time? Xiao Cheng nodded without hesitation, I will. Miss Kaneo has been training hard for a long time for the final trial. Xia Feng nodded in understanding. Kaneo's participation in the final trial means that the protagonist of this anime, Kamatu Tanjiro, will also go. The wheel of history finally turned in a direction that he was familiar with. Following Xiao Cheng, Xia Feng went all the way to the restaurant. Kaneo knelt in front of the table and looked at him with a smile. Welcome back, Xia Feng. Xia Feng nodded subconsciously. He was a little flattered that Kaneo was suddenly so nice to him. For dinner, Xia Feng had soba noodles and tempura, both of which were very much to his liking and he enjoyed the meal very much. Halfway through his meal, he suddenly turned his head and looked towards the door. There, a figure walked in slowly. Dark blue hair, cherry-colored cape, it was Kochua Shinobu. Seeing Xia Feng and others eating, she smiled beautifully. Ah, is dinner ready? Looks like I came back just in time. With a soft voice and a smile, she came over and knelt down opposite Xia Feng. Kaneo smiled at her, Shinobu-sama. Kochua Shinobu was about to respond when he was suddenly stunned. She looked at Kaneo in surprise. This child has always been like a puppet. Except when she receives orders, she has rarely spoken. I didn't expect that he would take the initiative to say hello to me today. Cozy looked up from her rice bowl, Shinobu-sama. It was Mr. Xia Feng who taught Miss Kaneo to change. He killed the ghost and helped everyone at Butterfly House. Hey! Kochua Shinobu blinked, feeling that the amount of information was too much to digest. Kaneo quickly put down his chopsticks, wiped his mouth, and told Kochua Shinobu everything that happened today. After hearing what Kaneo said, Kochua Shinobu was a little annoyed. I was so careless that a ghost actually brought me to the butterfly house. If Xia Feng hadn't taken action, there would have been very serious consequences. Then, she couldn't help but look at Xia Feng. This man is not only good at healing, but he can also use swordsmanship. What on earth has he been through? Chapter 9. After a brief moment of surprise, Kochua Shinobu stood up and bowed to Xia Feng. Mr. Xia Feng, thank you for helping Butterfly House again. I really don't know how to repay you. Xia Feng looked at Kochua Shinobu. How about you pledge yourself to me? Kochua Shinobu. She blinked and looked at Xia Feng in a daze. On the side, Kaneo also blinked and showed a subtle look. Xia Feng coughed quickly, it's just a joke, don't take it seriously. Then, he waved his hand and said, I am a homeless person. I am quite satisfied to have a place to live and food to eat here. Repaying or anything like that doesn't matter to me. After all, if you hadn't saved my life, I would probably have bled to death in the wasteland now. Xia Feng's words made Kochua Shinobu admire him. She didn't know how long it had been since she had seen someone like Xia Feng who was so dedicated to helping others without asking for anything in return, except for the Demon Slayer Corps members. She said seriously, Mr. Xia Feng, if you don't mind, I hope you can join the Butterfly House and become one of us. Xia Feng held the chopsticks and said You mean, you want me to join the Demon Slayer Corps? Kochua Shinobu shook his head, then nodded. Although the Butterfly House is a logistics department of the Demon Slayer Corps, most of the people are not members of the Demon Slayer Corps. If Mr. Xia Feng is willing to join the Butterfly House, then even if he doesn't join the Demon Slayer Corps, he will have a legal identity in the Demon Slayer Corps and can enjoy all the conveniences of joining the Demon Slayer Corps. Of course, if Mr. Xia Feng is willing to join the Demon Slayer Corps, I will definitely support him with all my strength and I will be very happy. After hearing what Coach Shinobu said, Xia Feng showed a look of realization. He probably understood what Coach Shinobu meant. As the person in charge of the butterfly house, Coach Shinobu wants to join the butterfly house and become a senior management of the butterfly house. By then, he will have a good position in the Demon Slayer Corps. After thinking for a while, he nodded, okay, eating and drinking for free is not my style. If I join the butterfly house, I can also help the treatment room. Seeing Xia Feng agreed, Coach Shinobu was very happy. On the side, Kaneo also showed a somewhat happy look. Now that Xia Feng joins Butterfly House, we can always meet each other in the future, right? Xiao Keiwei and the other two shouted happily, Mr. Xia Feng is staying. Seeing the girls' happy faces, Xia Feng was also infected by their emotions, and the corners of her mouth slightly raised. Coach Shinobu knelt down again, next to Xia Feng. She looked at Xia Feng curiously, Mr. Xia Feng, did you practice your swordsmanship yourself? Xia Feng smiled and said, I don't remember much about the past. But I must have learned this sword technique from someone when I was a kid. I can't remember the details. He deliberately downplayed his past to avoid any conflicts that would be difficult to explain in the future. Hearing this, Coach Shinobu showed a sympathetic look. It is a painful thing to think about a person having memory problems. She wanted to say something to comfort Xia Feng, but then she thought that it would be ridiculous for her to comfort someone as strong and gentle as Xia Feng. Thinking of this, Coach Shinobu looked at Xia Feng seriously. Mr. Xia Feng, if you're willing, I can teach you my breath of the insect. Xia Feng was slightly stunned. Insect breathing, although it sounds a bit strange, it is actually a very powerful breathing sword technique. In the field of speed, insect breathing has a huge advantage. Except for thunder breathing, no one dares to say that insect breathing can outperform thunder breathing. After thinking for a while, he asked, as I recall, if you swordsmen want to learn how to breathe, you have to become my disciple, right? Coach Shinobu smiled and said, normally, that's true, but Mr. Xia Feng is a big thank you to me, and secondly, he is a member of the butterfly house, so I can teach you the insect breathing by exchanging swordsmanship. Xia Feng suddenly realized. It turns out that Coach Shinobu invited him to join Butterfly House not entirely to help him gain authority. The more important purpose should be to teach myself how to breathe like an insect. Thinking of this, Xia Feng was a little moved. Coach Shinobu is a girl who really has a lot of heart. Although he helped Butterfly House solve a big problem, if Coach Shinobu wanted, he could repay him in many ways. Teaching swordsmanship should be the highest reward in the eyes of a swordsman. Of course, Coach Shinobu's willingness to go to such lengths must be partly due to his healing technique. But these thoughts are normal. Everyone seeks benefits and avoids harm. Xia Feng doesn't think there is anything wrong with it. He thought for a moment and said, let me ask you something. If I learn the insect breathing, will I be able to learn other breathing styles in the future? Will it cause damage to my meridians? Coach Shinobu blinked. That is not the case. In history, there have indeed been swordsmen who have mastered 2 or even 3 breathing techniques at the same time. But those swordsmen usually only learn 1 or 2 moves from other breathing techniques to supplement their own moves. A person's energy is limited. It's hard to master the breathing of one's own style. If you try to learn other styles, you may end up not being able to master them and become second-rate. She explained the science to Xia Feng very seriously. Hearing this, Xia Feng nodded. Well, I will learn the insect breathing. Please teach me, Ms. Kochu. The reason why he learned the breathing of insects was because of the upcoming final trial. Kaneo will be taking part in the trial, so he is going to go too. In the original novel, Kaneo completed the game without taking any damage, not even a speck of dust on him. But, with his own Kochu effect, Xia Feng couldn't guarantee that the results would be exactly the same. He decided to master a breathing sword technique and go to the final trial with Kaneo. Kocho Shinobu smiled slightly. Mr. Xia Feng, just tell me to be patient. Xia Feng also smiled. Then you can call me Xia Feng too. Chapter 10. In the blink of an eye, half a month passed. For half a month, Xia Feng practiced insect breathing with Kocho Shinobu every morning. Based on advanced swordsmanship and advanced physical enhancement, Xia Feng learned swordsmanship at a speed that made Kocho Shinobu envious. She couldn't help but think, if she also had Xia Feng's talent, maybe her sister wouldn't have to die. While practicing insect breathing, Xia Feng also helped Kocho Shinobu discover some areas that could be improved in his swordsmanship. Although insect breathing is powerful, it is a sword technique that was improved by Kocho Shinobu alone and is tailored to her personal physique. The fact that Kocho Shinobu was able to create a sword technique by himself was enough to prove his talent, but it also caused a lot of flaws in insect breathing. After listening to Xia Feng's opinion, Kocho Shinobu was very surprised. She never expected that Xia Feng would have a deeper understanding of insect breathing than she did when he first came into contact with it. Relying on Xia Feng's advice, she improved 3 moves, and her overall combat effectiveness increased by at least 20%. Kocho Shinobu was somewhat emotional about this. If she had not made up her mind to teach her swordsmanship to Xia Feng, she would not have had these unexpected gains now. And so, at dinner on the 15th day, Kocho Shinobu made a decision. You want to teach me flower breathing? Looking at Kocho Shinobu, who had a determined look on his face, Xia Feng was a little surprised. Insect breathing is Kocho Shinobu's own swordsmanship. It's up to her to decide whether to teach it to others or not. But flower breathing is a real sword technique. This sword technique, improved from water breathing, has both offensive and defensive capabilities. Xia Feng has already experienced how powerful it is from Kaneo. I didn't expect that Kocho Shinobu would even teach me this set of swordsmanship. Kocho Shinobu nodded. Xia Feng, we have been together for so many days, I believe in your character. The breathing of flowers is my sister's inheritance. Now my sister is gone, I will make the decision for my sister and teach you this set of swordsmanship. Xia Feng thought about it and said without pretense, I will use it well. Hearing this, Kocho Shinobu smiled slightly and hummed. At the same time, Xia Feng heard a reminder sound. Kocho Shinobu's favorability is improved, the level of trust is increased, and a gold card lottery is awarded once. Xia Feng was not surprised at all about the gold card this time. Given his current relationship with Kocho Shinobu, if his favorability doesn't increase, he will start to suspect that Kocho Shinobu has been replaced. After getting the lottery ticket, Xia Feng didn't hesitate and drew it directly. Drawing. Success. Congratulations on winning the golden title Forging Master. Forging Master, after equipping this title, you will gain the ultimate forging skill, and can even create weapons and equipment with special attributes. Oh! Seeing this introduction, Xia Feng's eyes lit up. Forging skills are indeed what he needs. As a swordsman, a suitable weapon is essential. Ordinary swords are easily broken. Even Tanjiro's senior brother Togashi Jiyu had his blade broken in battle. Currently, the most powerful sword in the manga is probably the sword that Tanjiro found in the swordsman puppet. Xia Feng felt that it was Tanjiro's opportunity and there was no need for him to snatch it. Relying on your familiarity with the plot to destroy other people's lives is not Xia Feng's aesthetic. Xia Feng decided that before the final selection began, he would find an opportunity to make a knife for himself. He looked at Kocho Shinobu. Shinobu, do you know where to find the orangutan crimson ore? Kocho Shinobu was slightly stunned. Gorilla crimson Oregon, the ore for making Nichiren blades? I'm not sure, I just know there are a lot of them in the swordsmith village. A village of swordsmiths. Xia Feng touched his chin. It seems I have to find an opportunity to go and take a look. However, if I remember correctly, the Swordmaster village should be an area that the Demon Slayer Corps focuses on protecting. Without a certain identity and connections, it will be difficult to get through. While Xia Feng was thinking, Kochu Shinobu smiled and said, "Now that you mention it, I remember that you have mastered a sword technique now, so it's time for you to get a Nichiren blades. It's just right. My sword should be maintained. Let's find some time in the next few days to go to the swordsmith village together, shall we?" Xia Feng asked curiously, "Can I go too?" Kochu Shinobu smiled and said, "Of course, Xia Feng, you are from the butterfly house." Xia Feng suddenly realized. If Kochu Shinobu hadn't mentioned it, he would have almost forgotten that he had such a convenient identity. After a while, they arrived at the courtyard. Kaneo was practicing sword in the yard. When she saw Xia Feng and Kochu Shinobu coming out together, she stopped practicing and looked over. "Master Shinobu, Xia Feng, what happened?" Kochu Shinobu pouted, "Kaneo, just call me sister, don't always call me adult." Kaneo's face turned red when he saw Shinobu's expression. She lowered her head and hesitated. "Shinobu, Sister Shinobu." Shinobu immediately showed a happy soft smile, "So good, so good." Xia Feng stood nearby, his eyes full of admiration. "The oranges are in great shape and the scenery is beautiful. It's a pity that I seem a little redundant." Thinking of this, my good mood suddenly dropped a lot. Kochu Shinobu looked back at Xia Feng. "Kaneo, I decided to teach Xia Feng the breathing of flowers." She told Kaneo about this very seriously. Although flower breathing is inherited from her sister, the user of flower breathing is Kaneo now, so she feels that Kaneo's thoughts are also important. If Kaneo finds it difficult to accept, she will try to find another breathing method for Xia Feng. Kaneo's eyes lit up with happiness when he heard Shinobu's words. "Really?" She looked at Xia Feng. "Xia Feng will practice flower breathing with me." After Kochu Shinobu nodded subconsciously, Kaneo's entire body seemed to be radiating light. She raised her little face, looked at Xia Feng, and smiled happily. "Xia Feng and I have a new bond." Seeing Kaneo's reaction, Shinobu and Xia Feng looked at each other and smiled. After inheriting the breathing of flowers, Xia Feng's practice began to get on track. For an orthodox swordsman like him, insect breathing seems too unconventional. Or flower breathing, it's easier to use. Based on the insect breathing, Xia Feng learned the flower breathing very quickly. In just a few days, he had already mastered the introductory sword technique of flower breathing. After confirming this, Kochu Shinobu chose a day without any missions and announced that he was going to the swordsmith village. Chapter 11. The location of the butterfly house is not far from the swordsmith village. Even if Kochu Shinobu didn't say it, Xia Feng could guess it. The several departments under the Demon Slayer Corps cannot be too far apart, especially they cannot be too far away from the butterfly house. Otherwise, if something happens, how can we get to the butterfly house in time? The butterfly house is equivalent to the Demon Slayer Corps' main hospital. Xia Feng, Kochu Shinobu, and Kaneo arrived at the entrance to the swordsmith village not long after walking. Seeing Kochu Shinobu, the Inu who was in charge of leading the way hurriedly saluted. "Insect pillar adult." Kochu Shinobu smiled and nodded. "We want to go to the swordsmith village. Please lead the way." The hidden team members nodded. Then, he looked at Xia Feng and Kaneo. "Lord Insect Pillar, I'm very sorry. You can just come with us, but these two need to wear eye masks and earplugs, and we will send someone to carry them over." Hearing this, Kochu Shinobu shrugged and looked at Xia Feng. Of course she knew this rule and told Xia Feng about it before coming. Xia Feng looked thoughtful. He looked at the hidden team members. "Can you arrange for a cute girl to carry me?" "That's not possible." Before Yin's team member could answer, Kochu Shinobu interrupted him with a smile. Xia Feng showed a look of regret. The hidden team member wiped the sweat off his forehead and laughed dryly. in order to ensure that the location of the village is not discovered, the guides are randomly assigned and the changes are very fast, so it is difficult to specify the gender of the guide. Xia Feng nodded. Then, as if he had thought of something, he said seriously, "For me, it's fine, but for Kaneo, it must be a female guide." Hidden team member. Hearing Xia Feng's words, Kochu Shinobu looked over with a smile. "Why, Xia Feng, are you afraid that someone will take advantage of little Kaneo?" Xia Feng nodded, "That's right." Seeing Xia Feng admit it so matter-of-factly, Kochu Shinobu felt like he had punched cotton. Kaneo didn't quite understand at first, but he realized what Kochu Shinobu said. Her face turned red and she said quickly, "No need to take special care of me. That won't do." Xia Feng said seriously. Kochu Shinobu sighed and looked towards Kakui's team members. "I'm sorry, but this is the situation. Could you please make some concessions?" Since Zhu had spoken, how could the hidden team member dare not disobey and hurried to make arrangements? Just like that, not long after, the two guides carried Xia Feng and Kaneo, and took Kochu Shinobu, all the way to the swordsmith village. Xia Feng lay on the guide's back, feeling delicate. With the help of enhanced hearing, although he could not remember the entire route, he was able to remember the general direction. Is the Demon Slayer Corps relying on such a crude method to protect the location of the swordsmith village? Is your heart a little big? A day later, Xia Feng got off the back of the sixth guide and arrived at his destination. After removing the blindfold, what appeared before his eyes was an ancient and magnificent building. It is the swordsmith village. Kochu Shinobu smiled and looked around. This place hasn't changed at all from before. It's still peaceful and tranquil. Kaneo was also here for the first time, and like Xia Feng, he was looking around curiously. At this time, some people came over. All of them wore red fireman masks, and the leader was a short old man. Kochu Shinobu was a little surprised to see this person. "Mr. Village Chief, why are you here?" The short old man was none other than the village chief, Tidy Heiwen Taizan. There was no surprise on Kaneo's side. She thought that the village chief was coming to greet Kochu Shinobu. After all, Shinobu is a pillar, one of the strongest swordsmen. But Ren knew that this person came out in person and definitely did not come to see him. Although she is a pillar, she has her own specialties, and the status of a swordsmith is no lower than that of a swordsman. A swordsmith of the village chief's level has a higher status than the average pillar. As she looked at him with some confusion, the village chief trotted over and looked at the three of them. Finally, he fixed his eyes on Xia Feng. Are you the miracle doctor of the butterfly house? The man who can heal even fatal injuries in an instant?" The village chief's tone was filled with excitement and anticipation. Xia Feng looked at the old man with some interest. The old man has a red mask on his face, which is the image of the fireman in Japanese legend. It looks very funny. But he could feel the special aura of the old man. When you delve deeply into a field, there is a certain aura that comes with it. Xia Feng looked at the old man with the eyes of a forging master. He was basically certain that in certain professional fields, this old man had also reached the level of a master. "As expected of you, you are the chief of the swordsmith village," he exclaimed. When he said this, the village chief thought he was praising his eyesight. The village chief stroked his beard and said with a smile, "I still have some insight into people." As he spoke, he felt that there seemed to be something wrong with the young man in front of him. Although he was just a little kid, he felt that Xia Feng seemed to have a certain aura that only a master forger possessed. This thought flashed through his mind. In his opinion, for a kid of this age, it would be good enough if he could play the hammer well, let alone become a master. He cleared his throat and said quickly, "Little brother, I have something to ask of you." He turned his head and looked towards the village. "The blacksmith in our village, Taiexu Sen, broke a bone in one of his arms due to an accident while forging a sword. Although his arm was saved after emergency treatment, if the hidden injury inside is not treated properly, his forging level will be irreversibly reduced. If you are really as powerful as the legend says, can you help him and save him? If you can really save Taixu-sen, I'll owe you a big favor." Hearing this, Kocho Shinobu was slightly stunned. The favor from village chief Taizen, this is not just something said casually. Chapter 12. Kocho Shinobu stood aside, wanting to remind Xia Feng that this was not an ordinary injury. A fracture, especially a comminuted fracture, would leave very troublesome sequelae. But, thinking of Xia Feng's miraculous healing ability, Kocho Shinobu said nothing. How could Xia Feng not understand these when he could master such powerful healing skills? Kaneo's face turned slightly red. As expected of Xia Feng, even the swordsmith as village chief has to show some respect to him. As for the two guides who carried them here, they were completely shocked at this point. I thought he was just carrying an ordinary team member, but I didn't expect it to be such a big shot. Under everyone's gaze, Xia Feng touched his chin. He looked thoughtful and said, "I didn't expect that I'm so famous now." The knife makers behind the village chief felt a strange mood. Is this man really a miracle doctor? Why do I feel like I deserve a beating? Anyway, take me to see the wounded first. Xia Feng said. The village chief readily agreed and took them to a big house in a short while. In a room further inside, a man was sitting on the bed. One of his arms was in a cast and hung around his neck, and his face was full of anxiety. When he saw the village chief and his entourage coming in, he looked at him with confusion. "Village chief, this is..." The village chief stretched out his hand and pointed to the side, "Iron Cave Sen. This is Xia Feng, the genius doctor of Butterfly House. I asked him to help you check your arm." Hearing the name Xia Feng, Taixu-sen was slightly stunned. Because of his arm injury, he also heard the name Xia Feng. I didn't expect him to be so young. Can such a person really heal his own bones? He couldn't help but feel doubtful. But, there was nothing he could do now, so he simply nodded. "Okay, I understand." He stretched out his hand and prepared to remove the bandage. Xia Feng shook his head and said, "No need to tear it down." He came over and put his hand outside the plaster bandage. In an instant, he understood the extent of Taixu-sen's injuries. It was indeed a comminuted fracture. If it were an ordinary person, without the help of modern medicine, his arm would basically be disabled. However, Taixu-sen was indeed a swordsmith with excellent physique, and he managed to save his arm. "With my own healing abilities, it will be cured in about 2 days." Village Chief Taizen stared at Xia Feng closely, fearing that he would reveal unacceptable news. Kocho Shinobu was sweating in his heart, afraid that Xia Feng would say, "It's hopeless, just wait to die." If Xia Feng really said that, she would probably have to run away with 2 people today. Fortunately, Xia Feng withdrew his hand and said calmly, "The injury is troublesome, but it can be cured." Hearing this, the swordsmiths all breathed a sigh of relief and became happy. The village chief was about to speak when Xia Feng interrupted him. "Don't be too happy yet. Let me explain first. My healing ability is derived from a special breathing method. Although it is effective, it consumes a lot of energy. Given the current condition of Taixu-sen, it will take me about a week to heal him, and that's while the body is extremely exhausted." After hearing the first half of the sentence, the village chief was a little nervous. But in the second half of the sentence, he almost laughed. 5 days. It's only been 5 days. Not to mention 5 days, as long as Taixu-sen, a young man with outstanding talents, can recover to his original state, even 5 months would not be too much. He quickly said, it's okay, don't try too hard." After thinking for a moment, he added, "It will consume a lot of energy, that's for sure. We in the swordsmith village are willing to provide all the resources to help you recover." Hearing this, Xia Feng smiled. As expected of the village chief, he is old and experienced, and immediately understood what he meant. He held up 2 fingers. I don't ask for much, just 2. First, help me prepare a batch of the best Gorilla Scarlet ore and Gorilla Scarlet iron sand, lend me a sword forging workshop, and assign me a reliable subordinate. The village chief was a little confused. These are fine, but what do you need them for? These are things that only swordsmiths can use. If you want a knife, why don't we just make one for you? You're the doctor at Butterfly House, and if we help you, it won't violate the agreement with the Demon Slayer Corps. Xia Feng shook his head, just give me the materials. Second, I've heard a legend that in the swordsmith village, there is an ancient heritage that can be used to practice swordsmanship. I want to take a look. Hearing this, the village chief sighed. The other swordsmiths all looked up at the sky, as if it had nothing to do with them. There is something strange about Kocho Shinobu. Xia Feng had often heard the legend that she was talking about, and it was no secret among the old members of the Ghost Soldier team. But, she had always thought of it as an urban legend and never took it seriously. Now looking at the village chief's reaction, is it really true? Under Xia Feng's gaze, the village chief gritted his teeth. The ancient heritage you mentioned does exist. It is a mechanical puppet swordsman who can use the incomplete breath of the sun sword technique. Kocho Shinobu opened his mouth when he heard the words breathing of the Sunday. This word has a strong impact. The current Demon Slayer Corps has many kinds of breathing, such as breathing of water, breathing of thunder, breathing of rock. All of these breathing are derived from the original breathing of the sun. I didn't expect that breathing of the sun really has a legacy. Even if it is incomplete, even if there is no breathing coordination, and only sword skills, it is still a precious treasure enough. The village chief continued, it's just that the puppet's production level is too high. Currently, no one in the village can repair it. With repeated use, the puppet's degree of damage is getting worse and worse. If it is attacked again, it may break at any time. Xia Feng said without hesitation, don't worry, I will control the strength and won't destroy it. The village chief thought for a while and nodded, okay, I agree. Xia Feng showed a satisfied smile. To reassure the swordsmiths, he walked over to Taixusen and placed his hand on it again. He took a deep breath and pretended to gather all his strength. In his hand, a white light slowly appeared. As the white light appeared, Xia Feng's face became solemn, as if he had begun to consume energy. This consumption takes 5 minutes. 5 minutes later, Xia Feng's face turned pale and he withdrew his hand. The first treatment is over. How do you feel? Hearing his words, all the swordsmiths held their breath and looked towards Taixusen. Taixusen moved his arm slightly. Then he showed a surprised expression. It's really getting better, it's really getting better. He looked at Xia Feng excitedly. Thank you. Thank you. Xia Feng. Thank you. His face flushed and he was so excited that he could hardly control himself. Chapter 13. Xia Feng put his hands behind his back and acted mysterious. We only did some preliminary treatment today. You need to rest. If you move around and injure your bones again, it will be difficult for me to treat you. Taixusen nodded repeatedly, I understand. Xia Feng reached out his hand and wiped the non-existent sweat. Seeing this, the village chief understood what he meant, and quickly called for help, taking Xia Feng and the other 2 to bed down. After a while, Xia Feng, Shinobu, and Kaneo sat together in the room around the small tea table. Kocho Shinobu looked at Xia Feng with a little curiosity. Xia Feng, was this treatment difficult? I see you seem to have consumed a lot of energy. Xia Feng was amused, they don't know, how could you not know? It's just treating such a minor injury, what's the cost? Kocho Shinobu gave a look of as expected. Looking at Xia Feng's shameless look, she couldn't help but raise the corners of her mouth slightly. Realizing this, she felt a little strange. Given her personality, she would definitely feel contempt and disgust when she saw others doing this. But, for some reason, when it came to Xia Feng, she couldn't hate him. I also think it's fun. Kocho Shinobu felt a little emotional. Without realizing it, he had undergone such a big change. This change, all came from this man who suddenly broke into their lives. As if noticing the change in Kocho Shinobu, Xia Feng looked over. Shinobu, what's wrong? Kocho Shinobu smiled and shook his head. Nothing, I just feel that life is really good now. Xia Feng casually added, because I'm here. He said this just to make a joke, ready for Kocho Shinobu to complain. But, after thinking for a few seconds, Kocho Shinobu nodded. I think so, she said with a smile. Xia Feng. I'm acting stupid here, but you don't complain. It's hard for me to respond, isn't it? He turned to look at Kaneo, expecting Kaneo to complain. As a result, Kaneo opened his big eyes and looked at him with a smile. Yes, it makes me feel at ease having Xia Feng here. Kaneo said when he saw Xia Feng looking at him. Xia Feng opened his mouth. Then he coughed, change the subject, change the subject. I'm hungry. I'm going to urge them to cook quickly. Having said that, he quickly stood up and ran out the door. Looking at Xia Feng's leaving back, Kocho Shinobu couldn't help laughing out loud. The next morning, Xia Feng first went to check on Taixu Sen's injuries. Are all swordsmiths monsters? I only gave him some preliminary treatment yesterday, but he healed a lot overnight. After confirming Taixu Sen's injuries, Xia Feng couldn't help but be shocked. So, today he felt at ease and just fooled around a bit, not giving Taixu Sen much healing skills. If the miracle doctor's medical skills were so simple, they would be worthless. After leaving his residence in Taixu Sen, he went all the way to the swordsmithing workshop that he had contracted. Here, a full set of knife forging tools and ores are ready. At the door, there sat a man wearing a fireman mask. Seeing Xia Feng coming, the man stood up. You are Xia, what is Xia? Xia Feng. Xia Feng replied. Yes, Xia Feng, you are Xia Feng. I am Gangdia's Hong, the village chief asked me to help you. The man wearing the fireman mask said impatiently. Steel Mound. Xia Feng recalled for a moment and found that he actually knew this person. Isn't this the swordsmith who forged the sword for Kamadu Tanjiro? I didn't expect the world is so small. I just found him by finding someone to help me. He shook his head in amusement. It was not difficult for him to understand Tejika's attitude. Originally, Tejika had a rather eccentric personality, and he was obsessed with forging. Suddenly he was sent over to help an outsider like himself. No one would be happy about it. Anyway, I just need someone to do odd jobs, not someone to chat with, so it doesn't matter whether the attitude is good or bad. With this thought in mind, he nodded, go in. Carrying the steel mound, Xia Feng walked into the workshop. Looking at Xia Feng's figure, Tedious Hong was very unhappy. As a swordsmith, he knew how difficult it was to forge Nichiren blades. Xia Feng looks like he is only about 15 or 16 years old. How could he forge a sword by himself? Are you here to play? He sighed, feeling that his time over the past few days might have been wasted. And Xia Feng, walking into the house, directly activated the title ability of Forging Master. As the title ability was activated, in his eyes, these forging tools and these ores all became extremely familiar things. He walked to the ore box with ease and began to search through it. After a while, he picked out a few pieces he needed. He turned back to look at the steel mound, melt these pieces of ore. When he turned around, he saw Tedious Hong standing there in a daze. Behind the fireman's mask, Tetsuzuka's face was full of shock and disbelief. Just at that moment, Xia Feng in his eyes was like a completely different person. At this moment, the aura emanating from Xia Feng made even this professional knife maker feel pressured. He had only felt this kind of pressure from the village chief before. Could it be that this young man has the same forging ability as the village chief? For a moment, Gang Diazhong felt that his breathing was a little difficult. It wasn't until Xia Feng spoke that he came out of this feeling. Seeing Xia Feng's puzzled expression, he quickly reached out and took the oar. I understand. I will do it well. Xia Feng tilted his head. Why did the attitude of this Iron Mountain suddenly change so much? Although it was a bit strange, he didn't ask any more questions. It would definitely be better if Tichuozhika was willing to cooperate, which would save me a lot of trouble. Not long after, Tichuozhika came over with a small black pot held by a long pair of tongs. In the pot is molten ore liquid. Just a glance and Xia Feng showed a satisfied expression. Steel Mountain's basic skills are indeed good, and the ore is melted very well. Next, it's the first forging. He picked up the mold and a delighted smile appeared on his face. Chapter 14. At the end of the day, Gang Diazu walked out of Xia Feng's workshop. He was a little shaky and his eyes were dull. In his mind, several images kept appearing. The first picture shows Xia Feng's smooth and flowing forging skills. The sound of forging with each hammer strike was like music, making the steel tomb seem like a dream. In Xia Feng's words, this is called chaotic cloak hammer method. Xia Feng said that this set of hammering techniques needs to be used with the Haoshan hammer to achieve perfection, and what he is using now is just the basics. But, this so-called foundation is enough to make steel tomb infatuated. The second picture shows the Nichiren blades made by Xia Feng. The blade of the Nichiren blades shone with a faint silver light. The moment he saw the light, Gang Diazhong felt that it was a priceless treasure. From childhood to adulthood, he had never seen anyone who could make Nichiren blades like this. Xia Feng looked at the knife and said, it didn't increase any properties, it just increased the corrosion resistance a little bit. After saying this, he revealed a look of disgust. The third picture shows Xia Feng breaking the newly made knife without hesitation. At that moment, Tichuozhika let out an uncontrollable scream. You! Why did you break this knife, this work of art? Tidiazhong looked at Xia Feng and screamed heartbreakingly. Xia Feng tickled his ears and gave him a strange look. To test the strength. I need to know how much force the sword I made can withstand. Otherwise, if I can't control the scale during the battle and someone breaks my sword, I won't even have a place to cry. Tidiazhong opened his mouth and was stunned for a long time. Testing intensity, there's nothing wrong with that. But, when I use this knife to test its strength, I always feel like something is wrong. Tidiazhong's expression was distorted wildly. He had a lot of complaints that he wanted to rant about, but he couldn't open his mouth. In the end, he could only walk out of the workshop as if he had lost his soul. Xia Feng closed his eyes and reviewed today's forging process. After summarizing all the experiences and mistakes, he left the workshop and walked back. When Xia Feng returned to where he lived, he saw Kochua Shinobu standing in the yard. The girl stood quietly in the yard, looking up at the night sky. Under the moonlight, the small figure looks like an elf in the forest. Xia Feng stood at the door, not saying anything, not wanting to break the silence. And Kochua Shinobu found Xia Feng who had returned. She turned her head, smiled and brushed the hair away from her ears. You're back. Xia Feng hummed. He walked over slowly and asked, why, you seem to be worried. Kochua Shinobu smiled and said, it's not really a worry. She looked at the Nichiren blades hanging on her waist, pushed gently with her left hand, and pulled the knife out with her right hand. Come to think of it, Xia Feng, you haven't seen my knife yet, come, let me show you. She held the knife out in front of Xia Feng. Xia Feng took a look. Just like in the anime, Kochua Shinobu's Nichiren blades only have the tip and the last section intact, with the rest of the blade being only half, making it look like a rapier with a barbed hook. Looks weird, doesn't it? She asked, smiling. Xia Feng's expression did not change at all, and he said, "This knife is well designed. It reduces the weight to the greatest extent while ensuring basic combat capabilities. It is very suitable for using insect breathing. But this knife lacks the chopping function, so it can't be used to chop heads. It will be very difficult to use it to deal with ghosts." Kocho Shinobu was slightly stunned after hearing Xia Feng's analysis. People who see her knife for the first time are usually surprised, confused, or even want to laugh. Unexpectedly, Xia Feng had no such reaction at all. This made her feel somewhat happy. She nodded. "Yes, this knife can't cut off the head of a ghost, so I can only make a ghost-killing toxin, apply it on the sword, and then use the fastest speed to pierce the poison into the ghost's body and kill it with poison." She smiled bitterly. "I went to discuss with the village chief today and wanted to improve this knife. I hope to add other attack methods without increasing the weight. Unfortunately, even the village chief can't come up with a better solution." At this point, Kocho Shinobu suddenly realized that his words were a bit negative and would affect Xia Feng's mood. She put away the knife and smiled beautifully. "Of course, I have already accepted this. After all, being small and weak is natural and cannot be changed." Looking at Kocho Shinobu's smiling face, Xia Feng fell silent. In this cruel world, she has come to where she is today with her petite body that cannot even be beheaded, but she has never said a word of complaint. What kind of angel is this? Under Kocho Shinobu's somewhat surprised gaze, Xia Feng slowly took 2 steps forward and gently hugged her. "Don't worry, I'm here and nothing regrettable will happen to you again. What you can't do, let me make up for it for you." Kocho Shinobu was stunned for a few seconds after hearing the voice ringing in his ears. Then, tears flowed. The tiny sobs gradually turned into uncontrollable sobs. She buried her head in Xia Feng's shoulder, her body twitching slightly. Xia Feng just patted her back gently and said nothing. After a while, Kocho Shinobu raised his head and looked at Xia Feng. Under Xia Feng's gaze, she pursed her lips. Then, he smiled his usual soft and cunning smile. "Xia Feng, are you confessing your feelings to me?" The mood changed so quickly that Xia Feng almost thought it was an illusion. He coughed, "You can think so." Kocho Shinobu burst out laughing. She looked at Xia Feng and said cheerfully, "If you want to catch up with me, you still have to practice for a long time." Xia Feng snorted and was about to retort to save face. Then, Kocho Shinobu's face suddenly came closer. He felt a light touch on his face. Before he could react, he saw Kocho Shinobu's figure flash and disappear into the distance. "Just now, I seemed to hear a system prompt sound in my ears." But Xia Feng didn't hear it at all. He touched his face. After a long silence, Xia Feng fell into deep thought. "I always feel like I'm the little girl in a love story who is taken advantage of by a domineering president. Is there something wrong with this style of painting? Coach, I want to change the script." He shook his head in amusement and followed her back to the house. Meanwhile, under the wooden window gallery on the 3rd floor, Kaneo was watching quietly. The girl pursed her lips slightly. Chapter 15. The next morning, Xia Feng sat up and what happened last night came to his mind again. He felt his heartbeat quicken a little. Then, he suddenly remembered that when Kocho Shinobu kissed him, he seemed to hear the system prompt sound. After looking through the records, he found that it was indeed there. Almost missed it. Moreover, this hint surprised him. Increase Kocho Shinobu's favorability, level up your romance, and get a diamond lottery. Xia Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath. The first reaction in his mind was not to marvel at the new term diamond lottery. "Shinobu is in love with me," Xia Feng hissed. He felt a little excited and a little nervous. Before traveling through time, he was just an ordinary office worker. Because he was young, he had never thought about starting a family and devoted himself to his work. So, being suddenly liked by a girl made him feel a little overwhelmed. After a while, Xia Feng felt a little pain in the balls. I always feel that my reaction is getting more and more severe. This won't do. I'll lose face as a time traveler. After 2 dry coughs, Xia Feng suppressed his excitement and began to study the newly won lottery. Diamond draw. It was the first time he got such a magical thing, and his curiosity was aroused. System, start the diamond lottery. Drawing successful. Congratulations on getting the diamond skill bullet time. Bullet time consumes mental energy and greatly enhances perception, as if you are in slow motion. As the duration increases, more mental energy will be consumed. Xia Feng was a little surprised. As expected of a diamond card, this ability is almost as good as 2 or 3 gold card draws. At this time, Xia Feng can truly be said to be a strong man. Although he is still a little lacking in sword skills, Xia Feng's overall strength is already very strong. Xia Feng looked out the window and turned on bullet time. The moment it was turned on, he felt that everything around him slowed down. Birds flying in the sky, leaves blowing in the wind, everything seemed like a slow-motion scene in a movie. He raised his hands and waved them in front of him. Likewise, it's so slow that it makes people laugh. Behind this slowness, there is a terrifying amount of reaction time. Xia Feng nodded with satisfaction and released the bullet time. The moment it was lifted, he felt his head a little dizzy. The consumption is indeed not small. It seems that this skill must be used to the best of its ability. After getting a general idea of the new skill, Xia Feng walked out the door and continued to build his Nichiren blades just like yesterday. In a blink of an eye, it was already the 4th day when the 3 of them arrived in the village. Taixiu Sen's injuries have almost healed. The village chief was so moved that tears welled up in his eyes and he thanked Xia Feng profusely. Xia Feng reminded them that it would be best not to publicize their healing abilities too widely to avoid getting into trouble. The village chief naturally agreed without hesitation. Next, Xia Feng came to the knife forging workshop. Seeing him coming, Titijica's eyes lit up at first, but then he became conflicted again. He no longer had any doubts about Xia Feng's level. He firmly believed that Xia Feng was definitely the reincarnation of the Fire Man, otherwise it would be impossible for him to master such miraculous forging skills at such a young age. If Xia Feng had not instructed him not to tell others about his forging skills, he would have spread the word everywhere that Xia Feng was the reincarnation of the Fire Man. It was because he admired Xia Feng's forging skills that he felt even more sad when he saw Xia Feng often breaking the knives he had made. Every knife is a work of art. Xia Feng is really willing to do it. Seeing the steel mound, Xia Feng smiled. Titi's Hong shuddered all over, as if he saw the devil's smile. Xia Feng said, "Don't worry about it, we won't test the strength today. I'm going to make a serious knife." Hearing this, Titi's Hong was stunned at first, and then he couldn't help but be overjoyed. "Really? Great, I will definitely help you with all my strength." Xia Feng nodded, "You watch carefully and learn my forging techniques. It will definitely be helpful for your future." Titi's Hong quickly nodded. The sword forging workshop with only 2 people suddenly became bustling with activity. Amid the clanging sounds, time quickly came to evening. In the steaming workshop, Xia Feng took out the tempered knife from the water with a focused look on his face. The cold silver blue light on the blade is breathtaking. Titsuzuka took the handle, guard, and handle roll and wrapped the blade skillfully. As Xia Feng held the knife, an invisible sword intent instantly extended out. Boom! The walls of the workshop made of rock were suddenly covered with sword marks. As for the wooden windows, they had long been completely shattered by the sword energy. Titetsu stood aside, his eyes full of fanaticism. This knife is the best knife he has ever seen in his life. Perhaps, this is the best knife he has ever seen in his life. Xia Feng looked at the blade. Not bad. The strength, toughness, and sharpness have all been greatly enhanced, at least 2 levels higher than ordinary Nichiren blades. It's worth my hard work for so many days. As he spoke, Xia Feng suddenly exclaimed. The hilt of the sword doesn't look very good. Change it. Having said that, he got busy again. Listening to Xia Feng's words, Tidiazu's eyes twitched wildly. If such a strong sword could be forged, he would think it would be worth it even if it took 4 years, 40 years, let alone 4 days. He was just about to congratulate Xia Feng when he heard footsteps at the door. He turned his head and looked. In the night, a figure stood there quietly. A muscular body, messy silver hair, a pair of crazy eyes, and a face full of scars. A man who can stop a child from crying at night just by his looks. Kaotsuka couldn't help but cry out, "Wind Pillar, Shinazugawa Sanamai." As he watched, Shinazugawa Sanamai walked into the house. He didn't even look at Gangdia's Hong, but looked directly at Xia Feng who was changing the sword guard. He said in a deep voice, "Is this the knife you forged?" Xia Feng didn't pay any attention to him and just put on a new sword guard. Shinazugawa Sanamai frowned slightly. He is the Wind Pillar. In the entire swordsmith village, except for the village chief, who dares to confront him with this attitude? He walked towards Xia Feng and wanted to touch Xia Feng's shoulders. Tidia's Hong quickly stopped him, "Don't affect Xia Feng." Shinazugawa Sanamai didn't even look at him, and with a wave of his hand, he was about to push Kaotsuka aside. At this moment, he suddenly discovered that Xia Feng, who was sitting there, was gone. At the same time, a hand suddenly reached out from behind him. Bang! Shinazugawa Sanamai felt a chill all over her body. Xia Feng, at some point, came up behind him and grabbed his wrist. Chapter 16. Kaotsuka closed his eyes tightly, ready to be attacked by Shinazugawa Sanamai, but found that the pain he imagined did not come. He opened his eyes in confusion, and saw Xia Feng suddenly appear behind Shinazugawa Sanamai, reaching out and grabbing Shinazugawa Sanamai's wrist. Xia Feng held a knife in one hand with an impatient look on his face. When others are busy, don't make a fuss. Have you ever learned civility and manners? Shinazugawa Sanamai's eyes flashed with surprise. He couldn't understand how someone could disappear right under his nose and reappear behind him. This is unscientific. He pulled his wrist back with force and flew back a distance. The pain from his wrist made him realize that the boy in front of him was very strong. Interesting, interesting. He can create such powerful Nichiren blades, and he has such skills and strength. When did such a person appear in the swordsmith village? He opened his mouth and revealed a hideous smile. It just so happens that my newly repaired sword has not been used in battle yet, so I'll use it for you. As he spoke, he pulled out the Nichiren blades from his waist. This is a green long sword with dark green ripples on the blade. The blade is an 8-pointed star. When Xia Feng saw this knife, his first reaction was that it was Hitsugaya Taoshiro's Hiren Meru. The two knives look a bit similar. Looking at the murderous Shinazugawa Sanamai, Xia Feng chuckled. Okay, I'm also short of someone here, help me try out the knife I just made. He slowly raised the blade, come. Veins popped out on Shinazugawa Sanamai's forehead. Doesn't this person know himself? He actually dared to let Feng Zhu take the first move. He must be tired of living. He took a deep breath and moved his feet. The whole person seemed to turn into a gust of wind, rushing straight towards Xia Feng. He raised the blade high and chopped it down towards Xia Feng fiercely. If this blade hit him, it would definitely cut Xia Feng in half at such a fast speed. Tidia's Hong stood not far away, watching the scene in horror. Although he is not a swordsman, he has some vision. Shinazugawa Sanamai is serious. If Xia Feng can't dodge, he will really die. He was so panicked that he wanted to call for help, but he found that there was no one around to call. Facing the fierce knife, Xia Feng's expression remained calm. In a blink of an eye, Shinazugawa Sanamai appeared in front of Xia Feng and chopped him down with a knife. At this moment, Xia Feng suddenly disappeared. To be precise, it was not disappearing, but sinking into one's own shadow like sinking into the water. Shadow sneak. Shinazugawa Sanami's pupils narrow slightly. What kind of ability is this? The first word that flashed through his mind was blood vampire magic. Only ghosts have such magical powers. His body reacted faster than his brain. He spun around on the spot and turned around, swinging his knife towards the back. Almost at the same time, Xia Feng's figure emerged from the shadow behind him and slashed down with his sword. Clang! The two knives collided violently, producing dazzling sparks. Shinazugawa Sanami clenched her teeth. He was in a lower position and attacked hastily, so he was immediately suppressed by Xia Feng in terms of strength. At the same time, he noticed one thing. Although it was getting dark, there was still a glimmer of afterglow. The sunlight fell on Xia Feng, but Xia Feng did not react at all. Not a ghost. The moment this thought came to his mind, he wanted to slap himself. If Xia Feng was really a ghost, how could he not sense it with his own perception? He quickly put aside all distractions and focused on fighting. He exerted force suddenly and pushed away Xia Feng's blade. At the same time, stimulate the power of breathing. Wind breathing, Form 4, rising into the sandstorm. Shinazugawa Sanami shouted loudly, and a fierce knife wind rolled into a spiral, sweeping towards Xia Feng. Xia Feng raised the corners of his mouth slightly. Shinazugawa Sanami, among the pillars, is also one of the ones with relatively strong combat capabilities. If we can force him to use his breathing first in actual combat, the battle is already half won. There was a flash of knife in his hand. Breathing of flowers, Type 3, Makajiami. A faint blue sword light lit up, forming 3 lines of defense, completely blocking Shinazugawa Sanami's sword wind. Then, Xia Feng raised his blade and prepared to counterattack with the 6th form, Turbulence. And Shinazugawa Sanami was suddenly stunned. He stopped his attack, pulled back, and landed not far away. Flower breathing. You're not a swordsmith. Are you from the butterfly house? Xia Feng flicked the blade lightly, ignored him, and disappeared into the shadows again. Shinazugawa Sanami's pupils contracted and she looked around. Through Xia Feng's performance, he roughly guessed something. This ability to disappear suddenly should be related to shadows. He stared at every shadow around him, waiting for Xia Feng to appear. At this moment, a knife suddenly stretched out from his own shadow. Got you! Shinazugawa Sanami swung the knife violently. But, the next second, he was surprised to see a foot stretched out from the shadow of the house behind him and kicked him hard. Shinazugawa Sanami feels screwed. I didn't expect that this ability could be used in this way. The knife and the foot extended from different places to attack. What a beast! He moved his feet, jumped up, and swung his knife fiercely at the ground below. His entire body seemed to have turned into a hurricane, sweeping down. Breathing of the wind, Form 5, Cold Autumn Mountain Wind. Xia Feng didn't intend to take it head-on. He sneaked through the shadows and went directly to a nearby place before reappearing. He felt a little tired when he emerged from the shadow. Although I have the help of advanced physical enhancement, it is still very tiring to sneak in the shadows for so long. Seeing Xia Feng reappear, Shinazugawa Sanami's expression changed and he wanted to say something. Xia Feng interrupted him again with his actions. He pointed the blade forward. Insect breathing, centipede dance, centipede belly. In an instant, Xia Feng seemed to turn into a flash of lightning, swaying left and right, rushing straight in front of Shinazugawa Sanami and stabbing with his sword. Shinazugawa Sanami's eyes widened. This guy can not only breathe flowers, but also insects. Chapter 17. Who is he? Shinazugawa Sanami gritted her teeth and gripped the hilt of the knife tightly. Breathing of the wind, 2nd form, Claw Claw, Koto Wind. As he swung his sword, 4 claw-shaped gusts of wind tore towards Xia Feng crazily. He was very sure that facing this move of his, even the most experienced swordsman would have no choice but to retreat. If you don't dodge this sword, you will die. Although Xia Feng looks like 4 sharp claws with gaps in between, but it's a trap. In the gaps between the 2 claw winds, there are a large number of tiny, undetectable wind blades. If you try to pass between the 2 claws, you will be cut into meat paste by the tiny wind blades. Unless someone is strong enough to see every tiny wind blade and dodge them one by one, he can break through this Clawkeha wind. This kind of person has never been considered by Shinazugawa Sanamai. All his energy was focused on both sides of Xia Feng. Xia Feng will definitely choose one side and attack. In a moment of rapid combat like this, there was no point in sneaking in the shadows. It will only disrupt his own rhythm. At this moment, a trace of surprise suddenly flashed in Shinazugawa Sanamai's eyes. Xia Feng did not choose either side, but rushed straight to the gap between the 2 claw winds. Don't you want to live anymore? Shinazugawa Sanamai is a little tense. The sword wind that is swung out is different from the sword blade itself. The sword body can still retract its force, but as for the sword wind, it is impossible to retract its force. If Xia Feng can't deal with claw wind, he will really die. He sighed and was ready to save people. And Xia Feng, a deep light suddenly flashed in his eyes. Bullet time! In an instant, the world in front of his eyes was infinitely slowed down. Between the claws and the wind, the tiny wind blades shuttled back and forth and all appeared before his eyes. I can avoid. Xia Feng's eyes widened and he suddenly jumped forward. He moved up and down between the 2 wind blades, and for a moment, no wind blade could hit him. Shinazugawa Sanamai opened her mouth wide with a look of astonishment. At this moment, he had only one thought. This guy is more suitable for breath of wind than me. The seemingly extremely complicated operation actually only took a moment. The moment Shinazugawa Sanamai hesitated, Xia Feng passed through Claw Koto Feng directly. He thrust his sword out like lightning, aiming at Shinazugawa Sanamai's throat. Shinazugawa Sanamai only had time to raise his knife to block it. Rub! The blades brushed against each other, and sparks flew. They both stopped at the same time. The tip of Xia Feng's knife was only a few centimeters away from Shinazugawa Sanamai's neck. And there was a crack on the blade of Shinazugawa Sanamai's sword. Xia Feng took advantage of this gap to break through his resistance and successfully won. That's what a good knife is for. Shinazugawa Sanamai stared at the blade in front of him. After a few seconds, he gritted his teeth and put down the knife. I lost. Xia Feng smiled with satisfaction and put away the knife. Shinazugawa Sanamai said in a deep voice, I am Shinazugawa Sanamai, who are you? Why do you use the breathing of flowers and the breathing of insects? Xia Feng was studying the knife to see if there was a nick on it, and answered casually, Butterfly House, Xia Feng. Hearing this, Shinazugawa Sanamai couldn't help but let out a cry. His expression was a little flustered, as if he wanted to say something but didn't know how to start. Almost instantly, sweat broke out on his forehead. Seeing his reaction, Xia Feng smiled with interest. Could it be that this person has something to ask of me? What did he want? Did he want me to heal the scars on his face? When Xia Feng thought of this possibility, he couldn't help but smile with joy. Want to ask me for help? Sure, kneel down and beg for help first. Under Xia Feng's gaze, Shinazugawa Sanamai took a deep breath. He first sheathed the knife, then said, I want your help. Xia Feng laughed immediately. I don't think this is the attitude you use to ask for help. Hearing this, Shinazugawa Sanamai became even more embarrassed. His expression changed continuously, and then he bowed and said, I want to ask you for help. Xia Feng nodded with satisfaction. Tell me first, I'll listen. Seeing Xia Feng give in, Shinazugawa Sanamai breathed a sigh of relief. I thought that since he took the initiative to provoke and drag Xia Feng into a fight, Xia Feng would refuse without hesitation. I didn't expect that there was still room for conversation. This guy is a good person. In his heart, he quickly gave Xia Feng a good guy card. Shinazugawa Sanamai kept bowing and said, "My brother has a strange disease. He can eat the flesh and blood of demons and have the abilities of demons for a short time. Originally, he didn't have the talent to be a swordsman, but he wanted to use this ability to participate in the final selection and join the Demon Slayer Corps. I don't want him to join the Demon Slayer Corps, so, can you please cure his illness?" Hearing this, Xia Feng suddenly realized. Shinazugawa Sanamai was probably referring to the grumpy old man in the protagonist's team who can eat ghosts. "What's your name, Shinazugawa Jinya?" I didn't expect that Shinazugawa Sanamai came to me for this purpose. After listening to Shinazugawa Sanamai's words, Xia Feng touched his chin. If Shinazugawa Sanamai came for help for his own sake, Xia Feng wouldn't mind teasing him a bit. But, if someone comes for help for their family, Xia Feng won't make things difficult for them. After all, he didn't hate Shinazugawa Sanamai as a person. The reason I took action just now was, on the one hand, because I thought he was too noisy, and on the other hand, I wanted to try out the knife I had just made. After thinking for a while, he said, "The symptoms you described don't sound like a disease, but more like some special physical condition. Does your family have any special inheritance? For example, do your parents have similar special abilities?" Hearing this, Shinazugawa Sanamai said without hesitation, "I have rare blood, and it is a very special rare blood. When a ghost smells my blood, it will be like being drunk. If it is a low-strength ghost, it may even faint directly. Is this considered a special ability?" Xia Feng tilted his head. He hasn't done much research on rare blood. However, if you just say you don't understand, it would seem a bit uncool. After thinking for a while, he nodded mysteriously. "I see. Just wait for the news. I'll contact you when I have an idea." Shinazugawa Sanamai suddenly became excited. "Good." After thinking for a while, he opened his mouth and squeezed out 2 more words through gritted teeth. "Thanks." Xia Feng was just about to say something else to fool him when he heard footsteps not far away. He turned around and saw Kochua Shinobu, Kaneo, and several swordsmiths rushing over. The swordsmith running in the front is Kitetsuka. Xia Feng suddenly realized. He felt a little funny. It seems that this guy, Tichuojika, went to ask for help. Chapter 18. As Xia Feng watched, Kochua Shinobu slowly landed beside him. Shinobu looked at the aftermath of the battle around him and his face turned cold. She reached out and pressed her hand on the handle of the Nichiren blades. "Mr. Shinazugawa, what are you doing?" Kaneo ran to Xia Feng. "Xia Feng, are you hurt?" Xia Feng reached out and rubbed her little head. "I'm fine, don't worry." Kaneo squinted comfortably. Kanbutsuka looked at Shinazugawa Sanamai angrily. "A hole. I don't care if you are a pillar or not, I will never allow you to hurt a forging master like Xia Feng." Shinazugawa Sanamai looked at Kochua Shinobu and found some things curious. Both of them are pillars and they see each other quite often, so he has some understanding of Kochua Shinobu. Although this woman appears to be polite and gentle to everyone, she is actually very proud. Unexpectedly, for Xia Feng, he would draw his sword against himself, the pillar. It seems that the relationship between Xia Feng and Diaoyu is not just simple subordination. These thoughts flashed through his mind for only a moment. He was too lazy to think about these gossips. Under Kochua Shinobu's cold gaze, he said impatiently, "It has nothing to do with you. I just think he is very strong and want to spar with him." "Spar?" Kochua Shinobu was amused. "Xia Feng is a medical staff, you are the wind pillar, you actually want to spar with Xia Feng." Fortunately, Xia Feng was not injured, otherwise Kochua Shinobu would have to leave some memorial for Shinazugawa even if it violated team rules. Hearing this, an unnatural look flashed across Shinazugawa's face. He moved his lips a few times and squeezed out a word. "I lost." Kocho Shinobu was even more unhappy. So what if you win, what's the good of it? Halfway through her speech, she suddenly felt something was wrong. Hey! She looked at Shinazugawa Sanamai in surprise, then turned back to look at Xia Feng. Xia Feng shrugged at her. She looked at Shinazugawa Sanamai again. You lost. Shinazugawa Sanamai nodded with a dark face, and said angrily, do you want me to repeat it a few more times? Kocho Shinobu blinked, feeling that the amount of information was a little hard to take in. She turned to look at Xia Feng, a little aggrieved. Xia Feng, have you mastered more powerful sword moves before? Xia Feng had only been learning flower breathing for a few days and had not yet learned all the moves. She had never thought that Xia Feng defeated Shinazugawa Sanamai by relying on flower breathing. Xia Feng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What sword moves do I know? I just use flower breathing, and insect breathing. Kocho Shinobu looks towards Shinazugawa Sanamai. The latter frowned and nodded impatiently, confirming Xia Feng's words. He felt like dying. Just now, the reason why he picked a fight with Xia Feng was because he had just repaired his sword and he was itching to find someone to practice with. While looking for someone, I was attracted by the noise of Xia Feng forging a knife and wanted to take a look at Xia Feng's knife. Unexpectedly, he found out that Xia Feng was a master. He was immediately excited and started fighting with Xia Feng. Later, Xia Feng's true identity was discovered. A series of coincidences made him wonder if he was dreaming. The most annoying thing is that it's embarrassing enough that he lost the fight, and now he has to be questioned by this woman Kocho Shinobu. Under normal circumstances, he would have left long ago, but now, he needed help from Xia Feng, and Xia Feng and Kocho Shinobu seemed to have a special relationship, so he thought it would be best if he didn't offend Kocho Shinobu. He was afraid that Kocho Shinobu would ask something else, so he quickly looked at Xia Feng. Mr. Xia Feng, I'm leaving now. I'll discuss this with you again when I have the chance. Then, he couldn't help but add, if you want to find me, just find a hidden team member and ask them to tell me. After saying that, he nodded to Xia Feng, took a few steps back, and the whole person seemed to turn into a gust of wind and went away directly. A reminder sounded in Xia Feng's ears. Gain Shinazugawa Sanamai's favorability, level recognition, and a silver card lottery. Hearing this reminder, Xia Feng was stunned. Before, he thought that this system reward was only for the opposite S**X, but he didn't expect it to be effective for men as well. But, like Kocho Shinobu, he can still brush up his favorability all the way to the diamond draw. If it's a man, do you want to turn it into a romantic relationship? Xia Feng felt a chill all over his body. He can't do this even if you kill him. However, there should also be a corresponding level of bond on the male side, one that has nothing to do with romance. Xia Feng was not in a hurry to think about these. He never gets too obsessed with the system's rewards. It would be best if he had it, but if he doesn't have it, he can also improve himself slowly through practice. After all, he has made a living in this world. Looking at the direction where Shinazugawa Sanamai disappeared, everyone was a little dazed. Kocho Shinobu looked at Xia Feng as if he had just met him. Xia Feng. Just now, Mr. Shinazugawa actually used honorifics to you, she said in surprise. The knife makers around were also all stunned, but their expressions were hidden by the masks and could not be seen. He just wants my help with something. Xia Feng smiled and shook his head. Rather than worrying about these things, let's go back and eat first. I'm starving after a busy day. Xia Feng stretched and said lazily. Looking at him, you couldn't tell at all that he was the man who had just defeated the wind pillar in a sparring match. Kocho Shinobu noticed the knife in Xia Feng's hand, but she didn't say anything. Instead, she nodded and returned to her residence with Xia Feng. Before entering the yard, Xia Feng looked back at the steel tomb that had followed him all the way. Mr. Kaotsuka, please tell the village chief that I will go to him tomorrow to ask for the sword puppet. Tititsuka nodded, okay. At this moment, he was still immersed in Xia Feng's forging, unable to extricate himself. In order to fully digest this knowledge, he felt that he would need at least a few months. And Xia Feng, after returning to his residence, also drew the silver reward he had just received. Drawing. Congratulations on winning the silver skill Iron Block. Iron Block, one of the 6 navy styles, greatly enhances the hardness of a part of the body, comparable to gold and iron, but cannot be moved when using it. A turtle shell skill. Xia Feng thought subconsciously. But I like it. Chapter 19. The next day, noon. In a forest, Xia Feng stood quietly. Not far in front of him stood a mechanical puppet that looked like a warrior. The mechanical puppet has 6 arms, and each arm holds a knife. This look reminded Xia Feng subconsciously of Vice Admiral Ghost Spider from One Piece. At this time, the village chief was introducing him. Xia Feng, this is a mechanical puppet that was created over 300 years ago during the Warring States period based on a powerful swordsman of the time. It is said that the swordsmanship he used is the style of breathing of the sun. The reason why there are 6 arms is because this set of swordsmanship is too powerful. 6 arms are needed to restore the swordsman's swordsmanship to a certain extent. Since you want to use it to practice, give it a try. This puppet can adjust its fighting style. I will observe your fight first, and then adjust the puppet according to your situation. At the end, he thought for a moment and couldn't help but add, although I know that swords have no eyes, if possible, please try not to damage this doll too much. After saying that, he didn't wait for Xia Feng to answer and stepped away directly. Xia Feng nodded. He casually raised the Nichiren blades and looked at the puppet. The puppet's hands also clenched 6 knives. The next second, the puppet suddenly disappeared from where it was. Xia Feng's eyes flashed, and he swung his knife to meet the attack. For a moment, the knife light seemed to become real and kept lighting up in the forest. The clanging sound of the blades colliding startled the surrounding birds and made them fly high. Before the battle, Xia Feng had made sufficient mental preparations and had thought that the swordsman puppet would be strong enough. Unexpectedly, when they really started fighting, he found that this puppet was much stronger than he thought. In just half a minute of fighting, he used bullet time twice. After the two separated, the village chief came over. He looked at Xia Feng with some doubt. How strange! I clearly felt that you were unable to withstand it twice, but I don't know why you managed to dodge it by a hair's breadth each time. Do you have any super intuition or something like that? While muttering, he changed the swordsman's behavior pattern. Xia Feng was slightly stunned. Although he knew that the village chief had a sharp eye, he didn't expect it to be this sharp. Even when I use bullet time, I can vaguely see it. He suddenly gained a lot more confidence in the village chief's ability to adjust the puppet. Just like that, after a short rest, the battle begins again. After a day of fierce fighting, the village chief nodded with satisfaction. Xia Feng's control ability is indeed good. Throughout the day, except for the frequent collisions of weapons, Xia Feng did not hurt the puppet at all. There were several times when Xia Feng's sword was about to touch the puppet, but Xia Feng forcibly pulled it back. The village chief could only marvel at Xia Feng's reaction ability and instant control. It was getting dark, and the two of them walked towards the village. Xia Feng thought for a moment and said, "By the way, Mr. Village Chief, do you have any suggestions for improving the knife?" The village chief laughed and said, "I guessed you would ask this. That girl Kochuo is too small and too weak. If she uses normal Nichiren blades, she won't be able to take advantage of them. With her strength, if she loses her trump card of speed, she won't be qualified to be a pillar. The knife she has now is the result of my racking my brains. If I were to think about it any further, I really wouldn't be able to come up with any good ideas." Having said that, he suddenly thought of something. He turned to look at Xia Feng. "Of course, there is a way." "What method?" Xia Feng asked. The village chief laughed and said, the solution is very simple. That is to find special ores that are tougher than the gorilla scarlet sand iron and can be forged into lighter and thinner metals. If I could have this kind of metal, I could make a knife for Kocha that is as thin as a cicada's wing and can cut iron like mud. Xia Feng was a little speechless. If such metal really existed, would he still be so concerned? Just like that, 3 days later, Xia Feng finished his training, and Taixu Sen had basically recovered. Accompanied by the village chief and others, Xia Feng, Kochu Shinobu, and Kaneo left the swordsmith village. Mr. Xia Feng, please come again when you have time. Gangtias Hong was about to cry. Xia Feng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He nodded, don't worry, I will definitely come to harass you again in the future. Kochu Shinobu looked at him with some emotion, you really are, welcome wherever you go. Xia Feng chuckled, isn't this a good thing? Kochu Shinobu puffed up his cheeks at him, showing his contempt for Xia Feng's shamelessness. Kaneo followed behind the two of them, just watching with a smile, without saying anything. On the way back, the village helped Xia Feng to issue a special certificate, so he no longer needed to cover his eyes and ears. In addition, Kaneo was Kochu Shinobu's stepson, so he was spared from trouble. With the 3 swordsmen's stamina, they soon returned to the vicinity of the butterfly house. Looking at the butterfly house looming in the distance, Kochu Shinobu sighed. She was about to say something when the sound of a crow suddenly came from the sky. Ah! Ah! Shinobu! It appears, the ghost appears. Hearing this voice, Kochu Shinobu's eyes lit up and he turned to look at Xia Feng. They both nodded. Kaneo was slightly stunned, they really came. Kochu Shinobu smiled and said, a demon with special abilities was killed inexplicably, so Kibutsuji would definitely send someone to take a look. Xia Feng said, fortunately, everyone has already evacuated. A few days ago, when the 3 of them were preparing to set off, they held a small meeting. Also attending the meeting was Kanzaki Aoi from the treatment room. Kochu Shinobu said seriously, before, there was a ghost who mastered the ability of invisibility. He groped his way to the butterfly house and was killed by Xia Feng. All ghosts are connected to the Ghost King, Kibutsuji Musen, so there is no doubt that the location here has been discovered by Kibutsuji. Because the ghost that was killed was not 12 Kizuki, it is not surprising that the Ghost King did not pay too much attention to it. It is very likely that Kibutsuji only knew that the ghost died nearby, but did not know why it died. Given Kibutsuji's personality, he'll probably send a stronger ghost to this area. While Xia Feng and I are away, all personnel in Butterfly House will evacuate and head to the backup mansion. But you must do this in secret and don't let the ghosts find out that there is no one here. Leave some scouts nearby to observe the Butterfly House throughout the day. If there is any news, immediately notify us using crows. After that, the 3 of them left the Butterfly House for so long and nothing happened. Kochu Shinobu couldn't help but suspect that the ghost would no longer come. Unexpectedly, I met you today. 3 people reached out at the same time and grasped the hilts of the swords at their waists. Chapter 20. In the Butterfly House garden, 2 figures sneaked in cautiously. One is a man with blood vessels all over his head and a beard on his chin. There are 2 words in his left eye. Next to. The other is a woman with 2 small horns on her head. In her eyes, it was low 4. 212 Kizuki. Although they are only lower ranks, they are still powerful enough to be considered as having formidable combat power. Kibutsuji was very concerned about this operation. The 2 entered the courtyard and looked around with frowns. It's too quiet. Rokuro, something doesn't seem right. The female ghost with horns said nervously. The bearded man, Rokuro, spoke in a deep voice, don't panic, calm down. The 2 of them moved slowly in the garden. After a while, I saw the treatment room. It's the treatment room, said the female ghost in surprise. Rokuro was slightly stunned. He suddenly remembered that the invisible ghost who died before passed on a small piece of memory to Lord Musen before his death. In the distance of the picture, there seems to be a girl in a white coat. His pupils shrank. I know, this is the butterfly house. Hearing the word butterfly house, the female ghost took a deep breath. The Demon Slayer Corps treatment facility, the butterfly house? Isn't it said that if such an important facility in the Demon Slayer Corps is exposed, it will be quickly relocated? Why is there still? She came to her senses halfway through her words. No, it's a trap, leave now. Having said that, she turned around and was about to leave the same way she came. As soon as she turned around, she showed a look of horror. Behind me, a petite figure appeared at some point. Sakura-colored Haori, blue-black hair. Insects, insect pillars. The female ghost clenched her teeth, her whole body tensed up, and she instantly went into high alert. Rokuro clicked his tongue and was about to go over to help when he heard laughter coming from the side. Where are you going? Are you going to ignore me? He turned his head in surprise and saw a man standing in the shadow under the eaves of the treatment room. It's Xia Feng. Rokuro felt a cold sweat on his back. After becoming a ghost, this was the first time he encountered someone coming so close to him silently. This man is not Zhu, I have never seen him before. Who exactly is this person? He raised his hands, opened them into claws, and carefully guarded against Xia Feng. Xia Feng looked at the two ghosts in front of him with interest. The second of the lower moons, and the fourth of the lower moons. I'm lucky. I didn't expect that there would be two lower moons right away. He looked at Kochua Shinobu and said, Shinobu, if we kill these two demons, we should be able to get a lot of goodies from the Demon Slayer Corps, right? Kochua Shinobu showed a subtle expression. The Demon Slayer Corps doesn't have a place to exchange merits for rewards, because everyone just wants to kill demons. However, if you are willing, Xia Feng, you should be able to exchange the merits of these two ghosts for a pillar, right? Hearing this, Xia Feng smacked his lips. There's actually no profit motivation at all. What a bummer, Demon Slayer Corps. Seeing Xia Feng's lack of motivation, Kochua Shinobu knew what he was thinking. She didn't know whether to laugh or cry. If you really don't have the motivation to work, just consider it as helping me, right? Xia Feng suddenly showed a serious expression. Since you said so, I have to go. Listening to the conversation between the two, the bearded man felt a little annoyed. Have you guys talked enough? Even though there's a pillar here, we're 212 Kizuki. It is still unknown who will win. The moment he finished speaking, he moved his feet and rushed directly towards Xia Feng. Xia Feng put away his smile and watched the other person's movements carefully. In the original work, except for number 1 and number 5, these lower moons have demonstrated their abilities, while the others were killed out of anger when Kibutsuji Musen was angry. Therefore, Xia Feng doesn't know their abilities either. Even though they died simply, it doesn't mean they were not strong enough. Kibutsuji could kill them easily because of bloodline suppression. If you act recklessly and encounter difficult blood vampire magic, you may fail. Facing the oncoming Rokuro, Xia Feng quickly drew out his sword. Breathing of flowers, third form, Mikage plum. Mikajime, a defensive skill in flower breathing, is extremely versatile. Rokuro's claws hit hard on the dark blue sword light that Xia Feng slashed out. With two swishing sounds, blood spurted out from his claws and arms, and his entire arm was almost cut off. Rokuro looked shocked. As the second lower moon, although his strength is not as good as the upper moon, he is not comparable to ordinary small characters. Even if it was a pillar, he could still give it a little fight, but he didn't expect that this inconspicuous kid in front of him could easily suppress him. When did such a strong newcomer appear in the Demon Slayer Corps? Rokuro frowned. He did not rush to repair the wound, but let the blood flow out. As Xia Feng watched, he grinned. Boy, you will regret hurting me. My strongest state is not when I'm intact, but when I'm injured. As he spoke, the blood flowing from his arm suddenly condensed and floated beside him. All this blood condensed into red blades. Each one is as thin as paper. Each one is extremely sharp. Blood demon art, dance of blood blades. Rokuro shouted loudly, and with his voice, countless blood blades rushed towards Xia Feng. A low-profile version of Senbonzakura. Xia Feng laughed. In the eyes of ordinary people, your skills may already be very strong. But unfortunately, in my opinion, it's not as good as Shinazugawa Sanami's casual knife. He raised the knife and suddenly disappeared from the spot. Rokuro's pupils shrank and he wanted to retreat. But, the next second, Xia Feng appeared in front of him. The breath of insects, the dance of bee teeth, so cool. The raised Nichiren blades drew a perfect trajectory and pierced Rokuro's neck fiercely. Rokuro gritted his teeth, controlled the blood spurting out of his neck, and tried to push Xia Feng's knife out. And Xia Feng only left him with a villain-like smile. Flower breathing, 6th form. Uzumo. The figure holding the knife spun in mid-air. Rokuro's head flew high up like a potato sprout dug out by a knife. Lower Moon 2, Death. Chapter 21. While Xia Feng was fighting the lower two, Kocho Shinobu also took action. There was a faint smile on the girl's lips, and she looked like a light Kocho. She drew out the Nichiren blades and took an opening stance. The female demon of the fourth moon is named Myukago. Looking at the smiling Kocho Shinobu, cold sweat broke out on her forehead. Column level. It's pillar level. Many years have passed since she became a ghost. Over the years, she has encountered the pillars of the Demon Slayer Corps more than once. Therefore, she knew very well how terrifying Zhu was. Each time, she just fought briefly and then looked for a chance to escape. In all her life, she had never fought a life-and-death battle with a pillar. She is afraid of death. Because of this, although she has good strength, she has always been at the position of the lower four and cannot move forward. Kibutsuji hates subordinates who are afraid of death. Seeing Kocho Shinobu attacking without hesitation, Myukago quickly reached out his hand. As she moved, Kocho Shinobu suddenly felt something was wrong. She somersaulted in midair and kicked forward. Bang! As expected, an invisible wall appeared in the air. Kocho Shinobu was a little surprised. Creating obstacles in the air at will, this ability is amazing. I didn't expect that a lower moon 4 could master such a powerful blood demon art. She moved, trying to attack from the side. As soon as I moved, I found that there was an extra wall on the side. Kocho Shinobu showed a troubled expression. She is a purely agile player, and what she hates most is the kind of situation that requires brute force to break. I have a headache. Seeing Kocho Shinobu's reaction, Myukago was delighted. This pillar doesn't seem to be good at frontal combat. It happens to be the attribute that I can restrain. If I can kill this pillar, Lord Kibutsuji will be very happy. At that time, as long as Lord Kibutsuji gives me some more blood, I will become stronger. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but feel a little excited. After being a lower moon for so long, is it finally time for me to make a contribution? Just when she couldn't help but smile, a voice suddenly sounded in her ear. Ah, what's the matter that makes you so happy? Myukago's face was distorted with fear. She quickly turned her head and saw Kocho Shinobu's smiling face. What's going on? Myukago couldn't help but scream. Kocho Shinobu was just opposite him, how come he suddenly ran to the side? Is it difficult to understand? Actually, it's not difficult. Kocho Shinobu flicked his wrist, and the slender blade pierced Myukago's shoulder with a pounce. Over the years, how many times have you fought against our Demon Slayer Corps? The Demon Slayer Corps has already compiled detailed information about you. I already knew your identity from the first time you used the air wall. A ghost whose abilities are known to others is nothing to be afraid of. As he spoke, Kochua Shinobu's expression turned cold, and the blade in his hand fell like a rainstorm. Insect-breathing dance of dragonflies, hexagonal compound eyes. Blood burst out from Myokugo's body. The female ghost screamed and pushed out with both hands. A wall of air appeared out of nowhere, trying to knock Kochua Shinobu away. However, Shinobu had already noticed her movements and dodged with a light jump in mid-air. She landed lightly not far away, with the Haori fluttering gently behind her. Myokugo gasped for air. Taking advantage of this opportunity, she noticed that Rokuro, who was fighting with Xia Feng, had been beheaded by Xia Feng. Her heart was completely filled with fear. The idea of defeating the pillar level or receiving rewards had long since disappeared from her mind. Escape! Escape! One word, echoing wildly in her mind. The wounds on her body were healing quickly. After all, Kochua Shinobu's blade was too thin to leave too big a wound. She forced a smile and said, "You can't hurt us ghosts at all. This little injury can be healed in seconds. I'm too lazy to play with you guys anymore, see you later." As she spoke, a wall of air appeared under her feet and pushed her into the air. Kochua Shinobu had no intention of pursuing. Xia Feng also put away his knife and slowly walked over here. "I feel like the next scene will be hard to watch," he said to Kochua Shinobu. Kochua Shinobu narrowed his eyes. "Ah, Xia Feng, don't you like my fighting style?" She reached out her hand and gently stroked the handle of her sword. "If Xia Feng can't get used to my ability, it may have an impact on our future cooperation in combat. How about we get familiar with each other?" Xia Feng broke out in a cold sweat and quickly shook his head. No, I think it's fine." In mid-air, Myokugo listened to the conversation between the two in confusion. What abilities does Kochua Shinobu have? The ability to tickle someone with a rapier? The moment this thought came to her mind, she suddenly felt a little itchy. Myokugo was a little surprised. After becoming a ghost, all her senses weakened, let alone itching, even being cut by a knife would not cause much pain. But now the itch on my body is so real. She couldn't help but lower her head to look at her body. The moment she saw it, a chill surged from her bones and instantly spread to every part of her body. A large number of purple pustules appeared on her fair body. The pustules rolled and moved rhythmically, as if they had a life of their own. Myokugo couldn't help but let out a cry of fear. No! No! What is this? What is this? Poison? Is it poison? No, when will I? She looked at Kochua Shinobu in horror. Kochua Shinobu stood in the yard, raised his head and looked at her with a smile. He reached out and tapped the hilt of the knife at his waist. Seeing this action, Myokugo understood everything. It's that knife, the blade is coated with poison. Myokugo's body began to quickly collapse. Myokugo was unwilling to give in. If she wasn't so timid and hadn't escaped from battles so many times, how could the Demon Slayer Corps know her abilities so clearly? If she wasn't so timid and always distracted during the battle, thinking about escaping, how could Kochua Shinobu get close to her so easily? All the regrets turned into a sword to punish her at this moment. No matter how much you regret, you can't turn back time or change things. All that was left was a corpse that turned into a pool of thick water in mid-air. Xia Feng and Kochua Shinobu turned around at the same time and left the abandoned house. Chapter 22. Xia Feng and Kochua Shinobu returned to the town and found Kaneo, who had stayed there before. Kaneo felt a little disappointed about being left alone, but he could totally understand it. After all, her current strength is not strong enough. If she lags behind in the battle, she will be blamed for her death. After the three of them got together, they arrived at the new address of Butterfly House soon. The new Butterfly House is 2 towns away from the previous one. For a swordsman, this distance is nothing. Kanzaki Aoi was washing the sheets at the door of the treatment room. When she saw the 3 people coming back, she immediately smiled happily. "Shinobu-sama. Xia Feng. Miss Kaneo. You're back. Xia Feng waved at her, you're back, you've worked hard, Xiaokui. Kanzaki Aoi scratched his head embarrassedly, I didn't do anything. Then, she quickly asked, the butterfly house before. A ghost came. 212 Kizuki were killed by me and Shinobu. Xia Feng knew what she wanted to ask and answered directly. When Kanzaki Aoi heard the word 12 Kizuki, a look of fear appeared on her little face. Fortunately, the butterfly house has been relocated, otherwise I'm afraid. At the same time, she felt very satisfied. Now that butterfly house has masters like Shinobu and Xia Feng, the future will definitely be much more stable. After returning to the butterfly house, Xia Feng was not idle either. He first went to the treatment room and helped treat the seriously injured. Seeing Xia Feng come back, the treatment staff were so moved that they almost cried. Now, in their eyes, Xia Feng is more important than Kochua Shinobu. Butterfly House can be short of anyone now, except Xia Feng. Anyone who dares to mess with Xia Feng will be messing with all the treatment staff. After treating the wounded and chatting with the therapists for a while, Xia Feng left the treatment room and returned to the main residence of Butterfly House. As soon as I came back, I saw Kochua Shinobu standing in front of the door. A crow descended from the sky and landed on her arm. Ah! Ah! A message from headquarters, a message from headquarters. Kochua Shinobu and Xia Feng have killed 2 lower ranks. Excellent! Excellent! As he spoke, the crow stretched out a leg. There was a letter tied to it. Kochua Shinobu was a little surprised when he saw the letter. On the back of the letter paper, there is a coat of arms printed. A letter from the Lord. She quickly opened the letter. Xia Feng came over with some curiosity. Kochua Shinobu didn't avoid him and directly unfolded the letter. Shinobu, I heard that Chuya killed 2 lower-rank demons and no one was injured. I am very happy and would like to express my sincere gratitude to you and everyone in Chuya. Regarding Xia Feng, whom you mentioned, if you don't mind, I would like to invite him to the product house to meet and chat with him. If possible, I would like to do my best to repay him for his help to the Demon Slayer Corps. Kaguya Product Rug. After reading the letter, Kochua Shinobu showed a happy expression. The Lord thanks us, she said, looking at Xia Feng. Seeing her reaction, Xia Feng found it quite interesting. You look so happy, just like a child being praised by his parents. He thought Kochua Shinobu would complain, but unexpectedly Kochua Shinobu nodded seriously. You're right. My parents were killed by demons when I was very young. It was the Lord who took me and my sister in and let us join the Demon Slayer Corps. Otherwise, we would have starved to death. From this perspective, it's not wrong to say that the Lord is our Father. Hearing this, Xia Feng nodded. Product Shiki Kaguya, this person is indeed a good person. It's just a bit extreme. Thinking of what he did in the comics, Xia Feng felt weird. He sympathizes with Kaguya and admires him very much. But Xia Feng also found it hard to accept what he had done. Xia Feng feels that this is probably the difference in people's personalities caused by different growing environments. Kochua Shinobu said, Xia Feng, the Lord wants you to go to the headquarters and meet him. Do you want to go? When she asked this, her eyes were full of anticipation. Xia Feng couldn't help laughing. Go, why not? Look at your expression. If I don't go, you're probably going to cry. Kochua Shinobu pouted, no way. Xia Feng's smile gradually turned sinister, besides, didn't he say that he wanted to thank me for my help? If there is something beneficial, why not go? Looking at Xia Feng's smile, Kochua Shinobu felt subtle. I always feel that Xia Feng is becoming more and more like a villain. That night, Xia Feng was practicing the sword technique of flower breathing with Kaneo when suddenly someone ran into the yard. This is Kanzaki Aoi. Kanzaki Aoi ran over breathlessly, bent over, leaned on his knees, and breathed deeply. Xia Feng put down the knife and asked in confusion, "What's wrong, Xiaokui, are you being chased by a dog?" Kanzaki Aoi rolled her eyes, "No, no." It took her a long time to catch her breath. Raising her head, she looked at Xia Feng. "Xia Feng, come with me quickly, there's an important person looking for you." Big shot. Xia Feng tilted his head. Who can be considered a big shot in the butterfly house? First of all, you can rule out Kaguya, the guy is so ill that he can't leave the house at all. Besides, he had already asked me to go over, so why should I run over here like an idiot? Following Xiaokui, he came all the way to the gate of the butterfly house yard. There, a short figure stood quietly. This is an old man, leaning on a cane and wearing a black cloak with many small white triangles painted on it. The most noteworthy thing is his right leg. He had no right leg, and where his calf should have been was replaced by a wooden pole. Seeing Kanzaki Aoi pulling Xia Feng over, he looked at Xia Feng seriously. "Excuse me, is this Dr. Xia Feng?" Xia Feng nodded. The moment he saw the old man, he knew who he was. Former bell pillar, Kawahima Jigoro. Among the protagonists, the master of the golden-haired boy who breathes thunder. Regardless of status, character, or age, this person is indeed a big shot. He walked over and leaned slightly toward the old man in greeting. "I'm Xia Feng. How can I help you?" Hearing this, the old man breathed a sigh of relief. Then he said awkwardly, "Well, it's a bit embarrassing to say this, but I have a disciple named Agatsuma Zenitsu. A long time ago, he climbed up a tree and was struck by lightning. He then fell straight down and hit his head on the ground." Xia Feng. Although he knew this plot, he still felt it was a bit weird when he heard someone say it in real life. If this happened to a normal person, he would have died several times, right? Chapter 23. Under Xia Feng's subtle gaze, Kawahima Jigoro continued speaking. "When he first fell, I checked him out and there was nothing wrong. I sent him to the butterfly house for a checkup, and the result was the same. The only unusual thing is that since he was struck by lightning, his hair has changed from black to blonde." Xia Feng. "Do you know about hair dyeing caused by lightning? If it was just the hair color change, I wouldn't mind it, but the problem is, ever since that incident, Zenitsu has gained a special ability. He would often fall asleep in the middle of a fight, especially when stressed or extremely frightened. Normally, that idiot is timid and can't even use sword moves properly, but once he falls asleep, he will burst out with great fighting power and use sword moves perfectly." Speaking of this, Kawahima Jigoro couldn't help but have a subtle expression. Although he had accepted this reality, he still felt a little stupid to say it in front of others. This is like talking in a sleep. He secretly glanced at Xia Feng and found that Xia Feng was just listening quietly, without showing any expression of concern for the mentally retarded elderly. He suddenly felt relieved. Then, I couldn't help but admire him. "Look, what is a miracle doctor? This is a miracle doctor. The miracle doctor will listen attentively to things that others would just laugh at. No wonder he is so famous at such a young age. Dr. Xia Feng, I would like you to help Zenitsu and see what happened to him. Will this change have a bad impact on him?" The old man looked at Xia Feng and said with some anticipation and anxiety. Xia Feng laughed dryly. He really wanted to tell Kawahima Jigoro that this was not a disease, but the innate ability of the sleeping pillar. As this thought came to his mind, Xia Feng suddenly felt that the style of the Demon Slayer Corps was becoming more and more weird. Sleeping pillar, Agatsuma Zenitsu. Head pillar, Kamatu Tanjiro. If I also join the Demon Slayer Corps, I can add another breast pillar. It's so scary. Under Kawahima Jigoro's gaze, he smiled slightly. "I already understand the general situation. From your description, the problem shouldn't be serious, at least for the time being. As for me, I have to go to the product store for an appointment, so I may have to wait until later before I go to your place." Hearing this, Kawahime Jigero's face lit up with joy. Okay, no problem. In his opinion, Xia Feng was willing to make a special trip for such a small matter, and he was already very satisfied. A reminder sounded in Xia Feng's ears. Gain Kawahime Jigero's favorability, level recognition, and a silver card lottery. Xia Feng was a little surprised. I just agreed to help and haven't done anything yet. Do you agree already? Kawahime Jigero suddenly realized that he seemed to have missed some details in the words just now. After a brief recollection, he showed a look of surprise. You want to go to the headquarters? He stared at Xia Feng with wide eyes, as if he was looking at a monster. Xia Feng nodded. Well, what's the problem? Kawahime Jigero's eye twitched. He has been a pillar for many years. The lord who invited him to become a pillar is already dead. His current lord is the son of the lord he served in the past. Therefore, he knew very well what it meant for someone who was not a pillar to be invited to the headquarters. It may take several years for one person to enjoy such treatment. Those who can be invited all have some special existence. After thinking about it, he suddenly understood. The lord invited Xia Feng over, perhaps wanting Xia Feng to help him with his treatment? If that's the case, it would be a sin for me to come and disturb Xia Feng. He quickly said, Dr. Xia Feng, I'm not in a hurry at all. Whenever you have time and nothing to do, just come over. Zenitsu is always full of energy, so he's fine. Xia Feng nodded subconsciously. He actually thought so. After chatting for a while, Xia Feng wanted to invite the old man to the butterfly house to rest and eat something before leaving. But Kawahime Jigero firmly refused, for he was afraid of wasting even a minute of Xia Feng's time. Seeing that Kawahime Jigero was determined to leave, Xia Feng did not try to keep him. But he suddenly remembered something. By the way, Mr. Kawashima, if I want to learn the breathing of thunder from you, what do I need to do? I can promise not to leak any information about the breath of thunder to others. I just want to draw inferences from other cases and give myself more protection. Hear from Kawahime Jigero. He never thought that Xia Feng, as a doctor, would want to learn swordsmanship. It was not until then that he discovered that Xia Feng also had a Nichiren blades hanging around his waist. He felt a little confused. You are a swordsman. Xia Feng smiled and nodded. Yes, I learned the two sword techniques of insect breathing and flower breathing from Shinobu. Kawahime Jigero opened his mouth. Kocho Shinobu was a girl that he had watched grow up. With that girl's temper, she would actually pass on such an important breathing sword technique to someone who is not her stepson. What is wrong with this world? However, since Kocho Shinobu recognized Xia Feng and was willing to teach him swordsmanship, it indirectly shows Xia Feng's character. After thinking for a while, he replied, if you just want to learn some basics, you can come to me at any time and I will teach you. But if you want to learn it thoroughly and in detail, it's best for you to choose one breathing technique and become my student. After all, a person has limited energy, and it's difficult to master two or even more breathing techniques at the same time. Hearing this, Xia Feng nodded. Kawahime Jigero's explanation is pretty much the same as what Shinobu said. I see. Thank you for letting me know. Kawahime Jigero nodded, flashed away, and left. His agile posture and speed do not reveal his age at all, not to mention his disability. After returning home, Xia Feng told Kocho Shinobu what had just happened. Kocho Shinobu nodded. Miraku Hira-senpai is a good man, if he needs help, please help him if you can. Xia Feng had already agreed, so naturally he had no objection. So, the next morning, Xia Feng changed into a new yukata and kimono, took the Nichiren blades, and set off for the product house with Shinobu. Chapter 24. The road to Yubayashiki's house left Xia Feng speechless. In the past, he felt that customs security checks were strict and troublesome enough, and would often take more than an hour. But, compared with the product house, it is so different. As the headquarters of the Demon Slayer Corps, the protection of the product house is really damn strict. Along the way, various identity verification and blindfolding were commonplace. Xia Feng even encountered a magical thing called enchantment. After being in this world for so long, Xia Feng has never seen any special supernatural powers except the swordsman's kokyu and the demon's blood magic. Unexpectedly, in this Yubayashiki house, I saw. Xia Feng has a new understanding of the background of the Demon Slayer Corps. All in all, after arriving at the headquarters, Xia Feng's biggest thought was that he never wanted to come here again in his life. Fortunately, I can draw a silver card reward to kill time on the way. Drawing. Success. Congratulations on obtaining the silver skill Advanced Pharmacology. Advanced Pharmacology, familiar with the use of various drugs, you can develop your own formulas and prepare medicines. Looking at this reward, Xia Feng was a little dazed. What's the use of this thing? Mixing poison? It can be used to help Kocho Shinobu. Thinking of this, he nodded, feeling that this skill was still somewhat useful. Seeing Xia Feng's annoyed look, Kocho Shinobu couldn't help but laugh. Are you that tired? I'm not asking you to kill ghosts. Xia Feng immediately laughed. If I had to choose, I would rather kill ghosts. It's not a question of whether it's tiring or not, it's just too much trouble. Alright, alright. There's nothing we can do about it. After all, the safety of my lord is our top priority. Kocho Shinobu said with a smile. At the same time, she reached out her hand, wanting to touch Xia Feng's head to comfort her. Xia Feng quickly dodged. Don't touch me, a man's head in a woman's waist, you can only look at them but not touch them. Kocho Shinobu thought for a moment and said, does Xia Feng want to touch my waist? Xia Feng. Kocho Shinobu's words sounded like a trap. If I say I do, I'll definitely be considered a pervert. But saying that you don't want to go against your true feelings. As a swordsman, Xia Feng feels that he should follow the call of his heart. Under Kocho Shinobu's smiling gaze, he nodded seriously, I want to. Kocho Shinobu. I'm glad you can speak your mind so candidly, but I think it's a little too perverted. Xia Feng rolled his eyes, knowing this would happen. Seeing Xia Feng's reaction, Kocho Shinobu chuckled and wanted to say something. At this moment, they both turned their heads and looked to the side. There, two small figures walked over. The two girls were both wearing kimonos and had short hair. The two people's hair, one black and one white, looked like two exquisite Japanese dolls. Seeing the two men, Kocho Shinobu bowed his head in greeting. Xia Feng touched his chin. These two people should be Yubayashiki Kaguya's daughters. In the animation, he appeared in the final selection and served as the host of the final selection. Seeing it in real life is even weirder than in the animation. These two little girls look scarier than ghosts, okay? Xia Feng couldn't help but complain in his heart. Under Xia Feng's gaze, the two little girls spoke at the same time. Lord Kocho, Lord Xia Feng, the Lord invites you too. Led by the two little Lolas, Xia Feng and Kocho Shinobu walked into the house. After entering the house, Kocho Shinobu was slightly stunned. There is a small table in the room. At one end of the table, a man was kneeling. He was wearing a white kimono with a faint smile on his lips. Just looking at him could make people feel at ease. But, there were large purple scars on his face. It's like being poisoned for a long time and becoming terminally ill. In fact, his breath was indeed very weak, and it would not be surprising if he died at any time. On the other end, there was a strong man. The sturdy man had a long scar on his forehead, was blind, and was wearing a cloak with the words Namo Amitabha scattered on it. Mr. Bai Minjiu. Seeing this person, Kocho Shinobu was a little surprised. Hime-jima Kume, the rock pillar of the Demon Slayer Corps. The strongest man in the Demon Slayer Corps. Isn't today the day for Lord Gong to meet Xia Feng? Why is Rock Pillar here too? Seeing Kocho Shinobu and Xia Feng coming in, Yabayashiki Kaguya smiled and spoke. Welcome, Shinobu-kun, Xia Feng-kun, we just mentioned you. As he spoke, he looked towards the rock pillar next to him. I'm sorry, Xing Ming had found out some information about the upper-rank demons before, and he just happened to come and talk to me about something related today. I didn't expect that we would bump into each other. Hime Jimakume stood up and leaned towards Kocho Shinobu and Xia Feng. No, this is not my lord's fault. It is my fault for not making an appointment in advance. I am very sorry. As he spoke, tears welled up in his eyes. Xia Feng. Why are there always tears in my eyes? Because I love my lord deeply. As he was complaining, Kocho Shinobu hurried over. My lord, Mr. Baiminjiu, don't be like this, we just happened to meet, it's okay. Back then, when her house was attacked by a ghost, it was Hime Jimakume who rushed in and killed the ghost. Therefore, the two people in front of her were like benefactors to her. As she spoke, she turned around and looked at Xia Feng with a suggestive look in her eyes. Xia Feng was slightly stunned. Is this asking me to say something to get out of this situation? He thought for 2 seconds and said to Yabayashiki Kaguya, we are not outsiders, so there is no need to be so polite. Hearing his words, Yabayashiki Kaguya smiled in gratitude. Hime Jimakume clasped his hands together and chanted a Buddhist name. Kocho Shinobu smiled slightly. As expected, it's Xia Feng, what you said is great. Just as she was about to take over the topic, she heard Xia Feng speak again. Compared to those, I heard that there seems to be a thank you gift for me. How about taking a look at the thank you gift first? Yabayashiki Kaguya. Hime Jimakume. They were both stunned. This Xia Feng seems to be more casual than expected. Kocho Shinobu almost vomited blood. If the Lord hadn't been here, she would have really wanted to die together with Xia Feng. You usually eat or drink less, so you come here to ask for something. Yabayashiki Kaguya was stunned for a moment, then smiled warmly. That's right, Amini, could you please bring me the prepared items? As he spoke, the door was opened and a woman with long silver hair slowly walked in. In her hands, she held a box. Inside, there was a row of dried plants. Seeing these things, Kocho Shinobu showed a surprised expression. So many precious medicinal herbs. Chapter 25. Seeing these medicinal herbs, Kocho Shinobu was surprised. Her parents are both pharmacists, and she has been studying pharmacology since joining the Demon Slayer Corps. Therefore, she can tell at a glance how precious these medicinal herbs are. The medicinal herbs that Yabayashiki Amina brought were all extremely rare and precious medicines. If you give it to a professional pharmacist to prepare, even a sickly person can be nursed back to health. In other words, after being mixed, these herbs can also make a healthy person stronger. The beautiful woman with long silver hair gave Xia Feng a gentle smile. This is a little gift from my husband, for Mr. Xia Feng. Hearing this, Kocho Shinobu suddenly remembered something. She looked at Yabayashiki Amini. This, isn't it the medicine that the Lord uses? Upon hearing this, Baiminjiu, who had been silent, tensed up. He looked at Yabayashiki Kaguya in surprise. Lord. Yabayashiki Kaguya smiled slightly. These are indeed the medicines I use, but, my illness is not a disease, even if I take these medicines, they will only be wasted. Rather than wasting them on useless people like me, I hope these drugs can create greater value. As soon as the voice fell, Kocho Shinobu and Hime Jimakume shook their heads. No, Lord, you must try to take care of your health, these medicines. These medicines are really useless if you take them. Xia Feng's lazy voice sounded, interrupting the two of them. Upon hearing this, Baiminjiu immediately showed anger. Mr. Xia Feng, what do you mean? His face turned black and he stared at Xia Feng, as if he was going to fight if they disagreed. Kocho Shinobu was also a little surprised. but she wasn't angry. She believed in Xia Feng and believed that Xia Feng would not speak carelessly. Yubiashiki Kaguya looked at Xia Feng with a smile, as if what Xia Feng had just said was not him at all. Under the gaze of everyone, Xia Feng slowly walked to Yubiashiki Amini and reached out to pick up one of the herbs. Silver Snow Line. After looking at it with interest, he put the medicine down and picked up another one. Green Ring Ji. Eternal Night Grass. Note 1. He listed the names of the medicinal herbs one by one as if they were his own treasures. Kochu Shinobu tilted his little head. What Xia Feng said was actually all right, not a single one was wrong. There are even some herbs that look easily confused with other herbs, but Xia Feng was able to recognize them accurately. Seeing Xia Feng doing it with ease, she suddenly thought she was back in her childhood, watching her parents selecting medicinal herbs. At the beginning, Bai Minjiao was still very angry. But as Xia Feng named the herbs one by one, he couldn't help but look at Kochu Shinobu, wondering if Xia Feng was just making it up. He started to get surprised when he saw Kochu Shinobu shaking his head. After Xia Feng finished talking about all the herbs, he couldn't help but ask, "You know these herbs, and what do they represent?" Xia Feng chuckled, "It's simple, it means I know these medicines are ineffective against Yubiashiki Kaguya. Other Yubiashiki Kaguya. If I'm not mistaken, your illness should be a curse from your bloodline, destroying your body tissues from the inside out, causing you to be weaker than others since childhood. As you get older, your body becomes more and more uncontrollable, right?" When these words were spoken, everyone in the audience was shocked. Kochu Shinobu opened his mouth. Yubiashiki Kaguya's symptoms, she never mentioned them to Xia Feng. How can you judge so accurately just by looking at it? There was a flash of surprise in Yubiashiki Kaguya's eyes. He had originally planned that as long as Xia Feng said something casually, he would help Xia Feng smooth over the situation. Unexpectedly, Xia Feng told him the source of his illness. If Kochu Shinobu really didn't say this to Xia Feng, then Xia Feng's medical skills must have reached an astonishing level. Looking at everyone's reactions, Xia Feng nodded with satisfaction. In fact, he doesn't know how to treat a disease at all. Half of what he just said was based on the information he gained from reading comics. Yubiashiki Kaguya's illness was caused by the influence of Kibutsuji Muzan, which caused his family to be cursed and have sickly people from generation to generation. The other half was the ability he had just drawn out on the road, advanced pharmacology. With the help of advanced pharmacology, Xia Feng can easily distinguish the types and names of these medicinal materials, as well as what effects they can produce when blended together. These medicines should have been prepared by doctors in this world. The effect is very simple, it is to increase physical strength. If Yubiashiki Kaguya's illness is simply weakness, then this medicine is indeed useful. Yubiashiki's illness, however, was not weakness. It's the cell degeneration caused by the curse. Similar to cancer. During the Taisho period, both anti-cancer drugs and radiotherapy and chemotherapy were black technologies that had not yet appeared. Xia Feng naturally had no way of testing whether these two treatment methods would be effective for Yubiashiki Kaguya. But, if you really want to say it, he is not without a solution. Seeing that Xia Feng still had something to say, Yubiashiki Kaguya turned around and looked at Bai Minjiao and Kochu Shinobu. He said apologetically, "Sorry, both of you, I want to talk to Xia Feng alone." The two of them quickly lowered their heads and slowly left the room. Yubiashiki Amini also nodded to Xia Feng, pushed out of the room and closed the door. Yubiashiki Kaguya looked at Xia Feng, "Please give me some advice, Xia Feng." Xia Feng said slowly, "I can't cure your disease completely. But there are ways to alleviate the problem. I can forcibly suppress your lesions and restore a certain level of behavioral ability. However, this behavior will gradually become ineffective over time. When even I can't suppress your illness, you will die in double the pain. If I don't help you, you'll only live a few months at most. Accept my help, and I can guarantee that you will not die within a year, and you will be able to maintain the ability to move on your own until you die. What do you think? Should I stay the way I am now and wait for death, or should I use the last of my life to do something I want to do? For the first time since they met, Yabayashiki Kaguya's face showed obvious emotion fluctuations. He took a deep breath and tried his best to suppress his emotions. His eyes sparkled with fiery emotions and he spoke firmly. I hope to get your help. Whatever I have to give, I can give it. As for the pain, as long as I can witness that person's death with my own eyes, I won't be afraid even if the pain is 10 or 100 times greater, not to mention several times greater. Chapter 26. Outside the house, Hajime Kume was a little anxious. He clasped his hands together, fingered the rosary in his hand, and focused all his attention on the room. As long as he finds any unusual movement in the house, he will rush in and fight Xia Feng to the death. However, after waiting for a long time, there was still no response from the house. Bai Minjiahu turned the rosary beads faster and faster. Just when his nerves were about to break, the door suddenly opened. Xia Feng walked out while twisting her ears with her little fingers. Oh, are you all waiting? He laughed. Bai Minjiahu quickly looked inside the house. In the room, a figure followed Xia Feng and walked out slowly. Wearing a white long dress and smiling, it was Yabayashiki Kaguya. Bai Minjiahu was a little surprised. He could feel that Yabayashiki's condition was much better than before. Could it be that Xia Feng did something? As if sensing his confusion, Yabayashiki Kaguya smiled at him and said, Xia Feng-kun treated me, and I feel very good now. Mr. Xia Feng is worthy of the title of Miracle Doctor. I admire him deeply. The reason why Yabayashiki Kaguya can become the leader of the Demon Slayer Corps and be loved by everyone is partly due to his personal charm, and his emotional intelligence is naturally not low. He knew very well that the Demon Slayer Corps needed Xia Feng's strength, and he must do his best to make Xia Feng and the Demon Slayer Corps friends. At least, we can't become enemies. Because of this, Yabayashiki Kaguya immediately promoted Xia Feng, hoping that Xia Feng would gain more recognition. And Xia Feng just happened to need this. The two of them coincided with each other. Hearing Yabayashiki Kaguya's words, Bai Minjiahu was stunned. He beamed, that's great. As he spoke, he looked at Xia Feng and bowed deeply. Thank you, Mr. Xia Feng. Please forgive me for my previous misunderstandings of you. I apologize for my rudeness. If you need my help in the future, just send me there, without hesitation. Xia Feng nodded without comment. Hajime Kume, this person is actually very pure. He was saved by Yabayashiki Kaguya when he was at the darkest and lowest point in his life, so he dedicated his entire life to Yabayashiki Kaguya. He has always been deeply wary and suspicious of other people. Just like now, because he helped Yabayashiki Kaguya with treatment, Bai Minjiahu immediately showed kindness. But, Xia Feng did not receive any notification of system reward. This shows that Hajime Kume is still wary of him. Not even a little bit of defense was let down. Xia Feng doesn't hate this kind of people, because it's not that they have character problems, they are just too loyal. Compared to these little things, Xia Feng already has something happier. He received a gold card reward from Yabayashiki Kaguya. Yabayashiki Kaguya's friendliness towards him was merely recognition, but he directly gave him a gold card reward. Xia Feng estimated that the size of the reward should be related to the influence of this person. After realizing this, he couldn't help but have an idea. If I go to Kibutsuji with the existing intelligence and resources, will I be able to directly get rewards that are more powerful than the diamond lottery? As soon as this thought came to mind, Xia Feng forgot it. Not to mention that he couldn't do such a thing. Kibutsuji's low standards and brotherly behavior alone made him lose interest in cooperating. After a while, several people sat in the room again. Yabayashiki Kaguya sees Xia Feng. Xia Feng-kun, you have killed the second lower string. Before that, you also fought against the wind pillar Shinazugawa Sanamai in the swordsmith village. With this strength, even in the Demon Slayer Corps, you are a top-level expert. I wonder if you are interested in joining the Demon Slayer Corps? If you join, I can directly let you get the title of pillar. Hearing this, Baiminjaya was a little surprised. Before this, he had been investigating the upper ranks and had not received many notifications from the team. Therefore, he knew that the doctor in front of him could perform so many great feats. Especially against Shinazugawa. You know, even among the pillars, Shinazugawa Sanamai is a master who can be ranked at the top. This Xia Feng is so awesome. Under the gaze of several people, Xia Feng thought for a few seconds. If I were to be a pillar, what would I be? Hearing this, Yabayashiki Kaguya was slightly stunned. He had never thought about this question. Kocho Shinobu smiled and said, you can inherit your sister's style. Xia Feng tilted his head and imagined it. He was wearing a cherry-colored haori similar to Kocho Shinobu's, holding a pink sword, and smiling coldly under the moonlight. I am Huazua Xia Feng, so prepare to die. As she spoke, the cherry-colored haori on her body fluttered in the wind. Hiss! As soon as Xia Feng thought of this scene, he felt goosebumps all over his body. He shook his head, not really for me. Kocho Shinobu pouted, it sounds nice. Hajime Kume tried, how about calling the doctor? In his heart, Xia Feng's greatest ability is his ability to help his lord alleviate his illness. Compared to this, no matter how strong your breathing is or how great your swordsmanship is, they have to stand aside. Even if the legendary strong man who mastered the breathing of the sun stood here, he still felt that Xia Feng's medical skills were more important. Xia Feng immediately laughed and said, medical pillar, I'm also a milk pillar. Seeing that the two of them still wanted to give him a title, he quickly said, don't worry about the pillars yet, we can talk about it later when we have a chance. I'm pretty comfortable being a doctor in the butterfly house right now. I don't really want to run around killing ghosts. I'm lazy, there's nothing I can do about it. Hearing this, Hajime Kume looked up at the sky. The title of pillar is something that countless demon slayers dream of getting, it is the ultimate honor. But when we got to Xia Feng, we decided to not be in a hurry. For a moment, he felt as if his three perspectives were challenged. And Yabayashiki Kaguya thought about it and his eyes lit up. He raised a finger and said, Xia Feng-kun, what do you think of the position of Special Advisor to the Demon Slayer Corps? The position of Special Advisor has appeared 5 times in the history of the Demon Slayer Corps. These people were all talented people who did not want to join the Demon Slayer Corps in the short term for various reasons. After becoming a Special Advisor, you can have the same power as a pillar and enjoy all the benefits of a pillar. In addition, there are no mandatory requirements except that you cannot violate the team rules. After these words were spoken, Xia Feng and the other two were stunned. Chapter 27. This was the first time Kocho Shinobu had heard of this position and it felt very fresh. Baiminjaya stopped fiddling with the rosary beads. He knew about the position of Special Advisor. Note 1. As Yabayashiki Kaguya said, people in this position are extremely rare, and the last time they appeared was more than 200 years ago. The position of Special Advisor is equivalent to the elder of a sect in a novel. Although the pillars and Special Advisors are equal in rank, in reality, the Special Advisor's invisible rights are higher than those of the pillars. I didn't expect that the Lord would give such an important position to Xia Feng. Xia Feng hesitated for a moment. Judging from Baiminjaya's reaction, this position is indeed awesome. But, he didn't really want to answer it. Xia Feng has always considered himself a very selfish person. The members of the Demon Slayer Corps are basically noble beings who are willing to sacrifice their own lives for the lives of others. But if it were him, he would definitely give priority to saving himself. Similarly, if 100 innocent people and a person he cares about are placed on both ends of a scale, Xia Feng will definitely choose to save his important person. Xia Feng thought that he was not suitable to join the Demon Slayer Corps. Thinking of this, he was ready to refuse. Just then, a crow suddenly flew in. The crow landed not far in front of Yabayashiki and looked at Xia Feng and others. It had a message to convey to Yabayashiki Kaguya, so it would not speak directly when there were others present. Yabayashiki Kaguya smiled and said, "If you have any news, just tell me directly. There is no need to worry." Hearing this, Crow nodded. "Fujixishanii, everything has been arranged. We can proceed to the final selection test." Ah. Yabayashiki Kaguya nodded, "Okay, I understand." After conveying the message, the crow flapped its wings and flew away again. After hearing what the crow said, Xia Feng seemed to remember something. He frowned slightly. Then he asked Yabayashiki Kaguya, "If I become a special advisor, can I be the invigilator for this final selection?" Yabayashiki Kaguya was slightly stunned. Xia Feng's request made him feel very strange. However, he did not ask any more questions and nodded directly, "No problem." "Okay." Xia Feng gritted his teeth and nodded, "I'll take this position, but I have to make it clear in advance that I have not experienced the deep hatreds that you have, so I will not regard killing ghosts as more important than anything else. For me, maintaining the current peaceful life is the most important thing." Yabayashiki Kaguya had no doubts at all and smiled and said, "No problem, I respect all your decisions." After saying that, he looked towards the door. "Amini, please pass this message on to the children and let everyone know about this. Of course, Xing Ming and Ranjun who are already here don't need to be notified." He deliberately used a bit of humor, but unfortunately it didn't have any effect. Just like that, the crows carrying the latest news flew to all the areas under the jurisdiction of the Demon Slayer Corps in the shortest time. Every Demon Slayer Corps member above rank A received this notice. Afterwards, with Class A team members as the core, the news was sent down layer by layer and notified to each unit. Somewhere, Shinazugawa Sanamai looked surprised after hearing the news brought to him by the crow. Special advisor to the Demon Slayer Corps. That man actually became a special advisor. On the other side, Kawahima Jigoro, the miracle pillar who had just returned to the training house, also received a notice from the crow. His mouth opened wide. "No way, how old is Dr. Xia Feng, and he has become a special consultant?" In the entire history of the Ghost Soldier Corps, there have only been 5 special advisors. At the foot of a mountain somewhere, a man wearing a red Tengu mask was surprised after hearing the crow's notice. Not far behind him, a boy with red hair and a dusty face walked over. "Master, what's wrong?" The man in the Tengu mask sent the crow away and turned around. "Nothing, just some surprising news. Tanjiro, a boy about your age named Xia Feng, has become a special advisor to the Demon Slayer Corps." Hearing this, Tanjiro blinked. "Specially, what? Special advisor?" Urokadaki was amused and angry. Even in an organization like the Demon Slayer Corps, special advisor is a very special position. Those who can obtain this position are all very talented. In a sense, this is a person of higher status than the pillar. Tanjiro's eyes widened, "How amazing!" Then, he thought for a moment and asked, "Then master, what is a pillar?" Urokotaki. He often feels powerless when facing a fool like Tanjiro. At the same time, the pillars in various places received this news. "Special advisor, I never thought that I would see this position appear in our generation. He should be a very strong guy. I really want to have a sparring match with him. I wonder if he's a cute kid, it would be great if he's both handsome and cute. It really makes my blood boil." Various reactions and evaluations appeared on each pillar. As for Xia Feng, after getting permission from the invigilator, he prepared to leave. Hime-jima Kume suddenly spoke. "I have some information to share. Although the crows will inform you later, it is still better to hear it from me." Under the gaze of Xia Feng and Kochua Shinobu, he spoke slowly. I found out that there seems to be an upper-rank demon appearing near Yoshiwara. If you have a mission and pass by that area, be sure to be extra careful. I suspect that the ghost over there might be very good at hiding. If you underestimate the enemy, you will die in an instant. After hearing this, Xia Feng thought about it for a moment and knew which one he was talking about. Upper 6, Daki and Jaihudaru. I didn't expect these two ghosts to reveal their true colors so quickly. Chapter 28. After hearing what Bai Minjiahu said, Kochu Shinobu's expression became solemn. Xia Feng could guess with his knees that this girl must have automatically brought the ghost mentioned in the intelligence into Doma. Kochu Shinobu knelt on the ground with his hands pressed tightly on his knees. She silently thought about how to plan to defeat the powerful Doma. Just then, a hand suddenly reached out and placed on her hand. Kochu Shinobu was slightly stunned, turned his head, and saw Xia Feng's smiling face. Don't worry, I'm here. Xia Feng didn't ask Kochu Shinobu what he was worried about. He didn't ask whether this was a problem he could solve. That was all he said. Kochu Shinobu was slightly stunned, and then he felt a sore nose. Subconsciously, she wanted to pull her hand out of Xia Feng's. As a pillar, as an avenger, she can't be so weak. Only by becoming stronger and more determined can you kill your enemies and avenge your sister. However, Xia Feng's hands, which were usually too lazy to use strength, were now extremely firm. Don't worry. He shook Kochu Shinobu's hand and spoke again. Kochu Shinobu pursed his lips and lowered his head. Across the small table, Yubayashiki Huiyeo was watching this scene with great interest, just like the gossipy aunties you often see on the street. In his opinion, the relationship between Xia Feng and Kochu Shinobu is wonderful. If he wasn't afraid of being nosy and annoying, he would have wanted to just officiate at their wedding. After a while, Xia Feng and Kochu Shinobu left the headquarters and returned to the butterfly house. As Kochu Shinobu was walking, he suddenly looked at Xia Feng with that familiar, playful expression. Xia Feng, can I understand what you just said as some kind of hint to me? Xia Feng was stunned. Ah! Kochu Shinobu raised the corner of his mouth, full of cunning. A man has to bear the shackles that a woman bears. In my hometown, this is a hint of pursuit. Hearing this, Xia Feng stopped and looked at Kochu Shinobu with some surprise. Kochu Shinobu. Xia Feng's reaction was a bit too big, which confused her, so she stopped as well. She just wanted to tease Xia Feng and see how helpless she was. But what's going on with Xia Feng being like this? Could it be that this guy has never been aware that he is flirting with girls? Is that a bit too much? Just as Kochu Shinobu's thoughts were rapidly diverging, Xia Feng asked curiously, "We have already agreed to it, why are you suddenly pursuing me again?" Hearing Xia Feng's words, Kochu Shinobu was stunned for a few seconds. Then, the whole little face turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye. Xia Feng felt that he could see steam coming out of Kochu Shinobu's head. Coming back to his senses, Kochu Shinobu stammered, "What the heck, what do you mean by mutual consent? How can it be mutual consent? You must be kidding." She jumped in front of Xia Feng and said, "It's you who is pursuing me, and I haven't agreed yet." Hearing this, Xia Feng scratched his head. "Then why don't you stop chasing Kochu Shinobu?" She almost drew her sword and cut Xia Feng in half. Looking at Xia Feng's bewildered expression, Kochu Shinobu took a deep breath and reached for the hilt of the knife at his waist. Xia Feng quickly reached out to stop him. "No, no, no, I'm just kidding." Faced with a master of Kochu Shinobu's level, Xia Feng immediately became timid. Although he also possesses many powerful skills and is not inferior to Kochu Shinobu in a head-on battle, but, a thief can only steal for 1,000 days, but you can never be on guard against thieves for 1,000 days. What if one day Kochu Shinobu remembers what happened today and gets unhappy and gives him a poisonous sword? That would be fun. Xia Feng doesn't want to die in such an unclear way. He couldn't help but sigh a little. It's better not to do such things as courting death with your girlfriend casually. It took Xia Feng a while to calm Kochua Shinobu down. Even when they returned to the butterfly house, Kochua Shinobu still thought of Xia Feng's words from time to time. Didn't we both agree long ago? Do you agree with me? Her complexion kept changing between red and light pink. When I walked into the gate of butterfly house, I saw Kanzaki Aoi and Kaneo chatting about something. Xiao Kui, Kaneo, we're back. Xia Feng waved to the two of them. They both looked over with surprised expressions. Kanzaki Aoi ran over with eyes wide open. She stared at Xia Feng, looking him up and down. Xia Feng. Could it be that I suddenly awakened some special ability that can attract the attention of the opposite S**X? While he was puzzled, Kanzaki Aoi couldn't help but exclaimed, Xia Feng, you actually became a pillar. Kaneo followed and ran over. Hearing what Kanzaki Aoi said, she quickly explained, I told you it's not, it's a special advisor. Although the rank is the same as a pillar, the actual function is different. Kanzaki Aoi didn't care about that at all. Anyway, it's a pillar. Awesome! Awesome! Now the butterfly house has 2 pillars. Xia Feng and Kochua Shinobu looked at each other, both of them not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Xia Feng reached out and patted Kanzaki Aoi on the shoulder, that's right, I got promoted, little girl, why don't you go pour tea for me? Kanzaki Aoi was silent for 2 seconds, then smiled and said, my lord, I don't have any tea, but there are many seriously injured soldiers waiting for you. Xia Feng. He stared at Kanzaki Aoi in amazement. How did the cute and adorable Kanzaki Aoi become the vicious one now? Which BD taught Xiaokui to be like this? However, with Kanzaki Aoi's commotion, Xia Feng realized that his promotion seemed to have spread throughout the Demon Slayer Corps. He couldn't help being a little surprised. They are just some crows, but they have such high transmission efficiency. The crows in this world are the real ghosts. Although he just returned to Butterfly House, Xia Feng still hasn't forgotten his old ways. He went into the treatment room and helped treat the seriously injured. Then, under the admiring gazes of the therapists, he returned to the Butterfly House. Seeing Xia Feng coming back, Kochua Shinobu brought a piece of paper. Xia Feng, take a look at this. Xia Feng reached out and took it. The above is pretty simple. Because the final selection of the Demon Slayer Corps is about to be held, each training house needs Butterfly House to send people to conduct physical examinations on the young people who are about to participate in the selection. Well, it's not the kind of inspection that Brother Ji does. Kochua Shinobu said, didn't Master Mingzhu ask you to help his disciples before? I thought, why don't you just lead the team and do a physical examination of the team members over there? Xia Feng nodded. This is not a big deal, so he naturally doesn't mind. But he thought of something else. By the way, where is the cultivation house for water breathing? Chapter 29. Hearing Xia Feng's question, Kochua Shinobu felt a little strange. You don't want to learn water breathing, do you? Although you are very powerful, you will definitely not be able to learn so many things at the same time. She was worried that Xia Feng had become arrogant because he had learned things too quickly before. Xia Feng shook his head, although I also want to learn water breathing, I am not in a hurry for the time being. I am just curious and want to go and take a look. Okay then, just go check out the water breathing cultivation house as well. As he spoke, Kochua Shinobu marked the location of the water breathing cultivation house for Xia Feng on the map. The person who trained water breathing is called Urokadaki, the former water pillar. He was very powerful. When he retired, he escaped unscathed, which is rare even in the Demon Slayer Corps. Kochua Shinobu said with emotion. Xia Feng thought for a moment and said, it's okay. Even if you break an arm or a leg, I can help you connect it. Kochua Shinobu. I always feel that Xia Feng is becoming more and more fearless. Is it my illusion? After testing the edge of death, Xia Feng quickly said, "There is no time to lose. I will leave now to avoid delays." Kochu Shinobu nodded. At this time, there was a knock on the door. They both looked over there. "Come in," said Kochu Shinobu. The door was gently opened, and it was Kaneo who appeared at the door. The girl was wearing a peach-colored kimono with a black ponytail tied on the side, looking cute and energetic. She looked at Xia Feng and Kochu Shinobu. Can I join Mr. Xia Feng's team and check up on the new members?" Hearing this, Xia Feng was a little surprised. "The final selection is coming soon, Kaneo, don't you want to take a good rest and adjust your condition? I heard that there are many powerful ghosts on Fujixe Mountain this year." Kaneo smiled slightly, "I have made sufficient preparations. Now, instead of practicing by myself, I might as well go out for a walk and relax. This way I can adjust faster." "Is that so?" "That's fine with me." Xia Feng nodded. "At least you don't have to worry too much about safety if you follow me." Kochu Shinobu remained silent. She looked at Kaneo and smiled with interest. After Xia Feng nodded, she said, "I think it's good too. Little Kaneo should really walk more." She looked at Xia Feng, "Then I'll leave little Kaneo to you, Xia Feng." Xia Feng hummed. With his current strength, as long as there are not two upper-rank warriors coming at the same time, there will not be any pressure if there is one more or one less person in the team. After getting the two's permission, Kaneo bowed and thanked them. Later that day, Xia Feng's Demon Slayer uniform was delivered. Previously, the Demon Slayer Corps tailor asked Xia Feng through Crow if he had any special requirements for the team uniforms. Because Xia Feng is the special advisor of the Demon Slayer Corps and has authority equivalent to that of a pillar, he can choose to modify the team uniform style according to his own preferences. Xia Feng thought about it and simply asked for a black windbreaker and black trousers according to the style of Lao Hei in Black's contract. In his opinion, both styles are black, but the windbreaker looks much better than the Demon Slayer Corps uniform. The only thing that is the same as the Demon Slayer Corps uniform is the word, "Destroy," on the back of the clothes. Yin, who came to deliver the clothes, couldn't suppress his excitement when he saw Xia Feng. He handed over the uniform with both hands and bowed his head and said, "Hello, Mr. Consultant. I am a member of the logistics team in charge of the tailoring department. Your design taste is really good. We are studying whether we should add similar elements to the uniforms of the team members in the future." Hearing this, Xia Feng's eyes lit up. He didn't expect that in the Taisho period, there would be such a knowledgeable person. He reached out and patted the man on the shoulder. "If you have any questions, you can always ask me." Hearing this, the team members trembled with excitement and almost fainted. He nodded repeatedly, thanked Xia Feng and left. Carrying this set of clothes, Xia Feng returned to the room, changed into it, and walked out. As soon as he walked out of the room, Kochu Shinobu was stunned. Xia Feng's whole temperament changed after putting on new clothes. Originally, Xia Feng gave people the impression of being a bit lazy and kind. Now, it has an extra edge. Although the lazy temperament still exists, I have to say that he is much more handsome than before. Seeing Kochu Shinobu, Xia Feng smiled and asked, "How is it? Does it look good?" Kochu Shinobu nodded, "It suits you very well." Xia Feng snorted and laughed. His aesthetic is more than 100 years ahead of others. What will happen if he can't control the situation? Carrying Nichiren blades, Xia Feng, Kaneo, and a team of medical staff headed towards the thunder-breathing breeding house. After they were on the road, Xia Feng realized what a wise decision it was to agree to take Kaneo with him. If he was alone, it wouldn't take him long to get to the breeding house. However, with these medical personnel brought in, the speed slowed down significantly. If the speed is slow, many problems will inevitably arise. For example, the issue of eating and drinking. Although there are therapists who are responsible for cooking, Xia Feng would rather eat her own meal than eat from the same big pot. Kaneo's cooking skills were better than expected, and Xia Feng enjoyed every meal along the way. As for the envious and jealous looks from the medical staff, Xia Feng had long been accustomed to it and simply ignored them. In addition, Xia Feng drew the gold card reward he got last time on the way. Drawing. Success. Congratulations on obtaining the golden skill puppet thread. Puppet thread, you can wrap special threads around other people's bodies to manipulate them. The difficulty of manipulation depends on the other person's strength and acceptance. If the person being manipulated is dead, only basic abilities can be maintained. If the person is alive, then their abilities can be exerted. Chapter 30. Seeing the skill introduction, Xia Feng was slightly stunned. This skill reminded him of the spider demon in the animation, on the spider mountain in Nada, who could control the demon slayers with strings. If I remember correctly, it seemed to be the ghost who played the role of mother in the game of playing house. My skill is somewhat similar to hers. However, his puppet strings can bring out the original abilities of the person being manipulated. This alone makes him far superior to the spider ghost. Xia Feng looked around. He really wanted to find someone to try out this skill on. Unfortunately, there are teammates all around, which is not very convenient. As for Kaneo, she should be willing to cooperate after some discussion, but Xia Feng always felt that if he used this ability on Kaneo, he would look like a weird uncle. I have to give up for now. A few days later, the group arrived at Doshan. Here is the cultivation house for Breath of Thunder. As soon as he arrived nearby, Xia Feng saw Kawahime Jigoro waving at him not far away. Dr. Xia Feng. Over here. Xia Feng saw that there was a young man with golden hair following Kawahime Jigoro. The boy was a little timid. He hid behind the old man and stuck his head out to look over here. Xia Feng came over with Kaneo and his group. Senior Kawashima, let's check on the players who will be participating in the final selection, he said with a smile. Kawahime Jigoro smacked his lips. These brats are clearly going to fight a life and death battle, but they act like they're going on a trip. They're all so excited. As he spoke, he looked behind him. The golden-haired boy shrank his head, and when he saw Kawahime Jigoro looking at him, he asked in confusion, "What's wrong, Grandpa?" Kawahime Jigoro gnashed his teeth and said, "You are the only one who is scared to death every day. Can't you have some backbone?" As he said that, he sighed and looked at Xia Feng again. "I'm sorry to make you laugh." Xia Feng shrugged and acted as if he saw nothing. He looked at the golden-haired boy. Agatsuma Zenitsu, a member of the protagonist group. Xia Feng has always had a good impression of Agatsuma Zenitsu. Although he is a bit lascivious and always harasses Nezuko, he is a reliable person at critical moments. Especially when he was at the haunted house, he knew there was a ghost in the box, but because he trusted Tanjiro, he stepped forward to protect the box. This alone is enough to be called brave. Under Agatsuma Zenitsu's somewhat frightened gaze, Xia Feng nodded to him. Kawahime Jigoro looked at Xia Feng and couldn't help but sigh. "I didn't expect you to become a special advisor. Your position is now higher than mine." Xia Feng shrugged, "It's actually useless. I still have to run errands, right?" Kawahime Jigoro grinned. Given Feng's current position, who can force him to do errands if he doesn't want to? The reason why I came out to run errands is not because of the guy in Butterfly House. Having lived for so long, he saw through this at a glance. However, he also understands the principle of seeing through things without speaking them out loud, as some friends do. Kawahime Jigoro was proud of his high emotional intelligence, and invited Xia Feng and his group to his home. Although he used to be a pillar, his living place was very simple. A small wooden house with a pit stove, a hanging iron pot, and a place to sleep. That's all. Xia Feng and his friends took a short rest and then went outside to check on the students of Kawahime Jigoro. Agatsuma Zenitsu was about to follow, but was stopped by Kawahime Jigoro. "Zenitsu, what do you think of Dr. Xia Feng?" Kawashima knew that Agatsuma Zenitsu had a very strong sense of hearing and could hear many things that ordinary people could not hear. When you concentrate, you can even guess what others are thinking through hearing. Agatsuma Zenitsu scratched his head. How do I see it? I can't really tell, his aura is so strong, I don't even dare to look at him. But I can feel that he is a good person. At the end, Agatsuma Zenitsu smiled awkwardly. He felt that his answer was a bit stupid and he thought it would leave his grandfather speechless again. However, Kawahime Jigoro just nodded. A good person. Since you said so, it should be correct. He thought for a moment, then looked back at Zenitsu. What are you still standing here for? Go out and help. Do you want to be lazy? Zenitsu. You were the one who asked me to stay. While complaining, he pushed the door open and walked out. As soon as I came out, I saw Xia Feng sitting under the shade of a tree, leaning against the tree and taking a nap. Before traveling through time, he wouldn't have dared to do this. When you sleep against a tree, you never know what might get into your clothes. But now, with the sword power of Nichiren blades, the bugs dare not approach casually, let alone sleep. Agatsuma Zenitsu is a little jealous. He also wants to take a nap. Then he saw a girl in a peach-colored kimono slowly walk to Xia Feng and put a bamboo tube filled with water on the ground. Agatsuma Zenitsu was a little surprised when he saw the girl. So cute! This was the first time he had seen such a cute girl since he was a child. However, he didn't look at it for long. Because he could feel that the girl's eyes were full of concentration when she looked at Xia Feng. Since the other person already has someone they like, he won't mess with her. This is his bottom line and also his life aesthetic. The testing process is very simple. After one day, most of the students who are preparing to participate in the final selection have been checked. Xia Feng stood up, ready to fulfill his previous agreement with Kawahime Jigoro to help check on Agatsuma Zenitsu's situation. Falling from a tree, maybe a minor brain injury or something. If it is just brain damage, Xia Feng can still treat it, after all, it is also within the scope of treatment. But at this moment, he suddenly felt someone approaching. He turned his head and looked. In the distance, under the setting sun, a figure was walking slowly towards them. This is a member of the Demon Slayer Corps, with short black hair and thick eyebrows. He looks older than Agatsuma Zenitsu, and has a Nichiren blade slung around his waist. As he approached, many people noticed him. Agatsuma Zenitsu was slightly stunned, then frowned. Brother. Chapter 31. Agatsuma Zenitsu took a deep breath. His muscles were tense and his expression was a little nervous. Brother. He uttered the name subconsciously. Hearing this name, Kaigaku showed a look of disgust on his face. The other students started talking in low voices. Kaigaku. Why is he here? As everyone watched, Kaigaku slowly walked up to Agatsuma Zenitsu and narrowed his eyes. Zenitsu, I heard, you are going to participate in the final selection this time. Agatsuma Zenitsu nodded, yes, Grandpa said I am ready to participate. Kaigaku's face darkened, how many times have I told you to call me master? Master is not your grandfather. Agatsuma Zenitsu shrank his head and subconsciously took a step back. Kaigaku tugged at his reaction and for some reason, became even more annoyed. You. Before he could finish his words, a voice suddenly interrupted him. Kaigaku. What are you doing? Kaigaku raised his head and looked towards the house. At some point, Kawahime Jigoro came out of the house and was looking at him with a frown. Kaigaku walked over, completely ignoring the trainees along the way, as well as the medical staff of the butterfly house. Master, have you forgotten my advice? We cannot let Zenitsu join the Demon Slayer Corps. What's the reason? Kawahime Jigoro asked calmly. Kaigaku returns to the hopes of the Agatsuma Zenitsu. It's simple. This guy is weak and incompetent. After he joins the Demon Slayer Corps, if people knew that this guy is the inheritor of the breathing of thunder, we would be laughed to death." Hearing this, Kawahime Jigoro sighed. "Kaigaku, Zenitsu is not the only one who inherited the lightning breathing. You are also an inheritor." Kaigaku was even more angry. "If people knew that I inherited it together with him, I would be laughed at even more miserably. I, Kaigaku, am not comparable to this kind of trash. Master, can't you tell the difference between him and me?" Kawahime Jigoro looked sad. He opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. Once upon a time, Kaigaku was his favorite disciple. He is gifted, hard-working, and diligent, and can persevere in any trial. At that time, Kawahime Jigoro firmly believed that the ability of thunder breathing would be brought to full play in Kaigaku. However, with the arrival of Agatsuma Zenitsu and Agatsuma Zenitsu's learning of the first form of thunder breathing, Kaigaku seemed like a different person. He began to target Zenitsu everywhere, wanting to reduce Zenitsu to a dog. The reason is simple: Kaigaku has mastered all the forms of thunder breathing, except the first form. Every time he saw Agatsuma Zenitsu using the Ichi no Kata, he would feel extremely angry. Agatsuma Zenitsu, who is lazy, timid, and only knows how to retreat, actually mastered the sword moves that he could not master. This is unbearable for Kaigaku. After that, Kawahime Jigoro announced that he and Zenitsu would become the successors of Breathing of Thunder, which directly broke his psychological bottom line. The breathing of thunder that was supposed to be inherited by him alone now has to be inherited by two people. Another person, that stupid Zenitsu again. Kaigaku almost went crazy. After being angry, he gave up his training in the Ichikata and directly participated in the final selection and joined the Demon Slayer Corps. I didn't expect that Zenitsu would also participate in the final selection so soon. Kaigaku felt overwhelmed again at the thought of working with Zenitsu. Kawahime Jigoro understands all of this. It is precisely because he understood everything that he felt sad. The once outstanding disciple has now become like this, a person who makes him feel disgusted. Perhaps, Kaigaku will become even stronger in the future, and even reach the threshold of the pillar level. But there is one thing he will never have in this life. That is, the heart that loves other people. Kawahime Jigoro firmly believes that one day, Zenitsu will surpass Kaigaku and become the true successor of thunder breathing. But at this moment, Zenitsu is indeed inferior to Kaigaku. He took a deep breath and prepared to drive Kaigaku away. We can't let Kaigaku affect Zenitsu's status anymore. Given Zenitsu's ability to withstand pressure, if it continues like this, it might really be affected and fail in the final selection. The reason why Kaigaku said all this in front of Zenitsu was to influence him and make him participate in the selection under pressure. Why did the disciple who once made him proud become so vicious? Just as he was about to take action, a voice suddenly rang out. You think Zenitsu is inferior to you? I think it's the opposite. I think he's much better than you. Everyone was startled when they heard the sound. Kaigaku turned his head and looked over. The next second, he was slightly stunned. Under the shade of the tree, a young man in a black windbreaker stood there quietly. There was a mocking smile on the corner of his mouth. These were not the reasons why Kaigaku was surprised. The reason why he was surprised was that when he came over, he didn't notice anyone over there at all. You know, he is now a B-level swordsman. Who was this person? How could he evade his aura detection? Who? He asked subconsciously. Kawahime Jigoro frowned and said, Don't be rude, this is the special advisor, Mr. Xia Feng. Kaigaku's pupil shrank. Special advisor. Previously, Crow had just informed me that it was an existence equivalent to the pillar level. Cold sweat broke out on his head and he quickly knelt down on one knee. After kneeling for 2 seconds, he suddenly remembered what Xia Feng had just said. He raised his head, a little annoyed. Master Xia Feng, why did you just say that I am not as good as Zenitsu? Xia Feng laughed and said, Why should I ask why? It's just not as good as it is. He glanced at Agatsuma Zenitsu. The latter was completely confused and looked at him as if he had seen a ghost. Seeing Zenitsu's appearance, Xia Feng suddenly thought of something. He grinned a kind smile and looked at Kaigaku. Kaigaku felt a chill all over his body, like a frog being stared at by a snake. Xia Feng smiled and said, "If you don't agree, you can fight Zenitsu. If you win, I will issue an order right now that Zenitsu will not be allowed to join the Demon Slayer Corps. This is a permanent order and cannot be changed." As soon as these words came out, Kawahime Jigoro was shocked. "No way." Zenitsu's eyes widened even more. "Why?" Kaigaku's eyes lit up. "Okay. I accept." Xia Feng looked at him with a half-smile. "Don't worry, I haven't told you what to do if you lose." Kaigaku said without hesitation, "How could I lose to such a loser?" Xia Feng narrowed his eyes slightly. "If you lose, from now on, you will not be able to use the sword technique of thunder breathing anymore. Again, this is a permanent order. How about it, do you dare to accept it?" Chapter 32. Hearing Xia Feng's words, Kaigaku couldn't help but be stunned. Although he kept mocking Zenitsu, in fact, he was also aware of Zenitsu's talent. Zenitsu's lightning breathing type 1 is used very skillfully. If you are in good condition, your combat effectiveness will be extremely high. Do I really want to take such a big gamble just to suppress Zenitsu? Before he could say anything, Agatsuma Zenitsu screamed. "No! I don't want to compete with my brother." He suddenly remembered something and added quickly, "By the way, aren't fighting between demon slayers forbidden?" Xia Feng smiled and said, "You are not a member of the Demon Slayer Corps yet, so it doesn't matter." Zenitsu cried, "But Grandpa will be sad whether it's me or my brother who gets hurt." Hearing this, Kawahime Jigoro couldn't help but feel moved. Kaigaku's face suddenly darkened. "I'm hurt? You still want to hurt me? Are you kidding me?" He gritted his teeth and looked at Xia Feng. "Master Xia Feng, I agree to this competition." "Very good." Xia Feng nodded without asking Agatsuma Zenitsu for his opinion. "The competition will begin in 10 minutes. Both sides should prepare themselves." Having said that, he sat down again in the shade of the tree and began to rest with his eyes closed. Kaigaku gave Agatsuma Zenitsu a cold look, turned around and walked not far away, closed his eyes, and began to accumulate momentum. Kawahime Jigoro walked up to Xia Feng. "Dr. Xia Feng, is this really a good idea? I mean, no matter who loses, the price will be too high, right?" Xia Feng opened one eye and looked at him, with a hint of teasing on his lips. "Senior Kawashima, your ability to deceive yourself is a little too strong. That Kaigaku has obviously embarked on an extreme path. He is now impossible to save. He exudes the most vicious stench. Do you keep such a person under your wing, hoping that one day he will die for his mistakes?" Listening to Xia Feng's words, Kawahime Jigoro's expression changed continuously. He opened his mouth to retort, but found that he had nothing to say. Deep down in his heart, he indeed had the same idea as Xia Feng. Sooner or later, this kid Kaigaku will go astray. If he were younger, he might have just cleaned up the mess. But, when I get older, I become more hesitant about many things. He sighed and said, "What about Zenitsu? If he loses, will he really never join the Demon Slayer Corps? Then why did I train him for so many years, and why did he work so hard for so many years?" Xia Feng laughed, "Don't worry, he can't lose." Kawahime Jigoro showed a puzzled expression. But Xia Feng had closed his eyes again and stopped talking. Kawahime Jigoro was very conflicted, but after thinking about it, he decided to just wait and see. He believed in Xia Feng's character and believed that Xia Feng would not joke about a young man's future. Seeing that his grandfather had lost the battle, Agatsuma Zenitsu quickly ran to Xia Feng, plopped down on the ground, and while crying, he reached out to pull Xia Feng's clothes. "Master Xia Feng! No! My brother is very strong. I am not married yet and I don't have any children. I don't want to die so early. Xia Feng opened his eyes and looked at him with a half-smile. You can't die. If you feel something is wrong with you during the competition, don't make it public and just continue the competition. After that, he ignored Zenitsu. Zenitsu. He knew the meaning of every word Xia Feng said, but when they were put together, he couldn't understand anything at all. He racked his brains, trying to figure out what Xia Feng meant. Unfortunately, the time was up soon. Under everyone's gaze, Kaigaku quietly walked over and stood in the open space. He frowned slightly, his eyes fixed on Zenitsu, like a wild wolf choosing its prey. Zenitsu shivered a little and walked over slowly. Kaigaku sneered and drew his knife. Zenitsu, it's not too late to admit defeat now. Agatsuma Zenitsu swallowed. He subconsciously looked at Kawahime Jigoro. Seeing the old man's worried expression, he gritted his teeth. Then, he drew out the knife firmly. Tisk! Kaigaku pouted. The next second, he suddenly attacked. He suddenly rushed forward, too fast to be seen, and appeared directly in front of Zenitsu, slashing down with his blade. Seeing this scene, all the students of thunder breathing were shocked. You reached such a speed without even using the breathing method. Too strong. Agatsuma Zenitsu's eyes widened and he raised his knife upwards. When the sound of metal clashing was heard, and sparks flew. Just as he breathed a sigh of relief, he saw Kaigaku kick out. With a bang, Zenitsu felt a tightness in his chest and flew backwards irresistibly. He rolled on the ground several times before he stood firm again. Xia Feng sat under the shade of the tree, while Kaneo knelt quietly beside him, as quiet as a doll. Kaneo, what do you think? Xia Feng asked. Kaneo thought for a moment and said, Kaigaku is indeed very strong, but he is too impetuous and has too many flaws in his sword moves. As for Agatsuma Zenitsu, he was too timid, which made it difficult for him to display his strength. If they had both exerted their full fighting strength, they should be evenly matched now. Xia Feng nodded. As expected of a stepson taught by Kocho Shinobu himself, his eyesight is truly remarkable. Thinking of this, Xia Feng suddenly remembered that Kaneo seemed to have a very good eyesight. It's like Tanjiro's sense of smell and Agatsuma Zenitsu's sense of hearing. If there is a chance, I can test it to see to what extent Kaneo's vision has been enhanced. With this move successful, Kaigaku naturally won't give Agatsuma Zenitsu a chance to breathe. He grinned, gripped the hilt tightly, and hunched down. Thunder breathing fourth form, Far Thunder. Golden lightning burst out. Seeing the lightning, Kawahime Jigoro's pupil shrank. Facing the injured Zenitsu, Kaigaku actually used thunder breathing. Is Kaigaku afraid that the person will not die? The students of thunder breathing held their breath. They were afraid that they would see blood in the next second. Zenitsu clenched his teeth, his face twitching. He kicked his feet hard, trying to jump high. However, Kaigaku was too fast, and he rushed in front of him in an instant, wrapped in a flash of lightning. With one blow, he chopped hard at his shoulder. Chapter 33. Facing Kaigaku's head-on blow, Zenitsu was a little panicked. He felt that this was just a competition, and it would stop there. He hadn't even thought about using breathing techniques. Unexpectedly, Kaigaku was so fierce and wanted to kill him without hesitation. In a hurry, he calmed down a lot. Opening his mouth, he took a deep breath. Thunder breathing, Type 1. Thunderbolt Flash. As the breathing technique was activated, golden lightning burst out from Zenitsu's body. With the power of thunder breath, he rushed to the side and barely avoided Kaigaku's attack. However, his left arm was struck by lightning, his sleeve turned directly into ashes, and his arm was also charred. Seeing this scene, Kawahime Jigoro's heart tightened. Agatsuma Zenitsu breathed heavily, and at the same time, at an angle that Kaigaku couldn't see, he gently moved his ankles. The forced use of Thunderbolt Flash just now caused his ankle to be twisted, and the stabbing pain made him feel very uncomfortable. Kaigaku turned around and looked at him. You have really grown up. In that situation just now, you were able to use the breathing method to avoid my attack. Unfortunately, there won't be so much luck next time. Thunder breathing, 5th form, Heat Realm Thunder. He swung his sword fiercely, and golden lightning twisted into shape on the blade, turning into substance and stabbing straight towards Agatsuma Zenitsu. Looking at Kaigaku's moves, Agatsuma Zenitsu's eyes flashed with envy. If I could also use so many sword moves, Grandpa would probably be happier, right? The next moment, he broke out in a cold sweat. I actually lost my focus during the battle. He quickly rolled on the ground, trying to avoid the lightning. However, how can the speed of lightning be compared with human reaction? The golden lightning all poured into his body. Agatsuma Zenitsu's whole body twitched continuously and he let out a heart-wrenching scream. Zenitsu! Kawahime Jigoro panicked and quickly tried to interrupt the fight. However, just as he took a step, a hand reached out from behind and grabbed his shoulder. He looked back in surprise and found Xia Feng standing behind him. It was Xia Feng who stopped him. When did Xia Feng come? Kawahime Jigoro I was very surprised. In the few seconds of delay, the lightning on Agatsuma Zenitsu's body had dissipated. He was smoking all over and staggered back a few steps. But, he did not fall. Many students looked at him as if he were a monster. I was hit by the heat thunder, but I didn't die. I heard that he was really struck by lightning before. Even if he's not dead yet, he'll be dead soon. He won't be able to withstand the next blow. Listening to the sounds coming from all around, Agatsuma Zenitsu showed a bitter smile. He felt that he would soon die. Every cell in my body was wailing, as if even my internal organs had been burned. But, he couldn't fall. My grandfather trained me so that I could become a member of the Demon Slayer Corps. Never fall down. He held the knife tightly, and although his eyes were a little blurry, he still stared at Kaigaku. Kaigaku frowned. Why don't you fall down? How stupid. If you surrender early, you can still find a way to deal with it and try to join the Demon Slayer Corps in other ways. But, now you can no longer participate in the final selection. Zenitsu, you are not worthy of being a Demon Slayer swordsman. He laughed loudly and held his sword sideways, ready to deliver the final blow to Zenitsu. Just as he rushed in front of Zenitsu, Zenitsu suddenly raised his head. The sword in his hand drew a strange arc. A trace of surprise flashed across Kaigaku's face. Before he could react, a large amount of blood spurted out from his chest with a hissing sound. There was a long wound from his right abdomen to his left shoulder. Kaigaku was extremely shocked. You can actually hurt me. He put his hand over the wound and looked at Zenitsu in disbelief. Although Zenitsu is talented and has a bright future, he is too weak and incompetent. With such a personality, how could he actively attack me? What's more, how powerful is Zenitsu? How could he not know? The sword strike just now contained a profound understanding of swordsmanship. Although there is no breathing method used, the power is no less. Zenitsu can't do this with his ability. Anger burned in his eyes. Could it be that, the master didn't teach me something crucial, but taught it to Zenitsu instead? What a joke! He no longer held back, no longer had a playful attitude, and raised his sword angrily. Thunder breathing, 2nd form, Rice Soul. Instantly, blinding golden lightning flashed from all directions and struck Zenitsu in the middle. Although Zenitsu's eyes were a little panicked and confused, his body reacted extremely quickly. Under Kaigaku's surprised gaze, he moved his feet and suddenly jumped high. A flash of thunder! A flash of thunder! A flash of thunder! The continuous thunderbolts and flashes made Zenitsu like a ray of light. Kaigaku tried his best to keep up, but found that he couldn't do it at all. What kind of skill is this? What kind of move is this? Kaigaku's eyes almost popped out of his head. All the students of thunder breathing were speechless. Even Kawahime Jigoro looked like he had seen a ghost. But in fact, Zenitsu felt the same as them at this moment. Just now, when he was almost struck to death, he suddenly lost the ability to control himself. He could feel that there were several special threads that penetrated into his body and were tied to his soul. He is like a puppet, being manipulated at will. Originally, the moment he was tied up with the silk thread, he wanted to break free. But he suddenly remembered what Xia Feng had said to him just now. During the competition, if you feel something is wrong with you, don't make a sound, just continue the competition. He looked at Xia Feng and found that Xia Feng smiled at him. Zenitsu relaxed and stopped struggling. And then this scene happened. The fourth time the light shone, he rushed in front of Kaigaku. The blade, wrapped in lightning, slashed towards Kaigaku's neck. Kaigaku had a ferocious expression and tried desperately to dodge, but he was no match for Zenitsu's speed. Just as the blade was about to chop off his head, Zenitsu stopped. He stood on the ground with the blade at Kaigaku's neck. Zenitsu opened his mouth, as if he wanted to say something. Xia Feng spoke first. The winner is Agatsuma Zenitsu. Chapter 34. As Xia Feng finished his words, the right to control Agatsuma Zenitsu's body returned to his own hands. His whole body relaxed and he almost fell to his knees. However, in the eyes of others, this action was just the result of using too much strength and feeling a little exhausted. As everyone watched in amazement, Agatsuma Zenitsu sheathed the sword. Kaigaku stood there, eyes wide, staring at the knife in his hand. I actually lost to Zenitsu. Lose to this idiot who only knows one move. Zenitsu smiled bitterly as he listened to Kaigaku's words. He looked at Kaigaku and finally made up his mind, senior brother, I actually... Shut up! Kaigaku suddenly yelled, interrupting Zenitsu. He took a deep breath, his face grim. Very good, very good. Did that old man secretly train you in a special move, waiting to trick me? I knew he wanted to kick me out, but I just couldn't say it. Are you satisfied now? It's just the breath of thunder, I won't use it anymore. I really don't believe that I, Kaigaku, can't become a strong man without the breath of thunder. After saying that, he gritted his teeth and was about to leave. At this moment, Xia Feng suddenly said calmly, do you still remember the rattan flower incense burner that you extinguished that year? Hearing this, Kaigaku looked at him in confusion. After a few seconds, his expression suddenly became extremely horrified. His whole face turned pale. He opened his mouth wide and looked at Xia Feng as if he had seen a ghost. You? How could you? You? What are you going to do? Looking at his reaction, Xia Feng felt extremely ridiculous. I won't do anything to you, I just feel a little emotional. A dog will never stop eating shit. After that, he ignored Kaigaku. Kaigaku's face was uncertain. After a while, seeing that Xia Feng really didn't move, he quickly turned around and ran away. Kawahime Jigoro asked curiously, Xia Feng, what did you mean by that just now? Xia Feng shook his head, it's just a little thing. He beckoned to Agatsuma Zenitsu, come, I'll heal you. Looking at Xia Feng, Agatsuma Zenitsu suddenly thought of his changes just now. He couldn't help but feel a little afraid and didn't dare to go over. Xia Feng smiled and said, why, do you want to participate in the final selection with all these injuries? I have no objection, but you probably won't be able to come back. Hearing this, Agatsuma Zenitsu's whole body tensed up. Just imagining that scene made him want to cry. It was a knife anyway, so he gritted his teeth and followed Xia Feng into the house. Kawahime Jigoro also followed in. He looked at Agatsuma Zenitsu and couldn't help asking, Zenitsu, what happened just now? Why did you? Watching over Xia Feng. I just felt like my body wasn't listening to me. In fact, ever since senior brother used the second form, it wasn't me who was fighting there. Hearing this, Kawahimajigoro looked at Xia Feng in surprise. Xia Feng stretched out his hand and pointed at Agatsuma Zenitsu. Agatsuma Zenitsu exclaimed, and suddenly the whole person started dancing under Xia Feng's control. This time, because he struggled with all his might and Xia Feng didn't try very hard to control himself, he broke free quickly. The ability to control other people's bodies. Kawahimajigoro said in surprise. Xia Feng nodded, this is one of my special abilities. It was originally a special breathing method used to detect injuries in the body. I didn't expect that it would slowly evolve and have some new functions. Kawahimajigoro was a little speechless. This new function is too perverted. It is much more terrible than its original purpose. As for Agatsuma Zenitsu, he was a little depressed. In that case, the sword technique I used just now was only used by you, Mr. Xia Feng. Xia Feng shook his head and said, not all of them. When I was controlling you, only the first strike of your sword was performed completely according to my technique. Because the situation was quite urgent, I used what I was most comfortable with. From now on, all the abilities you use are your own abilities. I am just helping you activate them. Boy, you have great talent and strength. You must believe in yourself. In my opinion, you will definitely become a pillar in a few years. After hearing Xia Feng's words, Agatsuma Zenitsu was stunned for a while. He looked at Kawahimajigoro, Grandpa, can I really become a pillar? Kawahimajigoro grinned, nonsense. Idiot, I've already told you this a long time ago, why do you have to wait for others to tell you before you believe it? Agatsuma Zenitsu smiled awkwardly, I actually always thought you were fooling me. Veins popped out of Kawahimajigoro's forehead, and he wanted to slap Agatsuma Zenitsu away. After Xia Feng roughly checked Agatsuma Zenitsu's injuries, his men began to emit white light. As the white light came into contact with the wound, Agatsuma Zenitsu's wound began to heal. Seeing this scene, Agatsuma Zenitsu and Kawahimajigoro were both shocked. The wound heals too fast, hundreds of times faster than normal people. Kawahimajigoro couldn't help but say. Xia Feng was amused, you didn't even know what level I was at before, and you invited me. Kawahimajigoro's face turned red. He was indeed a bit rash in his actions. Agatsuma Zenitsu was a little nervous when receiving treatment. He looked at Xia Feng and couldn't help but feel a little emotional. This man, apparently about the same age as him, is already on the same level as Zhu. Despite his high status, he was not arrogant and was very easygoing when talking to me and treating me. Will I be able to become the same person as Xia Feng in the future? Unconsciously, besides grandfather, there was one more person he wanted to be. The system prompt sounded beside Xia Feng's ears. Gain Agatsuma Zenitsu's favorability, level worship, and a silver card lottery. Xia Feng was slightly stunned. He thought he was lucky enough not to be hated for taking control of Agatsuma Zenitsu without permission. I didn't expect that not only was there a favorability level, but it was also so high. Is Agatsuma Zenitsu a masochist who likes to be controlled by others? Xia Feng shrugged, not knowing. After helping Agatsuma Zenitsu with his treatment, he also fulfilled his promise to Kawahimajigoro and checked Zenitsu's brain. Agatsuma Zenitsu looked at him nervously. Is there something wrong with me? Is there something extra in my head? Xia Feng withdrew his hand. There is indeed something extra. Hearing this, Kawahimajigoro became nervous. Agatsuma Zenitsu even gasped in fear. As the two of them watched, Xia Feng stood up and said, you have too many ideas. It's useless to think less about them in the future. Just practice swordsmanship more. After saying that, he slowly walked out of the room, leaving only the old man and the child behind. The two looked at each other for a while, then laughed together. Chapter 35. Walking out of the house, Xia Feng directly drew the silver reward he had just obtained. Drawing. Success. Congratulations on winning the silver item Momotaro Dumplings x10. Momotaro Dumplings, after being eaten by creatures other than humans, the favorability will be greatly increased. The effect is determined by the strength of the creature. Following the prompt, a bag of rice balls appeared in Xia Feng's hands. Looking at the bag of rice balls in his hand, Xia Feng felt subtle. This thing, what's the use? Come to think of it, in the legend, Momotaro was there to kill demons, and I happen to be a demon-killing swordsman. Why don't I take my rice balls and find a chicken, a dog, and a monkey and keep them by my side when I have time? Thinking about that scene, Xia Feng felt very upset. The bag containing the rice balls was very small, so he just put it in his pocket and didn't think about it for the time being. As all the swordsmen who were preparing to participate in the selection were checked in the training house, Xia Feng sent a message to Coach Shinobu using the crow carried by the team. Because they had to go to the water-breathing cultivation house next, Xia Feng decided to let the team rest here for a while. As for himself, he came to the back mountain with Kawahima Jigoro. There is a large peach orchard here. If it were summer, there would be lots of peaches here, but now, it's still a long way from summer. Kawahima Jigoro slowly stopped and looked at Xia Feng. You have already learned the two breathing techniques of flower breathing and insect breathing, so I don't need to explain the basics of breathing. Today, let's start directly with the key points of breathing of thunder. The breath of thunder requires speed, accuracy, and ruthlessness. The action is like thunder and lightning, so the rhythm of the breath must be faster than other breaths. As he spoke, he opened his mouth and took a deep breath. As he moved, dazzling golden electric sparks bloomed from his body. By breathing, I can stimulate the flow of electricity in my body and gather it in my legs, which can generate explosive speed. Kawahima Jigoro stepped on the ground, and the whole person turned into a ray of light and appeared in the distance in an instant. Xia Feng was a little surprised. One of his legs is a prosthetic, but he can still move at such a speed. How powerful was this old man when he was young and his legs were intact? Under the guidance of Kawahima Jigoro, Xia Feng began training in thunder breathing. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. In 3 days, no matter how talented Xia Feng is, it is impossible for him to learn the sword move of thunder breathing. Besides, he is not a genius. However, within 3 days, he learned some basic techniques of thunder breathing. For example, at the beginning, Kawahima Jigoro demonstrated the method of using electric current to stimulate muscles and increase explosive power. Still in the peach forest. Under the watchful eyes of Kawahima Jigoro, Xia Feng stood in the open space. He took a deep breath. The next second, tiny golden electric lights appeared all over his body. He stepped on the ground and suddenly disappeared from the spot. Almost at the same time, his figure appeared dozens of meters away. The lightning faded and Xia Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Kawahima Jigoro jumped lightly and landed next to him, looking at him with a complicated expression. Xia Feng, are you really not considering learning the breath of thunder? With your talent, you can definitely become a lightning pillar. Hearing this, Xia Feng smiled and said, forget it. I have said before to Mr. Yubayashiki that ghosts and I do not have that much hatred. Besides, I am very lazy and don't want to run around. So, just spare me the job of being a pillar. Kawahima Jigoro sucked his teeth. Don't want to run around? Why didn't you complain about being lazy when you were running errands for that girl from Butterfly House? Is it so real? He sighed. Since Xia Feng didn't want to, he couldn't force her to stay. Just then, a figure came running over here lightly. Mr. Xia Feng. It's Kaneo. Hey, Kaneo. Xia Feng waved to Kaneo. The girl smiled sweetly and walked up to Xia Feng. Mr. Xia Feng, Lord Shinobu sent a crow to tell him that there is only one student in the water-breathing cultivation house this year, so Lord Shinobu asked the medical team to return directly, saying that this would save some time. Xia Feng nodded. Indeed, Urokodaki, the water-breathing trainer, only has one disciple this year, Tanjiro. You can just go there by yourself, there's no need to bring a medical team. Thinking of this, Xia Feng said goodbye to Kawahime Jigoro. Looking at Xia Feng, Kawahime Jigoro sighed, seeing you, I feel that I may be able to see the end of this sad cycle with my own eyes. Xia Feng smiled and said, I will try my best within my ability. This made Kawahime Jigoro laugh and shake his head. This kid really keeps his word. The three of them returned to the breeding house and packed up their luggage. Xia Feng gave instructions to the medical team, asking them to go directly back to the butterfly house. Then, he prepared some food and water for himself and prepared to pack a simple bag. Before he could even clean up, he saw Kaneo walk into the room and start helping him prepare the gift. Xia Feng was a little surprised. Kaneo? Didn't you go back with the medical team? Kaneo shook his head slightly, I want to walk more with Mr. Xia Feng. Xia Feng hummed. Although Kaneo is a genius swordsman and seems to have no desires, he still has a girlish side in his heart and likes to play outside. He thought so and nodded slightly. Seeing Xia Feng's reaction, Kaneo showed a nice smile and helped Xia Feng prepare the necessary things in an orderly manner. The two left the breeding house and prepared to go to Urokodaka's home. At this time, Agatsuma Zenitsu came over. He ran to Xia Feng, Mr. Xia Feng. What's wrong? Xia Feng asked, carrying a small package. Agatsuma Zenitsu hesitated for a moment, then showed a determined expression and said, I won't run away anymore. I will practice hard and become someone who can make Grandpa proud. That's great. Xia Feng gave him a thumbs up. Agatsuma Zenitsu chuckled, then added, when I become a powerful swordsman in the future, I hope to have the opportunity to carry out missions with you and fight side by side. Hearing this, Xia Feng touched his chin and shook his head, no, I only team up with cute girls. Agatsuma Zenitsu. Chapter 36. After striking a blow to Agatsuma Zenitsu's young heart, Xia Feng took Kaneo with him, and it didn't take long for the two of them to reach Mount Sajiri, which is the territory of Urokodaka Seikanji. Standing at the foot of the mountain, Xia Feng looked up. The whole mountain was shrouded in a light mist. The place chosen by Lord Urokodaki is indeed very suitable for water breathing. Kaneo said. Xia Feng nodded, it may not be his choice, maybe the breathing of water has always been passed down here. The two walked slowly along the mountain road. Not long after walking, Xia Feng suddenly stopped. He looked in one direction. In the thick fog, nothing can be seen at all. Xia Feng said with some amusement, Senior Urikatsu, since you have seen us, why don't you just stop observing us secretly and take us up the mountain directly? Kaneo was slightly stunned and followed Xia Feng's gaze. Faintly, I seemed to see a shadow flash by, but I couldn't see clearly what it was. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared not far in front of the two of them. This is a man wearing a red Tengu mask and a blue coat. Although he looks a bit old, his powerful aura is no weaker than that of young people. Excuse me, I am Urokodaka Seikanji, and you must be the special advisor, Xia Feng. Xia Feng nodded, but I'm here this time as a medical staff member of Butterfly House, to do a physical examination for the contestants participating in the final selection this year. Urokaito looked at Xia Feng for a while. He used his aura to test Xia Feng's vigilance from all angles, but found that Xia Feng was like a mountain, his defense was seamless, without any flaws. He shook his head slightly and sighed, as expected of a man who has achieved such a position at such a young age. Not to mention the position of special advisor, your strength alone is enough to make you a pillar. Xia Feng looked at Urokaito with some surprise. I didn't expect that you, Urokotake with your thick eyebrows and big eyes, are also good at business flattery. Under Urokodaka's leadership, the speed of climbing the mountain increased significantly. Soon, the three of them arrived at Urokaita's home on the mountainside. As soon as he arrived at the door, Xia Feng saw an acquaintance. In the open space in front of the cabin, a red-haired boy was practicing sword swinging meticulously. Whoosh! Whoosh! The sound of breaking air occurs regularly, which is good news for people with obsessive-compulsive disorder. As if sensing the presence of a stranger, the red-haired boy stopped his sword and looked over curiously. Master, who are these two? He looked at Urokodaka strangely. Urokodaka introduced, this is Xia Feng, special advisor to the Demon Slayer Corps. Then, he said to Xia Feng, this is Tanjiro, Kamatu Tanjiro, my only disciple in training. Tanjiro's eyes widened in surprise when he heard Urokodaka's words. Xia Feng? Just because you are the same age as me, you have become a pillar-level Xia Feng. Under Xia Feng's somewhat surprised gaze, Tanjiro walked over with some excitement. Hello. I'm Kamatu Tanjiro. I'm currently training under the guidance of Master Urokodaka. Xia Feng. He always thought that he was a very lively person, but facing Tanjiro, he was still a little overwhelmed. This kid's familiarity is really a bit scary. He smiled, reached out and patted Tanjiro on the shoulder. Thanks for your hard work, Tanjiro. Xia Feng's inexplicable encouragement made him feel strange. Although he practiced sword for such a long time and it was quite hard, it doesn't seem worth mentioning specifically, right? Tanjiro scratched his head, confused. He naturally didn't know that Xia Feng had already seen his experience clearly in another way. Xia Feng brought Kaneo to Urokodaka's house. Although winter has passed, the temperature in the mountains is still relatively low. Xia Feng is not used to being cold, so it is more comfortable to go indoors early. Urokodaka lit a fire, added water to the hanging iron pot, and began to prepare food. He and Tanjiro knelt on one side, Xia Feng and Kaneo on the other. Xia Feng never kneels down. To him, this posture is a bit inhumane, so he just sits cross-legged. Behind him was a horizontal paper door, and no one knew what was behind it. He looked at the fire in front of him with interest. This practice of digging a fire pit and hanging an iron pot in the house generally only exists in the countryside, at least it cannot be seen in the butterfly house. Before traveling through time, Xia Feng had never been to the countryside, so it felt quite new. He took off his coat and put it aside. Then, he looked at Urokodaka. Urokodaka-senpai, is this the only newcomer to water breathing this year? Urokodaka nodded. Tanjiro passed my training last winter, so I allowed him to participate in the final selection. I didn't let those who didn't pass the training go to the final selection to die. Hearing this, Tanjiro was slightly stunned. I didn't expect, there is such a story hidden here. Xia Feng was about to speak when he was suddenly stunned. He heard some movement in the next room. Is there anyone else here, Urokodaka? Xia Feng recalled the plot. Before Tanjiro participated in the final selection, there should be only him and Urokodaka, plus a sleeping Nezuko, right? Nezuko was sleeping the whole time, so she definitely wouldn't make any sound. Who was that? He looked at Urokodaka with some doubt. Senior Urokodaka, is there anyone else here? Urokodaka was slightly stunned. Tanjiro suddenly became nervous. Urokodaka shook his head slightly. No, there are only me and Tanjiro here. There was nothing wrong with what he said, there were indeed only two people. Xia Feng said, oh. Is there something wrong with my ears? At this moment, he suddenly heard very light footsteps approaching this side. Just on the other side of the paper door. He saw that Tanjiro and Urokodaka, after a brief moment of confusion, both tensed up. Especially Tanjiro without a mask, his expression becomes particularly interesting. After fidgeting for a few seconds, Urokodaka seemed to want to say something. At the same time, the paper door behind Xia Feng was gently opened. A small hand stretched out from inside. The little hand was very white and moved very quickly, directly reaching for the Demon Slayer Corps uniform that Xia Feng had placed aside. Then, under the gaze of the 4 people in the room, he took out a small bag from his pocket. Xia Feng! Oh shit! That's Momotaro dumplings! What is Nezuko doing with this? Chapter 37. Nezuko. Seeing the little hand stretched out from behind the door, Tanjiro stood up suddenly. Nezuko had been sleeping the whole time, why did she suddenly wake up? This couldn't have come at a worse time. He was covered in cold sweat, his mind racing, wondering how to explain it. Urokodaka took a deep breath. At first, when Tanjiro brought Nezuko over, he had a hard time accepting it. If a human turns into a ghost, he should be killed. This has been the rule of the Demon Slayer Corps since ancient times. He used to be a pillar and he knows this very well. If his disciple Togashi Gyuu had not written to him and explained Nezuko's peculiarity, he might have killed Nezuko directly when they met for the first time. However, after being in contact for a long time, he gradually changed his mind. Now, to him, Tanjiro and Nezuko are like his grandchildren and have become a family. What should I do if Xia Feng insists on killing Nezuko? Should I just stand by and watch, letting Xia Feng do it? Or should he rebel with Tanjiro, leave the Demon Slayer Corps, and find a place to live in seclusion? Urokodaka's heart was more confused than ever before. Kaneo stood up instantly and stood in front of Xia Feng. Xia Feng smiled slightly and patted Kaneo on the shoulder. It's okay, Kaneo. He looked behind the door. A young girl was sitting there quietly in a cute duck-like posture. She was wearing a pink kimono with a dark gown over it. Long black hair with flame-colored ends. The girl held a piece of bamboo in her mouth, and her big peach-colored eyes stared at the bag in her hand in a silly way. Under the gaze of several people, she made some babbling sounds. With her fair little hands, she opened the bag of Momotaro dumplings and took one out. Tanjiro was about to cry, "No, Nezuko. Those are Mr. Xia Feng's things." Halfway through his speech, he suddenly froze. "Nezuko, after becoming a demon, can't you only eat humans? Why are you suddenly interested in meatballs?" While Nezuko was distracted, she had already taken the bamboo stick out of her mouth and put the meatball into her mouth. Chew chew chew. After chewing a few bites, Nezuko was slightly stunned. Then, he narrowed his eyes and showed a happy look. Xia Feng felt that around Nezuko, there seemed to be a glow of happiness from the gourmet animation. Seeing Nezuko's reaction, Tanjiro actually cried. Nezuko AA. Ever since he traveled all the way to Sagiri Mountain and became a disciple of Urokodaka, he has been worried about Nezuko. She never eats, just sleeps. If she wasn't still breathing, Tanjiro would have worried that she would be dead. Now, finally, time to eat. However, he was happy, and Xia Feng didn't know what to say. Nezuko, actually ate Momotaro dumplings? In theory, there is nothing wrong with it. Momotaro dumplings should be a prop from the Doraemon world. The instructions say that it can be eaten by any non-human animal. Nezuko, who turned into a ghost, is obviously not a human. Xia Feng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Seeing Xia Feng's reaction, Tanjiro thought he was angry, and quickly said, "I'm sorry. I'm sorry Mr. Xia Feng, this is my sister, I'm very sorry for eating your dumplings, I will definitely make you more dumplings to compensate you later." As he said this, he seemed to have thought of something, and quickly ran to a nearby place, took out the remaining rice ball, and handed it to Nezuko. "Nezuko, come here, there are lots of rice balls." Nezuko glanced at him. "Then take a gentle sniff. Shake your head." Under Tanjiro's gaze, Nezuko shook her little head vigorously, and then continued to look at Momotaro Mariko happily. Tanjiro was shocked. "Why? Are the rice balls I made not good?" Xia Feng was happy. It would be amazing if the rice balls made by Tanjiro could be the same as Momotaro's meatballs. He reached out and touched Nezuko's little head. The smooth hair and warm touch made Xia Feng feel very comfortable. When Xia Feng touched her head, Nezuko showed a comfortable expression and rubbed Xia Feng's hand gently. Tanjiro's jaw almost dropped to the ground. What is going on? Ever since Nezuko became a ghost, she has never been so close to outsiders. Even Master Urokodaka can't get too close to Nezuko. Why are you so close to Mr. Xia Feng now? For a moment, Tanjiro felt very complicated. On the one hand, he was happy that Nezuko could get in touch with other people, but on the other hand, he felt lost as if his sister was being taken away by someone. Looking at Nezuko's soft and cute appearance, Xia Feng felt like she was healed. He immediately turned into a kind aunt. So cute, why don't you just stop being Tanjiro's sister and be my sister? That won't do. Tanjiro wanted to cry but had no tears. Kaneo blinked, watching the scene. Could it be that Mr. Xia Feng likes girls who are younger than him? Then, can I also? Urokodaka looked at Xia Feng with a complicated expression. He had been completely unable to get a word in just now, but now he was finally able to speak. Xia Feng, you don't know what Nezuko is. Xia Feng tilted his head. What is it? Isn't it a ghost? After these words came out, Tanjiro came back to his senses. I was so happy just now that I forgot such an important thing. Nezuko is a demon. The man in front of us is the top leader of the Demon Slayer Corps. What will he do with Nezuko? As the two watched nervously, Xia Feng touched Nezuko's little head again. Under the influence of Momotaro Mariko, Nezuko now has a very high favorability towards Xia Feng, second only to Tanjiro. Seeing this scene, Tanjiro and Kaneo felt complicated again. While patting Nezuko's head, Xia Feng smiled and said, such a cute child must not be a bad person, so what if he becomes a ghost? As he said that, he looked at Tanjiro. Tanjiro was stunned, not knowing why Xia Feng suddenly called him so seriously, and quickly stood at attention. Yes. Xia Feng said seriously, look, Nezuko and I get along so well, why don't you just marry Nezuko to me? Tanjiro. Kaneo. Chapter 38. Xia Feng's words stunned all three people in the room. Promise, betrothal. He was in a panic and in shock. No, Nezuko is still young, it's too early to choose a marriage partner now, and Nezuko can't speak now, so we can't ask for her opinion. That's not right. The most important thing is to turn Nezuko back into a human first. It was a rare opportunity for him to think so seriously that Tanjiro felt like smoke was coming out of his head. Seeing Tanjiro considering it so seriously, Xia Feng couldn't help but feel a little emotional. This guy is really a good person. Urokodaka didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This was the first time he had met a senior executive like Xia Feng. Under normal circumstances, those who can join the Demon Slayer Corps and become senior members are all people who have a deep hatred for demons. Therefore, when seeing a ghost, the first reaction is to kill it first. I didn't expect that there would be someone like Xia Feng who judges the goodness or badness of ghosts based on their appearance. But, Xia Feng's doing this made him feel relieved. At least, I don't have to betray the Demon Slayer Corps with Tanjiro. He said to Xia Feng, regarding Nezuko, I can guarantee that she has never eaten anyone in the past 2 years. Xia Feng nodded, I know. There is absolutely no resentment against her. This alone is enough to prove it. As he said that, he took out another Momotaro dumpling and handed it to Nezuko. Nezuko happily took it and started eating it in small bites. Seeing this, Tanjiro smiled with emotion again. He came up to Xia Feng and said, Mr. Xia Feng, can I ask how you make your dumplings? I'm willing to work like a slave to learn this craft. Xia Feng shrugged, I don't know either. This dumpling was given to me by a friend. He travels around the world and has no fixed place to stay. He may not be in Japan now. Tanjiro nodded in disappointment, is that so? Then next time he comes back, please help me ask him. Xia Feng hummed. Like Tanjiro, he also wanted to help Nezuko find suitable food. The reason is simple, feeding Nezuko is really healing. After Nezuko finished the second meatball, Xia Feng gave her the third one. This time, Nezuko shook her head. She squinted her eyes, rubbed her little head against Xia Feng, and then went back to the house to sleep. Xia Feng was a little surprised. Are you full? Tanjiro didn't understand either. He scratched his head and said, I think so. After confirming that Nezuko was asleep, Xia Feng began to examine Tanjiro. He used healing techniques to check Tanjiro's entire body. Looking at Xia Feng's examination method, Yuriko Taka was very curious. Before, he had also heard that there was a miracle doctor in Butterfly House who could easily determine the other person's injuries through contact, and he could also use a special breathing method to quickly heal wounds. To ordinary people, a fatal injury that is completely untreatable can be brought back from the brink of death in just a few minutes in Xia Feng's hands. Xia Feng took his hand off Tanjiro's shoulder. Tanjiro asked curiously, How is it, Mr. Xia Feng? It's okay, no big problem. I just exercised too much during my growth period, which caused some hidden injuries in my body. It's okay now, but when I get older, many side effects may appear. Xia Feng said. Hearing this, Urokodaka was not surprised at all. Which of these warriors is not like this? Excessive training in childhood will leave hidden injuries to some extent, and they will just have to suffer more when they are older. Without these exercises, it is still a question whether the warrior can live to see that day. Tanjiro touched his chest. From now on, will all my hidden injuries break out one by one? Does Mr. Yurokotaka's retirement have anything to do with these? Xia Feng thought about it, opened his small package, and took out some herbs from it. Since we will be a family sooner or later, I will find you some good stuff. Before you participate in the final selection, take these medicines according to the dosage I prescribed, and your hidden injuries will be mostly healed. Hearing this, Urokodaka came over to take a look. When he saw this, he almost popped his eyes out. He lives alone in the mountains and has some knowledge of pharmacology. Xia Feng took out these medicines, they are so perverted. Each one of them is the finest body-strengthening herb. If we take these medicines to the city and sell them, I'm sure they can turn a poor boy into a millionaire in an instant. He couldn't help but say, these medicines are too precious. Do you really want to use them for Tanjiro? Xia Feng shrugged, Yubayashiki Kaguya gave it to me before. I don't need it anyway, so it would be a waste to keep it. Sent by Yubayashiki Kaguya. These words echoed over and over in Yurokotaka's mind. My lord actually gave such precious herbs to Xia Feng. He is so generous. And Xia Feng was actually given to Tanjiro, which is even more difficult to understand. Could it be that he really fell in love with Nezuko at first sight and decided that Tanjiro was his brother-in-law? Yurokotaka rolled his eyes in his heart. If he believed it, he would be a fool. After hearing the conversation between the two, even if Tanjiro didn't understand the value of these herbs, he could roughly guess it. He quickly waved his hands, I absolutely cannot accept such a precious thing. Although I appreciate your kindness, Mr. Xia Feng, I really can't accept it. Xia Feng glanced at him and said, don't you want to avenge your family? Kibutsuji Musen treats Nezuko like this, and you don't mind. Tanjiro was stunned, but this. Alright, stop talking so much. Nezuko is more decisive than you. Xia Feng waved his hand and interrupted him, besides, didn't I tell you that we are all family sooner or later? Why are you being so polite? Tanjiro. Does he really think of himself as his uncle? Although Mr. Xia Feng is a very good senior, but, in a sense, he is really a bit scary. Although he was very conflicted, since Xia Feng said so, Tanjiro had no choice but to accept it. This is for himself, for Nezuko, and at the same time, to repay good people like Master and Mr. Xia Feng. And in Xia Feng's ears, a system prompt sounded. Chapter 39. Xia Feng heard a system prompt sound. Gain Urokadakase Kanji's favorability, level recognition, and a chance to win a silver card. Gain Kamatu Tanjiru's favorability, level of respect, and a chance to win a gold card prize. Seeing Tanjiru's reward, Xia Feng was slightly stunned. As expected of the protagonist, he was given a gold card directly. For the sake of this gold card, give this brother-in-law more benefits in the future. While thinking, Xia Feng gave Tanjiru a kind smile. Seeing Xia Feng's smile, Tanjiru felt cold all over. He quickly thought about whether he had offended Xia Feng in some way. If so, he had to apologize quickly, otherwise he would not see the sunrise tomorrow morning. After dinner, as it was getting dark, Ling Long arranged accommodation for Xia Feng and the other person. His house was not big, with only 3 rooms, and 1 room had been given to Nezuko, so there were only 2 left. Urokadaka thought for a moment and said, "How about Tanjiru and I share a room, Xia Feng shares a room and Luoluo and Nezuko share a room." Xia Feng is totally fine, but Tanjiru is a little worried. Although Nezuko has not attacked anyone in the past 2 years, in fact, she has not had any contact with anyone except herself and her master in the past 2 years. What if Nezuko accidentally attacks Tsuyuri Kanawo, things will be disastrous. As if sensing his thoughts, Kaneo smiled and said, "Ms. Nezuko needs to rest. I'd better not disturb her." Hearing this, Tanjiru felt relieved, but also a little ashamed. "I've caused trouble to others again." Xia Feng thought about it and said, "How about I share a room with Nezuko and Kaneo in another room?" Kaneo. Tanjiru. Please don't pollute the hearts of children anymore. Urokotaka complained helplessly, "In that case, how about Xia Feng and you sharing a room with us, while Nezuko and Luoluo have their own rooms, how about that?" Xia Feng was a little desperate, "Do I have to sleep in the same room with 2 grown men?" He looked around the room. It wasn't very big. If 3 people slept together, they would basically be sitting around the fire pit, with their heads touching and their feet touching. So horrible. Even the middle school dormitory isn't that cruel. If it were 2 girls, Xia Feng would naturally agree with both hands, but for 2 men, forget it. Urokotaki. Is it really okay for such a person to become a high-ranking member of the Demon Slayer Corps? My lord, do you really not need to think about it again? The calm and mature old man couldn't help but make a series of complaints in his heart at this moment. Kaneo walked to Xia Feng and pulled the corner of Xia Feng's clothes. Xia Feng turned around and looked. Kaneo whispered, "If Mr. Xia Feng doesn't mind, you can share a room with me." Xia Feng suddenly realized. Isn't this also a solution? As long as you hang a curtain between the 2 of you, there will be no problem. After all, my current body is only about 15 or 16 years old, and Kaneo is only 16, they are still children, there is nothing to avoid. Thinking of this, Xia Feng's eyes twitched. At this age, are you really still a child? I always feel like if I agree, I'll seem a bit perverted. He looked at Kaneo. Seeing that Xia Feng hadn't spoken, a hint of helplessness flashed in Kaneo's eyes. Maybe I feel I am being disliked. Xia Feng hurriedly said, "No problem. It's settled." Hearing this, Kaneo was slightly stunned. Then she smiled sweetly at Xia Feng, "Okay, I'll make the bed right away." As she said that, she went straight into the next room. Urokotaka watched this scene, stunned behind his mask. What's wrong with today's young people? Tanjiru didn't react much. Their brothers and sisters, as well as their parents, often sleep together. They can also listen to their parents tell stories before going to bed. How nice! Before going to bed, Tanjiru boiled the herbs according to Xia Feng's instructions and drank it. Tanjiru was startled when the medicine fell into his stomach. A wonderful feeling rose throughout his body. He found that he began to feel numb and itchy all over his body. Especially in places that usually feel uncomfortable, places where joints have been injured, or places where movements are unnatural, the numbness and itching sensation is the strongest. After a while, the numbness and itching were slightly relieved. Tanjiro ran outside the house and stretched his body a little. He was surprised to find that his body felt much lighter and his previous difficulty in moving began to ease. Excited, he thanked Xia Feng again in his heart. Now his fighting power has reached a new level. In the room, Urokotake watched this scene with a smile on his face. That night, Xia Feng took a bath in a large wooden tub and returned to the room wearing a bathrobe. Although he traveled to an era where technology was not so advanced, he still retained his habit of taking a bath regularly. Under normal circumstances, he would definitely relax himself after taking a shower and take off his clothes before going to bed. But today, he still obediently put on his clothes and went to bed. Soon, Kaneo also came in wearing a yukata. Her hair was a little wet, probably because she had taken a shower. Kaneo closed the door gently. Xia Feng lay on the mat and swallowed. I always feel that the atmosphere is a bit weird. He closed his eyes and began to silently recite that Kaneo was still a child. Mr. Xia Feng. Before he could finish a few words, he heard Kaneo's soft call. Xia Feng narrowed his eyes and pretended to be about to fall asleep. What's wrong? Kaneo knelt quietly on her bed, looking at Xia Feng. Mr. Xia Feng, do you like girls who are like younger sisters? Xia Feng felt an arrow suddenly fly over and pierce his knee. Although he has a little sister complex, it shouldn't be too excessive, right? Kaneo actually saw it right away? Horrible. Although he felt a little ashamed, he still chose to be honest. Indeed, I like it a little bit. Seeing Xia Feng admit it so openly, Kaneo felt a little emotional. After thinking for a while, she smiled and said, Brother Xia Feng. Xia Feng opened his eyes and sat up. He looked at Kaneo in surprise. What did you call me just now? Kaneo smiled and said, Brother Xia Feng likes girls who are younger than his sister, but Miss Nezuko can't go back to the butterfly house with us, so I can call Brother Xia Feng like this to make Brother Xia Feng happy. Chapter 40. Xia Feng stared at Kaneo in amazement. To be honest, Kaneo's call just now did make his heart beat for a while. Originally, Kaneo was very cute, the kind of otherworldly girl who seemed to have walked out of a fairy tale. Who can resist when such a cute girl calls you brother? Wasn't there a certain fantasy master who always used strange fire to make lotus flowers, also conquered by a girl who called him brother? Under Kaneo's gaze, Xia Feng lifted the quilt, stood up, and walked in front of her. Xia Feng climbed up and sat down next to Kaneo's bed. He smiled and looked at Kaneo. Kaneo blinked, wondering why Xia Feng came over suddenly. Kaneo, I'm glad you care about me so much. But I hope you can get along with people in the way that you feel most comfortable and like most. I do like Nezuko, I like girls who are like younger sisters, but that doesn't mean you have to become like her. You are Kaneo, the serious, down-to-earth Kaneo who is willing to work hard to become stronger in order to repay Shinobu's love for you. I like this kind of Kaneo too. Xia Feng looked at Kaneo and said seriously. After hearing Xia Feng's words, Kaneo was stunned for a long time. Then, a blush appeared on the little face. She nodded vigorously, I. As soon as she opened her mouth, Xia Feng smiled again, of course, if one day you want to change yourself and want to live a different life than before, I will support you. People are not NPCs, how can they have the same personality for their entire lives? Everyone can change. As long as the reason for the change is based on your needs and your ideas, then it is good. If one day you really think I'm particularly attractive, and make you feel safe, and want to treat me as your brother, then call me like this again, I will be so happy that I will fly. Hearing this, Kaneo chuckled. If that's the case, I might never be able to shout out in my entire life, she said with a smile. Xia Feng. For a moment, he seemed to hear the sound of his own heart breaking. My image is obviously pretty good, why is it so bad in Kanao's eyes? This must be the world's fault. Xia Feng sentenced the world sadly and heavily. Because of Kanao's words, Xia Feng, with a heavy heart, went back to bed and went to sleep. However, just as he lay down, he heard the sound of movement behind him. A small body crawled into the quilt, lay behind him, and hugged him gently. At the same time, the system prompt sounded. Tsuyuri Kanawo's favorability is improved, the relationship is upgraded, and a diamond lottery is awarded. Xia Feng took a deep breath, his whole body tense like a stone. Without looking back, he knew it was Kanao behind him. He wanted to move, but his whole body felt like an old, dilapidated machine, making a harsh sound of rust. What should I do about this? As if he could sense Xia Feng's mood, Kanao was originally very nervous, but now he felt much better. Maybe this is the confidence that contrast brings? She put her little head close to Xia Feng's neck. Mr. Xia Feng, please have a good sleep. The weather is cold. It will be warmer if we sleep together. Hearing Kanao's voice, Xia Feng slowly calmed down. He turned around and tapped Kanao lightly on the forehead. Kanao suddenly tensed up like he had just now. Xia Feng smiled and patted her on the back. Go to sleep. You are still young now. When you grow up, we can look forward to what will happen next. Hearing this, Kanao pursed his lips and gently nudged Xia Feng with his head. Not long after, the two fell asleep together. The next morning, Xia Feng got up, washed, went to the open space in front of the house, and started practicing sword. Kanao got up earlier than him, but because he was too shy, he didn't know where he went. Originally, Xia Feng wanted to practice with Yuro Kotake, but Yuro Kotake had to make breakfast, so Xia Feng didn't disturb him. Xia Feng had just practiced a few times when he saw Tanjiro also coming out with a sword. Seeing Xia Feng, Tanjiro was a little surprised. Mr. Xia Feng, have you started practicing so early? Xia Feng smiled and said, there are often seriously injured people in Butterfly House, and they are sent here at any time, so my schedule is not very stable. I get up when I have had enough sleep, and go to bed when I am sleepy. You, on the other hand, got up early enough. Tanjiro scratched his hair and chuckled, actually, I should have practiced earlier, but master said that the final selection is not far away, so it's best not to do excessive training that will overdraw your physical strength, so I was a little lazy. Xia Feng nodded. After thinking for a while, he waved to Tanjiro. That's great. I'm in need of a sparring partner. You can come and try. Me? Tanjiro was a little surprised, can I? No problem. Xia Feng said as he changed his wooden sword. Seeing Xia Feng's actions, Tanjiro suddenly remembered the boy in the mask. If it weren't for Sabato, I might not have been able to qualify for the final selection until now. Thinking of this, Tanjiro took a deep breath. He didn't ask Xia Feng childish questions like why use a wooden sword. After gathering his breath, he attacked without hesitation. Water breathing, Form 4, hit the tide. He moved his feet and rushed directly towards Xia Feng. On the blade, blue and white waves rolled and condensed into a sharp water blade. Xia Feng nodded slightly. Tanjiro's water breathing was very well performed and looked quite pleasing to the eye. He didn't move, waiting until Tanjiro was close enough to him, when suddenly golden lightning appeared under his feet. Sizzle! His whole body drew a tortuous electric path, bypassed Tanjiro, and tapped him lightly from behind. Tanjiro's attack was completely broken at once, and he almost tripped to the ground. Although he was surprised, Tanjiro did not forget to continue fighting. He took advantage of the shaking of his body and rolled over. Water breathing, second form, water wheel. Facing Tanjiro's upward knife, Xia Feng did not dodge but chopped directly downward. Breathing of flowers form 4, red flower dress. Waves and colors splash out. Chapter 41. Flower breathing is a breathing method derived from water breathing. There are many similarities between the two types of breathing. Xia Feng watched Tanjiru's moves intently. He wanted to study what parts of water breathing could be used to strengthen flower breathing. For him, flower breathing alone is not a very important ability. No matter other breathing methods or new skills that may be drawn in the future, they are no worse than flower breathing. The reason for doing this is mainly to help Kaneo increase his trump cards. Of course, he didn't let Tanjiro be his sparring partner for nothing. Every time he attacked Tanjiro, he targeted the weaknesses in Tanjiro's moves and the positions that he didn't master well. As long as Tanjiro is not stupid, he will be able to realize his biggest problem from the sparring. If these problems can be corrected, Tanjiro's strength will improve by leaps and bounds. After the two exchanged more than 20 moves, Xia Feng deliberately exposed a flaw, allowing Tanjiro to force him to retreat. The level of water released is equivalent to that of the Pacific Ocean. Yes, in just a short while you have forced me to retreat, he said. Tanjiro looked at his knife with some excitement, then bowed sharply to Xia Feng. Thank you for your guidance. Xia Feng looked at Tanjiro happily. Although he is about the same age as Tanjiro physically, he is also an old guy in his 30s in terms of mental age. He could not help but feel a sense of affection for a sincere, polite, and sensible child like Tanjiro. Just then, Urokodaka's voice rang out. Tanjiro, don't be proud, it's Xia Feng who's letting you. Xia Feng and Tanjiro turned their heads and saw Urokodaka came out of the house. He still had the red Tengu mask on his face. Xia Feng suddenly wished that he could have a X-ray vision to see what was behind the mask. Thinking of this, he suddenly realized that he had a huge sum of money on him. A silver card, a gold card, and a diamond reward. Why not grab them quickly and save them for the new year? He directly drew the silver card first. Drawing. Success. Congratulations on winning the silver item random burning lighter. Any burning lighter can be ignited in any environment, including extreme environments such as oxygen-free and underwater. There was an extra lighter in Xia Feng's hand. He casually put it in his windbreaker pocket. As a good man who doesn't smoke and doesn't practice flame alchemy, he didn't know what the lighter was for a while. Then, I drew the golden reward again. Drawing. Success. Congratulations on winning the golden item storage space. Storage space, create a portable space where you can take out and put items, with a volume of 3 cubic meters. This reward made Xia Feng very excited. Everyone has a worry when they go out, and that is the luggage they carry with them. With a portable space, you can say goodbye to this worry in your future life. The last one is the diamond lottery. Drawing. Success. Congratulations on obtaining the diamond skill etherealization. Etherealization can temporarily isolate oneself from reality, ignore any attacks, and pass through obstacles. Maximum duration is 5 seconds, cooldown time is 1 minute, and consumes a certain amount of physical strength when used. Xia Feng's eyes suddenly widened. Virtualization. In Naruto, Obito's ability. Although it can't last for 5 minutes like Obito, it is still powerful enough. Not to mention 5 seconds, even 1 second is enough to decide the outcome of a duel between masters. Made a profit. What a great profit! Although it was a pity that she didn't get the ability of perspective and couldn't see Urokodaka, Xia Feng was already completely satisfied. Urokodaka walked slowly in front of him. I just watched for a while. Xia Feng, besides instructing Tanjiro, you should also be planning to learn the water breathing, right? Xia Feng nodded, yes. There is no need to cover up this kind of thing, and it is not a strange thing. Urokodaka said, in that case, I will demonstrate it myself, as a small way of repaying the favor of the medicinal materials. Xia Feng smiled slightly, okay. He threw away the wooden sword and drew the Nichiren blades from his waist. Urokotake also drew out the Nichiren blades, moved his feet, and rushed towards Xia Feng. Like Tanjiro, his opening move is also the fourth form, hitting tide. However, the power of the wave is much greater than Tanjiro's. Xia Feng's eyes lit up, and he swung his sword with a cold glow. Breathing of flowers, sixth form, Uzumo. The blade rolled up several blue lights, and blue petals were flying in the light. The waves and petals swept together, and the entire open space was shrouded in two colors of sword intent. Xia Feng did not use any special abilities, but only relied on swordsmanship and breathing techniques to fight Urokodake. Although his swordsmanship is at the gold level, there is still a gap compared to Urokotake, a veteran who has been immersed in swordsmanship for decades. It is this gap that allows Xia Feng to absorb nutrients faster and go further. At the same time, Urokotake also deliberately showed Xia Feng some key tips of water breathing. After discovering Urokodake's intention, Xia Feng turned on bullet time from time to time and carefully studied Urokodake's swordsmanship. Because it was not a life and death battle, Xia Feng started to modify his swordsmanship as the fight went on. He recalled the sun-breathing doll he had fought before, and integrated some of the sword techniques in it into his current swordsmanship. At the beginning, the fusion was a bit awkward and Urokodake almost cut him by mistake. Then, Urokotake discovered Xia Feng's purpose and couldn't help laughing. This kid actually used himself as a test bed to practice new swordsmanship. As they were fighting, Xia Feng suddenly said, "Tanjiro, watch my swordplay carefully and see if you can learn anything." Hearing this, Tanjiro hurriedly focused more. Urokodake felt a little strange. Although Xia Feng's sword moves were very sophisticated, he didn't know what they were because they were integrated with other sword techniques. Why must Tanjiro see it? After playing for a while, Xia Feng felt a little tired because he had used bullet time too many times, so he raised his hand to stop. This kind of confrontation does not necessarily involve a fight to the death, so there is no need to be too serious about it. Otherwise, with all his messy abilities, they might not be worse than Urokodake's. Urokotake felt a little emotional. Xia Feng looks to be only 15 or 16 years old this year. In another 10 years, what height will he reach? I can't imagine it. Seeing the two finish their training, Tanjiro brought them some water. Whether it was Urokotake or Xia Feng, the fighting power they displayed was stronger than he could ever imagine. Especially, the swordsmanship that Xia Feng just displayed. I always feel like I've seen something similar somewhere. Chapter 42. As he was thinking, Tanjiro was suddenly startled. Xia Feng's sword movement is actually a bit like the Kagura dance that his father used to dance. The god of fire Kagura. The more he thought about it, the more surprised Tanjiro felt. He recalled the entire set of the fire god Kagura that his father had danced to. This dance can actually form a complete set of swordsmanship. Moreover, it is very powerful. If I can organize this set of swordsmanship, it will probably not be weaker than water breathing. Who is my father? Why does he master such powerful swordsmanship? Thinking of this, Tanjiro couldn't help but look at Xia Feng. Mr. Xia Feng, your swordsmanship just now reminded me of a set of Kagura dance that my father taught me. Xia Feng nodded. As expected, sun breathing has a lot to do with fire god Kagura. Tanjiro asked tentatively, Mr. Xia Feng, how do you know that I can see something from your swordsmanship? Do you know my father? Xia Feng laughed, how is that possible? Do I look that old? I asked you to concentrate because my intuition tells me that you and this sword technique are somehow connected, so I want you to feel it. Hearing this, Urokotake was a little surprised. Xia Feng actually has such a special ability? Xia Feng collected the Nichiren blades and said to Tanjiro, if you have time, organize today's gains and find an opportunity to spar with each other in the future. Xia Feng is well aware of Tanjiro's potential. Don't underestimate him now. It won't be long before he becomes a real pillar-level warrior. I am fully qualified to use the word exchange ideas. A blush appeared on Tanjiru's face. He didn't expect that Xia Feng would take him so seriously. He also planned to find an opportunity to compete with him again in the future. Yes. I will try my best. Tanjiru said loudly. After breakfast, Xia Feng took Kaneo with him and found a place that would not disturb Urokodaki and Tanjiru. He taught Kaneo some improved sword techniques of flower breathing that he had just realized through sparring. Xia Feng teaches attentively, and Kaneo learns even more attentively. For her, being with Xia Feng is a happy time in itself. While being together, she can also practice swordsmanship, which is a double happiness. Anyone who thought of the above paragraph for nothing should be dragged out and beaten to death. In this state, Kaneo learned very quickly, and before long, he had fully understood Xia Feng's meaning. Because of this, Kaneo felt even more emotional. Breathing of flowers is also a breathing method with a long tradition. After generations of supplements, the perfection of flower breathing is not inferior to the 5 basic breathings. Unexpectedly, Xia Feng could make further improvements on this basis. What kind of talent is this? As she was thinking, she suddenly noticed that Xia Feng was looking to the side. Is Xia Mountain so lively today? Xia Feng was a little surprised. In the direction he was looking, a figure was slowly walking towards him. This is a young man wearing the Demon Slayer Corps uniform and a haori with different patterns on the left and right sides over the uniform. The left half is a yellow-green checkered pattern, while the right half is ordinary dark red. His expression was serious and calm. Although it was the first time she saw it, Xia Feng recognized it at a glance because of its unique look. Water column, Tomioka Jiyu. When I first saw him, Xia Feng always thought his name was Togashi Jiyu. Seeing Xia Feng, Tomioka Jiyu was a little confused. May I ask, who are you two? Xia Feng sheathed the Nichiren blades. My name is Xia Feng, I am a medical staff member of Butterfly House. I came to Sagariyama to help with the physical examination of the players participating in the final selection this year. This is Tsuyuri Kanawo, from Butterfly House like me. Hearing Xia Feng's words, Tomioka Jiyu's pupil shrank. Xia Feng. Special advisor. He was very surprised. He didn't expect to see Xia Feng in person shortly after receiving the message. Then, his eye twitched. Wait, what did this person just introduce himself to? Medical staff? Amazing medical staff. You are a pillar-level senior executive, but when you introduced yourself, you didn't mention your main identity, but called yourself a medical staff? Is it poisonous? He moved his lips, wanting to complain, but in the end he said nothing. It's really difficult to let someone with his personality complain. After a few seconds of silence, he spoke, I'm Tomioka Jiyu. After saying that, the air fell silent again. Xia Feng couldn't help but sucking her teeth. Although he knew what kind of personality Tomioka Jiyu had before, he still admired her a little when he actually met her. This talent for making the audience feel cold is really maxed out. He was just about to chat about something when he heard Tomioka Jiyu say, Have you met Tanjiru? Xia Feng nodded, I have seen it. Tomioka Jiyu showed a hint of hesitation, and then asked, Besides him and Mr. Urokodaki, did you see anyone else? Hearing this, Xia Feng raised the corner of his mouth. You mean Nezuko? Tomioka Jiyu was slightly stunned, you really found her? That's right, you can fight Shinazugawa Sanamai. It's not difficult for you to find a ghost with this strength. He frowned, and after some struggle, he spoke. Historically, every special advisor has been a man of great talent, so you must know more than I do. I want to know, what do you think of Nezuko? When he asked this question, he looked a little confused. It seems that he has thought about this problem more than once. Hearing this, Xia Feng found it quite interesting. Unexpectedly, Tomioka Jiyu has been struggling with this matter? But think about it, almost every member of the Demon Slayer Corps has family members who died at the hands of demons. It would be strange if you didn't feel conflicted, right? But, there's no point in asking others about this. If you really want to know what you think, you have to ask yourself. Thinking of this, a hint of evil humor suddenly flashed through his mind. He looked at Tomioka Jiyu and said slowly, "It was just a ghost. I killed it." Hearing this, Tomioka Jiyu's eyes widened. The look he gave Xia Feng was full of shock. "You, what did you say?" Xia Feng shrugged, "I said I killed the ghost, what's wrong with that?" Tomioka Jiyu was incredulous, "How could you do this? Didn't Tanjiro react? Didn't the teacher react?" Xia Feng laughed and said, "An old man and a young boy can't stop me. They are still lying in the house now. There is absolutely nothing wrong with what he said." It had been some time since he and Kaneo came out. At this moment, Urokodaka should be taking a nap. As for Tanjiro, he must have been exhausted from training and started to rest and recover. They were both lying down. Tomioka Jiyu's expression was extremely gloomy. "You're too judgmental. Have you ever thought that Nezuko might be a harmless ghost?" Xia Feng laughed and said, "Who has time to think about that?" Tomioka Jiyu took a deep breath. "You are already sick." His face was cold as he drew out the Nichiren blades. "My lord, you must have made a mistake to allow someone like you to sit in such a position." Chapter 43. Tomioka Jiyu's eyes always seemed to remain calm and rational. But at this moment, there was only anger. Under Xia Feng's gaze, he drew out the Nichiren blades and rushed straight over. Xia Feng grinned and drew his sword to meet him. Clang clang clang! The two blades collided several times in an instant, and large amounts of dazzling sparks exploded in the dim mountain woods. The two men pulled back at the same time, one with a look of anger on his face, the other looking quite happy. Xia Feng held the knife and felt very happy. Being a swordsman is a profession that requires youth. Compared to Tomioka Jiyu, Urokodaki is too old and Tanjiro is too young. Tomioka Jiyu at this time is 21 years old. Regardless of experience, swordsmanship, or strength, he is the strongest user of water breathing in the world today. If Tanjiro's breathing of water is a trickle, Urokodaka's breathing of water is a rolling river. Tomioka Jiyu's breath is the violent waves. There was almost no time to adjust before Tomioka Jiyu attacked again. His eyes were wide open, like an evil demon, he held the knife in both hands and slashed fiercely. Following his sword, the waves rolled and surged, as if a tsunami was following behind him. Xia Feng smiled happily. As expected, a creature like a swordsman can only launch the strongest attack with hatred. Tomioka Jiyu's sword can cut through metal. He shook his wrist, and the sword light formed several rays of light. Insect-breathing dance of dragonflies, hexagonal compound eyes. Ding 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 ding. The two swords were like two torrential rains falling towards each other. Tomioka Jiyu was a little surprised. He didn't expect that Xia Feng could use insect breathing, a sword technique that relies purely on speed and skill, so powerfully. And Xia Feng was also somewhat amazed that Tomioka Jiyu could actually perform such a gentle technique as water breathing at such a speed. Kaneo stood aside, completely fascinated. Nezuko was lying peacefully at home, how could she have died? Is Xia Feng deliberately provoking the water column? Although he didn't know what Xia Feng's plan was, since Xia Feng was having fun, Kaneo didn't think too much about it. She stood not far away, smiling, watching the two men fight. The sword energy that came from time to time was also easily dodged by her. The intense and fierce battle caused Tomioka Jiyu's physical strength to drop rapidly. He decided to put all his strength into it and end the battle quickly. He wanted to subdue Xia Feng, and then take Xia Feng to the headquarters to report Xia Feng's crimes. He exerted force with both hands. Water-breathing seventh form, Shizuku Ripple Strike. A sword stabbed out like lightning. As the sword was struck, some inaudible sound seemed to be heard in the air. This sword was faster than the sound. Circles of blue water waves spread out layer by layer. It's obviously water breathing, but it's several times faster than the lightning breathing used by Kaigaku. Xia Feng had no chance to move further and was pierced directly through the chest by the sword. Kaneo was stunned. She widened her eyes, took a deep breath, and directly reached out and pressed on the hilt of the knife. However, Tomioka Jiyuo looked suspicious. He looked at Xia Feng in front of him in disbelief. Whether it was the aura or something else, it clearly showed that Xia Feng was standing in front of him. But, his sword didn't hit anything. Why? Tomioka Jiyuo was not good at using his brain, and when he saw this scene that was completely beyond common sense, his brain almost crashed. As Tomioka Jiyuo's blade slashed across his body, Xia Feng released his incorporeality. He swung his sword violently from bottom to top. He deliberately let Tomioka Jiyuo get close to him, just to force him to use the 11th form of the water-breathing, Nagi. Xia Feng is very interested in this trick. Tomioka Jiyuo tilted his head back subconsciously, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. He adjusted his breathing, preparing to use Nagi to dissolve Xia Feng's sword. Just then, a voice came from afar. Mr. Xia Feng. Ms. Kaneo. Are you guys here? It's time to eat. Xia Feng and Tomioka Jiyuo's movements are frozen at the same time. Tomioka Jiyuo had a blank expression on his face, his upper body leaning back, lost in thought. Is this Tanjiro's voice? He asked. Xia Feng didn't answer him. He moved his wrist, and the sword turned over and was put into the sheath. It's time to eat, no more fighting. As he said this, he walked towards the direction where the sound came from. Tomioka Jiyuo straightened up, blinking, looking confused. Tanjiro ran over and saw Xia Feng, smiling happily. I found you. Hurry up, the porridge will get cold soon. Xia Feng nodded and looked at Kaneo. Let's go, Kaneo. Kaneo nodded obediently and followed Xia Feng. Tomioka Jiyuo stood there quietly. In the cold wind, he felt like he had been forgotten by the world. Fortunately, Tanjiro noticed in time that there was another person present. He was a little surprised. You are Mr. Tomioka, who directed me to find Mr. Urokodaki. Tomioka Jiyuo watched Tanjiro from a distance. After a few seconds, he spoke, I'm Tomioka Jiyuo. I know. Tanjiro thought expressionlessly. After another moment of silence, Tomioka Jiyuo said, about your sister. Hearing this, Tanjiro's eyes lit up and he suddenly became happy. After Nezuko came here, she has been sleeping and not eating. I was worried about her. Fortunately, Mr. Xia Feng found food that Nezuko can eat, which really made me feel relieved. Listening to Tanjiro's rambling, Tomioka Jiyuo became confused again. Etc. Wait. He looked at Xia Feng in confusion. Wasn't Nezuko killed by Xia Feng? Looking at Tomioka Jiyuo's expression, Xia Feng gave a kind smile. Look, now you don't have to ask me what I think of Nezuko. You're willing to draw your sword against me for Nezuko, so why are you still hesitating? You obviously like Tanjiro and Nezuko very much, too. After saying that, he turned around and walked slowly towards the house. Tomioka Jiyuo was silent for a while, and finally understood. Xia Feng did not kill Nezuko, nor did he do anything to the teacher and Tanjiro. He was just using a unique method to help himself sort out his worries and eliminate his doubts. Therefore, my passionate words just now sounded like those of a fool. Thinking of this, Tomioka Jiyuo suddenly wanted to die. Chapter 44. After a while, they returned to the Urokodaki family together. Urokodaki was placing dishes on the table. When he heard someone coming back, he looked towards the door. Seeing the person behind Xia Feng, he exclaimed. What? Tomioka Jiyu nodded, "Teacher. Why did you suddenly think of this old man?" Yuro Kotaka said as he added another set of tableware. Tomioka was silent for a few seconds, then said, "I finished my mission and passed by here, so I came up the mountain to take a look." Seeing Yuro Kotaka's look, he naturally understood that he had been completely fooled by Xia Feng before. If Xia Feng really did something so outrageous, would Urokita still be so polite? At Urokadaka's invitation, several people sat around the small table. Tomioka Jiyu didn't dare to sit next to Feng. Whenever he saw Xia Feng now, he felt uncomfortable all over, as if he owed Xia Feng money. At this moment, the paper door next to it was opened. Nezuko's little head appeared inside. She looked around the room. When she saw Xia Feng, her eyes lit up. Then, he narrowed his eyes, showed a happy expression, and walked to Xia Feng. Under Tanjiro's tearful gaze, Nezuko lay limply on Xia Feng's back. Yuro Kotaka couldn't help but sigh, Nezuko really likes Xia Feng. Tomioka Jiyu looked surprised. 2 years ago, he had seen how crazy Nezuko could be. How could Nezuko, who always wanted to fight with me, be so close to someone other than Tanjiro? Xia Feng was also a little amused. He thought that Momotaro dumplings had a time limit and would be normal after the time was up. But given the current situation, has this lasted too long? Could it be that this ball is permanent? If I give Kibutsuji Musen a few meatballs, will I be able to control the ghost tribe? Imagining that scene, Xia Feng felt a little disgusted. He turned his head and looked at Nezuko who was lying on his shoulder. I don't know if it's because she became a ghost, but Nezuko's skin is very white, which makes Xia Feng particularly want to touch it. As if she noticed Xia Feng was looking at her, Nezuko opened her eyes and let out a cute hum. Xia Feng couldn't help but hold his chest. Oh no, I'm going to be killed by cuteness. He took out the Momotaro dumplings and gave them to Nezuko. Nezuko smelled them, ate one, and then stopped eating. Xia Feng estimated that there might be a lot of energy in the Momotaro meatballs, and Nezuko couldn't digest it, so she wouldn't eat too much. Since Nezuko was willing to lie here, Xia Feng naturally had no objection. Given his physique, Nezuko's weight is nothing. He just kept carrying Nezuko on his back and continued eating. Tanjiro didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Xia Feng and Nezuko now really look like a couple in love. The premise is that Nezuko does this with human thinking, rather than being in the state of a ghost and relying on instinct to get close to Xia Feng. As a brother, he absolutely cannot let his sister get married while she is a ghost. Tanjiro was inexplicably aroused. After finishing the meal, Xia Feng wanted to tell Nezuko that he would go downstairs for a while. When I turned around, I found that Nezuko had fallen asleep again. He shook his head in amusement and looked at Tanjiro. Tanjiro, come and help me move Nezuko down. I can't reach behind my back. Tanjiro hurried over to help. After removing Nezuko from his back and sending her to bed, Xia Feng walked to the yard and sat under the eaves to enjoy the breeze. Kaneo was under a tree not far away, concentrating on practicing the swordsmanship that Xia Feng had taught her before. This scene made Xia Feng feel as if he had returned to the butterfly house. I've only been out for a short while. I already feel like going back. It turns out that I can't change my otaku nature. He narrowed his eyes and propped himself up with his hands. The cool breeze lifted his spirits. At this time, footsteps came from behind. Xia Feng didn't even need to look back to know it was Tomioka Jiyu. Tomioka Jiyu walked over to Xia Feng and sat down. Unlike Xia Feng's lazy posture, he was sitting in a standard kneeling position. Tomioka Jiyu knelt there quietly without saying a word. He was not in a hurry, and Xia Feng was even less anxious than him. After about 2 minutes, Tomioka Jiyu suddenly spoke. Thanks. Xia Feng raised the corner of his mouth but said nothing. Tomioka Jiyu continued, You are a good person. Xia Feng. He turned his head and looked at Tomioka Jiyu with shocked eyes. What's wrong with this grandson? Why does he say such vicious words as soon as he opens his mouth? Tomioka Jiuhu didn't notice Xia Feng's reaction, so he didn't dare to look at Xia Feng. He knelt upright, looked straight ahead, and continued to speak to himself. Also, I'm sorry, what I said before was so stupid. You are indeed a wise man, worthy of carrying everything you have. Xia Feng's eyes twitched. You are wise, and your whole family is wise. Just as he was complaining in his heart, Tomioka Jiuhu suddenly stood up, scaring him. As Xia Feng watched in amazement, Tomioka Jiuhu drew his knife. Xia Feng wondered, is Tomioka Jiuhu going to commit seppuku? Tomioka Jiuhu looked at Xia Feng seriously. Mr. Xia Feng, I never collect property, so I have nothing to apologize for my crime. The only thing I have is my not-so-strong swordsmanship. I have a kata of my own creation, I call it water-breathing, 11th form, Nagi. I heard from Urokodaka-sensei that you are learning from various breathing methods and using them as a reference, so I hope to teach you this move as a token of my apology. Hearing this, Xia Feng's eyes lit up. If you had talked about this earlier, wouldn't I be less sleepy? He stood up immediately. What are you waiting for? Come on. Xia Feng's reaction made Tomioka Jiuhu a little uncomfortable. Logically speaking, shouldn't Xia Feng have refused at first, then given in reluctantly, and finally learned this trick? However, Xia Feng's reaction made him feel relieved. It would be really fatal to ask him to practice Tai Chi with others. He raised the knife and began to practice breathing techniques. A reminder sounded in Xia Feng's ears. Gain Tomioka Jiuhu's favorability, level of respect, and a gold card lottery. Xia Feng was slightly stunned. Unexpectedly, the first contribution Tomioka Jiuhu gave him was a gold card. Sure enough, once simple people recognize others, the level of recognition will be higher. But because of this, it is more difficult to gain the approval of simple people. This kind of person will not flatter, and will clearly distinguish between what he likes and what he hates. Under Tomioka Jiuhu's gaze, Xia Feng drew his sword without hesitation. Only when he makes a move can Tomioka Jiuhu show the Nagi move. Chapter 45. On the third day after Tomioka Jiuhu arrived, Xia Feng and Kaneo said goodbye to Urokodaki. Knowing that Xia Feng was leaving, Tanjiro felt very lost. Although Xia Feng is his leader and senior, he is also the only person of similar age he has met in the past 2 years. Before this, the only person he could communicate with was Urokodaki. Nezuko had been sleeping, and it was Xia Feng's arrival that woke her up. Thinking of this, Tanjiro's eyes twitched suddenly. He remembered what Xia Feng had said, asking him to marry Nezuko to him. This senior, sometimes it really leaves people speechless. He shook his head in amusement and followed Urokodaka to the door of the house. Xia Feng and Kaneo have packed their luggage and are ready to leave. Mr. Xia Feng. Goodbye. Tanjiro waved at Xia Feng and said. Looking at Xia Feng's figure in the morning sun, Tanjiro's eyes were a little red. I don't know when we will meet next time. Hearing Tanjiro's voice, Xia Feng glanced at him. Then, he showed an expression that seemed like a smile. It's okay, we'll see each other again soon. Tanjiro was stunned. What does Xia Feng mean? Does that mean that after I join the Demon Slayer Corps, I will have the chance to see him again? At this moment, Urokodaka suddenly turned around and looked into the house. Nezuko stood in the room, looking at Xia Feng through the door. Nezuko made cute purring sounds towards Xia Feng. Looking at Nezuko's cute appearance, Xia Feng was healed again. That's great, Nezuko. You're an angel. He waved his hand at Nezuko. Nezuko, get some sleep to replenish your energy. Next time I come, I'll find you something delicious. Nezuko held her 2 small hands in front of her chest, in a cheering gesture. Xia Feng now has only one thought in mind, which is AWSL. After finally getting out of Nezuko's trap, Xia Feng and Kaneo headed back. Not long after, the two returned to the butterfly house. After arriving at the butterfly house, Xia Feng went to the treatment room first as usual. Seeing Xia Feng coming back, all the medical staff in the treatment room stood up consciously and looked at him respectfully. "Hey, what's the matter? Are you all free?" Xia Feng walked around the room and saw that there were not many wounded, and most of them were minor injuries, so he started joking in a relaxed manner. Xiao Qing nodded. There hasn't been much news about ghosts recently, so there haven't been any missions to subdue them, so naturally there are fewer people who need treatment. Xiao Kui giggled, there are fewer people coming for treatment, isn't that a good thing? At least it means everything is peaceful. Hearing this, Xia Feng smiled. Koyunagi's idea is typical childish thinking. Ghosts won't disappear just because you leave them alone. Behind the brief calm, there may be a bigger conspiracy. Aside, Kanzaki Aoi sighed, I don't think it's a good thing. Maybe those ghosts are just recuperating and preparing for a big game. Hearing this, Xia Feng was a little surprised. I'm shocked. I didn't expect you could think of this. Did you hit your head somewhere and suddenly got enlightened? He said to Kanzaki Aoi. Kanzaki Aoi jumped over and tried to bite him, but Xia Feng dodged it easily. While dodging, he sneered triumphantly, "Stupid girl, you think you can hurt me with your little ability? I am." He had just said half of his words when he suddenly jumped sideways. At the same time, a clean white hand grabbed the place where he had just been. At some point, Kochu Shinobu also came over. She smiled and looked at Xia Feng. "Ah, you hid very quickly." Xia Feng stopped and showed a vigilant expression. I always feel like there's something wrong with Kochu Shinobu's tone. While Xia Feng was distracted, Kanzaki Aoi finally seized the opportunity and bit Xia Feng's arm. Xia Feng felt very desperate. How could such a cute girl act like a puppy? However, he didn't have time to deal with Kanzaki Aoi at the moment. He blinked. "Shinobu, what's wrong? Is there something you're unhappy about?" Kochu Shinobu looked at him with a smile. "When Xiao Xiangneu and I were communicating earlier, she seemed to say, 'Mr. Xia Feng, you are out there, are you interested in someone else's sister?'" Xia Feng. "I'm shocked, I actually forgot about this." "Listen to me, that's not the case," he said seriously. Kochu Shinobu smiled beautifully, "Really? What is the truth?" Xia Feng was silent for a few seconds, then said, "Actually, I'm not a sister Khan. Believe me, I am an upright and principled person. I really can't do something like having a sister complex." Seeing Xia Feng's heavy look, Kochu Shinobu was slightly stunned. Xia Feng continued, "I just simply like lowly. Isn't this even more outrageous?" Kochu Shinobu was shocked. She showed a troubled expression, and her hand unconsciously reached for the hilt of the knife, considering whether to get rid of Xia Feng here and get rid of this harm to the people. Kaneo originally went to the house to look for Kaneo, but since he couldn't find him, he came to the treatment room. When he came over, he saw Kochu Shinobu with a dark face, looking like he was about to draw his sword. She ran over quickly and stood in front of Xia Feng. "Shinobu-sama, what's wrong with you?" Seeing Kaneo's expression, Kochu Shinobu couldn't help but smile. This little girl really lives up to the saying that girls should not be kept when they grow up. Ming Ming was a child who listened to him so much before, but now when he saw Xia Feng was in danger, he came to protect Xia Feng the first time. She sighed. Then, he gently rubbed Kaneo's little head. "Welcome back, Kaneo." Kaneo was a little confused. What happened to Master Shinobu? However, she nodded seriously, "I'm back, Master Shinobu." Then, Kochu Shinobu looked at Xia Feng again, "Well, Mr. Xia Feng, I'm sorry to inform you that you have new work to do." "Xia Feng." He laughed dryly, "Let's not talk about work for now. Can you please stop using honorifics? When you call me like that, I always feel like there's murderous intent in your words. Kocho Shinobu showed a perfect smile. Mr. Xia Feng, you are worrying too much. You are a special consultant. How dare I disrespect you? As she spoke, she took out a letter, flicked her fingers, and threw it to Xia Feng. The new seal spun rapidly in the air, like a murder poker. Seeing this scene, many medical staff broke out in cold sweat. If this hits your body, wouldn't it just make a hole? Kaneo wasn't too anxious. She knew that with Xia Feng's speed, it would be easy for him to dodge. If that didn't work, what about that special skill of ignoring enemy attacks? However, the next second, under her surprised gaze, Xia Feng did not move, allowing the letter to penetrate his clothes and pierce his chest. Thump! Xia Feng fell on his back. Kocho Shinobu was completely stunned. Chapter 46. Mr. Xia Feng. Seeing Xia Feng fall to the ground, Kanzaki Aoi screamed. Kocho Shinobu blinked. Although the letter she just threw out looked fancy, its speed and power were not very high. To ordinary people, it might be a deadly hidden weapon, but to Xia Feng, it is impossible that he could not catch it, right? Could it be that Xia Feng had some hidden injury before and didn't tell me because he was afraid of worrying me? Thinking of this possibility, Kocho Shinobu panicked a little. He quickly ran to Xia Feng and reached out to untie Xia Feng's clothes. The next second, her expression froze. Everyone quickly leaned over to look at it. Then, everyone was stunned. The letter that Kocho Shinobu threw out fell directly down as his clothes were untied. There was no injury at all on Xia Feng's chest. There was only a small white mark, proving that the previous attack was not ineffective. Kocho Shinobu's eye twitched. Although the letter just now may not be enough to make gold or stone split, it is still easy enough to cut off a branch or something. The joke was exposed. Xia Feng opened his eyes and smiled. Why do you care about me so much? Kocho Shinobu wanted to roll his eyes, but that would be detrimental to his image. She suspected that the reason Xia Feng had such a high defense was because the ability to be thick-skinned had spread throughout his body. She reached out and knocked on Xia Feng's chest, just messing around. When? This knock almost made Kocho Shinobu burst into tears. She looked down at her hands. What she hit just now was clearly the muscle on Xia Feng's chest, but it felt like she hit a stone. Kocho Shinobu stared at Xia Feng in amazement. Did you grow up eating rocks? She couldn't help but wonder, how on earth did Xia Feng survive to this day? Could it be that his joints were also so stiff? As if she had guessed what Kocho Shinobu was thinking, Xia Feng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Just now, he used the ability of Iron Block and forgot to turn it off. He reached out, grabbed Kocho Shinobu's small hand, and placed it on his chest. What are you imagining? That was just a kind of hard qigong. When it wasn't activated, I was completely normal. Sure enough, Kocho Shinobu's palm felt normal elasticity and temperature. Xia Feng sat up, picked up the letter that had just dropped and started reading. As expected, it was from Yabayashiki Kaguya. After reading the letter, he frowned slightly. In the letter, there was a reminder. Yabayashiki Kaguya believes that the frequency of ghost activities has been too low recently, and they must be planning a larger operation. To prevent accidents, Yabayashiki Kaguya believes that protection of important areas should be strengthened. For example, the Butterfly House, the Swordsmith Village. It is best to strengthen the defense of these places. What Xia Feng has to do is to protect Tengzishan, the final selection venue. He put down the letter. Yabayashiki Kaguya wants me to go to Fujirayama to protect the selection venue from harassment. Hearing this, Kocho Shinobu showed an understanding expression. Indeed, Fujishizan may also be attacked by ghosts. It just so happens that you were planning to be an invigilator anyway, so this way you can kill two birds with one stone. Xia Feng nodded. When he went back to his room to rest, he drew the gold card he had received from Tomioka Jiyu earlier. Drawing. Success. Congratulations on getting the golden ability Spider Sense. Spider Sense, when danger occurs around you, you can detect it in advance through your sixth sense, so you can seek benefits and avoid harm. As the prompt sounded, Xia Feng felt a mysterious power merging into his body. This ability made him a little excited. Spider Sense, if nothing unexpected happens, it should be the ability of Spider-Man. This ability is really practical in terms of versatility. In Avengers 3, Spider-Man was sitting on the school bus when the hairs on his arms suddenly stood up and he sensed an alien invasion in the distance, all thanks to his Spider Sense. In battle, Spider Sense gives Spider-Man a strong predictive ability. Thinking about his own skills, Xia Feng suddenly felt like laughing. Healing, shadow stealth, etherealization, iron blocks, bullet time, plus the current Spider Sense, he is simply Voldemort, an old fool. This set of skills is really useful. But Xia Feng himself likes it very much. After all, the more he survives, the greater the chance of surviving to the end. After a short rest in the butterfly house, Xia Feng and Kaneo set off towards Fujiki Mountain. Fujisakayama is the place where the final selection of the Demon Slayer Corps takes place. Every generation of Demon Slayer Corps comes from here. When they arrived at the foot of Tengzi Mountain, Xia Feng saw that there were many half-grown children coming from all directions. Some wore clothes that represented the breathing of their respective families. Some people just wear ordinary cloth clothes. Some were arrogant, while others looked fearful. The only thing that is the same is that everyone carries a Nichiren blades. Because it was still some time before evening, not many people arrived and many were still on the way. Xia Feng walked slowly to the flagstone-paved square. All the swordsmen who have arrived will be here. Seeing Xia Feng, everyone looked surprised. Behind Xia Feng, the big word, destroy, reveals his identity. Official member of the Demon Slayer Corps. A swordsman was surprised and said, his uniform is modified. I heard that only the pillars are qualified to modify the team uniforms. Hearing this, everyone became a little excited. There was actually a pillar who came to watch their trial in person. What a glorious thing! As soon as Xia Feng arrived here, two soft voices rang out. Master Xia Feng, it's an honor to see you. Xia Feng lowered his head and saw two little kids, one black and one white, raising their heads together and looking at him quietly. He squatted down, stretched out his hand, and rubbed the little white bean's head with a smile. Although the little girl's eyes look a little weird, it doesn't prevent Xia Feng from burning his Lolita soul. The black-haired little kid tilted his head, seemingly not understanding why Xia Feng didn't touch his head. Xia Feng looked at him gently, although you are also very cute, I'm sorry, I'm only interested in girls. Mr. Xia Feng, please stop for a moment. Kaneo, who was following Xia Feng, said. Xia Feng coughed and stood up. He looked around and found that more and more people were coming. Just when he was about to count the number of people, a voice suddenly sounded. It's Mr. Xia Feng. Xia Feng looked in the direction of the voice. Chapter 47. Following the sound, he saw a little yellow-haired kid waving at him excitedly. Zenitsuwa. Under Xia Feng's gaze, Agatsuma Zenitsuwa trotted over. He was wearing a golden coat that looked about the same color as his hair. On his waist, he had a Nichiren blades hanging. Mr. Xia Feng, why are you here too? Agatsuma Zenitsuwa asked happily but curiously. Xia Feng was about to answer when a voice came from the distance. Mr. Xia Feng. Xia Feng and Agatsuma Zenitsuwa looked over together. Not far away, Tanjiro was looking over with joy. He was wearing a light blue dress with a wavy pattern. On his head, he had a fox mask and looked like an Anbu member of Konoha. Tanjiro ran over excitedly like a puppy seeing a familiar face. Xia Feng felt that he seemed to be able to see the happy little tail behind Tanjiro. He sighed a little, he is indeed Nezuko's brother. He is obviously a boy, but he is kind of cute. Could it be that I have awakened something bad? Xia Feng felt a chill on his back. While he was daydreaming, Tanjiro had already run over and asked the same question as Agatsuma Zenitsu. At this time, because of the quarrel between the two, many people looked over. Who are those two guys? How could they talk to that adult? Looking at their clothes, it seems that one is a student of lightning breathing and the other is a student of water breathing. Water breathing. I heard there is only one student this year, is this him? For a time, Tanjiro and Agatsuma Zenitsu became the focus of the examinees. As if he felt the gazes from all around him, Agatsuma Zenitsu shrank his head nervously. It seems like I have accidentally become the center of attention. What should I do? Hearing this, Xia Feng was a little amused. The final selection condition is to survive in the mountains, not to beat others. What's the use of being noticed? Agatsuma Zenitsu was slightly stunned. Really? Tanjiro was a little surprised. He looked Agatsuma Zenitsu up and down. I didn't expect that there would be such a coward among the pre-selected members of the Demon Slayer Corps. He originally thought that they should all be well-trained and ferocious guys. When he came back to his senses, he looked at Xia Feng again. By the way, Mr. Xia Feng, why are you here? I'm the examiner. Xia Feng answered the two people's questions concisely. He chuckled and said, whether you can pass the final selection this time depends on my opinion. Do you understand? Xia Feng played a joke on the two of them, wanting them to complain, such as how could an invigilator so confidently ask for a bribe, and so on. As a result, the two stood at attention at the same time and said seriously, yes. We will definitely do our best. Xia Feng grinned. He felt that he had nothing in common with these two idiots. Just then, a voice sounded behind him. That won't do. How can an invigilator ask for a bribe so confidently? Xia Feng was slightly stunned and turned to look over. Turning his head, he showed a surprised expression. So big. Oh no. So white. Va. 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 Xia Feng quickly recited the periodic table in his mind and forced his eyes to move upwards. Looking over the collar, I saw a puffed-up face. A cute girl with green eyes and long pink curly hair. Just looking at her makes people feel very sweet. The identity of this person immediately emerged in Xia Feng's mind. Kana Hanazawa. No. It's the love pillar, Kanroji Mitsurai. He asked curiously, Love pillar? Why did you come to Fujishi Mountain? Kanroji Mitsurai hummed and tilted his head. The Lord said that there are enough people in other places, so he asked me to come to Fujishi Mountain to help the special advisor. While speaking, she was also looking at Xia Feng. A head of messy black hair, a lazy expression, and a black windbreaker. So handsome. It feels like a melancholy handsome guy in a love story. Kanroji Mitsurai couldn't help but blush on his face. At this moment, she suddenly remembered what happened just now. Oh, yeah, as an invigilator, how could I suggest that the team members bribe me? Xia Feng wanted to laugh. This girl is silly and quite funny. Before he could speak, Tanjiro quickly explained, No, Mr. Xia Feng is encouraging us. Agatsuma Zenitsu also nodded seriously, Mr. Xia Feng will not threaten us. Hearing this, Kanroji Mitsurai blinked. Then, he looked at Xia Feng with tears in his eyes. Under Xia Feng's gaze, she bowed down quickly, Wu, I'm sorry. I was so rude. Xia Feng stood there, looking at her seriously. To be precise, it is looking towards a certain location. Since Kanroji Mitsurai is bowing, you can see the whole picture from his perspective. Kaneo stood by and looked at Kanroji Mitsurai with a complicated look. Lost. The kind that can't win at all. Because he made a mistake right after he arrived, Kanroji Mitsurai's face turned red and it took him a while to recover. Hello, Mr. Xia Feng, my name is Kanroji Mitsurai, currently serving as the love pillar, using the breath of love. Kanroji Mitsurai introduced himself to Xia Feng in a soft voice. Xia Feng nodded, I am Xia Feng, the special consultant of the Demon Slayer Corps, and now I am the examiner of Fujikiyama's final selection. Hearing Xia Feng's words, Kanroji Mitsurai's face turned red again. The position of special advisor sounds so cool. Looking at Kanroji Mitsurai's reaction, Xia Feng's eyes twitched slightly. This is another role that I am not very good at dealing with. There are so many abnormal people in this world. But... He shifted his gaze downward and nodded. As long as it's pleasing to the eyes, why bother about so much else? Chapter 48. While the two were talking, it was already completely dark. The white loli came over with a lamp and stood on tiptoe to hand it to Xia Feng. Xia Feng thanked him and took it. He looked around. At this point, almost everything that was supposed to come has already come. Some swordsmen are adjusting their states to prepare for battle. Some were whispering something. Others had fear on their faces, looking towards the distant mountains through the blooming vines. Xia Feng looked in the crowd and found two people. One is a boy with a pig head mask and bare upper body. Hashira washes out. Xia Feng was quite impressed with Inashuk. He grew up alone in the mountains, but he was able to figure out a set of breathing sword techniques. It was no exaggeration to describe him as a genius. However, Xia Feng is not looking for him now. But not far away, there was a young man sitting under a tree with his eyes closed. He looked a little thin, had a coxcomb hairstyle, and his eyes were fierce and cold. Shinazugawa Sanami's younger brother, Shinazugawa Jinya. Before, Xia Feng promised Shinazugawa Sanami to help his brother with his medical treatment. Now is the perfect opportunity. He slowly walked up to Shinazugawa Jinya. Seeing Xia Feng move, many candidates' eyes followed him. As if sensing Xia Feng's presence, Shinazugawa Jinya opened his eyes. He was a little surprised. Then he stood up and said, looking for me. Xia Feng nodded. Someone asked me to come and see how you are doing. As he said this, he stretched out a hand and pressed it on Shinazugawa Jinya's shoulder. Shinazugawa Jinya was a little nervous and subconsciously wanted to dodge. But, at the moment he moved, Xia Feng's hand had already moved to the corresponding position in advance. This movement of his seemed to put his shoulder into Xia Feng's hands. This miraculous action surprised Shinazugawa Jinya very much. Xia Feng used healing magic to assess Shinazugawa Jinya's condition. There is no injury in the body. Just as he had guessed before, Shinazugawa Jinya's physique was innate and had nothing to do with any injuries or stimulation. Xia Feng has no way to remove this inherent attribute. Well, if I have to say something, it would be to kill the person and send him to reincarnation, then any difficult and complicated problems can be easily solved. He took his hand back and smiled, it's okay, come on. Under the gaze of everyone, Xia Feng slowly walked back and stood in front of the entrance of Tengzi Mountain. He looked at Kanroji Mitsurai. The latter was currently looking at the young swordsman. As I watched, I don't know why my face started to turn red. Xia Feng. Stop for a moment, Ganlu Temple, if you keep going like this book will become about driving. He coughed and said, everyone, I am Xia Feng, special advisor to the Demon Slayer Corps and the invigilator of this final selection. The one next to you is Kanroji Mitsurai, the Demon Slayer Corps love pillar, and also the invigilator. Although we are called invigilators, we will not interfere with you in any way. What we have to do is very simple, which is to prevent any external forces from interfering in the selection. So, please don't think that you won't have to worry about anything just because Zhu is here. If you really die, we won't be able to save you. After saying this, he even gave a kind smile. Seeing Xia Feng's smile, Kanroji Mitsurai almost cried. Mr. Xia Feng's smile, so scary. After Xia Feng finished speaking, the black and white twins slowly walked up to him. The rules are very simple. Please enter the mountain and survive for 7 days. At dawn on the 7th day, you will automatically pass the test. Then, everyone, please set off. I wish you all good luck in martial arts. After saying that, the twins slowly retreated, separated to both sides, and made way. The young swordsmen went into the mountains one after another. Kaneo looked towards Xia Feng. Xia Feng gave her a thumbs up. Kaneo smiled slightly, turned around and walked into the mountains. Tanjiro and Zenitsu also greeted Xia Feng before entering the mountain. After everyone entered the mountain, the twins looked at Xia Feng and said, Master Xia Feng, we are leaving first. We will come back in 7 days. Xia Feng nodded. Although Gemini walked very elegantly but not too slowly, he disappeared after a short while. The only ones present were Xia Feng and Kanroji Mitsurai. Xia Feng found a tree and sat down against it. These trees are covered with purple vine flowers all year round, which looks particularly romantic. Sitting here and sleeping, Xia Feng felt that he had a more chivalrous temperament. Kanroji Mitsurai, on the other hand, became a little nervous. This couple is alone in the mountains where there is no one. Isn't it too exciting? She couldn't help but whimper, reached out her hand, and gently pinched the corner of her clothes. After thinking about it, Kanroji Mitsurai also found a tree, sat down against it, hugged his legs with his hands, and put his face on his knees. In this posture, she looked at Xia Feng. Xia Feng closed his eyes and breathed slowly, as if he was asleep. This made Kanroji Mitsurai want to cry but have no tears. Unlike Xia Feng, she doesn't like loneliness. Especially in these desolate mountains and wilderness, loneliness is very scary. Kanroji Mitsurai really wanted to ask Xia Feng to chat with her, but when she thought of Xia Feng's somewhat scary temperament, she decisively gave up. As the sun rose the next day, Xia Feng opened his eyes. That night, he seemed to be sleeping, but in fact he was listening to the movements around him. However, nothing was found at all. Maybe, Yubiashiki Kaguya was just overthinking it. After thinking about it, Xia Feng decided to go and see how the children who participated in the selection were doing. He stood up. As if frightened by his voice, Kanroji Mitsurai suddenly opened his eyes. What's going on? Kanroji Mitsurai asked in surprise. Xia Feng glanced at her. I'm going to go check on the students who are participating in the selection. How about you wait here? Hearing this, Kanroji Mitsurai quickly shook his head. It's so hard to get a chance to chat, how can I let it go? She quickly said, I'll go too. Xia Feng nodded. In his opinion, Kanroji Mitsurai is a pillar after all, so if he follows him, he shouldn't be a drag. And in Kanroji Mitsurai's opinion, his behavior should be the legendary Tsundere character. Xia Feng must have brought his own because he couldn't bear to be alone here. Thinking of this, Kanroji Mitsurai looked at Xia Feng with a hint of happiness. Chapter 49. As Kanroji Mitsurai watched, Xia Feng jumped high, stepped on the trunk of a tree, jumped again, and flew into the mountains. Kanroji Mitsurai hurried to catch up. She squatted down, let out a whoosh, and soared into the air like a cannonball, faster than Xia Feng. Feeling the wind coming from behind, Xia Feng grinned. This girl is so strong that even a man like him feels ashamed. The two of them, one in front and one behind, stepped on the branches, like two Konoha ninjas, moving quickly in the mountains. Along the way, I saw many candidates who found a place where the sun could shine and slept on the ground. Ghosts are active at night, so if you want to sleep peacefully, you can only sleep during the day. It wasn't long before Xia Feng saw Tanjiro. Tanjiro was leaning against a tree, holding Nichiren blades in his arms, trying to catch up on some sleep. Xia Feng took a quick look and continued on his way. Kanroji Mitsurai said, Mr. Xia Feng, that child must be someone you know, don't you want to go check it out? Xia Feng shook his head and said seriously, I am the examiner, how can I interfere with the test of the candidates? Hearing this, Kanroji Mitsurai showed a look of admiration. After a while, Xia Feng saw Agatsuma Zenitsu. The golden-haired boy is also sleeping. He was lying on the branch of a tree, and because his sleeping posture was not very good, he looked like he was about to fall off. Looking at this scene, Xia Feng showed a subtle expression. Kanroji Mitsurai blinked. This kid is also someone Mr. Xia Feng knows, right? Don't you really need to help him? If he falls, he might get seriously injured. Xia Feng shook his head. I am the examiner and cannot interfere with the test. Kanroji Mitsurai couldn't help but sigh. Xia Feng was so handsome when he said this. After a while, the two saw Kaneo. The little girl was wearing a kimono with a cherry blossom pattern and was sleeping on a rock. Her body curled up like a kitten. So cute. Kanroji Mitsurai couldn't help but admire. She turned her head and wanted to share her feelings with Xia Feng. Then Xia Feng jumped lightly and landed next to Kaneo. Then, Xia Feng placed the food and water he brought with him next to Kaneo. By the way, I also took a new pair of shoes and put them next to it so that Kaneo could change into them. Mitsurai Kanroji. Didn't they say that examiners cannot interfere with the exam? This is simply blatant cheating. When Xia Feng jumped up again, she hurriedly said, Mr. Xia Feng, you just... Hey? What's wrong? Xia Feng looked at her. That matter-of-fact look on her face almost made Kanroji Mitsurai think that she was the one making a fuss. Kanroji Mitsurai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Didn't you say that we can't disturb the candidates? Xia Feng showed a surprised expression. How can Kaneo be confused with a student who is so cute? Kanroji Mitsurai. She opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but no words came out. The two continued patrolling along the treetops for a while, but until noon, they did not find anything unusual. They found a deserted place, landed and rested there. Kanroji Mitsurai looked at Xia Feng and said, I think the ghosts may not come here. Fujixe Mountain is not a very important location, and this mountain is surrounded by wisteria flowers, so ghosts can't get in. Xia Feng nodded. Considering the current situation, Ganlo Temple's guess is indeed the closest to reality. Just as he thought this, a strange feeling suddenly emerged in his heart. Sense of crisis. The sense of impending crisis. Xia Feng was slightly stunned. Is it spider sense? He frowned slightly. His spider sense was telling him that a crisis was about to happen here. It's not happening right away, but it won't be too far away. Judging from the habits of ghosts, the crisis is likely to happen tonight. He looked at Kanroji Mitsurai, don't let your guard down. Something will happen tonight. Kanroji Mitsurai was slightly stunned. Although Xia Feng had no basis, her firm attitude made her nod unconsciously, okay. As the sky grew darker, the candidates woke up one after another and began to prepare for a new battle. Tanjiro opened his eyes, carrying the Nichiren blades, and headed towards the east side of the mountain without hesitation. Agatsuma Zenitsu was lying under the tree, somewhat surprised. When he was sleeping, he was clearly lying on a tree branch. Why is he lying on the ground now? Did he fall down? That's not right. If you fall from such a high place, you will definitely get hurt, but you don't have any injuries at all? Scratching his head, he decided to stop thinking about things he couldn't figure out. Kaneo woke up and was slightly stunned when he saw the things placed next to him. Then, show a nice smile. She collected the things Xia Feng had left behind and continued on her way. However, she didn't walk far before she frowned slightly and stopped. She saw a dead body lying not far ahead. Like her, he is a swordsman who came to participate in the final selection. Kaneo placed his hand on the hilt of the knife and, using the trees as cover, slowly approached the entity. Arriving next to the body, she made a quick assessment. This corpse was not killed by an ordinary ghost. There was only one fatal wound on the body. The neck was cut off by a sword. This sword was fast and fierce, just like the demon slayer core killing evil spirits. Realizing this, Kaneo showed a serious expression. This candidate was killed by the swordsman. What's going on? Are there any candidates killing each other here? Wrong. If the candidates had killed each other, it would have been impossible to achieve such a one-sided result. How could a swordsman who hasn't even joined the Demon Slayer Corps behead someone so easily with just one blow? Judging from the body, he had been dead for a short time. The opponent must be a very scary guy to be able to kill someone so silently so close to me. Thinking of this, Kaneo decided to notify Xia Feng. Just as she was about to leave, a voice rang out. Yes, judging from your reaction, you have received professional training. You should know where Xia Feng is, right? Kaneo's pupils shrank when he heard the voice. The enemy is actually here. She didn't even notice. Chapter 50. The moment he heard the sound, Kaneo turned around without hesitation and pulled out the Nichiren blades. Not far away, under a tree, a man stood there quietly. No. To be precise, it's a creature that looks like a man. The man was wearing a black kimono and a purple patterned haori. He had a long knife on his waist and his long black hair was tied into a ponytail. The most striking thing is his eyes. There are 6 eyes on his face. A pair of eyes in the middle with words written inside. Wind up. 1. Seeing the words in his eyes, Kaneo's pupil shrank. Upper string. Number 1. The most powerful ghost besides the Ghost King Kibutsuji Musen. Kaneo's breathing rate couldn't help but speed up a bit. Upper rank 1 had no intention of launching an attack. He looked up and saw that the sun had set, so he slowly walked out of the shadow of the tree. Don't be afraid. I have no intention of killing you. I just want you to answer my questions. Do you know Xia Feng? Kaneo took a deep breath and shook his head. I don't know him. After seeing her reaction, Upper 1 was not disappointed but nodded. Very good, you really do know Xia Feng. I'll give you a chance. Tell me where Xia Feng is. Otherwise, today will be the day you die. You are a very talented young man. It is really not worth it for you to die so early. Be a reasonable person and tell me Xia Feng's location. His words were calm and indifferent, yet full of power that made people want to obey subconsciously. Under his gaze, Kaneo's emotions slowly stabilized. Upper rank 1 is indeed an enemy so powerful that it makes people feel hopeless. If Kaneo himself encountered such an opponent, his only thought might be to run away. But, at this moment, she couldn't escape. Although I don't know why this ghost is targeting Xia Feng, there is no doubt that it is definitely not a good thing. Thinking of this, Kaneo gritted his teeth and rushed directly towards Upper 1. Breathing of flowers, 5th form, fruitless peony. The blade glowed with a cherry-colored glow and slashed fiercely at the first chord. Looking at Kaneo rushing towards him, Kokuzuhibu shook his head in amusement. To ordinary people, Kaneo's attack may be very strong. But, to him, this wasn't much different from the attack from a baby. He swung his knife. No breath, just a casual cut. But, Kaneo could feel that this sword, in terms of power alone, might be even more terrifying than when Lord Shinobu used the breathing method. When Kaneo's multi-attack combo was disrupted after only the first one. He couldn't even use the rest of his sword moves and was forced to retreat. Kaneo looked shocked. Although her swordsmanship is not as good as those veteran masters in the Demon Slayer Corps, it is at least comparable to that of B-level or even A-level players. Facing upper rank 1, he couldn't even use any moves. What level of monster is this? Looking at Kaneo, Kokuzuhibu said calmly, I don't need to explain the gap between you and me. If you are not hopelessly stupid, don't waste your time and just tell me where Xia Feng is. Otherwise, I will kill you with the next sword. Kaneo held the knife, his eyes fixed on the ghost swordsman in front of him. Indeed, what this ghost said is right. My swordsmanship was like playing in front of him. But, even though she is so weak, she is determined not to give up. She slowly raised the Nichiren blades. I have 3 benefactors in my life. Sister Kane, who saved me from suffering and taught me sword skills. Shinobu-sama, who treated me as a family member and made me his stepson. And Mr. Xia Feng, who allowed me to move forward as a person and a girl. You want me to tell you Mr. Xia Feng's location? It's impossible in this life, and it's impossible in the next life. Kaneo took a deep breath, his blood boiling. Flower breathing, final form. Seeing the changes in Kaneo, Koku's-hibu was slightly stunned. Then he frowned. This girl is using a special secret method to activate her special senses. If she were allowed to strengthen, her strength might increase several times, or even more. If we cause trouble and disrupt Lord Musen's plans, it will be difficult to deal with. Thinking of this, he sighed. It's time to cut down another good seedling. He moved his wrist. Breathing of the moon, second form, pearl flower playing with the moon. His sword slashed through the air. A gorgeous sword energy condensed from all directions and slashed towards Kaneo in the middle. There was a hint of helplessness in Kaneo's eyes. I didn't expect that the opponent was so strong that I couldn't even use my special move. I'm sorry, Master Shinobu, Mr. Xia Feng. She changed her sword form, preparing to use the third form, Makijime. She knew very well that although Makijime was a defensive sword technique, it would be meaningless against Kokushiba's sword. But, in the end, she still wanted to try again. There was a glimmer of appreciation in Kokushiba's eyes. If time wasn't tight, he would have liked to persuade the girl to become a ghost. What a pity! Thinking of this, he prepared to leave. At this moment, a flash of lightning suddenly flashed in the distance. The lightning instantly crossed a distance of dozens of meters and rushed in front of Kaneo. Water breathing, Form 11, Nagi. Under Kokushiba's surprised gaze, Xia Feng gritted his teeth and swung out with his sword. An invisible barrier unfolded, and inside the barrier, there seemed to be fluctuations in water light. Most of the sword energy from Koku's-hibu was turned into nothingness by this barrier. However, a few sword energies still slashed in. Looking at these sword energies, Xia Feng maintained the operation of Nagi and directly used his body to block Kaneo. Kaneo exclaimed, Mr. Xia Feng. No. PK. The sword wind directly cut through Xia Feng's body, leaving a large amount of blood on Xia Feng's body. Kokushiba's expression changed. How is that possible? The power of his sword can even split rocks easily. This person can actually block it with his body? What a joke! Chapter 51. Xia Feng stretched out his hand and touched the wound. As the healing light came on, the wound, which had been bleeding continuously, began to recover at a speed visible to the naked eye. Under normal circumstances, he would definitely not do such a stupid thing as blocking the sword energy head-on. Whether you rely on bullet time to dodge, or use virtualization to ignore damage, you can easily avoid it. But if we want to save Kaneo, there are not so many options. After all, upper rank 1 is no pushover either. If it weren't for the Nagi that he had just learned to offset most of the sword energy, and the super strong defense of Iron Block, Zhongfeng would probably be missing limbs by now. Kokushibu didn't move, just looked at Xia Feng. Are you Xia Feng? He just heard Kaneo address Xia Feng. Xia Feng grinned and smiled. Why, are you here to see me? Kokushibu nodded. You killed the lower rank demons, and before they died, they passed your information to that adult. Of course, if it was just to kill 2 lower rank demons, that master wouldn't have sent me here specifically for revenge. The reason I came to you is because before, a member of the Demon Slayer Corps lost to me in a battle, and as a capital to beg for mercy, he told me everything he knew about the pillars. Among them is you, Xia Feng, the special advisor to the Demon Slayer Corps who can instantly heal others' injuries. Your abilities, if left unchecked, will cause trouble for that adult. So, that master sent me to take your life. Hearing this, Xia Feng laughed. For such a small matter, you sent out an upper rank one? Kibutsuji Musen really gives me face. But I am a little curious. Why did you come to Tengzi Mountain to find me? The news that I am an examiner here should not have spread out, right? Koku's-hibu nodded. Indeed, I didn't know you were an examiner here, I just knew, this year there were several examinees who were familiar with you, on this mountain. As long as we catch them or kill them, you won't have to worry about not showing up. His words were very plain, as if he was talking about a trivial matter. Xia Feng's expression gradually turned cold. As expected of a ghost, the method he came up with is really amazing. Koku's-hibu completely ignored Xia Feng's ridicule and continued, it turns out that this move is effective on you. Even if a normal person has your incredible healing ability, they would definitely not risk their lives to block my sword energy. Your weakness has been exposed. His voice suddenly became heavy and oppressive. Kaneo, standing behind Xia Feng, felt a sense of pressure in his heart. Xia Feng looked at Koku's-hibu. Then, gently by it. Koku's-hibu was a little confused, why, isn't that right? Xia Feng smiled softly, I feel sorry for you. When a swordsman does not concentrate on thinking about how to win with his sword, but instead thinks about these crooked tricks, it means that he has already lost the dignity of a swordsman. To deal with a low-class person like you, there's nothing to worry about even if you have weaknesses all over your body, let alone one. As he said that, he raised the Nichiren blades and rushed directly towards Heishi. Kokushibu's face was extremely gloomy. Xia Feng's words were like a knife stabbing into his heart. There was a cold light in his eyes. He wants Xia Feng to regret what he just said. In an instant, the two exchanged more than a dozen moves, and the sparks from the swords flew in the air one after another. Suddenly, a figure appeared beside Kaneo, grabbed her waist, and turned around and walked away. Right Kanroji Mitsurai. Seeing upper rank 1, Kanroji Mitsurai was filled with surprise. It's actually a rising string, and it's the first rising string. The most evil ghost besides Kibutsuji Musen. For more than 100 years, the Demon Slayer Corps has never won a victory against the Upper Moons. How long can Xia Feng hold on? Ganlu Temple was extremely panicked. But the most important thing right now is to take Kaneo away first. Kaneo said anxiously, Master Kanroji, please call for support quickly. The upper rank 1 demon learned about Mr. Xia Feng's ability from the captured Demon Slayer Corps members. This time we came here specifically to kill Mr. Xia Feng. Upon hearing this, Ganlu Temple's pupils shrank. She nodded heavily, don't worry, don't look at me like this, I can be relied upon at critical moments. As soon as she finished speaking, she almost tripped over a tree root. Kaneo. Feeling the two people going away, Xia Feng said, before we start the fight, let me ask you, what is the name of the demon slayer who surrendered to you? Koku's-hibu shook his head slightly, as for the name, I didn't remember it, I just know that he was a swordsman who used thunder breathing. Xia Feng smacked his lips. It turns out that a dog will never stop eating shit. He swung the Nichiren blades lightly, and then sank directly into the ground. It was as if the ground beneath his feet had turned into a swamp sucking him into the ground. Koku's-hibu was a little surprised. This ability looks a lot like vampire magic. Is Xia Feng a ghost? How is that possible? Koku's-hibu didn't hesitate and slashed forward with his sword energy. Bang! The sword energy hit the ground, stirring up a piece of dirt, but there was no trace of Xia Feng. Koku's-hibu realized that Xia Feng's abilities might be beyond his imagination. I can't deal with Xia Feng with the same thinking as I would deal with an ordinary human swordsman. He released his senses, so that no matter where Xia Feng came from, he would be able to find him immediately. The moment the sense was released, Koku's-hibu looked down in surprise. From the ground between his legs, a Nichiren blade suddenly appeared and stabbed straight at him. Koku's-hibu moved his feet and jumped high into the air. Xia Feng was like a fish out of water, he rushed out of the ground holding Nichiren blades and chased after Koku's-hibu. Koku's-hibu holds the knife with both hands, and chops down 12 times. Breath of the moon form one dark moon palace of the night. He slashed out a semicircular sword energy, and countless tiny half-moon-shaped sword energy spun wildly in the sword energy. If you are cut by this sword, even if you are protected by the iron block, you will probably be turned into minced meat in an instant. However, Xia Feng just sneered. Under Kokushibu's shocked gaze, Xia Feng passed right through the sword energy. It's as if the sword energy doesn't exist. Koku's-hibu was very sure that the Xia Feng in front of him was definitely the real person, not an illusion. Even if Xia Feng burst out with terrifying strength and forcibly broke his sword energy, he would not be so surprised. What is happening right before my eyes? Is it haunted? It was a brief thought, and before he had time to think, Xia Feng had already made his move. With a crazy smile on his face, he rushed to Koku's-hibu like a flash of lightning. Insect-breathing dance of bee fangs, so cool. With a flash of silver light, Xia Feng's sword blade pierced Kokushibu's shoulder directly. Blood flowers exploded. Chapter 52. Looking at his pierced shoulder, Koku's-hibu felt very complicated. For thousands of years, ghosts have been using their various abilities to play with humans. If you want to find out what kind of blood magic a demon is using, you often have to sacrifice the lives of 2 or 3 swordsmen of the same level. But, at this moment, the relationship is reversed. I am a ghost, but Xia Feng is playing tricks on me with all kinds of weird abilities. This is simply the biggest joke of his life. He stretched out his hand, grasped Xia Feng's blade, and tried to pull out his shoulder. But Xia Feng didn't give him any chance at all. Xia Feng exerted force suddenly, and the blade turned, cutting directly along the shoulder and cutting off Kokushibu's right arm. This is not the end. When Kokushibu's sword hand fell off, Xia Feng made a large-scale rotation in mid-air. Breathing of flowers, 6th form, medical jump. He's going to cut Kokushibu's neck right off. Almost at the same time as Xia Feng, Koku's-hibu grabbed the falling right arm with his left hand, took the knife from his right hand, and blocked Xia Feng's knife with the blade. Clang! Xia Feng cut Kokushibu's knife in half with one stroke, and the blade flew far away. Koku's-hibu used the force to fly back, Xia Feng chasing closely. The two of them drew a trajectory in the air that was difficult to follow with the naked eye, and fell to the ground at the same time. The moment he landed, a new arm emerged from Kokushibu's right shoulder. Then, his sword, like a living thing, grew a new blade. This is the most unfair part of the thousands of years of war between ghosts and humans. Koku's-hibu grabbed the knife with his newly grown right hand and raised it upwards. Breathing of the moon 6th form long night lonely moon unending. Several sword energies with crescent-shaped sword-slashing winds came towards Xia Feng. Just looking at the shape of this move, it was quite similar to Claw Claw Ke Feng. Unfortunately, Kokushibu's swordsmanship was much more sophisticated than Shinazugawa Sanami's, and Xia Feng couldn't use the same trick again. He slashed his sword horizontally, neutralizing Kokushibu's sword energy. Koku's-hibu was about to say something when he suddenly turned around and slashed with his sword. Clang! A long soft sword blade stretched out from somewhere and stabbed his back. This sword was strange and unpredictable. If it was used against an ordinary ghost, the opponent would probably be killed by the sword coming out of nowhere before he could even react. However, Koku's-hibu simply waved his sword casually and deflected the attack. He was a little surprised. It's a breath I haven't seen before. He has lived for so many years and has fought against too many swordsmen. It can be said that he is familiar with all mainstream breathing. even more familiar than many of the pillars themselves. Over the years, many pillars died because he saw through their sword moves at a glance. But I didn't expect to see two new kinds of breathing tonight. The white figure landed next to Xia Feng. Kanroji Mitsurai nodded to Xia Feng. Mr. Xia Feng. I'm back. Where's Kaneo? Xia Feng asked. She has been sent far away, said Ganlu Temple. Xia Feng nodded. As long as Kaneo is safe, the purpose of his coming here this time will have been achieved. Ganlu Temple added, before coming here, I had a crow deliver a message to the headquarters. Other pillars will be here soon. Hearing this, Kokushibo's face darkened. What happened tonight was somewhat beyond his expectations. He didn't expect that there would be two pillar-level masters on Zixi Mountain. I never expected that Xia Feng would use so many strange abilities. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded in his heart. Kokushibo, make quick decisions, kill if you can, and leave if you can't. Kokushibo was silent for a few seconds and nodded. He didn't waste any more time, directly swung his sword at Chang Feng. Breath of the Moon, Form 8, Moon Dragon Tail. A huge semicircular slash, with countless small crescent sword winds, pressed down on Xia Feng and the other two. Kanroji Mitsurai was shocked. So strong. Before, she had only fought against lower rank Wei. Therefore, she was not very clear about the fighting power of ghosts. At this moment, the only thing left in my mind was surprise. It is no exaggeration to say that this sword has surpassed all the pillars of the Demon Slayer Corps. Every cell in her body was calling out to her most urgently. Run! Run! Ganlu Temple gritted his teeth. At this moment, she felt a long force coming from her waist. The whole person flew sideways uncontrollably. Please give me flowers. It was Xia Feng who kicked her. Xia Feng looked at her speechlessly. This girl is a pillar after all, why is she distracted during the battle? While kicking Ganlu Temple away, Xia Feng also turned into a shadow and sank into the ground. Kokushibo's sword swept across, cutting down more than a dozen trees in an instant. Not far away, Ganlu Temple was secretly annoyed. I am the pillar. How can I escape from the enemy? How shameful! Then, her face suddenly turned red. Just now, the situation was so critical, but I didn't think of anything except fear. Mr. Xia Feng was able to save himself in that situation. Moreover, he deliberately used a long and lasting force and did not really kick himself hard. 0. Really, handsome. She took a deep breath. I can't let Mr. Xia Feng look down on me anymore. The muscles of his calves exerted force, and Kanroji rushed directly towards Kokushibo. Breathing of love, 5 types, swaying love ran claws. I see. Is this a derivative of breath of fire? Kokushibo nodded slightly and swung his sword as well. Breathing of the moon, form 5, moon spirit disaster vortex. A large amount of sword energy including crescent sword wind swept across. The sword energy instantly dissolved Ganlu Temple's attack, and there was still enough energy to continue sweeping towards her. Ganlu Temple's pupil shrank, and he spun in mid-air, breathing of love, 6th form, cat foot love wind. The soft sword spun around her, turning into a protective barrier, and finally blocked Kokushibo's sword. Even so, there were still tiny sword winds that cut into her body, leaving her with several shallow wounds. Kanroji Mitsurai was somewhat unwilling to find that with her strength, she couldn't even get close to him. As long as you enter Kokushibo's attack range, you will be counterattacked violently. Just like just now, Kokushibo only used one sword strike, but suppressed her 2 moves and even injured her. Upper rank 1, is such a monstrous existence. Mr. Xia Feng, you were alone just now, facing such a powerful enemy? Chapter 53. While Kokushibo was swinging his sword, he also paid a lot of attention to Xia Feng's sneak attack. The sword that Xia Feng had just emerged from the ground was still fresh in his memory. Beside him, there is a big tree. The moonlight shines on the treetops, casting shadows on the trunks. From the shadows, Xia Feng suddenly rushed out. Koku's Hibu was prepared and stabbed at Sanfan's forehead with his wolf sword. This sword is as fast as lightning. Koku's Hibu is confident that even a master of the pillar level will not be able to dodge it. But Xia Feng seemed to have guessed this sword move long ago. As Koku's Hibu stared in shock, Xia Feng narrowly avoided the sword by turning his head and continued to chop at him. In Xia Feng's eyes, the whole world fell into slow motion. Although Koku's Hibu's sword was breathtakingly fast, in his eyes, it was not without trace. When the strike failed, Koku's Hibu turned the blade. Breathing of the moon, Form 3, the moon of disgust, eclipse. A large amount of terrifying crescent sword energy reappeared. Xia Feng and the entire 823 group were completely enveloped in the sword energy of the Ocean Minister. Kanroji Mitsurai exclaimed. Completion. A large amount of sword energy passed through Xia Feng. But Xia Feng acted as if nothing happened. All the sword energy was simply ignored by him. The sword blade chopped down without any change. Sizzle. Koku's Hibu lowered his head without a second thought, and Xia Feng's sword, which was originally aimed at his neck, directly chopped into his skull. Grayish-white brain matter, directly exposed to the air. If anyone else was stabbed like this, they would be dead beyond death. However, ghosts are so unreasonable. Koku's Hibu jumped back several times and landed on the ground with his wounds completely healed. As expected, you can completely dodge my sword. Kanroji Mitsurai quickly landed beside Xia Feng and helped Xia Feng prepare for defense to prevent Xia Feng from being attacked by Koku's Hibu in return. Xia Feng looked at Koku's Hibu and suddenly said, I have a question. Koku's Hibu was slightly stunned, then nodded, you go ahead. Although in his mind, Kibutsuji Musen kept urging him to hurry up, he decided to listen to what Xia Feng wanted to ask. Under his gaze, Xia Feng said, to be honest, you used so many moves just now, except for some changes in the appearance of the sword energy, what are the other differences? Those who know you think you are announcing sword moves, while those who don't think you are announcing the names of dishes. I was wondering, do you have few sword moves, and in order to appear smart, you forcibly split one sword move into several uses and then gave each sword move a name? After hearing Xia Feng's words, Koku's Hibu and Kanroji Mitsurai were stunned. A few seconds later, Kanroji Mitsurai made a poof sound. She quickly covered her mouth with her hand. But her constantly shaking body still revealed that she was laughing wildly. Koku's Hibu took a deep breath. Except for the time when he was almost killed instantly by that man's sword, his mood had never been as explosive as it was now. His hands even trembled a little. Xia Feng, you. His face looked extremely ugly, even darker than the bottom of a pot. Xia Feng laughed quickly, just kidding, don't mind it. Actually, your sword moves are pretty good looking. Koku's Hibu didn't know what to say. He felt that he and Xia Feng really had nothing to talk about. Kanroji Mitsurai laughed so hard that he couldn't breathe. She admires Xia Feng very much. Facing such a terrifying opponent as upper rank 1, Xia Feng actually still had the mind to tease. While laughing, she did not let her guard down. Koku's Hibu, who is angry and embarrassed, may just start fighting. But Koku's Hibu was more patient than she thought. He was silent for a few seconds, then said, I also have a question for you. You say? Xia Feng nodded calmly, as if he was not stalling for time at all. Koku's Hibu looked directly at Xia Feng and asked, what ability did you just use? My sword clearly hit you, why is it ineffective? Hearing this, Xia Feng raised his head slightly and revealed an unfathomable smile. It's simple. Your mind is in turmoil and you can't see where I really am. The real location. Koku's Hibu was slightly stunned. Subconsciously, he felt that what Xia Feng said was true. In his opinion, a swordsman of Xia Feng's level would not lie in the field of his pride. Xia Feng chuckled and did not answer. He just stood there quietly, like a high monk waiting for the other person to become enlightened. His expert style made Koku's feel a little pressured. Kanroji Mitsurai's eyes were almost filled with pink hearts. Mr. Xia Feng looks so handsome now. Just like those hermits in novels. Koku's narrowed his eyes, carefully recalling Xia Feng's previous actions, trying to find out the real location that Xia Feng mentioned. However, after thinking for a while, I still had no idea. He sighed, I can't figure it out. But this doesn't affect my swinging of the sword. If you can't figure out something, you will naturally understand it after playing with it. As he spoke, Koku's gently raised his sword, ready to attack again. Then he was slightly stunned. He was somewhat surprised to find that his body seemed to be bound by invisible strings. Xia Feng, who had just shown the demeanor of a master, now rushed over without any demeanor of a master. Surprise? Surprise! Xia Feng grinned, and in the night, he looked like a ghost crawling out of the abyss, as villainous as he could be. In his left hand, he held several invisible threads, and it was these threads that held Koku's puppet thread. For a strong man of Kokushibu's level, the puppet line cannot be completed instantly, it takes time. The reason why Xia Feng acted so pretentiously just now was to buy time. Kokushibu's eyes flashed with anger. Just now, I was actually stunned by Xia Feng's pretending to be a master. This person, just now he still had the nerve to say that he was not as proud as a swordsman? He is obviously the one who has the least swordsman pride. Kanroji Mitsurai stood there, his entire body petrified. She felt that her girlish heart had just been completely shattered. Where is your demeanor? Mr. Xia Feng? Where is your demeanor? Koku's roared, and the sword power surged in his body, directly cutting the invisible puppet strings. But, this moment of space was enough for Xia Feng to attack. Under Kokushibu's angry gaze, Xia Feng's sword, with the silver-blue glow, slashed towards his neck. Koku's moved his feet and flew backwards. But at this moment, golden lightning exploded from Xia Feng's body, and his speed soared again. Kokushibu's pupils shrank. He then remembered that Xia Feng had used a skill that looked like thunder breathing when he first appeared on the scene. From the beginning till now, how many breaths has this guy used? Breathing of water, breathing of flowers, breathing of thunder, and another kind of breathing he had never heard of before, a total of 4 kinds. As the thought flashed through his mind, Xia Feng also rushed past him. Behind Koku's Xia Feng breathed a sigh of relief, and Nichiren blades took over. Koku's stood there, blood gushing from his neck. Seeing this scene in episode 3.9, Kanroji Mitsurai almost cried out in surprise. Win! Mr. Xia Feng actually defeated one of the upper ranks one-on-one. In the history of the Demon Slayer Corps, there has almost never been a record of a single person defeating an upper rank. Not to mention the upper string one. Mr. Xia Feng, you are so strong. Under Kanroji Mitsurai's gaze, Xia Feng quickly rushed towards her. Kanroji Mitsurai is a great helper. What is Mr. Xia Feng going to do? Will he use the victory over upper rank 1 as an opportunity to propose to me? Although the atmosphere is really good, but I'm so nervous. How should I answer? Under the somewhat shy gaze of Ganlo Temple, Xia Feng rushed to her, picked her up and left. What are you standing there for? Don't you want to live? Xia Feng carried Kanroji Mitsurai and said speechlessly. Chapter 54. Kanroji Mitsurai was stunned when he heard Xia Feng's words. Isn't upper string 1 dead? What else is there to worry about? She opened her mouth and wanted to ask Xia Feng what happened. Before she could finish her words, she was surprised to see a terrifying storm of sword energy spreading out from Koku's In the sword energy, countless tiny crescent-shaped sword winds turned everything they touched into powder. The trees, the rocks, the ground around Koku's everything, all disappeared. Kanroji Mitsurai opened his mouth wide. This scene is simply hell. Xia Feng stopped outside the range of the sword energy. At this time, the two were more than 40 meters away from Koku's Xia Feng grinned. This Koku's is really perverted. The sword wind gradually dissipated, revealing Koku's inside. Kokushibu's temperament at this moment is completely different from before. Koku's 27 just now gave people a sense of calmness and indifference. At this time, Koku's was full of rage. His blade has also changed. The slender blade became even longer, more than 2 meters long. 3 chaotic blades extend from the blade, making the whole pair of knives look ferocious and full of destructive history. For an ordinary swordsman, even lifting this sword would be extremely difficult, let alone fighting with it. Xia Feng, I want to praise you. Koku's stared at Xia Feng and spoke slowly. It has been a long time since anyone has been able to force me to use this power. Even if it's a pillar, not many people can do it. But, that's it. When I show this power, your death is already certain. Kanroji Mitsurai trembled slightly, cold sweat dripping down his forehead. She wanted to fight, but her hands were too weak. I want to charge forward, but my legs are weak. Kanroji is definitely not a coward. Since she became a swordsman of the Demon Slayer Corps, she has never been timid towards any demon. But, the demonic Koku's in front of her made her unable to resist at all. She couldn't help but feel despair in her heart. Facing such a monster, can human power really win? Even if Hajime Kume were here, he would probably be disappointed, right? Xia Feng took a deep breath, stepped forward silently, and blocked Kokushibu's momentum for Kanroji Mitsurai. Koku's was in no hurry to act. His 6 eyes stared at Xia Feng together. Why? He asked. Why did you retreat in advance just now? Only a few people have seen my true ability, and they are all dead. Unless you knew my ability in advance, there is no reason for you to retreat so decisively when you have the upper hand. Before, Kibutsuji Muzan told him that Xia Feng was someone who must be eliminated, and he thought Muzan was making a fuss out of nothing. But now, Koku's finally realized that Xia Feng might be a very problematic person. Who the hell are you? Hearing this, Xia Feng smiled faintly. Seeing his appearance, Kokushibu's eyes flashed with annoyance. If you still want to delay time and use the method you just used to influence me, then I advise you to give up. It's meaningless. Xia Feng shook his head, that was just a trick, just a joke on you. Since you want to play it for real, I'll tell you my true identity. As he spoke, Xia Feng slowly raised the Nichiren blades under Kokushibu's gaze. Then he took a fighting stance. Seeing this posture, Koku's was suddenly shocked and showed an expression of disbelief. This is... Xia Feng smiled proudly, stepped forward, and rushed over. His sword emitted a dazzling red light as he walked. Koku's took a deep breath, and felt as if he was falling into an icy cave. Breath of the sun. It's the breath of the day. How is that possible? Breath of the sun has clearly disappeared in the long river of history. Back then, I did it with my own hands. Just as he thought of this, Xia Feng suddenly smiled and said, Jiguo Yan's Hung, guess who I am? As he spoke, the Nichiren blades in his hand shone even brighter. The blade drew a violent trajectory and slashed towards Koku's fiercely. This light, reflected in Kokushibu's eyes, reminded him of countless scenes. Once upon a time, I fought side by side with this sword light. They became enemies in the future. And that night, the knife chopped off half of my neck. His breathing became more and more rapid. Under Xia Feng's gaze, he moved his feet and flew back. Koku's didn't stop at all, just like a dark light, rushing up to the treetops, and in a few breaths, disappeared into the distance. Seeing this scene, Kanroji Mitsurai was completely shocked. Koku's Hibu, who was so powerful that he could not be looked at directly, and seemed like a ghost, actually jumped. I was scared away by Xia Feng's breath that was as hot as the sun. Kanroji Mitsurai stared at Xia Feng with eyes wide open. And Xia Feng breathed a sigh of relief. He had just used breath of the sun to stimulate the shadow in Kokushibu's heart and scare Koku's Hibu away. But in reality, how could he know anything about breathing of the sun? 783. It's just that I had fought with the sun-breathing puppet before and learned a few fancy moves. If Koku's Hibu hadn't run away, the two would have only had to fight each other for one move, and Koku's Hibu would have discovered the problem. Fortunately, I made the right bet. Kokushibu's fear of the sun-breathing swordsman was far greater than he thought. He turned the blade and put it into the sheath. Kanroji Mitsurai hurried over. Mr. Xia Feng, are you okay? Xia Feng shook his head. Hurry up and check the candidate's situation, be careful of other things happening. It would be interesting if Koku's Hibu had nothing better to do and had given his blood to other ghosts before coming to him. I'm afraid this exam will turn into a massacre. Kanroji Mitsurai nodded quickly. Just as the two were about to take action, Xia Feng suddenly turned his head and looked to the side. Two crows flew across the sky. Then, two figures fell from the sky. Sorry. I'm late. The one who spoke was a young man with golden red hair and wearing a flame-colored feather robe. Next to him was a sturdy young man wearing a white turban, decorated with many diamonds, and carrying two butcher knives on his back. As soon as the two landed, they prepared for battle. Chapter 55. At first glance, Xia Feng recognized the identities of the two people. Flame Pillar, Rengoku Kyujura. The greatest showman. The two men looked serious and alert. Just now, before they got close to this side, they felt a terrifying aura. The power emanating from Koku's Hibu made the alarm bells in their hearts ring like crazy. Both of them were veteran pillar-level masters who had seen a lot, but even so, they had never seen such a terrifying opponent. Looking around, Duzui Tenjin showed a puzzled expression. Where are the enemies? Kanroji Mitsurai chuckled, I was defeated by Mr. Xia Feng. Hearing this, both of them felt a rift. Before they came, they were all prepared to fight to the death, and now you tell me that we have already won? Rengoku Kyujura looked at Xia Feng in surprise. You must be the special advisor, Mr. Xia Feng. I am the Flame Pillar, Rengoku Kyujura. Nice to meet you. His voice was full of energy and his eyes were wide open. He looked like a very energetic person. Xia Feng nodded, I am Xia Feng. Duzui Tenjin blinked, can I ask, what level was the ghost just now? Upper string 1. Xia Feng answered him briefly. Duzui Tenjin took a breath. Upper string 1. According to the records of the Demon Slayer Corps, this Demon Slayer has more than one pillar. Until now, the Demon Slayer Corps does not even have detailed information about him. Because all the swordsmen who fought against upper rank 1 are dead. Including pillar-level masters. Duzui Tenjin looked at Xia Feng with awe in his eyes. Rengoku Kyujura's eyes lit up, you actually beat back the upper rank 1, good job. You're really fishy. Can you tell me about upper string 1's situation? I really want to know. Xia Feng said with a smile, if you want to listen, there will be plenty of time later. Now let's find out the situation of Teng Zishan first and don't let the candidates get involved. Hearing this, they both showed a look of realization. Okay, let's go now. Rengoku Kyujura and Duzui Tenjin looked at each other, nodded together, each chose a direction, and rushed out to the hospital. As for Xia Feng, he rushed towards the direction where Kaneo was. Seeing this, Kanroji Mitsurai also followed. She followed Xia Feng and looked at Xia Feng. Since she met Xia Feng, she has seen Xia Feng in many different ways. He chatted and laughed with the examinee who was not even a company soldier and whose strength was not strong, and he did not act arrogantly at all. In order to ensure the safety of Teng Zishan, he ran all over the mountain to scout for the enemy situation. Because Kaneo is cute, he blatantly ignores the rules and runs to help Kaneo. Not working hard, just being lazy. Facing upper rank 1, he showed no sign of retreating. He acted in a pretentious manner, trying to scare Shang Xian. And when upper rank 1 released a terrifying murderous aura, he took the initiative to stand in front of him and help him block the murderous aura. Thinking of these scenes, Kanroji Mitsurai couldn't help but blush. Xia Feng didn't notice Ganlu Temple's reaction at all. Even if he noticed, he probably wouldn't have any idea. Kanroji Mitsurai, who practices the breath of love, is originally a love-brained person and she can make anyone blush when she looks at them. It would be narcissistic to think that she is interested in you just because she blushes. At this moment, Xia Feng heard a system prompt. Gain Kanroji Mitsurai's favorability, level of trust, and a gold card lottery draw. Xia Feng nodded with satisfaction. He was not surprised by this result. After going through this level of battle together, if they can't even establish a relationship of trust, then Ganlu Temple is too cunning. Soon, Xia Feng found the target. He saw that Kaneo was moving quickly towards the final selection finish line. Not long ago, she had just encountered a terrifying enemy like upper rank 1, but this time she did not panic, nor did she go back to cause trouble, but continued with the final selection calmly and decisively. With such abilities, it's no wonder Shinobu chose him as his stepson. After confirming that Kaneo was okay, Xia Feng changed direction and rushed to the selection finish line. Not long after, the two stopped in an open space. Looking at the purple wisteria flowers blooming around, Ganlu Temple breathed a sigh of relief. Finally we're here at Fujika, rest assured. Xia Feng smiled. To deal with the upper string, simple vine flowers will not be effective. Otherwise, think about it, how did the upper string one get in? Hearing this, Kanroji Mitsurai felt a little scared. After a while, Rengoku Kyujura and Uzui Tenjin also arrived. The two came to Xia Feng together. Special advisor, we have confirmed that although many candidates have died, they all died of natural causes during the selection process. No one was hit by an upper rank force. Interference. Rengoku Kyujura shouted. Uzui Tenjin said, however, I found a special ghost on the way. That ghost must have eaten many people and evolved into a special posture. I originally wanted to get rid of it, but I didn't expect that a little red-haired ghost would get rid of it by himself. Xia Feng was slightly stunned. Uzui Tenjin said, it should be Tianai. If he hadn't mentioned it, Xia Feng would have almost forgotten it. As for the red-haired boy, if nothing unexpected happens, it should be Tanjiro. He asked, is it the boy who uses water breathing? Uzui Tenjin nodded, yes, water breathing, but, his moves are a bit weird. Good money Zhao, it seems that he has improved some of his swordsmanship. I don't know much about water breathing, so I'm not sure. Xia Feng was a little surprised. According to Uzui Tenjin's description, Tanjiro may have already begun to supplement himself with the abilities of the god of fire Kagura. This talent is really scary. After confirming all the circumstances, Xia Feng asked Rengoku Kyujura to write down the entire process and sent Wu Guan to the headquarters. Not long after, the crow flew back to the island. Headquarters has issued an order. After the final selection is over, all those involved in the incident are requested to go to the headquarters to hold a meeting of the pillars. Hearing this, several people looked at each other. The pillar meeting, the highest level meeting of the Demon Slayer Corps. This is the first meeting since Xia Feng joined. Chapter 56. The pillar meeting. Rengoku Kyujura repeated. Uzui Tenjin looked at Xia Feng and smiled. There is no doubt that Xia Feng will be the protagonist of this meeting. As a special advisor, plus the record of forcing the upper rank 1 to retreat. Damn it, I'm so envious. So envious. Kanroji Mitsurai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Don't be so envious. The ghost this time was really scary. If it weren't for Mr. Xia Feng, I would be dead now. Recalling the terrifying aura he had felt before, Zui Tenjin calmed down a lot and nodded with a sympathetic look on his face. Xia Feng, on the other hand, laughed in his heart. If it weren't for him, upper rank 1 wouldn't have come here at this time. At this time, there are still 4 days left until the final selection. Rengoku Kyujura and Uzui Tenjin, after getting to know each other with Xia Feng, said goodbye and left. As pillars, they also have their own tasks. They just happened to be nearby, so they rushed here temporarily. At the same time, Xia Feng also gained recognition from the 2 and 1-2 silver card draws. Including the previous gold card, he now has 3 more chances to draw a lottery. Thinking of this, Xia Feng couldn't help but feel a sense of pride as a rich man. With a happy mood, he and Ganlo Temple found the stronghold set up by Yin nearby. The members of Hidden showed great enthusiasm for the appearance of the 2 people, serving them with delicious food and drinks, fearing that they would be neglected. Xia Feng took advantage of the break to draw the reward he had just received. Drawing. Congratulations on winning the golden skill Wind Wound. Wind Wound, use the gap between air currents to deliver a powerful slash. This skill made Xia Feng stunned at first, and then he couldn't help but feel excited. Wind Wound. This skill comes from the animation Inuyasha. At the beginning, it can only be used after the enemy uses a move first, and then use the opponent's demonic energy to collide with the demonic energy to create a gap. It is a counterattack skill. Later, as Inuyasha's strength improved, he was able to create his own demonic energy collisions and cut off wind injuries. This move is extremely powerful. Xia Feng subconsciously looked at Kenroji Mitsurai. The only one around here who is high enough to compete with him is this girl. Seeing Xia Feng's gaze, Kenroji Mitsurai was a little flustered. What's wrong? Is there something on my face? Seeing Kenroji Mitsurai's confused look, Xia Feng decided not to use her to test the knife yet. It would be very embarrassing if this girl got confused during the battle and was killed by me. He continued to draw the remaining 2 silver cards. Drawing. Success. Congratulations on obtaining the silver skill Instant Power Enhancement. Instant Strength Enhancement, you can enhance your own strength in an instant. If used in actual combat, it will have unexpected effects. Xia Feng was also very satisfied with this skill, as it was very suitable for ambushing others. Finally, the second silver card. Drawing. Success. Congratulations on obtaining the silver ability Mental Power Enhancement. Mental Strength Enhancement, greatly enhances mental strength and improves defense against mental attack moves. Seeing this skill, Xia Feng recalled that there were no ghosts that used mental attacks. Finally found that it didn't seem to be there. However, this ability is a timely help. At least it will be easier to use bullet time in the future. And so, on the evening of the 4th day, the first qualified person appeared. As Xia Feng expected, it was Kaneo. Kaneo looked exactly the same as when he entered the mountain. His body was spotless, as if he had not been fighting a life and death battle in the mountains these past few days, but had come to the mountains for a vacation. Seeing Kaneo, Kenroji Mitsurai couldn't help but feel emotional. She is much more handsome than I was back then. Kenroji Mitsurai said with tears in his eyes. Kaneo came to Xia Feng with a smile. Are you not hurt? Xia Feng asked. Kaneo nodded slightly. With brother Xia Feng's guidance, these ghosts are completely non-threatening. Xia Feng smiled when she heard Kaneo's name. Kaneo is now behaving more and more like a normal girl. This meant that her and Shinobu's attitude towards her made her feel at ease. After confirming that Kaneo was safe, Xia Feng was relieved. It was really unreasonable for him to come here to be the invigilator. He was just about to take Kaneo to eat something when he saw Kaneo standing there without moving. The little girl raised her head, looking at him quietly with expectation in her eyes. Xia Feng was stunned for a moment. He thought about it, and tried to reach out and touch Kanao's head. Kanao immediately looked happy. Xia Feng was a little amused. When did Kanao start liking being patted on the head? Another night passed and the second qualified person appeared. It's Tanjiro. Tanjiro had more dust on his body than Kanao, but he looked in good spirits. Xia Feng was a little surprised that Tanjiro came out second. He remembered that in the original work, the first person to appear should be Hashira Inashuk. Tanjiro lost a lot of energy in the battle with Tianai, so he appeared later. Unexpectedly, Tanjiro would be the second one to come out, just after Kanao. You know, Kanao's current strength is the result of his hard work. Compared to the original, Kanao's combat power is estimated to be half as high at this time. Under the leadership of a hidden, Tanjiro came to the stronghold. Seeing Xia Feng, Tanjiro's eyes lit up. Mr. Xia Feng. He smiled broadly at Xia Feng. Xia Feng came over and checked Xilang. A few minor scratches, nothing serious. Xia Feng was somewhat emotional. Your talent is really strong. Hearing this, Tanjiro scratched his head a little embarrassedly. No. I just followed what Mr. Xia Feng said and practiced the fire god Kagura. Although I can't use it freely now, I have integrated some of the fire god Kagura's sword moves into the breathing of water to increase its power. Xia Feng nodded. If nothing unexpected happens, fire god Kagura should be an improvement on sun breathing, or an extended breathing technique, which is already at the ceiling level in this world. There will be no problem if Tanjiro continues along this path. Later, Hashira Inashuk, Shinazugawa Jinya, and Agatsuma Zenitsu also successfully passed the selection. What surprised Xia Feng a little was that in addition to these people, several ordinary team members also passed. The survival rate of candidates is slightly higher than in the original book. Xia Feng guessed that it was because the strength of the protagonist group had increased, and they killed more ghosts, which created new opportunities for some team members. Not long after all the candidates came out, the black and white the black and white twins, appeared. After they arrived, they first paid their respects to Xia Feng and Ganluo Temple. Then, the candidates who have passed the selection will be announced. Following the two of them were a few hidden members. They brought some orangutan crimson iron ore for the team members to choose and use to make Nichiren blades. Seeing this scene, Xia Feng suddenly remembered something. He had been planning to make a new knife for Kochua Shinobu, and happened to have some free time recently. After the meeting is over, let's put this matter on the agenda. Chapter 57. Seeing Kanao walking towards the ore tray, Xia Feng also moved over. Kanao looked at the ore in front of him. She knew nothing about minerals, so after thinking about it, she decided to pick a piece at random. Just then, Xia Feng stretched out a hand and picked up a piece. Let's take this one. As he said this, he handed the ore to the member of Yin. Kanao was slightly stunned, then smiled. She would use the ore chosen by Xia Feng even if it was not good, and she believed Xia Feng would definitely choose the best one. Xia Feng took a piece of paper, wrote something on it, folded it up and handed it to the hidden team member. When you go to the swordsmith village to deliver the ore, please give this to the village chief, he said. The other party quickly took over. I will definitely complete the task. After selecting the ore, all candidates who passed the final selection became official members of the Demon Slayer Corps. The team uniforms and Nichiren blades will be delivered to their designated addresses, which are their respective breeding houses. The crows used for communication will be distributed today. Kanao stretched out an arm and a crow landed on it. Oh! Oh! Please take care of me. Crow nodded to Kanao. Kanao also nodded slightly. Then, she looked at Xia Feng and said, Brother Xia Feng, it seems that no crows have come for a long time. Xia Feng nodded. I always feel a little uncomfortable with this kind of talking bird, so I didn't ask them to match me with a crow. Kanao accidentally discovered Xia Feng's weakness. I always think it's a bit cute. After leading the crow, Tanjiro ran over here. Mr. Xia Feng, after I get the Nichiren blades, can I come to you if I have a chance? Xia Feng thought about it and nodded, it's okay if I take Nezuko with me. There were several black lines hanging down Tanjiro's face. Mr. Xia Feng, he really is a person who does not hide his thoughts. After everything was over, Xia Feng and Kanroji Mitsurai talked for a while and then went back. Returning to the butterfly house, Xia Feng thought Kocho Shinobu would come out to greet him. After all, he had just fought a monster like upper rank 1, so Kocho Shinobu had to care about himself. But it didn't. Xia Feng felt a little strange and came all the way to the main house of Butterfly House. In the house, I could feel Kocho Shinobu's presence, but it felt a little weird compared to usual. Kocho Shinobu's aura was weaker than usual, but not to the point of being injured. Xia Feng asked Kanao to wait here and went into the house. He controlled his body muscles and made no sound. Arriving at the door of Kocho Shinobu's room, he crept through the shadows and took a look inside. Seeing this, Xia Feng's face darkened. In the room, Kocho Shinobu was holding an injection and slowly injecting it into his arm. Her face looked very bad. But he still persisted and injected the purple liquid into his body. Xia Feng thought quickly for a few seconds and finally remembered what was going on. He was a little annoyed. I actually forgot such an important thing. After Kocho Shinobu pulled out the needle, Xia Feng opened the door and walked in. Kocho Shinobu was startled when Xia Feng suddenly came in. You're back? Xia Feng didn't say anything, just walked up to her and took the syringe. After smelling it, Xia Feng confirmed that it contained vine flower toxin. After Kocho Shinobu's special blend, these vine flower toxins have a high affinity with the human body and can be absorbed into the body. Kocho Shinobu used this method to slowly transform himself until he was filled with vine flower toxins. Seeing Xia Feng's expression, Kocho Shinobu knew that Xia Feng had guessed the effect of the potion. Sorry. After thinking for a while, Kocho Shinobu said. Xia Feng put down the syringe and looked at her. You absorbed the vine flower poison into your body. Do you want to be eaten by the ghost? Do you want to kill the ghost poison in this way? Kocho Shinobu said nothing. Previously at the Yabayashiki mansion, she had already known Xia Feng's attainments in pharmacology. There is no point in lying at this time. Looking at Kocho Shinobu's appearance, Xia Feng sighed. He reached out and gently hugged Kocho Shinobu. Are you doing this to avenge your sister? Kocho Shinobu gave a wry smile. When my sister was killed, she told me to quit the Demon Slayer Corps. I am born small and weak. Even if I become a pillar, I don't have the ability to kill ghosts. I worked hard to develop the insect breathing so that I could kill the demon who killed my sister in my own way, for revenge. But, the more I come into contact with ghosts, the more I find that as ghosts grow stronger, they become more resistant to toxins. If it's the ghost that killed my sister, it's very likely that poison won't be able to defeat it at all. I have to do this in order to avenge my sister. Xia Feng took a deep breath. He released Kocho Shinobu and made Kocho Shinobu face his face. In Kocho Shinobu's somewhat surprised gaze, Xia Feng stared closely into her eyes. 00. I will complete your revenge. I will kill the ghost who killed your sister with my own hands. This is my promise to you. Do you remember what I said to you in the Swordsmith village? I will help you do what you can't do. I will never let anything regrettable happen to you again. If you believe me, don't do this again in the future. Kocho Shinobu opened his eyes wide and looked at Xia Feng in astonishment. After a while, she pursed her lips. If you make such a big promise casually and fail to fulfill it, you will have to swallow 1,000 needles. Xia Feng laughed, that's really scary. If that's the case, I have to keep my promise even if it means not swallowing these 1,000 needles. Kocho Shinobu smiled slightly and was about to say something when he was surprised to see Xia Feng's face suddenly get closer to him. Kocho Shinobu's expression changed from surprise to relief, and finally he closed his eyes and began to enjoy this wonderful touch. After a while, Xia Feng separated from her. Xia Feng took a deep breath and wanted to sell something. Kocho Shinobu said with a bit of uneven breathing, "Where is Kaneo?" Xia Feng was stunned. He felt a chill on his back. Just now, he asked Kaneo to wait at the door, and then he never thought about it. Chapter 58. Xia Feng hurried back to the door and pretended to cough. Sorry for the wait, Kaneo." Kaneo tilted his head. What happened in the room? Xia Feng laughed. Nothing, I just felt a strange smell in the room, so I went upstairs to take a look, but it turned out that Shinobu was just mixing medicine. Kaneo blinked, looked silly, and said nothing. When they returned upstairs, they saw Kocho Shinobu kneeling in front of the small table, having prepared tea for them. "Welcome back Xia Feng-jun, little Kaneo." On her face was a flawless, gentle smile that shone brightly. "I'm back, Sister Shinobu." Kaneo nodded gently. She saw that there was still a trace of blush on Kocho Shinobu's face. "It seems that while I was waiting at the door, Sister Shinobu was not just preparing medicine." She felt a little helpless, but then she felt relieved. Kocho Shinobu felt very happy to hear Kaneo address him. "Come, little Kaneo, sit next to your sister." At this time, Kocho Shinobu is like a villain who kidnaps children. Xia Feng did not get involved in the interaction between the two. He sat directly opposite the small table, picked up the teacup and took a sip. After everyone was seated, Kocho Shinobu looked at Xia Feng. "I have heard the general course of events from Crow. This time it was really too dangerous." She showed a somewhat frightened expression. Xia Feng smiled and said, "Don't worry, I just wasn't prepared this time. I've been researching a killer move recently, and now I've basically figured it out. Next time I meet upper rank 1, even if it's hard to beat him, I'll be able to escape unscathed." Kocho Shinobu nodded. She didn't say a word. That is, she was not actually too worried about Xia Feng's situation alone. Xia Feng has many special abilities, she knows that. What she was really worried about was a situation like this one. Given Xia Feng's personality, if there were people around who needed his protection, he would definitely not choose to run away, but to fight bravely. When she thought of this, she felt very worried. But there is no way to say this kind of thing. Advise Xia Feng to ignore other people and leave first if he encounters this kind of situation next time? Not to mention whether I can say such words, even if I really say it, it would be strange if Xia Feng would accept it. After a night's rest, the two set out on the road to the headquarters. Since this was their second time there, they were familiar with the route and it didn't take long for them to reach their destination. As soon as Xia Feng entered the Yubayashiki garden, he saw an acquaintance. "They are the black and white twins whom I met before at Tengzi Mountain." Xia Feng looked at the black one of the black and white twins with a very regretful look. The little boy with short black hair tilted his head slightly. He never understood why Lord Xia Feng didn't seem to like him very much. The two men leaned forward to greet Xia Feng. "Master Xia Feng, the Lord invites you to come in and have a chat." Then, he said to Kocho Shinobu, "Lord Kocho, please come with us to the reception room and rest for a while." Xia Feng and Kocho Shinobu looked at each other and nodded. According to his memory from last time, Xia Feng pushed the door and entered the house. Yubayashiki Kaguya was kneeling in front of the small table. Hearing Xia Feng coming in, he looked over with a smile. "Long time no see, Xia Feng-jun." "Not too long," Xia Feng said as he unceremoniously sat cross-legged opposite. Yubayashiki Kaguya handed Xia Feng a cup of tea, and then smiled and said, "I feel much better now than before. Please allow me to thank you again for your help, Kong Feng-kun." Xia Feng shrugged, forget about the thanks. Just wait until the end and don't bear a grudge against me. I'm not bragging, but I'm really afraid of supernatural stories. If you come to me in the middle of the night to complain about your injustice, I can't stand it." Hearing Xia Feng's words, Yubiashiki Kaguya couldn't help laughing. "Sorry, I'm being rude. It's been a long time since I took over this position and had a good chat with someone like this." He took a few deep breaths and calmed himself down. He said seriously, "Xia Feng Jun, how did you feel about fighting with upper rank 1 this time?" Xia Feng grinned, "Feelings? I just feel pain in my balls. The other side is just a pure beast." He briefly told me the information about upper rank 1. Hearing this, Yubiashiki Kaguya pondered for a while. Since ancient times, the upper rank demons have been an insurmountable gap for the Demon Slayer Corps. We have made countless efforts, but in the end we have only achieved a few results. The Demon Slayer Corps has made countless efforts and shed countless blood to get to this day. Although upper rank 1's attack was fraught with danger, it also showed a signal. Muzan began to get restless. He felt the pressure. "I think this generation of pillars is the strongest generation besides the swordsmen who used the initial breath in the Warring States period. If we can make good use of this power, it is very likely that can this cycle of hatred be ended in this generation?" His face was beaming with excitement. "Mr. Xia Feng, I have a request, I hope you can help me." Xia Feng looked at him for a while, then said slowly, "Let me guess, you hope that I can show more threats so that Guojai Weikan will pay more attention to me, and then make him show more of his feet." Yubiashiki Kaguya nodded, as expected of Xia Feng-kun, "What you said is quite right. I know this is a very rude request. In fact, if there is any other way, I will definitely not be so shameless to ask. But, I don't have much time left. I don't know if it will be hundreds of years before the Demon Slayer Corps can muster such strength again. Please allow me to make a solemn request to you on behalf of the people who have been slaughtered by demons in the past 5.4 millennium, and the members of the Demon Slayer Corps who have died over the past few hundred years." As he spoke, under Xia Feng's somewhat surprised gaze, Yubiashiki Kaguya slowly bent down and bowed to Xia Feng. When Yubiashiki Kaguya's head was about to hit the ground, Xia Feng reached out and stopped him. Xia Feng was somewhat helpless. "You are the leader of a supernatural organization after all, don't use such a big gift all the time. To attract Kibutsuji Muzan's attention, right? Actually, you don't have to be so polite. With my personality, I can't pretend not to see it when someone hits me in the face like this. Of course I will join this game." Chapter 59. Outside the Yubiashiki mansion, several mid-level swordsmen were guarding with full concentration. Among them is Murata. This was not the first time Murata came to guard the headquarters, so he shouldn't be too nervous. But today is different. He squatted on the tree, watching a figure approaching quickly. "Fengju, I won't die." When passing under the tree, Shinazugawa Sanamai suddenly looked up at him. The fierce look scared Murata so much that his heart almost jumped out of his chest. He wanted to cry but had no tears. Master Fengju is still as terrifying as ever. Not far away, on another tree, a swordsman nodded. "Among all the pillars, he should be the most terrifying, right?" As he was speaking, he suddenly stopped talking. His eyes widened and his forehead was covered with sweat. At some point, a white poisonous snake appeared beside him. The venomous snake stared at him, as if it would bite him if he made any unusual move. Just when he was about to faint, a voice sounded beside him. "What? So it's the swordsman on guard. I thought there were enemies here." As the words came out, the white poisonous snake suddenly shrank back. The swordsman looked over and saw a young man. The lower half of his face was wrapped in bandages, so you couldn't see what was inside. Both eyes are also heterochromatic. The white poisonous snake he had just seen was coiled around his neck. The man and the snake were staring at him with cold eyes. "Snake, snake pillar adult. He pronounced the name tremblingly. The snake pillar did not respond to him. He moved his feet and went towards the headquarters. He was in tears. I take it back. The scariest thing is not the wind column, but the snake-like appearance. Although Murata did not see what happened, he still silently mourned for his colleague. With the arrival of a famous pillar, the spirits of the members guarding the headquarters also became high. This kind of grand occasion is not something you can see casually. Yubayashiki Mansion, in the courtyard. One by one, the pillars came to the courtyard and waited there. Everyone was feeling a little excited at this moment. As soon as Kanroji Mitsurai arrived, everyone looked at him. This scene scared her. Hey? Why are you all looking at me like that? Is there something wrong with me today? Before she finished her words, Shen Qi came up to her in a few steps. Hey, Kanroji, I heard that you also fought against upper rank 1. Kanroji Mitsurai was slightly stunned, then nodded weakly, I can't help much. Shinazugawa Sanami's eyes lit up and he showed a ferocious smile. Very good, tell me quickly, what is the strength of upper rank 1? Kanroji Mitsurai felt like crying but had no tears. She only knew that she was no match for the opponent, but she had no idea how strong the opponent was. Fortunately, at this moment, the black and white twins slowly came. The Lord has arrived. Hearing this voice, all the pillars were stunned. Then, quickly line up and kneel down on one knee. Under the gaze of everyone, a figure slowly walked over. Looking at this figure, everyone was stunned. Yubayashiki Kaguya actually walked here by herself. In the past 2 years, Yubayashiki Kaguya's physical condition has deteriorated at a rate visible to the naked eye. Since 2 years ago, Yubayashiki Kaguya has needed help from others when walking. At least, there must be someone to help him lead the way, because he can no longer see. At this time, he actually came over. All the pillars couldn't help but feel a little happy. My lord, it is great to see that you are in good health. Rengoku Kyujura said loudly. The other pillars couldn't help but look at him. Kanroji Mitsurai pouted. She wanted to say that just now. Yubayashiki Kaguya smiled and nodded. This is all thanks to Mr. Xia Feng. As he said this, he turned his head and looked behind him. Everyone's eyes followed and looked over. Xia Feng walked out of the room slowly. Seeing Xia Feng, Kanroji Mitsurai showed a nice smile. Shinazugawa Sanami also looked at Xia Feng. He wanted to ask about his brother's situation, but the Lord was present, so he couldn't open his mouth. Hime Jimakume bowed slightly to Xia Feng. Seeing that Yubayashiki Kaguya's health had improved, his impression of Xia Feng also increased. Tomioka Jiuo looked a little dazed, not knowing what he was thinking. Yubayashiki Kaguya smiled and nodded to Xia Feng, then slowly knelt down on the tatami under the eaves, facing the pillars in the garden. Xia Feng walked to a place not far to the side of Yubayashiki Kaguya and sat down cross-legged. Seeing his sitting posture, many people's eyes twitched. This sitting posture is too. Although they wanted to complain, they silently chose to ignore it when they thought of their lord's attitude towards Xia Feng. Under the gaze of everyone, Yubayashiki Kaguya slowly spoke. I believe everyone already knows the reason why I asked everyone to come here early this time. A few days ago, at Fujikiyama, when the Demon Slayer Corps was conducting the final selection, Mr. Xia Feng and Mr. Mitsurai were attacked. The one who did it was upper rank 1 of 12 Kizuki. As soon as the 457 words of upper rank 1 and 3 came out, even though everyone was mentally prepared, they still couldn't help but breathe heavily. Yubayashiki Kaguya continued, Kyujura, Tenjin, Mitsurai-kun, and Xia Feng-san all told me the specific information about upper rank 1, and I wrote it down. As he spoke, he nodded to the person beside him. The black and white twins held a stack of papers, walked into the courtyard, and handed them to each pillar. Everyone opened it and started reading. After a few seconds, everyone's expressions became interesting. One of the upper ranks is actually a swordsman. And he's a swordsman who has mastered the initial breathing. Breath of the moon. Never seen before. Just by relying on your aura, you can make it difficult for the love pillar to move. Even strong men like the flame pillar and the sound pillar can be suppressed by their aura from a long distance. The terror of upper string 1 was fully revealed to everyone. As they watched, they couldn't help but look at Xia Feng, who was sitting cross-legged with a lazy look on his face. This person actually fought such a terrifying opponent head-on and won without getting hurt. Chapter 60. Under everyone's gaze, Xia Feng shrugged, "Don't look at me like that, I'm just lucky. The pillars just want to listen to this. Whoever believes it is a fool." After reading it several times, Haim Jimakume put the paper in his arms. He said with some concern, "It seems that Mr. Xia Feng has become the target of Kibutsuji Musen. Should we increase the protection of Mr. Xia Feng in Butterfly House?" Yubayashiki Kaguya smiled, "Not yet." Hearing this, everyone looked at Xia Feng. Seeing that Xia Feng had no reaction and looked at his nose and mouth, they all understood that Xia Feng must have reached some kind of consensus with his lord. Thinking of this, they subconsciously thought of Xia Feng's position. For a moment, Xia Feng's sense of mystery increased a lot in their hearts. Yubayashiki Kaguya continued, "Mr. Xia Feng's incident may just be the beginning. Musen always likes to use this method to distract our attention so that he can accomplish his goals elsewhere. So next, please be vigilant and prevent a bigger crisis from happening." "Yes." The pillars responded without hesitation. Yubayashiki Kaguya ... Then, he exchanged views with the pillars on the issue of selecting new people. The Zuhi meeting ended in the evening. Yubayashiki Kaguya stood up and said, "I will try to find out Musen's real purpose in the near future. If there is any progress, I will gather everyone again." All the pillars bowed their heads at the same time, "Yes." Xia Feng stood up, stretched his legs, and walked to the eaves on the side of the house. The floor here extends into the yard and is supported by wood underneath. Xia Feng sits on the edge, where he can put his legs down and relax. Yubayashiki House is even more upscale than Butterfly House. This high-end quality is mainly reflected in the courtyard. The manicured lawns, gardening, and the stream running through the yard are all filled with the atmosphere of a wealthy local family. Just when Xia Feng was feeling envious and jealous, a person came up to him. Seeing this person, Xia Feng exclaimed, "Oh, I was just looking for you." The person who came was Shinazugawa Sanamai. Xia Feng patted the wooden floor next to him, and Shinazugawa Sanamai sat down. Xia Feng said, "I have seen your brother's condition. He is not sick, but just has a simple physical condition. I have looked through the classics and found that this physical condition is not only your brother's, but also someone else has had it before. I think that instead of restricting him and trying to eliminate this physique, you should find a way to use it. Just like your ability to thin blood, if it were used on an ordinary person, it would be a suicide device that attracts ghosts, but if it were used on you, it could be used as a secret weapon. It's the same with your brother. His ability is the most effective in saving lives at critical moments. After all, apart from him, no one else can continue to fight after being fatally injured." Hearing this, Shinazugawa Minoru showed a conflicted expression. After a few seconds, he shook his head. "No, I can't let that guy join the Demon Slayer Corps. If you have no talent, you will just lose your life if you come in here. He can survive even if his limbs are cut off, but what if his head is cut off? What if he is eaten by a ghost? I can't take that risk." After saying that, he nodded to Xia Feng and turned to leave. Xia Feng shrugged his shoulders. It was difficult for an honest official to judge family affairs. He didn't have the warm heart of Tanjiro, so he decided not to get involved. Suddenly, Xia Feng felt a wave of ill will directed against him. He raised his head and looked in the direction where the evil came from. Long black hair, heterochromatic eyes, and a white scarf around the neck. "It is the snake pillar," Iguro Obanai. Seeing Xia Feng's gaze, Iguro Obanai was slightly stunned. He just glanced at Xia Feng, but he was discovered. You know, the snake breath he practiced was created specifically for assassinations, and it has a very strong effect in the field of concealing breath. Xia Feng's insight is a bit scary. Since he was discovered, he simply walked over. He walked up to Xia Feng and looked around. Seeing that no one was paying attention to this side, he said in a deep voice, "You saved Ganlu Temple, I want to thank you for that." Xia Feng looked at him with a half-smile and did not respond. Iguro Obanai frowned slightly and continued, "But, if you want to take advantage of this favor and do something to Ganlu Temple, I will never let you go." Xia Feng put his elbows on his legs, supported his chin with his hands, and couldn't help laughing. Iguro Obanai was completely embarrassed. "You, what are you laughing at?" Xia Feng laughed and said, "Do you like Ganlu Temple?" Iguro Obanai was stunned, then quickly shook his head. "How is it possible? Coward!" Xia Feng shook his head, too lazy to clean it up. Seeing Xia Feng's reaction, Iguro Obanai's face suddenly turned dark. His hand subconsciously reached for the hilt of the knife, but just when it was halfway out, he reacted and withdrew his hand. His face was gloomy. "I won't bother with you. After all, the special advisor is just a civilian position. If I take action against you, it will seem like I am bullying the weak." He was halfway through his words when he couldn't continue. Xia Feng just fought with upper rank 1 and escaped unscathed. Where does he get the confidence to say that he is a professional? His face turned pale and blue. Finally, he gritted his teeth and said, "Xia Feng, I want to compete with you. Do you dare to accept it? Whoever loses will never be allowed to approach Ganlu Temple again." Hearing this, Xia Feng showed a look of disgust. "I'm free? I'm betting with you on this." Xia Feng didn't want to have anything to do with people like Iguro Obanai. Even though he is already 21 years old, his love skills are probably only at the level of an elementary school student on Earth. Xia Feng was afraid that his IQ would also drop if he couldn't get along with this guy who had a head full of childish thoughts. Hearing Xia Feng's words, Iguro Obanai quickly asked, "So you don't dare?" Hearing this, Yuan showed a strange smile. When Iguro Obanai saw Xia Feng's smile, he subconsciously felt his body tingling. Normally, he is the one who scares others with his eyes so that they dare not move. He said angrily, "What are you laughing at? Drag." Xia Feng said with a smile, "If I spar with you, it seems like I am bullying the weak. Well, I will give you a chance. I will let you use 3 moves. If you can hit me, you will win. If you lose, I don't need you to stay away from Ganlu Temple. Just go and do something for me." Xia Feng's words made Iguro Obanai laugh out of anger. "This is the first time I've heard someone dare to say such big words to me. Well, let's not talk about one thing. If I lose, from now on, as long as I don't disobey the orders of the Lord, you can do anything else for me." As he said this, he did not draw his sword, but directly stretched out his hand and grabbed Xia Feng. Chapter 61. The moment Iguro Obanai made his move, his entire arm suddenly twisted. The snake breathing he practiced could distort his own attack route, making him unpredictable. He can do this even without a knife. His arm, almost leaving an afterimage, hit Xia Feng's shoulder directly. Xia Feng laughed and said, "You are too slow." Under Iguro Obanai's surprised gaze, Xia Feng dodged the attack with a slight movement of his body. The place where he dodged happened to be the direction where Iguro Obanai attacked at the beginning. Iguro Obanai looked incredulous. Normal people would instinctively dodge in other directions when faced with his attack. For example, if you punch a person on the left side of his head, he will subconsciously turn his head to the right. At this time, if your arm can become soft, suddenly change direction, and hit his right side, then no matter how fast his opponent reacts, he can only use his moves. And what about Xia Feng? When punching to the left, he also tilted his head to the left. As a result, when Aguro Obanai turned to attack the right side, there was nothing there. Even if he had reserved some room to change direction and attack the middle, it would be meaningless. His eyes widened. You saw through my attack route. Xia Feng shrugged 427, without making any comment. All I can say is that Aguro Obanai was a bit unlucky and happened to run into the ability that could restrain him. The moment he attacked, Xia Feng's spider sense guessed how he would attack. If Aguro Obanai wants to win, there is only one way, and that is to use speed to suppress Xia Feng. However, this difficulty is really a bit too great. After failing to hit the target with one strike, Aguro Obanai realized that now was not the time to hold back. Without saying a word, he pulled out the Nichiren blades. His Nichiren blades, curved and twisted, resembled a snake. Rather than calling it a knife, it would be better to call it a sword. Low-profile version of the golden snake sword? Seeing this weapon, Xia Feng couldn't help but ask, do you know the golden snake sword technique? Aguro Obanai, hey? What is that? He had never heard of the move Xia Feng mentioned. Xia Feng laughed dryly and waved his hand to indicate that he was just talking nonsense. Aguro Obanai did not ask further questions. He raised the Nichiren blades, be careful. As Xia Feng watched, he thrust out with his sword. The curved Nichiren blades lit up with dazzling light, and in an instant, check, they curved in 5 attack directions. This move is very similar to the fruitless peony in Breath of Flowers. No wonder they are all derivatives of water breathing. Facing Aguro Obanai's sword, Xia Feng could have avoided it by retreating if he was in combat mode. But now, in order to show off, he couldn't move. Just turn on the bullet time. In bullet time, Aguro Obanai's sword suddenly seemed slow and rough. Combined with the predictive ability of spider sense, Xia Feng just moved a few times and dodged all the swords and knives. This time, Aguro Obanai was really a little panicked. Xia Feng is so strong? Is this the strength that can fight Upper String One head-on? He couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat on his forehead. After all, I am also a pillar, and a pillar that specializes in speed and explosive power. At this moment, facing the unarmed Xia Feng, he couldn't even touch the corner of his clothes. He clenched his teeth and widened his eyes. Although it's embarrassing to use breathing techniques now, I can't think about it anymore. He took a deep breath and suddenly disappeared from the spot. The next second, he appeared behind Xia Feng. A transparent snake-shaped sword energy condensed into shape and opened its mouth to bite Xia Feng's neck. Snake breathing type 2, narrow head and poisonous fangs. The speed of this move was so fast that even Hajime Kume couldn't dodge it when he saw it for the first time. The word "win" came to Aguro Obanai's mind. Then his expression changed. With a distorted look of surprise on his face, he passed right through Xia Feng's body. It's as if Xia Feng doesn't exist at all. The moment it passed through Xia Feng's body, Aguro Obanai in midair turned around in confusion, wanting to know what was going on. When I turned around, I saw Xia Feng's smiling face. 3 moves have passed, it's time to change players. As he said that, Xia Feng raised his knee and kicked Aguro Obanai in the face. While kicking out, he also activated instant strength enhancement. Aguro Obanai felt as if a hammer had hit him hard in the face. With irresistible terrifying force, he flew backwards like a rag, leaving a trail of afterimage and crashed into the rockery in the yard. With a bang, he bounced and fell to the ground. A pillar-level body is completely unable to withstand such a huge impact. He felt dizzy and couldn't even stand up. Such a big commotion immediately attracted the pillars on the other side of the courtyard. Everyone came over in surprise and saw Aguro Obanai lying on the ground. What's wrong? Tomioka Jiyu asked in surprise. He thought a ghost was attacking him. The others also became alert and looked around. Only Kocho Shinobu, looking at Xia Feng's cheerful expression, probably guessed something. Aguro Obanai endured the pain and climbed up. It's okay, I just asked the special advisor for advice. Until now, he still sees stars. How heavy was Xia Feng's kick just now? Even if you have been breathing fully since the womb, you can't be this strong. If this kick lands on my neck, I will die instantly, right? Thinking of this, he looked at Xia Feng with some fear. Thank you for your advice. I lost. If you have any instructions from now on, just tell me with the crow. But I won't give up just like that. Next time, I will at least make you move. After saying this, he had no intention of staying and just turned around and left. Everyone was a little surprised to hear his words. From what Aguro Obanai said, he couldn't even get Xia Feng to move, so he lost. They all know Aguro Obanai's strength. He is one of the best in terms of speed and explosiveness. Among all the pillars, Aguro Obanai is also one of the top ones. Has Xia Feng's strength reached this level? At this time, Xia Feng was even more surprised than them. He heard the system prompt. Get the Aguro Obanai fear and get a silver card draw. Chapter 62. All along, the God-level auxiliary system has relied on favorability to obtain card drawing opportunities. This is the first time I have received rewards through other means. Looking at the system prompts, Xia Feng had many ideas. According to this setting, if he had directly followed the path of the villain boss, he should have become very strong. Xia Feng was a little amused. However, that approach was not in line with his character. Xia Feng has always considered himself a deadbeat, stirring up trouble and causing conflicts everywhere, which is not suitable for him. While he was thinking, several pillars who were more enthusiastic about fighting could not help but look at him. In particular, the Shinazugawa Sanamai. Compared to the last time we met, Xia Feng's strength seems to have increased a lot. This guy is upgrading very fast. Or, the last time he fought me, this guy didn't use his full strength? Shinazugawa Sanamai felt a little angry when she thought of this possibility. Find an opportunity to ask about this clearly. Kocho Shinobu came closer with a smile. Ah, Xia Feng, can I ask you why Yihei Xiaohui came to ask you for advice? Hearing this, Xia Feng was stunned. He blinked and said, I don't know. Maybe he wants to see how strong I am to fight against upper rank 1. Kocho Shinobu smiled even more, is that true? She put her face close to Xia Feng. Xia Feng could even feel the warm air she breathed. This made Xia Feng's face turn red, and she subconsciously thought of the previous contact between the two in the butterfly house. Kocho Shinobu whispered, I guess it's because Xia Feng-kun and Miss Kanroji are too close, which makes some people jealous. Xia Feng hissed. He turned around and looked at Kocho Shinobu with some surprise. As expected of a girl, this intuition is really scary. Looking at Kocho Shinobu, he subconsciously asked, are you also among those people? Kocho Shinobu was slightly stunned. Then, she also noticed that the distance between herself and Xia Feng seemed too close. Because Xia Feng turned her head, the two of them were now face to face, only a few centimeters apart, and with a slight movement, they were close together. Her face turned red and she quickly stepped back a little. Hehe, this kind of thing, you have to guess it yourself. After saying that, Kocho Shinobu disappeared in a flash. Looking at this scene, many pillars showed meaningful smiles. Uzui Tenjin smiled obscenely and gave Xia Feng an I understand expression. You know a hammer. Xia Feng rolled his eyes at him. As the pillar meeting ended, the pillars also needed to return to their respective places. With ghosts everywhere now, the pillars are very short of manpower and it is impossible for them to have a party together for too long. Xia Feng and Kocho Shinobu also set out on the journey back to Butterfly House. While walking on the road, Feng looked at Kocho from time to time. He felt that he was a bit too embarrassed. Kocho Shinobu and he were already in a relationship, but until now, they had only held hands a few times. This made Xia Feng feel like crying but without tears. He walked behind Kocho Shinobu, pretended nothing had happened, stretched out his hand, and touched Kocho Shinobu's hand. Kocho Shinobu didn't seem to notice and was in a good mood, humming a song whose name he didn't know as he walked forward. Xia Feng's hand was about to touch her. Just then, a voice suddenly rang out. Mr. Xia Feng! Xia Feng! He was not feeling well at all. He turned his head and looked in the direction where the sound came from with a black question mark on his face. Over there, Shinazugawa Sanamai is running towards this side. Xia Feng is about to curse. What are you doing here? Are you going this way too? Because his good thing was ruined, his attitude towards Shinazugawa Sanamai also became much worse. Shinazugawa Sanamai stared and grinned. When you fought Aguro Obanai before, you seemed to be much stronger than when you fought me before. It's just my guess, but you didn't hold back when you fought me before, did you? Xia Feng stared at him, completely fascinated. You followed me here just because of something so trivial. Shinazugawa Sanamai felt that Xia Feng had acquiesced, and could not help but angrily said, this is no small matter, this is an insult to my dignity as a swordsman. He stretched out his hand and grasped the hilt of the knife. It just so happens that I didn't use my full strength last time. Let's compete again. I want to challenge you. Xia Feng said, fighting is forbidden among the swordsmen of the Demon Slayer Corps. Do you want to violate the team rules? But sparring and challenging are not within this scope. Shinazugawa Sanamai said without hesitation. Xia Feng didn't expect that such a hot-tempered young man actually studied team discipline. He waved his hand, not interested, hurry up and leave. I'm busy. Having said that, he was about to take Kocho Shinobu away quickly. Shinazugawa Sanamai said, then I will follow you. As long as I don't have a mission, I will follow you until you accept my challenge. Xia Feng was really shocked. He couldn't help but look at Shinazugawa Sanamai. Is this grandson poisonous? Originally, he was very unhappy about being disturbed by Shinazugawa Sanamai, and now this guy is asking for trouble again. Xia Feng was silent for a few seconds, then suddenly smiled. 0. Okay, let's have a competition, okay. Seeing his expression, Kocho Shinobu blinked. Normally, when Xia Feng shows this expression, he won't be too gentle. Seeing Xia Feng agreed, Shinazugawa Sanamai's eyes lit up and he pulled out the Nichiren blades. Kocho Shinobu silently moved a distance away so as not to hinder the two people. Xia Feng said, but I don't have time to waste with you. Didn't you say you didn't use your full strength last time? Then just use your strongest move this time. Let me see, what is the upper limit of your strength? Upon hearing this, Shinazugawa Sanamai was stunned at first. Then, grin. Are we going to use our ultimate moves to decide the winner? Okay, I like that. As Xia Feng watched, he held the knife tightly with both hands. The next second, he rushed towards Xia Feng like a cannonball, using himself as a guide to stir up a violent gust of wind. Breathing of the wind, 7th form strong wind, Tengu wind. The wind was so violent that it seemed to tear everything apart as it rushed towards Xia Feng. Kocho Shinobu frowned slightly. This sword is so powerful. It is worthy of being the breath of wind, which is famous for its destructive power. Whether it is flower breathing or insect breathing, there is no such powerful destructive move. Xia Feng Jun, how should we deal with this? Under her gaze, Xia Feng stood quietly. When Shinazugawa Sanamai's momentum reached its strongest, he suddenly drew his sword. Borrowing the opponent's strength, slashing out with a double destructive force. The wound of wind. Of Chapter 63. Under Shinazugawa Sanamai's shocked gaze, Xia Feng swung his sword. A golden light spread out along the gap where the two swords collided. This golden light turned into a terrifying storm, cruelly tearing apart everything in its path. Not far away, Kocho Shinobu showed a surprised expression. Xia Feng's sword is so powerful. The power of this storm is more terrifying than any other moves she has ever seen. The moment Xia Feng swung the knife, a fear like the coming of death surged into Shinazugawa Sanami's heart. This fear was just like when he was powerless and was attacked by a ghost. Unable to resist, unable to escape. Looking at the storm sweeping in, Shinazugawa Sanami couldn't help but wonder, who is the wind pillar? Xia Feng's knife is the correct way to use breath of wind. With unanswered questions, Shinazugawa Sanami was directly sucked into the wind wound. Under the terrifying tearing force, his Tengu wind couldn't even last for a second before it was completely shattered. Looking at the storm that was about to tear her apart, Shinazugawa Sanami gritted her teeth and tried her best to dodge it. However, his speed was still not faster than the wind, and he was swept away in an instant. After the storm, Shinazugawa Sanami's figure swayed twice and knelt on one knee. There were several hideous wounds on his body. If it is not dealt with quickly, it will probably be sent directly to the morgue in no time. Looking at Xia Feng approaching slowly, Shinazugawa Sanami forced a grin. What a powerful blow! I'm convinced. Xia Feng was actually a little surprised himself. He originally thought that wind wound, a move that was used against monsters, would not cause much damage to humans. Unexpectedly, under Shinazugawa Sanami's full force attack, wind wound actually showed such a terrifying anti-injury effect. Luckily, Shinazugawa Sanami has thick skin. If it had been a crispy one, it would have died by now. He squatted down and began to use healing techniques on Shinazugawa Sanami. As the white light lit up, the hideous wounds on Shinazugawa Sanami's body began to heal rapidly. After a few minutes, Xia withdrew his hand. Shinazugawa, the fatal injuries on your body have already been treated initially. Xia Feng felt it would be too much trouble to completely cure the disease, so he didn't do it. Besides, it would be good to teach Shinazugawa Sanami a lesson, so that he won't challenge others in the future. Looking at his wounds that had already healed, Shinazugawa Sanami couldn't help but say, no wonder the ghost dance wants to kill you, your healing ability is simply the nemesis of ghosts. The reason why the candidates for the pillars are replaced so quickly is because once they are seriously injured, they cannot recover and will just retire. With your ability, as long as the pillars don't die, they can keep returning to the battlefield. If I were Kibutsuji Musen, I would be nervous too. Xia Feng laughed, not only healing skills, I also have other special abilities, which have also been seen by Kibutsuji Musen. He will definitely find ways to find an opportunity to get rid of me in the future. Hearing this, Shinazugawa Sanami said, I will also help you when the time comes. Although I can't beat you right now, I will become stronger, and by then I can at least help you until the finals in December. Xia Feng laughed. Alright, go find a place to get treated. Don't try to do anything too violent, or else the wound will split open and your internal organs will spill out. It's none of my business. Shinazugawa Sanami nodded, stood up, and walked back the way she came. After sending Shinazugawa Sanami away, Xia Feng looked at Kochuo Shinobu. Kochuo Shinobu looked at him with some curiosity. Xia Feng, that knife you just used. Xia Feng said directly, it is a move I learned during the previous battle with upper rank 1. The principle of this sword is to create a gap through the collision between my sword energy and the enemy's. Then, I use the new sword energy to cut through the gap and use the enemy's power to return it together. Just now with Shinazugawa Sanami, it was the first time I used it in actual combat. I didn't expect it to be so powerful. Kochuo Shinobu couldn't help but feel emotional. With such a powerful move, I won't lose even if I'm fighting the ghost who killed my sister. Xia Feng thought about it and was not so optimistic. Although Wind Wound is very powerful, it also has flaws. When facing an upper rank demon, it is very likely that the speed of destruction cannot catch up with the speed of the demon's recovery. Inuyasha once encountered a monster that was very good at recovering. No matter how hard he tried with Wind Wound, he couldn't kill it. It was a similar principle. However, at least this move is qualified to confront the upper ranks head-on, or even suppress them. There is no doubt about this. Let's go. Little Kaneo is alone at home. He must be bored now. While Xia Feng was thinking, Kocho Shinobu said with a smile. Xia Feng nodded. Because of Shinazugawa Sanami's interruption, his plan of holding hands failed, and he shrugged helplessly. At this moment, Xia Feng felt something warm in his hand. He looked over in surprise. Kocho Shinobu stood nearby, looking at him with a smile. The girl's hand was with his room. Xia Feng was slightly stunned, and then wanted to cover his face. I was taken the initiative again. Under Kocho Shinobu's smiling gaze, Xia Feng held her hand and the two walked towards the butterfly house together. Just like two elementary school students going on a picnic together. After returning to the butterfly house, Feng Feng returned to his normal life after a long absence. I paddle in the water, catch some fish every day, and take time to go to the treatment room to help save the dying and heal the injured. I live a leisurely life. In the middle, he took a break and drew the silver card he got for 1.2. Drawing. Success. Congratulations on obtaining the silver skill Infrared Vision. Infrared Vision, you can see the invisible infrared energy emitted by objects, making it easy to determine the enemy's position. But this piece was broken not long after. One day, in the evening, a crow came to the butterfly house. Ah! Ah! Headquarters sent a message. 12 Kizuki appeared in Nada Spider Mountain. Many demon slayers were killed and a large number of members were injured. Please send out Butterfly House as soon as possible to provide support. Chapter 64. Kocho Shinobu was slightly stunned and showed a surprised expression. She didn't expect that just after the upper rank 1 incident, 12 Kizuki would appear again. She looked at Xia Feng. I have to leave quickly, Xia Feng, you. As soon as he turned around, Kocho Shinobu was almost shocked. Just now, Xia Feng was wearing a yukata, kimono, and big slippers, but in the blink of an eye, she was already wearing the Demon Slayer Corps uniform. She blinked, you want to go too? Xia Feng nodded, as a member of the Butterfly House, how can I stand by and watch someone in danger? Kocho Shinobu immediately looked suspicious. This isn't something you would say, Xia Feng. Normally, shouldn't you be so lazy as to wait for the injured to come home? Xia Feng was stunned for a moment. Then he coughed and said forcefully, there's no time to talk about that. Let's lead the team and set off. Looking at Xia Feng's appearance, Kocho Shinobu snorted, didn't ask any further questions, and went to find someone. After a while, a medical team of 35 people was assembled. Kaneo put on the Demon Slayer Corps uniform, a white cloak on the outside, and a pair of white boots on his feet, looking particularly handsome. Xia Feng nodded in appreciation. 27, the little leg exposed between the boots and the skirt, this is the final destination of a gentleman. Kocho Shinobu gave him a helpless look. At first, when Xia Feng said these words, she would say a few words to Xia Feng, but after a while she was too lazy to say them anymore. The team assembled and headed straight to Nada Spider Mountain without stopping. Xia Feng looked at Kocho Shinobu. Shinobu, how far is it from here to the Nada Spider Mountain? Kocho Shinobu said without hesitation, with our walking speed, it will only take about 2 hours, but if we lead the team, we may not arrive until the early morning. Now, the sun hasn't set yet. If you arrive in the early morning, the day lily will be cold. Xia Feng frowned slightly. Shinobu, I'll go over there first and check the situation there, he said. Kocho Shinobu nodded, be careful, we are not sure what level the enemy is at the moment. Xia Feng nodded. Kocho Shinobu was not sure, but he was very sure. There is no doubt that the enemy is the lower 5, Spider Ghost, tired. He has already cut down the lower moon too, so how hard is it to cut down the lower moon V? Without saying anything, Xia Feng took the map and headed straight to Nation Spider Mountain. Not long after, he stopped. In front of him was a towering mountain. Not a spider mountain. This mountain is somewhat similar to Xia mountain, with lush trees, covering the sky and filled with mist. In this environment, even during the day, the kitchen can still move around. Just like when Nezuko first became a ghost. Even though it was daytime, it was snowing and the clouds blocked the sunlight, so Nezuko wouldn't be hurt at all. Xia Feng walked into the mountain and soon saw corpses everywhere. He frowned slightly. He couldn't save her even if he wanted to after she died like this. Xia Feng looked around for a while but didn't find anyone he knew, so he breathed a sigh of relief. He was afraid that his kocha would affect the development of the plot and cause important characters to die prematurely. Xia Feng closed his eyes and felt it. No obvious battle fluctuations have been detected for the time being. Looks like everything is fine. As he thought about it, he rushed into the mountains. At this moment, a powerful aura suddenly rushed up. A powerful demon is fighting with two demon slayers. Xia Feng recognized the auras of both players. One is Hashira Inashuk, the other is Tanjiro. He turned around and rushed directly towards the direction where the breath came from. Tanjiro and Hashira Inashuk looked at the enemy in front of them in surprise. This was a tall and strong ghost, who roared at the two of them with a deafening roar. Tanjiro's eyes widened, "Watch out! Inashuk, this is 12 Kizuki." As soon as he finished speaking, the ghost's huge arm had already smashed towards him. Tanjiro took a deep breath. Water breathing, second form, water wheel. The blue wave of sword energy suddenly turned and cut off the ghost's arm instantly. On the other side, Hashira Inashuk also roared and chopped at the other arm of the demon. Breath of the beast, 3 fangs, tear with fangs. Phew! The blade cut into the skin, making a dull sound. Hashira Inashuk opened his mouth in shock. The arm that Tanjiro had easily cut off was stronger than a rock when it came to him. He cut it with his knife, but he didn't even cut through a quarter. He couldn't help but look at Tanjiro. This guy was even more of a monster than a ghost. They are swordsmen of the same period, but how could their strengths differ so much? Tanjiro held the Nichiren blades tightly, his face solemn. In his mind, he kept recalling the scene of practicing with Xia Feng. Combine Kagura, the god of fire, with breathing of water. Just do this and you'll have a chance to win. With a determined look in his eyes, he attacked the giant ghost again. Under Inashuk's gaze, Tanjiro was like a seasoned swordsman who had experienced many battles. He fought back and forth with the giant ghost and seemed to have the upper hand. Inashuk swallowed. He clenched his knife tightly, not wanting to be outdone. He also wanted to fight the ghost like Tanjiro. At this moment, he suddenly saw that, at some point, a pottery jar had appeared on the ground not far away. Inashuk tilted his head. Why are there pottery jars in this desolate mountain? And Tanjiro, while attacking the sturdy ghost, suddenly sniffed. Then, his face suddenly changed. He turned to look at Inashuk and roared at the top of his lungs. Inashuk! Run fast! While Inashuk was distracted, a huge arm suddenly stretched out from the pottery jar not far away. He grabbed Inashuk by the arm and threw him out. Inashuk had no chance to react, like a rag, being thrown against a tree. The tree trunk broke with a loud bang and fell to the ground, and Inashuk also lay on the ground, without making any sound. It's washing. Tanjiro's eyes were red with anger, and he wanted to force the strong ghost to retreat and go over to save the people. However, at this moment, he suddenly discovered that a large group of goldfish floating in the air appeared above his head. Sensing the dangerous aura emanating from these fish, Tanjiro subconsciously raised his body and huddled in the cage behind him. At the same time as he made the move, all the goldfish's mouths ejected sparkling poisonous needles. Chapter 65. Seeing these poison needles, Tanjiro felt nervous. Can't avoid. Although he didn't know anything about poison, he knew just by smelling it that these poison needles were definitely deadly. There was a giant spider ghost in front of him and poisonous needles all over the sky. Tanjiro couldn't help but feel a little desperate. The only thing he can do is to protect Nezuko behind him. He gritted his teeth, and instead of retreating, he charged straight at the giant spider ghost. Just then, a voice suddenly rang out. "You are very brave, don't you want to die?" Hearing this voice, Tanjiro was stunned at first, then showed a surprised expression. "Mr. Xia Feng." Xia Feng's figure stood out from behind him. Tanjiro had no idea when Xia Feng came over. He didn't hear anything at all, and he didn't even smell it. Looking at the poison needles falling like raindrops, Xia Feng frowned slightly. This ability is not for the lower fifth. He opened his hand towards the burly spider ghost and invisible threads shot out. The sturdy ghost froze, lost control of himself, and pounced forward, bending over to block Xia Feng and Tanjiro's heads. Puff puff puff. There was a sound of flesh being pierced, and the back of the sturdy spider ghost was filled with poisonous needles. Seeing this scene, a light exclamation came from somewhere. "Interesting, you can actually control ghosts to block gunfire." Tanjiro looked around nervously. "Who is speaking?" Xia Feng carried the Nichiren blades and looked around calmly. Then, he suddenly swung his sword, and a blast of sword energy slashed out. With a snap, a clay pot broke into pieces. As the jar broke, all the goldfish in the air disappeared. "How is that possible? How did you find out?" The voice that was so relaxed just now suddenly became panicked. Xia Feng laughed and looked at a jar lying on the river bank not far away. "Your little tricks may be enough to fool laymen, but you use them to fool me. Aren't you looking down on me?" As he said this, he slashed his sword through the air again. The jar by the river moved slightly, and then was instantly shattered by Xia Feng's sword energy. Xia Feng did not hesitate and slashed another sword in another direction. "Over there, there's another jar." This time, Xia Feng did not let the jar be chopped into pieces. A figure suddenly emerged from the jar, just like the genie from the magic lamp. It was pale white all over, its body was connected to the jar, its mouth was where its eyes should be, and its eyes were where its forehead and mouth should be. There is a word in each eye. "Wind up." 5. Below his head, there were several pale hands moving irregularly. Just relying on this image, it is enough to make people lose their dignity. It raised one hand, and suddenly a jar appeared in its hand. A large group of fish flew out of the jar and headed straight for Xia Feng's sword energy. Large pieces of flying fish collided with the sword energy, cancelling out the sword energy, and the juice from the bursting flying fish splashed towards Xia Feng and Tanjiro. Tanjiro subconsciously raised his arm to block it, but Xia Feng was faster, he controlled the sturdy spider ghost and blocked it again. The flying fish's body fluids splashed onto the sturdy spider ghost, causing it to let out an ear-piercing scream. A few seconds later, the sturdy spider ghost's body began to fester at a speed visible to the naked eye, and his eyes lost their luster. Xia Feng flicked his wrist, releasing the control of the silk thread, and the sturdy spider ghost fell to the ground. The upper five looked at him in confusion. "You were able to defend against my abilities so thoroughly when we first met. Is this a hunch about danger?" Xia Feng smiled and didn't answer. He looked at Tanjiro. "My old, is Nezuko okay?" Tanjiro. Although Xia Feng changed his words just now, he could tell what he was going to say. This guy is becoming less and less willing to hide his perverted thoughts. Although he wanted to complain, he knew that now was not the time. "Nezuko is fine, we are all fine, but Inashuk. He won't die for a while, don't worry," Xia Feng said directly. Tanjiro shed a few bitter tears for Inashuk in his heart. Because Xia Feng ignored him, Upper Five was a little angry. Just as he was about to say something, Xia Feng turned around and looked at him. "Just as Upper String 1 left, here comes Upper String 5. Don't tell me you're here for me too." Upon hearing this, Upper 5 laughed. He rubbed his hands gently, killing you is of course one of the goals. But my target is not just you. I have already transformed this mountain into my home ground. Today, not only you, but all the supporters who come here will be beaten to death. My name is Gyoko. Upper 5. Remember this name, and die in my art. As he spoke, he opened his hand and 2 jars appeared, or rather, appeared out of thin air. A stream of water suddenly gushed out from a pot, covering Xia Feng. From another pot, a large number of goldfish flew out, covering the sky and the sun. Gyoko laughed, although my frontal combat ability is not as good as upper rank 1, as long as I am given time and the field becomes my home field, the combat power I can exert no one can compare to it. From the moment he heard the word upper rank, Tanjiro knew that today's incident was going to be a big deal. When the water flew out of the pot, he immediately smelled a strong smell of danger. Mr. Xia Feng! Be careful! Tanjiro shouted and ran towards Xia Feng. As he watched, Xuan Feng was completely enveloped by the waves. After the water waves covered Xia Feng, they melted into a pot-shaped water prison, tightly binding Xia Feng inside. Seeing this, Gyoko grinned. I didn't expect it to be so easy to handle. Special advisor is just an empty title. My blood hell bowl, once someone is locked in, they will never be able to get out. You will be trapped and die in there soon. But I can give you a chance. The gentleman said that as long as you are willing, Before he could finish his words, Gyoko was shocked to see Xia Feng suddenly sinking. He ignored the restraints of the water prison, and his entire body merged directly into the ground like a shadow. In Gyoko's mind, he recalled the information shared by Koku's Hibu. He didn't dare to hesitate and quickly looked behind him. The next second, a knife light suddenly appeared from a branch above his head and cut fiercely towards his neck. Chapter 66. Feeling death approaching, Gyoko felt cold all over. If he hadn't become a ghost, I'd have been sweating profusely. Just when the knife was about to cut off his neck, he suddenly turned into a beam of light and disappeared into the pot. The next second, Gyoko appeared in another pot not far away. He was breathing heavily and his heart was beating very fast. Xia Feng's terror was beyond his expectations. The ability to move stealthily from the shadows is so terrifying. But I still couldn't kill myself. Thinking of this, Gyoko grinned and smiled. I've said it before, as long as I prepare the venue in advance, your little tricks won't be able to do anything to me. As he was speaking, the goldfish that had been released earlier, the king of all, released his poisonous sting. There were so many goldfish flying in the sky that in the blink of an eye, their countless poisonous stings turned into a rainstorm. Xia Feng flashed and appeared beside Tanjiro. Then, with the swing of the blade, a shimmering lake surface unfolded on the spot. Water breathing, Form 11, Nagi. Blue water breathing, the poison needle becomes invisible. 917. Seeing this scene, Tanjiro was a little surprised. Mr. Xia Feng can actually perform the water breathing technique? Moreover, even he, a legitimate inheritor of the water breathing technique, had never seen this move before. Is this a model developed by Mr. Xia Feng himself? While he was thinking, Xia Feng said, "Don't just stand there, be prepared for battle, there will be more than 112 Kizuki on this mountain." Hearing this, Tanjiro's pupils shrank and he nodded quickly. Xia Feng was about to say something else when he saw several thick octopus tentacles suddenly stretched out from the woods not far away. Xia Feng! What the hell is this? I'm not a magical girl whose clothes melt easily, so is it necessary to just use tentacles? Tanjiro rushed over without hesitation. Water breathing, Form 4, hit the tide. His blade, dragging a trail of spray, fiercely chopped off one of the octopus tentacles. However, the knife only cut in halfway before it was violently bounced out by the elastic muscles. Tanjiro was caught off guard and almost fell to the ground. When he lost his balance, a tentacle rose high and slammed down on him fiercely. At this moment, the box behind him suddenly opened, and a petite figure rushed out from it. Nezuko opened her eyes wide and kicked hard, directly kicking the octopus tentacle back. Seeing this scene, Xia Feng was stunned. Nezuko's power, has she become a fly again? After Nezuko kicked the tentacle away, she turned around and saw Xia Feng. A smile suddenly appeared on the cute little face. Xia Feng felt healed. While he was being cured, the goldfish in the sky had already rained down poison needles again. At the same time, he also discovered that not far away, a number of huge figures were surrounding this side. Those are all some weird creatures. At first glance, they look like giant goldfish. But these goldfish all have arms, and they use these arms to walk slowly on the ground. The most terrifying thing is that there is a demon slayer swordsman buried in each of these goldfish. Kyoko killed these demon slayer swordsmen and used them to create arrogant goldfish puppets. After seeing this scene, Tanjiro's face turned black and he almost vomited. Xia Feng frowned. Seeing the huge goldfish gathering around him, Kyoko burst into laughter. How about it, have you seen my art? Using the corpses of the demon slayer's swordsmen, we can maximize the power of these works of art. Soon, you will be able to taste them. Unfortunately, I didn't expect you to show up here first. CHFH, I wasn't fully prepared, otherwise I could have made you feel even more desperate. Tanjiro's face was extremely gloomy. He could feel that those goldfish puppets all had terrifying power, and could beat a person into a pulp with one punch. The poisonous needles in the sky will also take their lives in a few seconds. Plus the eager Kyoko. Even Mr. Xia Feng, can he really break this deadlock? Under Kyoko's gaze, Xia Feng took a deep breath. Is this art? If this is considered art, those swindling ink-splashing calligraphers are considered art. As he spoke, he raised the Nichiren blades high up. Seeing his actions, Kyoko suddenly had a bad feeling. But, after sorting out the information shared by Koku's he was sure that Zhen Feng should not have any powerful range attack skills. Xia Feng's eyes were cold, although without the secondary bonus, the power will be greatly reduced, but it is enough to deal with these monsters and demons. On his sword blade, violent airflow slowly condensed into shape. The next second, he swung down fiercely. When facing monsters, you can display more powerful moves. Wind wound. The violent golden airflow rushed out along the huge fan-shaped surface. Under Kyoko's shocked gaze, Xia Feng used only one knife. Wherever the storm passed, whether it was the goldfish in the sky or the huge puppets in the distance, they were all destroyed as soon as they touched it, like chickens and pottery dogs. They didn't even last for a second before they collapsed into nothingness. After the storm, a huge fan-shaped clearing appeared in the forest. Kyoko was trembling all over. How could a human being use such a terrifying power? UBD, UBD. How dare you destroy so much of my art? His body was shaking more and more violently. As he spoke, his entire body began to swell rapidly. The originally weak body's muscles bulged layer by layer, and scales as hard as steel began to appear on the surface of the skin. I will use my strongest state to tear you into pieces. As Kyoko roared, his body completely changed shape. At this moment, he was like a huge devil muscle man. Compared with the previous muscular spider ghost, the pressure is dozens or hundreds of times greater. Tanjiro looked at the changed Kyoko in shock. At this moment, Kyoko's aura alone made him want to kneel down on one knee. Kyoko completely ignored him and just looked at Xia Feng. Xia Feng. See? This is me showing my true strength. Xia Feng's mouth twitched. This conversation, he always felt like he was somewhere. Chapter 67. After thinking about it for a while, Xia Feng remembered that this was what Koku's had said to him before. Could it be that this is the standard statement of an upper-rank demon? He couldn't help but chuckle. Complaints aside, Gyoko's transformation is indeed a very powerful skill. Apart from anything else, his physical strength alone is enough to make all the swordsmen of the Demon Slayer Corps cry. Not to mention his ultimate weapon, the Hand of God. After the transformation, Gyoko's hands have a very magical and terrifying ability. That is to turn everything he touches into aquatic products. He is a leader in the aquaculture department. Seeing Xia Feng's thoughtful look, Gyoko laughed and said, "How about it, have you seen my art?" Xia Feng looked annoyed. As for art, it stands to reason that everyone has their own standards, and it is impolite to casually comment on other people's art. But you are really too ugly, it makes me want to complain. Hearing Xia Feng's words, veins popped out on Gyoko's forehead. Ugly? Are your eyes used for breathing? This is a perfect body, a perfect combination of strength and beauty. He stretched out one arm and flexed it, showing off the muscles on it. See? These muscles, these lines. While speaking, he kept staring at Xia Feng, trying to see if Xia Feng was wavering. However, Xia Feng just shook his head. Your muscles are only superficial, lacking the support of the soul. Real muscles must be strengthened by the power of philosophy. Muscles without philosophy are like instant noodles without seasoning packets, which are simply waste. Xia Feng's decisive words made Gyoko stunned. Philosophy? Why do muscles have anything to do with philosophy? Gyoko felt a little irritated. As an artist, self-proclaimed, the thing he hates most is when someone denies his art. Xia Feng really must die. Thinking of this, he no longer hesitated and rushed directly towards Xia Feng. The huge claws opened with all their strength and enveloped Xia Feng. Xia Feng stood there quietly until the moment the claws were about to grab his head, then he suddenly rushed forward. The whole person seemed to have turned into nothingness and passed directly through Gyoko's claws. Gyoko was slightly stunned, then he remembered that Koku's had also shared Xia Feng's ability before. Although I knew about it in advance, it was still hard to believe when I actually saw it. Using his ability to become ethereal, Xia Feng passed through Gyoko's claws, and the blade flashed a blue light, slashing directly at Gyoko's neck. Breathing of flowers, 6th form, Duzumo. It's no use. I've already told you. Gyoko roared, and suddenly the whole person turned into a ray of light and went into a pot. Xia Feng retracted his sword and fell to the ground. And Gyoko has already crawled out of another pot. He broke into a broad grin. How about it? I can use this ability countless times. Even if you try your best and find an opportunity to attack me, it will be useless. And what about you? Your strength is limited. When you run out of strength, you're dead. As he spoke, he stretched out his paw and patted a big tree next to him. The tree suddenly turned into a giant muscular goldfish and walked towards Xia Feng. At the same time, a large number of poisonous goldfish flew out from the pots on both sides again. Xia Feng looked around. The goldfish puppets that he had just killed have multiplied again. It seems that Gyoko has hidden a large number of goldfish puppets in this mountain. The longer the battle drags on, the more goldfish puppets he will have to face. Not far away, Tanjiro wanted to help Xia Feng. Just then, a voice rang out. Red hair. Knicker and earrings, you are the swordsman that the master wants to deal with, right? Hearing this voice, Tanjiro's pupil shrank. He didn't even notice someone approaching. Although this was related to his anxious mentality, it also proved that the newcomer was very powerful. He held the Nichiren blades tightly in both hands and held them in front of him. The person who appeared in the shadows was a young man. The boy has white hair and pale skin, and looks very similar to the spider ghosts he encountered before. Who? He asked, frowning. The boy sneered. He gently pushed aside his hair to reveal his eyes. Next 5. These 2 words made Tanjiro's heart tighten. Surprisingly. Another 12 Kizuki. Noticing what was happening over there with Tanjiro, Huang Feng touched his chin. The 5th lower moon. Spider ghost, tired, is he here after all? He looked at Tanjiro from a distance. Tanjiro, use that trick, you can win. Xia Feng said with a smile. Hearing Xia Feng's voice, Tanjiro was slightly stunned, then nodded resolutely. The hands that were shaking just now have now recovered. The fear in my heart disappears. He raised the Nichiren blades and charged straight for the lower fifth. The lower five narrowed his eyes. A mere ordinary swordsman actually dared to attack him. Shred you! He moved his hands, and a large piece of silk thread condensed into shape, cutting towards Tanjiro. Without saying anything, Tanjiro used the strike wave move to cut the silk thread into pieces. Seeing this, Lei was slightly stunned. This red-haired boy can actually cut his thread. Logically speaking, a swordsman of this level would not be able to cut the string even if I put it in front of him, and he might even cut his own sword. He was a little annoyed and began to condense sharper lines. Meanwhile, Tanjiro was gradually converting his breathing. He will follow Feng's instructions and slowly transform the breath of water into the fire god Kagura. Seeing Tanjiro's performance, Xia Feng nodded with satisfaction. Then, he looked at Nezuko and smiled, Nezuko, go cheer for your brother, don't worry about me. Nezuko hummed and nodded. Seeing that Xia Feng seemed fine and was still in the mood to talk to other people, Kyoko's expression became increasingly ugly. Xia Feng, your opponent is here. He couldn't help but yell. Hearing this, Xia Feng turned around and glanced at him. Then, he showed an expression that seemed to be smiling but not smiling. You. If you had used these methods at the beginning, I might have really had a headache. Unfortunately, when you were running away just now, I had already seen through your little trick. I will kill you with the next strike. Chapter 68. The next strike, cut me. Kyoko was a little stunned and looked at Xia Feng for a few seconds. Then, I couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. Are you desperate and starting to have fantasies? Until now, you haven't even touched a single scale of mine. You want to kill me? What can you use to kill me? As he was speaking, Kyoko jumped out of the pot, his figure as fast as lightning, and he jumped around a few times, out of the range of the naked eye. Blood demon art, killing fish scales. Xia Feng stood there and took a deep breath. He moved his wrist, and the blade was wrapped in terrifying sword energy, ready to use the wind wound again. Feeling the power of Xia Feng's sword, Ye smiled instead. Xia Feng is just a human being. Using such a powerful sword skill will inevitably consume a lot of physical strength and energy. 7-7 only needs to shake him a few more times, so why worry about him not dying? Thinking of this, he did not hesitate and went back into the pot. Then, he activated the blood vampire technique and teleported directly into another pot. Kyoko sneered and crawled out of the pot, wanting to observe Xia Feng's reaction from a different angle. However, as soon as he showed his head, he was shocked to see Xia Feng standing in front of him. Kyoko looked stunned and wanted to speak out. However, what greeted him was only Xia Feng's devilish smile and a flash of knife light. The ghost hunting game is over. Brush! The knife flashed, and Kyoko's head flew high into the air with an expression of disbelief. Until he was beheaded, he couldn't understand what had happened. Xia Feng slowly sheathed the knife and let out a sigh of relief. You ghosts always lose in the same place. Why don't you learn your lesson? When you are a villain, talk less. The more you talk, the faster you die. He stretched out his foot and kicked Kyoko's body. Kyoko's expression was distorted, staring at Xia Feng. What's going on? What on earth are you? Since you are about to die, I will tell you. Xia Feng suddenly interrupted him. Kyoko quickly shut up and waited for Yuan Feng's explanation. He was almost gone, so time was precious. As Kyoko watched, Xia Feng squatted down and opened his mouth. Then, the corners of his mouth lifted up. You think I would say that? Don't dream. Gyoko's eyes widened. Before Gyoko could curse back, Xia Feng laughed and said, "By the way, you are working on the field of Zhuang. Luckily you became a ghost, otherwise if you relied on this skill to make a living, you would probably starve to death on the roadside." Listening to Xia Feng's words, Gyoko's expression became more and more distorted. He was furious and opened his mouth with all his might, wanting to curse Xia Feng. However, before he could say a word, Xia Feng grabbed 2 branches and stuffed them directly into his mouth. Seeing Gyoko's angry look, Chang Feng was amused. "Block them after you've criticized them. This is the basic quality of us keyboard warriors." In extreme anger, Gyoko gradually dissipated. As he watched Gyoko's head slowly disappear, the smile on Xia Feng's face slowly faded. "Compared to the people you killed, this little bit of compensation is really insignificant." After saying that, he turned around and wanted to go to the battlefield where Tan Zhiyin Li was. Just as he was about to leave, the system's prompt sounded in his ears. "Get Gyoko's extreme anger and get a gold card lottery." Xia Feng paused slightly. The system's rewards are really a bit unexpected. Following the scent of battle, he quickly found Jiro. "I don't know when, the water waves on Tanjiro's knife have turned into burning flames." Under the shocked gaze of the lower 5, Tanjiro was like a god of war covered in flames, striking with his sword one after another, overwhelming the lower 5. He used blood magic to make the thread extremely tough, but this operation couldn't even delay time in front of Tanjiro. The lower 5 gritted its teeth and threw out a net woven with red silk threads. He has been preparing this net for a while. Whether in terms of strength, toughness, or lethality, it is more than 10 times higher than the previous silk thread. He wants to cover Tanjiro with this net and cut Tanjiro into pieces. Facing this bloody spider web, Tanjiro instinctively felt the danger. However, at this moment, he had nowhere to retreat. Tanjiro gritted his teeth and decided to just ignore it and trade his injury for his life. Using an arm to exchange for Xian Wu's life is worth it. "Mr. Xia Feng is still dealing with the upper string, I must find a way to go over and help quickly." Seeing Tanjiro's reaction, the lower 5's face twitched. This kid, why is he so hard-working? There is no grudge between the two of them, is it necessary to do this? Not far away, Nezuko also became anxious. Just now, because Tanjiro was too strong, she couldn't intervene and didn't help much. At this moment, seeing that Tanjiro was in danger, she hurried over. At this moment, a figure suddenly flashed by. Under the red spider web, Tanjiro was taken away directly. Lower Moon 5, First Gen. Then, Xia Feng appeared not far away. Xia Feng grabbed Tanjiro's collar, a little speechless, "Are you crazy?" Seeing that it was Xia Feng, Tanjiro's eyes lit up, "Mr. Xia Feng. You beat the upper rank." After joining the Demon Slayer Corps for so long, he is no longer the young and naive guy he used to be. He knew a little about what an upper rank monster was. That's a terrifying warrior who can even kill a pillar. Unexpectedly, Mr. Xia Feng finished it so quickly. Xia Feng nodded, "It's just an upper 5th. If it's a higher level, it will be difficult to deal with. And don't change the subject. 2.8 is talking about you now." Tanjiro scratched his head awkwardly, "I want to win quickly so that I can go and help Mr. Xia Feng." Hearing this, Xia Feng was slightly stunned. "I couldn't even tell the lesson I had prepared." Tanjiro is indeed a socialite who tries to win people's favor in the original novel. He always says embarrassing things inadvertently. He coughed and said, "It won't happen again." Tanjiro chuckled. Xia Feng threw Tanjiro aside and looked at Nezuko. "Come on Nezuko, we meet again after a long time, give me a loving hug." Nezuko tilted her little head, then narrowed her eyes, ran over with a meow, and jumped into Xia Feng's arms. Watching this scene, Tanjiro wanted to cry but had no tears. My sister seems to be really going to be kidnapped. Chapter 69. Seeing Xia Feng, Xia Xianwu was shocked. Just now, Xia Feng was fighting with Gyoko. Now that Xia Feng appears here, does that mean Gyoko is dead? That's the fifth highest. There is a gap of 6 levels between him and this lower moon 5. He actually died at the hands of Xia Feng. His eyes widened and his heart beat wildly. Seeing Xia Feng and Tanjiro chatting, he couldn't help but move slowly back. He is not a coward, he just doesn't want to die in vain. However, as soon as he took a step back, Xia Feng looked over. Why are you in such a hurry to leave? As he spoke, Xia Feng stretched out his hand and grabbed him through the air. With an expression of disbelief on his face, his body was out of control and he was pulled over by Xia Feng. After feeling it carefully, upper rank 5 was shocked to find that what was controlling him were actually several invisible threads. He felt like he was in a bad state, like a ghost. Controlling people with silk threads is obviously the specialty of a spider ghost like him, so why can Yuan Feng also do it? Looking at his reaction, 27xia Feng sighed. You guys never really study other people's tactics. You ate all the information Koku's Hibu shared with you. Before, he killed Gyoko by relying on the puppet string. Faced with Gyoko's strange ability to move, it is very difficult to catch up with him just by speed. Of all the breathing techniques, it is estimated that only the lightning breathing and the cloud breathing can catch up with Gyoko's speed. However, Xia Feng took advantage of the time when he was talking to Gyoko to leave a puppet string on him. Xia Feng did not activate this line and did not use it. The only function is to determine the location of Gyoko. He used Wind Wound to force Gyoko back, allowing Jian to retreat back to Shengli. According to Gyoko's habit, he would naturally change the pot first. This habit just ruined his life. Under the guidance of the puppet line, Gyoko had just moved, and Xia Feng found Gyoko's position. He rushed over with thunder breath and beheaded Gyoko with a single blow. If Gyoko studies Xia Feng's abilities in advance, gives up on his showy moves, and fights head-on, Xia Feng won't be able to defeat Gyoko for a while. After all, when Gyoko reaches his full form, his scales are harder than diamonds, so that's no joke. Hearing Xia Feng's words, Xia Xianwu's face darkened. In Spider Mountain, he has always been the one educating others. This is the first time that someone has lectured him like this, except for Muzan. Hateful! Hateful! He growled angrily, and his whole body glowed red. With this light, the effect of the spiritual thread buried by Xia Feng was greatly weakened. At the same time, the lower 5 stretched out his hands, and 10 red threads emerged from his hands. These silk threads, like long whips, whipped out strong whines and slashed fiercely at Xia Feng. Such a thin thread, at such a fast speed, if it hits the body, it can slice the person into pieces in an instant. Tanjiro knew the power of this line and hurriedly said, "Ah! Mr. Xia Feng." Xia Feng smiled. He held Nezuko in one hand and held the knife in the other, swinging it casually. A faint blue blade flashed, and all the silk threads broke. Xia Feng ignored upper rank 5 and instead reached out and placed his hand on Tanjiro. As the white light flashed, the wounds on Tanjiro's body healed rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Tanjiro almost hummed in pleasure. After healing the wound, Xia Feng said, "Go ahead, Tanjiro, I leave it to you." He was too lazy to deal with a ghost of this level himself. Tanjiro nodded. He took a deep breath, and the dazzling flame appeared on the blade again. "I'm on it!" He shouted loudly and rushed to the 5th rank. Facing the fully recovered Tanjiro, lower 5 realized that he could not stay for long. Run, must run. He may not even be able to defeat Tanjiro alone, not to mention Chongfeng behind him. If you don't leave now, you will surely die. He moved his feet, and flew back, swinging out red threads as he retreated. White steam came out of Tanjiro's mouth from time to time. His body continued to heat up due to his breathing. Although spring was about to pass, his body temperature was still much higher than the current temperature. Xia Feng was surprised to see that the scar on Tanjiru's forehead seemed to begin to show some color. Is it going to be spotted so early? Nezuko's body shrank a lot. She put her hands around Xia Feng's neck and sat on Xia Feng's arms. She tilted her head, not knowing what the patterns Xia Feng was talking about. Noticing Nezuko's reaction, Xia Feng smiled slightly without explaining. Not to mention whether Nezuko can understand such complicated words in her current state, even if she can understand it, saying it out loud will only make Nezuko worry. Under the gaze of Xia Feng and Nezuko, Tanjiro stared at the lower rank 5 with his eyes fixed, not giving in at all. After several strikes, he finally engaged the lower rank 5 in a complete battle. The only ability that the lower 5th relied on was his silk thread, and after losing his distance advantage, he fell directly into a disadvantage. Tanjiro broke the opponent's defense with a few strikes, and slashed the lower rank 5's neck with a fierce strike. When there was a loud bang, and Hailang's hand was slightly numb. He never thought that a ghost's neck could be so hard. 153 Is this the neck or the knee? Although the ghost's neck is very hard, his sword is even harder. The previous sparring with Xia Feng was no joke. Tanjiro roared and shook his hands. Sizzle! Under the incredulous gaze of the lower 5, Tanjiro fiercely cut his neck with this sword. Originally, lower 5 wanted to cut off Tanjiro's neck while his blade was stuck, but, unexpectedly, Tanjiro suddenly increased his strength and was faster than him. There was a trace of despair in his eyes as he looked at Xia Feng and Tanjiro. Then, he turned into Fei Hui. Seeing this scene, Tanjiro breathed a sigh of relief and sat down on the ground. He felt sore all over, like he was dying. This was the first time he used the fire god Kagura to this extent. Looking at Xia Feng who was walking slowly towards him, he said weakly, "Thank you for your help, Mr. Xia Feng." Xia Feng nodded. Then, he suddenly looked not far away. There, a figure was rushing over quickly. Xia Feng originally thought it was Tomioka Jiu. After all, he was the first one to rush over to help in the original book. When he saw the person coming, he was slightly stunned. It's the flame pillar, Rengoku Kajuro. Chapter 70. Under Xia Feng's gaze, Kujura stopped. Mr. Xia Feng. Rengoku Kujura was a little surprised to see Xia Feng, and then greeted him loudly. I was notified earlier that someone from Butterfly House would come to help, but I didn't expect you to come in person. Rengoku Kujura opened his eyes wide and spoke enthusiastically. Xia Feng said, Ren is here too, but she is leading a team of medical personnel, so I arrived alone first. Rengoku Kujura nodded in understanding. I happened to be passing by nearby, and after receiving the notification from the crow, I rushed over immediately. Please let me help as well. As he spoke, he reached out and pressed on the hilt of the knife at his waist. Xia Feng smiled and said, It's nothing to do, everyone who should be killed has been killed. I killed an upper 5, and the healer killed a lower 5. Hearing this, Rengoku Kujura blinked, a little confused. After a few seconds, he said in surprise, 212 Kizuki. Such power is hidden in this mountain. Then, he couldn't help but look at Tanjiro. This little brother actually killed a lower string siege. So awesome! Tanjiro scratched his head embarrassedly, it's all thanks to the teachings of Master Yuro Kotake and Mr. Xia Feng. Rengoku Kujura knew that Yuro Kotake was the previous water pillar, but he didn't expect that Tanjiro also studied with Xia Feng. He couldn't help but sigh. Xia Feng and Tanjiro, they were two geniuses that suddenly appeared. Just then, he suddenly felt something was wrong. From the beginning, he discovered that there was a very strange aura here. He looked in the direction where the breath came from. Then I saw Nezuko being held in Xia Feng's arms like a doll. Rengoku Kujura's eyes widened and he whipped out his Nichiren blades. Mr. Xia Feng! Let go of the child in your arms, it's a ghost. As he said this, he took a deep breath and prepared to fight. Hearing this, Tanjiro quickly stepped in between them. Wait. Wait. This is not a ghost. No, it is indeed a ghost, but not an evil one. Rengoku Kyujuro was a little confused. Ghosts are just ghosts, how can there be any good or evil? Just as he was about to ask Tanjiro to move aside, he saw Kocho Shinobu approaching from a distance. Kocho Shinobu fell to the ground and looked at them strangely. What happened? She asked, blinking. Rengoku Kyujuro said, the child Mr. Xia Feng is holding is a ghost. Very dangerous. Hearing this, Kocho Shinobu looked at Xia Feng. Seeing Nezuko in Xia Feng's arms, the corners of her mouth slightly raised, revealing a dangerous smile. Ah! Xia Feng-jun, you've only been here for a short while, and you've already found another cute girl? Xia Feng looked innocent. Nezuko and I are innocent. Hearing the name Nezuko, Kocho Shinobu showed a look of realization. She had heard the name Nezuko before when she was chatting with Kaneo. She is Kamatu Tanjiro's younger sister, a girl who turned into a ghost. Looking at Nezuko, Kocho Shinobu had to admit that Nezuko was indeed very cute, and even the Demon Slayer Core Sword 10 was a little moved by her. Under normal circumstances, no matter how many reasons she had, she would take action immediately when faced with a ghost. But when Kocho Shinobu saw Xia Feng holding Nezuko, he became hesitant again. If Xia Feng decides that Nezuko has no problem, is it really okay for her to interfere? After thinking about it, she finally decided to do nothing and wait and see. Seeing Kocho Shinobu's reaction, Chenyu Kyujuro was a little confused. Why among the four swordsmen present, no one except him wanted to attack the ghost? Did I eat something bad today and am I hallucinating? He spoke again, Mr. Xia Feng, and this little brother, I don't know why you want to protect the ghosts, but this is against the rules of the Demon Slayer Corps. Please get out of the way. Hearing this, Tanjiro was sweating. In this situation, he had no idea what to do. He subconsciously looked at Xia Feng, wanting to seek help. Xia Feng just looked indifferent. Rengoku Kyujuro hesitated. Whether out of duty or out of his own conscience, he could not turn a blind eye to the ghost. Find the demon, kill it. This is the eternal iron rule of the Demon Slayer Corps. The words Demon Slayer on his Nichiren blades are not just for decoration. Even a special advisor can't change his will. Thinking of this, he gripped the hilt of the knife tightly, ready to issue a final warning. Just then, a crow suddenly flew across the sky. Ah! Headquarters has issued a message. Please ask Special Advisor Xia Feng, Flame Pillar Rengoku Kyujuro, Insect Pillar Kocho Shinobu, Demon Slayer Kamatu Tanjiro, and his sister Kamatu Nezuko to come to the headquarters. Hearing the voice, Rengoku Kyujuro was surprised. My lord, you actually want to invite a ghost to your headquarters? Hearing Crow's words, Tanjiro became nervous again. They're actually going to let Nezuko go to the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters? Are they going to execute Nezuko in public? Xia Feng. He originally wanted to maintain his composure and not laugh casually, but Tanjiro's words almost broke his composure. Kocho Shinobu walked over to Xia Feng and asked worriedly, will there be trouble? Xia Feng shook his head. Nezuko will have to pass this hurdle sooner or later. If she doesn't get the approval of the Demon Slayer Corps, she will get into trouble sooner or later. Compared to the danger outside, the danger from behind is the most troublesome. He looked at Kocho, Lee's, Shinobu. Shinobu, what's the situation on the battlefield? Kocho Shinobu frowned slightly, it's terrible. Many low-level soldiers died. Some were controlled to kill each other, and some were turned into strange monsters combined with humans and goldfish. Xia Feng thought about it and suddenly froze. He accidentally forgot someone. Has anyone encountered the golden-haired swordsman? He asked quickly. Kocho Shinobu nodded. Agatsa Mazinatsu, a GUI-level swordsman, was poisoned by a spider. His limbs were affected and atrophied. This is considered a serious injury. Xia Feng breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he's not dead, he'll have a way to save him. At the same time, he silently apologized to Agatsuma in his heart. He was only thinking about Tanjiro's matter just now, and actually forgot about Agatsuma. It's all Gyoko's fault. Xia Feng silently put the blame on the deceased artist. Chapter 71. Since Kocho Shinobu and Xia Feng were going to the headquarters, the job of leading the medical staff was given to Kaneo. This was not the first time Kaneo had done this kind of work, so he naturally took it on with ease. In this way, Xia Feng, Kocho Shinobu, and Rengoku Kyujura, along with Tanjiro and Nezuko, came all the way to the Yubayashiki mansion. Arriving at the mansion, Kocho Shinobu was somewhat surprised to see that not only them, but all the pillars had arrived. It wasn't long after the pillars meeting that all the pillars gathered again. However, considering the achievements made by Xia Feng, it is not difficult to understand. Over 100 years. The Demon Slayer Corps finally killed an upper rank. Over the past 100 years, the Demon Slayer Corps has changed several pillars, and even the leader has changed several times. But this is the first time someone has killed an upper rank demon. It is indeed a day worth celebrating. Seeing Xia Feng coming, everyone subconsciously looked over. Kanroji Mitsurai looked curious and was about to ask something when Yubayashiki Kaguya came out. Except Xia Feng and Tanjiro, everyone quickly knelt on one knee. Seeing that Tanjiro didn't react, Rengoku Kyujura beside him quickly pulled him up and knelt down together. Then, everyone was slightly stunned when they saw Yubayashiki Kaguya's appearance. Yubayashiki Kaguya, wearing a very formal high-end kimono, looks very energetic and seems to be several years younger. He was in high spirits and walked quickly to Xia Feng. "Thank you. Xia Feng-jun. Thank you." Yubayashiki Kaguya, who was usually calm, indifferent, humble and polite, suddenly became like this, which made Xia Feng feel very uncomfortable. He grinned and said, "Don't do that. I'm in a hurry." After hearing Xia Feng's words, many of the pillars showed complicated expressions. If it was someone else who dared to speak to the Lord like this, they would have been furious. Tanjiro looked at this scene and couldn't help being surprised. Lord, the supreme leader of the Demon Slayer Corps, the man that all the pillars respect from the bottom of their hearts. Before, when he asked Xia Feng for advice and discussed with Xia Feng, although he knew that Xia Feng had a high status and position, he did not feel it very real. Seeing Xia Feng talking to Yubayashiki Kaguya, he suddenly realized that Mr. Xia Feng was really an amazing person. Yubayashiki Kaguya was not annoyed by Xia Feng's criticism. He is extremely happy now, and everyone he sees seems particularly happy. After letting Xia Feng go, he looked at Tanjiro again. This must be Kamatu Tanjiro-kun who defeated the Lower Moon 5. Upon hearing this, many pillars showed surprised expressions. This Kamatu Tanjiro should be a newcomer this year, right? At only 15 years old, he can defeat the Lower Moon. I'm afraid there will be another Tokaido Muchiro. Hearing Yubayashiki Kaguya's words, Jiro nodded subconsciously. Then he quickly said, "Not only me, Mr. Xia Feng also helped me, otherwise I would be missing an arm now." Xia Feng smiled and said, "I just helped to block one move. Tanjiro's current strength is enough to fight against the lower rank head-on and win." After getting the confirmation from Xia Feng, the pillars no longer had any doubts about Tanjiro. Yubayashiki Kaguya nodded, "No matter what, you killed a 12 Kizuki, I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart." After the greetings, he slowly returned to the house. One side of the house is completely open to the yard. All the pillars knelt on one knee in the yard as before, and Tanjiro followed suit. Xia Feng sat down against a tree. To be honest, he was quite tired from the previous battle with Upper 5, and he felt a little sleepy as soon as he sat down. Under the gaze of all the pillars, Yubayashiki Kaguya spoke in a gentle voice. "Everyone, I have called you all here today to discuss 3 things. The first thing is, I don't need to say much. Mr. Xia Feng defeated Upper String 5 and broke the deadlock that lasted for more than 100 years. As a member of the Demon Slayer Corps, I feel deeply happy. Pride. Hearing what Yubiashiki Kaguya said, everyone felt a little emotional. Since the Warring States period, the level of the pillars of the Demon Slayer Corps has been uneven, sometimes good and sometimes bad. When they are good, they can suppress the demons, and when they are bad, they are almost completely wiped out by the demons. This generation of pillars, in terms of comprehensive strength, is already one of the strongest after the Warring States period. It's time to have a head-on fight with the demons. Xia Feng's opening words made everyone's blood boil. After everyone calmed down, Yubiashiki Kaguya continued, the next thing. He looked at Tanjiro, and then at Rengoku Kyujura. Kamado Tanjiro-kun, and his sister Kamado Nezuko, turned into a ghost. As soon as these words came out, all the pillars widened their eyes. Rengoku Kyujura said without hesitation, "My lord, please give the order to kill the child whose waist has become a circumference." Hime Jimakume had tears in her eyes and she groaned while holding the Buddhist beads in both hands. Iguro Obanai frowned and asked, "Why, after becoming a ghost, you haven't killed him yet?" Feeling the murderous aura coming from all around, Tanjiro quickly turned the wooden box he was carrying into his arms. "Everyone please calm down. Although Nezuko has become a ghost, she is a kind ghost. After she became a ghost, she has never hurt anyone." Hearing this, Uzui Tenjin said angrily, "What a joke! How can a ghost not hurt people? What are you talking about in your sleep?" Shinazugawa Sanami's face turned pale. "Is the ghost in this box? Hand it over to me." As he said that, he stood up and was about to walk towards Tanjiro to take the box away. He had only taken 2 steps when he was suddenly hit on the leg by a stone. Although the stone was not big, it was very powerful and made him gasp. Following the direction from which the stone came, he saw the lazy Xia Feng. "What are you doing? The higher UPS haven't given the order yet, are you going to make a scene?" Seeing Xia Feng's attitude, Shinazugawa Sanami was a little surprised. He looked at Xia Feng, then at Tanjiro. Finally, he looked at Yubiashiki Kaguya again. Yubiashiki Kaguya smiled at him, "Please don't worry, practical." Hearing this, Shinazugawa Sanami had no choice but to kneel back down. Kanroji Mitsurai blushed. Xia Feng looked so handsome just now. Uzui Tenjin looked at Xia Feng in surprise. "Mr. Xia Feng, are you going to protect a ghost?" Xia Feng glanced at him indifferently. "Shelter? That's an interesting word to use." He stood up and looked at Uzui Tenjin with a half-smile. Chapter 72. Xia Feng grinned and smiled. "Little white hair, I'm tired of all the accusations and labels I've played in the past. Are you sure you want to try it on me?" Before crossing over, Xia Feng was at least an employee of a large company. After so many years of hard work, he had seen workplace cruelty that was far worse than that of Uzui Tenjin. Hearing Xia Feng's words, Uzui Tenjin opened his mouth. "Although I don't quite understand what Xia Feng said, I still find it scary." Shinazugawa Sanami's expression is a little unnatural. Xia Feng called Uzui Tenjin little white hair, and he felt as if he was talking about himself. Hime Jimakume held the rosary and said, "Mr. Xia Feng, although Tenjin's wording was a bit problematic, your opposition to killing this ghost is indeed a violation of team rules." Hearing this, Yubiashiki Kaguya said, "Regarding this point, I also recognize Tanjiro-kun and Nezuko-kun, and I hope you can recognize them too." All the pillars were shocked. Shinazugawa Sanami couldn't help but say, "My lord, the existence of the Demon Slayer Corps is to kill all the demons, how can they spare the lives of demons?" Rengoku Kyujura also did not hesitate, "Yes, please allow me to oppose with all my strength." Uzui Tenjin nodded, "Even if it is an order from the lord, I cannot accept it." Tomioka Jiyu had a blank expression on his face, as if he had transformed into a super creature and stopped thinking. Hearing the speeches of the pillars, Tanjiro became more and more panicked. He took a deep breath and wanted to say something, but he had no idea how to start. He subconsciously protected the box. Nezuko is not the evil spirit you are talking about, why don't you believe it? Shinazugawa Sanamai smiled grimly, his eyes widened and bloodshot. Ghost, there is no such thing as kindness or not, boy, do you want to make me laugh to death, or are you tired of living and want to deceive me with such a disgusting lie? Yubayashiki Kaguya nodded to the black and white twins beside him. The black-haired girl slowly unfolded a letter. Everyone, this letter is from the original water pillar, Lord Scaled Dragon Seikanji. I'll excerpt a passage and read it to you. Please forgive Tanjiro for acting with his sister who has turned into a ghost. Nezuko still retains her strong mental strength and rationality as a human being. Even when I was starving, I didn't go back to eat people. I spent 2 years like this. It's an unbelievable situation that happened suddenly, but it is undoubtedly true. If Nezuko attacks someone in the future, Kamatu Tanjiro, Urokadaka Seikanji, and Tomioka Jiyu will commit seppuku to apologize. Hearing this, all the pillars were subconsciously stunned. Tanjiro's eyes widened. His tears flowed uncontrollably. Shinazugawa gritted his teeth and said, seppuku? What can seppuku prove? This is not a guarantee at all. Out of consideration for Yubayashiki Kaguya and Xia Feng, he did not say anything more unpleasant. Rengoku Kyujura nodded, as Shinazugawa said, if you eat a person, it can't be undone. The person who was killed will not be resurrected. Hearing what the two said, Yubayashiki Kaguya smiled with some helplessness and some relief. The children he trained have indeed fulfilled the duties of the Demon Slayer Corps. Even when facing himself and Xia Feng, he still insisted on his mission of being irreconcilable with ghosts. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something else. Xia Feng suddenly said lazily, to prove that Nezuko won't attack people, it's actually very simple. Under everyone's gaze, he walked to Tanjiro's side. Tanjiro was subconsciously a little nervous. Now he is like a frightened bird, and everyone he sees seems to want to hurt him. Xia Feng looked at him with amusement, why, you don't even believe me. Looking at Xia Feng, Tanjiro swallowed. Then, he slowly let go of the hands that were protecting the box. Xia Feng nodded with satisfaction, picked up the box, and walked into the house, where the sun didn't shine. Seeing Xia Feng's behavior, everyone was a little puzzled. Xia Feng put down the box and looked at everyone. If you want to prove something, evidence is essential. If things are not explained clearly, no one will be happy in the future. Tanjiro will definitely be inconvenienced as a member of the Demon Slayer Corps in the future. Then he smiled and said to Shinazugawa Sanamai, come here. Me. Shinazugawa Sanamai was slightly stunned and pointed at herself. Xia Feng nodded. Shinazugawa Sanamai realized that Yubayashiki Kaguya was a very good choice. Seeing that the latter had no objection, he simply stepped onto the floor and walked into the house without any further delay. Xia Feng said, Shinazugawa Sanamai is the owner of rare blood. I believe everyone here already knows this, right? Several of the pillars nodded. For example, Himejima Kume, he was one of the people who knew that Shinazugawa had rare blood. Rare blood has a fatal attraction to ghosts. Compared to normal human blood, its nutrition and fragrance are dozens of times higher. Even 12 Kizuki will be intoxicated and fall into urgent need after smelling this blood. He looked at Shinazugawa Sanamai, if you are so sure that Nezuko will eat people, then bleed her and see what Nezuko will do. Hearing this, Shinazugawa Sanamai was a little surprised. You want me to release my rare blood? Aren't you afraid that ghosts will go crazy? The smile on Xia Feng's face slowly disappeared. He said calmly, that's my business to deal with, you don't need to worry about it. Shinazugawa Sanamai thought for a few seconds, then nodded vigorously to buy. Okay, I agree. He said to Yabayashiki Kaguya, I'm sorry for polluting the Lord's house. As soon as he finished speaking, he pulled out the Nichiren blades and slashed his arm. Blood is flowing down. This deep cut made Yuan Feng feel. The moment Shinazugawa Sanamai performed the operation, Nezuko's box shook slightly. Xia Feng stretched out his hand and opened the box. Little Nezuko came out of the box and looked straight at Shinazugawa Sanamai. Seeing Nezuko, Kanroji Mitsurai blushed. How can this child be so cute? Seeing Nezuko's reaction, Xia Feng was a little speechless. Why are you so useless? If there is something delicious, I have given it to you before. Yabayashiki Kaguya was sitting next to him and felt that Xia Feng's words were a bit strange. Shinazugawa Sanamai stretched out her arms. Hey! Ghost, come here. It's time to eat. Come and attack me. Nezuko's breathing became rapid, and it seemed that she might pounce at any moment. Xia Feng stood aside calmly, not panicking at all. Not to mention that he believed in Nezuko's perseverance. Even if your bean really lost control, his puppet strings were not given for nothing. The third one is even worse. Chapter 73. As everyone watched, Nezuko frowned tightly and stared at Shinazugawa Sanamai's arm. Tanjiro was so nervous that he even held his breath. He wanted to rush over and stop Nezuko. But he also knew that if he really did that, he would not be able to prove anything and it would all be in vain in the end. Nezuko took a few deep breaths. Suddenly, she was slightly stunned. Under Shinazugawa Sanamai's shocked gaze, Nezuko turned her head and looked at Xia Feng. Just now, her attention was completely attracted by the thin blood, and she didn't notice Xia Feng for a while. Just now when I took a deep breath, I suddenly caught the scent of Xia Feng. Seeing Xia Feng, Nezuko showed a happy expression. Then, with a whoosh, she fell into Yuan Feng's arms. Shinazugawa Sanamai. He held up his bleeding 280 arm with a fed-up look on his face. Is this girl poisonous? As a ghost, he is not interested in his own rare blood? No. It's not that she's not interested. At the beginning, this girl was really eager for his blood. It was only after seeing Xia Feng that he lost interest in his side. Shinazugawa Sanamai felt like her worldview was about to collapse. It was the first time he saw a ghost that valued relationships with others more than food. Especially, facing rare blood. This is just like a heavy drug addict who resolutely turns his head away when faced with a syringe full of drugs. It is the perseverance that is difficult for humans to understand. Shinazugawa Sanamai's expression is very interesting. The pillars in the garden were also startled. Shinazugawa's thin blood turned out to be ineffective. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it. So cute. Such a heartwarming scene. I'm dying. Tomioka Gyuha blinked, but was not too surprised. He had seen how much Nezuko clung to Xia Feng before at Sajiri Mountain, so he was not surprised. Of course, he was surprised that Nezuko could remain true to herself despite the rare blood. Tanjiro breathed a sigh of relief and almost collapsed. He had consumed too much energy in his previous battle with the lower five and had not yet fully recovered. Xia Feng rubbed Nezuko's little head amusedly. Not bad. I just said you were a loser. You did a good job and didn't embarrass me. Nezuko snorted like a kitten, which made Xia Feng so cute. He looked at Shinazugawa Sanamai and smiled. How about this? Is this proof enough? Nezuko has proven her perseverance. If you still want to deny her, you have to pay a higher price. Shinazugawa Sanamai gritted her teeth and nodded. I understand. I believe her for now. After saying that, he looked at his arm. Can I? Xia Feng chuckled. Shinazugawa Sanamai returned to the courtyard in disappointment, apologized to Yabayashiki Kaguya, and knelt down on one knee again. After being treated by Xia Feng, Yabayashiki Kaguya's eyes were able to see roughly again, so he understood what had just happened. Under everyone's gaze, he smiled slightly. Now, everyone has no doubts about Nezuko and Tanjiro-kun, right? The pillars hesitated for a moment and nodded slowly. Although it was hard to believe, the fact that ghosts did not bite people actually happened in front of them. If they continue to be entangled and make unreasonable demands, it would be them who have lost their principles. They subconsciously looked at Xia Feng. Xia Feng had a kind smile on his face, as if to say whoever has any opinions anymore, no one needs to have any opinions anymore. Iguro Obanai's mouth twitched. He wanted to say something but swallowed it all back. Seeing that no one had any objections, Yubayashiki Kaguya smiled and nodded. Xia Feng also sat cross-legged again. I watched Yubayashiki Kaguya and watched Tanjiro. In this battle, Kamatu Tanjiro-kun showed extraordinary strength. Under the guidance of Mr. Xia Feng, he defeated the lower Moon 5 alone and was promoted to the first-class soldier Hashira no Jiabu. Hearing this, Tanjiro opened his mouth in disbelief. He subconsciously looked at Xia Feng. Xia Feng raised his eyebrows at him. Tanjiro didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It seemed that Mr. Xia Feng was involved in this matter. With my current strength, I can't handle such a heavy responsibility, he said with tears in his eyes. 0646035227 Fila 0824134331. Xia Feng chuckled, you can become a pillar if you kill 12 Kizuki. This is the rule of the Demon Slayer Corps. This time, because you failed to dodge a killing move of the lower rank 5, I only promoted you to A. If you want to upgrade in the future, you have to keep working hard. Tanjiro grinned. He knew that with Xia Feng's temper, once he made a decision, he would not change it easily. I had no choice but to lower my head. I will definitely live up to my mission. Yubayashiki Kaguya nodded in satisfaction. The pillars all looked at Tanjiro in surprise. How long has it been since the final selection? I didn't expect this guy to be a candidate for the post. Uzui Tenjin suddenly realized. Isn't this guy the one who killed the mutant ghost by himself in the final selection? If I remember correctly, this guy seems to have studied with Xia Feng. Fortunately, I didn't say much. He smiled awkwardly. Yubayashiki Kaguya continued, Kamatu Tanjiro-kun, from today on, Nezuko-kun will also become a member of the Demon Slayer Corps. You must work with her to kill more demons and make contributions. Tanjiro nodded vigorously, yes. His face turned red with excitement. Nezuko and I will definitely kill Kibutsuji Muzan and cut off this tragic chain. Xia Feng's eyes twitched, and he subconsciously wanted to cover his face with his hands. Many of the people had trembling lips, wanting to laugh but being too embarrassed to do so. Yubayashiki Kaguya was slightly stunned, then smiled at Tanjiro and said, with the current Tanjiro, it may not be possible, at least please become a pillar first, then talk about this. Tanjiro's whole face turned red and he lowered his head quickly. Kenroji Mitsurai finally couldn't help laughing. Xia Feng coughed, if everything is fine, I will send this kid to the butterfly house. Yubayashiki Kaguya ... Chapter 74. After the police sent Tanjiro away, Yubayashiki Kaguya looked at Xia Feng. Mr. Xia Feng, you killed an upper-rank warrior. Muzan will definitely react. Xia Feng curled his lips, I don't worry about having too much debt. Hearing this, the pillars couldn't help but want to laugh, but also couldn't help but envy. They practiced this martial art in order to fight against the pillars, but unfortunately they had never encountered any. What about Xia Feng? He has just joined the Demon Slayer Corps for a few months and has already fought against 2 upper ranks. Even killed 1. Where can I find the reason for this? Rengoku Kyujura thought for a moment and said, why don't I just follow Mr. Xia Feng from today on? Maybe I'll run into the ghost sent by Kibutsuji Muzan. As soon as these words came out, many pillars' eyes lit up, and their gazes towards Xia Feng suddenly became hot. Xia Feng's eyes twitched, no need. Don't use that trick, I'm fine, and having Ren to protect me is enough. Kocho Shinobu was slightly stunned, and then felt a little amused. What Xia Feng said was too shameless. A grown man asked a woman to protect him so blatantly. However, everyone knows that with Xia Feng's strength, it is a joke for him to ask Kocho Shinobu to protect him. On the other side, in a Japanese-style room, 2 rows of people, or humanoid creatures, were kneeling quietly. There are numbers in their eyes. Everyone is 12 Kizuki. The most powerful and terrifying group of ghosts. Normally, they made the Demon Slayer Corps feel terrified, but now they all stood there quietly like dogs with their tails between their legs. The front row is the upper string. The row behind is the lower string. Not far away, a woman looked at them without saying a word. The air was so oppressive that it seemed as if water could drip out. After a long time, the girl suddenly spoke. In one day, 1 waxing moon and 1 waning moon died. That's good, really good. Her voice was very calm, but it made the ghosts tremble. There is no other reason. This woman is actually the demon ruler, Kibutsuji Musen. Transforming into a woman was just a small means for him to hide from the world. Over the past 1,000 years, he has done countless similar operations. Even more incredible things than this are not non-existent. The 6th moon lowered its head, not daring to look at Kibutsuji Musen at all. He was now filled with fear. For more than 100 years, the upper string has never been replaced, and today one of them died. Lord Musen must be very angry. What if Lord Musen gets angry with them? Looking at the silent ghosts in front of him, Musen's face suddenly turned dark. He held out a hand. As he moved, a huge flesh snake stretched out from his arm and directly picked up the lower 6. The existence that the Demon Slayer Corps regarded as a great enemy was now like a rag doll and was easily picked up. Kibutsuji Musen looked at him coldly. I'm taking my anger out on you? You fools, you've committed a heinous crime, and you dare to use the word taking your anger out on me. Hearing this, the face of the lower 6 turned pale. My thoughts were actually seen through. This is bad. Musen's face was grim. It's bad? Why is it bad? The lower 6 quickly tried to beg for mercy. However, faster than him was Musen's attack. The meat snake opened its mouth and swallowed him. The sound of bones crushing and blood spurting came from inside. Hearing this sound, the 3rd string of the lower string trembled like a sieve. 3 of the lower demons were killed by Xia Feng. Now, another one was executed by Lord Musen. The only ones left are myself and one of the lower strings. With Lord Musen's current mentality, staying would mean death, so it would be better for him to leave. Thinking of this, he gritted his teeth, moved his feet, and rushed towards the paper window in the distance. However, before he could be happy, he was severely suppressed by a terrifying force. He was shocked to find that the speed he was so proud of was actually intercepted by someone. A ghost with white skin and short pink hair. Foolish thing, do you think you can escape from Lord Musen? Akaza said coldly. He raised a fist, ready to smash lower string 3's head. Akaza, did I ask you to do it for me? Hearing this voice, Akaza's pupil shrank. He quickly withdrew his hand. The next second, without him being able to see clearly, the lower string 3 in his hand disintegrated into a pile of minced meat. Akaza was a little shocked. With his strength, he couldn't tell when Lord Musen made his move. Is this the power of the Demon King? Musen narrowed his eyes and looked at Akaza for a few seconds. Seeing this, Upper 2 hurriedly said with a smile, Lord Musen, Lord Akaza is just a little more lively. Akaza interrupted him coldly, I don't need you to plead for me. Amid the tense situation between the two, Musen snorted coldly. Akaza, now that the upper ranks have died, you are no longer as important as you were in the past. You'd better not do things that make me angry again. Akaza bowed his head, yes, Master Musen. Musen walked towards the lower half step by step. Your companions are all dead, there is no point in keeping you, the lower strings should just disband today. Finally, is there anything else you want to say to 010? Under the gaze of the demons, a blush appeared on the face of one of the lower ranks. I am honored that you can do this in person. Hearing this, the upper ranks were all stunned. Muzin also showed a look of surprise. Upper rank 1 continued, I am very happy and blessed to hear the screams of other ghosts when they are executed. I like to see other people's misfortune and pain the most, it is as beautiful as a dream. I am very grateful that you kept me until the end. Before he could finish his words, Muzin dug his nails into his neck. Muzin gave a cruel smile. Not bad, you're good, I see you, I'll give you more blood. If you can digest this blood, go and kill Xia Feng for me. Do you understand? Thanks to Yadao Shenshi Xiang for the 10,000 reward. The writing is average as a newbie, I feel ashamed to receive rewards. Cover your face. Chapter 75. This is the Demon Slayer Core. Kyujura's Xia Feng protection plan failed again, which made him feel a little regretful. Fortunately, he was quite open-minded and was fine soon. After Yubayashiki Kaguya announced the end of the meeting, he stood up and prepared to leave. Xia Feng suddenly called him. Big Eyes, please stay for a moment. Xia Feng raised one hand and waved to him. Rengoku Kyujura. What the hell are Big Eyes? This nickname is so malicious. Although he didn't know whether to laugh or cry, he still stopped and asked, What's wrong, Mr. Xia Feng? Xia Feng looked at Rengoku Kyujura, I heard from Yubayashiki that you were going to investigate a train. Hearing that it was a serious matter, Rengoku Kyujura nodded seriously, yes, the name of the train is Infinity. In a short period of time, more than 40 people disappeared on this train. The swordsman we sent out did not come back, so the Lord sent me over. Xia Feng nodded. Not surprisingly, this is Rengoku Kyujura's final mission. Xia Feng still likes the character of Rengoku Kyujura very much. If he could save her, he would have decided to do so. Thinking of this, he looked at Yubayashiki Kaguya, I will take Tanjiro with me on this mission of Rengoku. Yubayashiki Kaguya was slightly stunned, is there any rumor? Xia Feng shook his head, no, it's just that my intuition tells me that this mission is very dangerous. Even if it's Zhu, there's a chance of failure. If someone else said this, Yubayashiki Kaguya might not take it seriously. But, Xia Feng is a man who has fought against 2 upper ranks. His intuition can't be ignored. Thinking of this, he nodded, I understand, if there is anything I can help with, please feel free to tell me. Rengoku Kyujura blinked and said, if this mission is really dangerous, then why not bring the Komato boy with us? If Xia Feng can say the word danger, there is a high chance that an upper rank enemy will appear in the mission. Rengoku Kyujura was worried that Tanjiro would be affected in a battle of this level. Xia Feng said, don't worry, Tanjiro is now a substitute, after all, he can help. Since Xia Feng said so, Rengoku Kyujura simply nodded. After agreeing on the contact information with Xia Feng, Rengoku Kyujura said goodbye and left. After he left, Yubayashiki Kaguya looked at Xia Feng. I'm sorry, Mr. Xia Feng, because of my willfulness, I still let you bear the current tense situation alone. Xia Feng smiled indifferently. He stood up and stretched. Then he thought for a moment and said, didn't you just say that if there's anything I can help you with, I'll tell you anytime? Yubayashiki Kaguya was slightly stunned, then nodded, yes, anytime. Xia Feng smiled with satisfaction, then you can give me some salary, bonus, or something like that. After all, I have killed an upper rank, which is not a small achievement, right? Yubayashiki Kaguya. Xia Feng's request is really full of flaws. Killing the upper ranks is, of course, an achievement. It is not an exaggeration to describe it as a great achievement. It's such a big deal, are you just here to ask for some money? He was a little amused. If you need money, don't mention it. The Yabayashiki family has accumulated a lot of assets and savings over the years. Mr. Xia Feng, just tell Amina directly. It's so refreshing and generous. Xia Feng gave Yabayashiki Kaguya a thumbs up. After a while, he came out of Yabayashiki's house carrying a big bag. Kochu Shinobu. She had been waiting for Xia Feng outside, and when she saw Xia Feng's look, she was a little fascinated. Mr. Xia Feng, what is this? Kochu Shinobu came over to see what was in the bag. Xia Feng smiled mysteriously and showed Kochu Shinobu what was inside the bag. Kochu Shinobu took one look and was speechless. The bag is full of money. Xia Feng went to ask the Lord for money? Kochu Shinobu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. If you need money, can't you come to me? Xia Feng shook his head. No, I'm a grown man, how can I ask you for money? During the Zuhi meeting just now, who was the one who boasted that he would protect him himself? Resisting the urge to complain, she sighed helplessly. You must be tired from carrying such a big bag. Hearing this, Xia Feng blinked. Then, he ran away with the bag on his back. Wait for me. After a while, Feng came back empty-handed. Done, put it away, he said with a smile. Kochu Shinobu. She was really shocked this time. What about a big bag of money? She subconsciously looked at Xia Feng's belly. Did you eat it? It will upset your stomach. Seeing Kochu Shinobu's gaze, Xia Feng knew what she was thinking. Don't think too much, this is my superpower. He said with a smile. Kochu Shinobu thought about Xia Feng's strange abilities, but didn't say anything. Everyone has secrets, Xia Feng just has more secrets. Well, maybe more than just a little bit. She sighed. No matter how unreliable Xia Feng was, she already liked this man. No matter how unwilling you are, what else can you do? This is the helplessness of life. Not long after, the two returned to the butterfly house. From far away, I could hear the noise inside. Xia Feng's eyes twitched and he walked into the treatment room. As expected, the one making the noise was the golden-haired boy Agatsuma Zenitsu. Agatsuma Zenitsu was staring at Tanjiro with big eyes, as if he was a monster. You actually became Class A. Still a candidate for the post. Is this true? This must be a lie. Tanjiro feels a headache. He guessed that Zenitsu would have this reaction, so he didn't dare to say anything. As a result, Koking, Kosumai and Konewi got the news and came to watch the god tier, and the news was exposed to Zenitsu who was in the same ward. Just as he was about to say something, he saw two figures walking in. One is the Xia Feng level. When Tanjiro saw Xia Feng, his eyes lit up and he was about to say hello. However, his voice was interrupted by another person who came in with him. Please don't make noise in the ward. Kanzaki Aoi's voice scared Agatsuma Zenitsu so much that he almost fell off the bed. Looking at Kanzaki Aoi's righteous look, Xia Feng couldn't help but feel a little emotional. How did such a cute girl become this little class monitor? Chapter 76. Kanzaki Aoi stared at several problem children in the room with her sapphire-clear eyes. Everyone, please rest quietly. Except for Mr. Tanjiro, everyone is seriously injured. If you don't rest well, don't blame me for not warning you if you are left with sequelae 11. Hearing about the sequelae, Agatsuma Zenitsu shuddered all over and quickly lay down obediently. As for Tanjiro, he had been obedient for a long time. After scolding the patients, Kanzaki Aoi then remembered that Xia Feng was still there. Her face turned red, and she quickly looked at Xia Feng. Mr. Xia Feng, I just... Xia Feng smiled and said, it's really a big help for Butterfly House to have someone as serious and hard-working as Zyakui. I'm not exaggerating, I think your work results in Butterfly House are higher than Shinobu's. Hearing this, Kanzaki Aoi's face immediately turned red, and she waved her hands quickly. How is this possible? How can I compare with Master Shinobu? After saying that, she lowered her head, looking a little embarrassed. However, I am very happy that Mr. Xia Feng can say this about me. Kozakaya and the other two also ran over. That's not fair. Mr. Xia Feng, please praise us too. Xia Feng looked at them for a while. Then he smiled and said, with you here, the butterfly house is no longer lonely. Hearing this, the three little kids were immediately overjoyed. The butterfly house is not deserted because of us. Mr. Xia Feng praised us. Looking at the backs of the three people, Kanzaki Aoi couldn't help but feel veins popping out on his forehead. These three idiots, can't they tell the difference between good and bad words? She said goodbye to Xia Feng with a sad face and ran to chase the little kids. Xia Feng walked to Tanjiro's bedside. Next to the bed was Nezuko's box, but Nezuko was not in the box at this moment. Instead, she was sleeping quietly in a separate ward, isolated from sunlight. Xia Feng found a chair and sat down, and told Tanjiro that they would go to the infinite train to investigate together. Tanjiro was surprised and happy to hear that he could carry out such an important mission. I will try my best, Mr. Xia Feng, he said, straightening his back. On the bed next to him, Zenitsu was watching this scene with despair on his face. We all joined the team at the same time, why is there such a big gap? Xia Feng looked at him with amusement. Zenitsu, your adaptation to the breathing of thunder is at the genius level. As long as you are willing to work hard, you can reach the pillar level at any time. Compared to you, Tanjiro is actually a little more difficult, because the swordsmanship he practices is much more difficult than yours, and it is more difficult to upgrade. Hearing this, Agatsuma Zenitsu was slightly stunned. Tanjiro? Isn't he practicing water breathing? It should be about the same difficulty as thunder breathing. Xia Feng shrugged and didn't say much about this topic. He turned his head and looked out the window. The afternoon sun shines down, making the courtyard of the butterfly house look warm. Xia Feng narrowed his eyes. He drew the golden reward he had received earlier. Lottery success. Congratulations on obtaining the golden ability Bajiquan Human Body Destruction Technique. Bajiquan Human Body Destruction Technique, it was originally a martial art used to strengthen the body and spirit, but because a certain user used this martial art for a long time and fought bloody battles, he transformed it into a special way of use, and it became a pure killing technique. Xia Feng. Although the system did not specify who created this martial art, he roughly guessed it. If nothing unexpected happens, it's Kotomine Kaire. Kotomine Kaire is a master of Bajiquan. When he fights as a proxy, Bajiquan is transformed into a killing bed. The force of his fists alone can kill ordinary people instantly. With the sound of the system, a large amount of knowledge poured into his mind. It took Xia Feng a while to fully absorb this knowledge. After sorting out this information, Xia Feng was surprised. As expected of Kotomine Kaire, this killing technique is too much. For a moment, Xia Feng even thought about not practicing swordsmanship at all, and just using this martial art to fight in the future. Although this statement is a bit exaggerated, it does show how terrifying this martial art is. The killing Bajiquan, plus the advanced physical enhancement and hearing enhancement he had obtained before. Xia Feng found that he now really looked a bit like Kotomine Kaire. He was a little amused. He clenched his fists. Although he only acquired a set of boxing skills, he felt that his strength was much greater than before. This is the difference between being able to use one's own power and not being able to use it. Although the advanced swordsmanship acquired before also has similar effects, it is mainly used in an instantaneous explosive manner. The benefits brought by the killing Bajiquan must be more obvious. Tanjiro was slightly stunned. He suddenly felt that there was some change in Xia Feng's aura. In an instant, it became deeper and more powerful than before. What is this operation? Xia Feng let out a sigh of relief. He looked at Tanjiro. You don't have many injuries, do you? Have a good rest today, and I'll give you some training starting tomorrow. After all, I recommended him as a pillar-level candidate. You can't embarrass yourself. Tanjiro nodded without hesitation, okay Mr. Xia Feng. Then he thought for a moment and asked, excuse me, what should I train for? Xia Feng smiled and said, all in the collection. The content is very simple, just keep using full breathing all day long, including when you sleep. I apologize deeply, I didn't get enough sleep the day before yesterday, and I had planned to make up for it during the day and write at night. As a result, the company suddenly asked us to go back to work overtime at noon, and we were not released until around 7 o'clock. I went home to pack up and it was around 9 o'clock. Chapter 77. After listening to Xia Feng's explanation, Tanjiro was a little surprised. Focus all day long? Is it really possible? Just thinking about it makes me feel painful. Agatsuma Zenitsu on the side was completely Spartan, impossible. His lungs will explode. Xia Feng shook his head, this is the basic operation. If you want to become a pillar, you must do this. Tanjiro blinked and said subconsciously, can Mr. Feng do it? Xia Feng was stunned for a few seconds. He glared at Tanjiro, I don't have to do it, because I have a good physique. He didn't lie to Tanjiro. Concentrating your breathing is a way to stimulate your heart and lungs and strengthen your physical abilities. Xia Feng has a body that has been strengthened by the system, so he doesn't have to worry about physical strength issues. Therefore, he does not have to practice the full concentration of Changzhong. Practicing it is just icing on the cake. Seeing that Tanjiro wanted to ask more questions, Xia Feng reached out and patted him on the head. Don't ask useless questions. Just practice hard when you are asked to. Start today. Remember, you are not allowed to stop even when you sleep. After saying this, he looked at his hands. Tanjiro's head is really hard, and it hurts a little when I hit it. Tanjiro almost cried, when I was sleeping? I couldn't control myself. Although he wanted to resist Xia Feng's tyranny, there was no doubt that it was completely futile. After dealing with Tanjiro, Xia Feng came to Agatsuma Zenitsu's bedside. He looked at Agatsuma Zenitsu's somewhat deformed limbs. Just like the original plot, Agatsuma Zenitsu encountered a spider ghost that spewed poisonous phlegm and a fierce battle ensued. However, unlike the original, Agatsuma Zenitsu was accidentally stung by a spider and poisoned after fighting with all his might, instead of being a coward all the way until he fell asleep and then used his ultimate move like in the original book. Is there any hope? Agatsuma Zenitsu asked with hope in his eyes. Xia Feng sighed, it depends on the treatment effect. If the effect is good, he should not die in 3 to 5 years. Hearing this, Agatsuma Zenitsu's face turned green at a speed visible to the naked eye. He looked at Xia Feng in shock, wait a minute. Are you serious about what you said just now? Xia Feng nodded, I'm serious. Then he added, this is serious nonsense. Before he could finish, he saw that Agatsuma Zenitsu had fainted. Xia Feng. Fortunately, Agatsuma Zenitsu has the ability to become stronger while sleeping and is protected by a halo. If it were a normal person, he would have died 800 times on the battlefield just because of this little bit of courage. Walking out of the treatment room, Xia Feng met Kanzaki Aoi who was sitting at the door. What's wrong? Why do you look so bored? He asked curiously. Seeing that it was Xia Feng, Kanzaki Aoi came back to her senses. No, nothing, I just suddenly remembered something from the past. Seeing that she had a complicated expression, as if she was worried about something, Xia Feng pulled a chair and sat down opposite her. He didn't say anything, just smiled and listened. Kanzaki Aoi looked into the ward with a complicated expression. Tanjiro and the others were lying in that room. Kanzaki Aoi sighed, when I see them, I can't help but think of my past self. If I had not backed down, and instead participated in life and death battles like them, would I have become as strong as them? Xia Feng thought for a moment and said, I don't think so. Your talent is much worse than theirs. She looked at Xia Feng with some confusion. Although I know Xia Feng is right, I still can't help but feel a little angry when I hear her blunt tone. Xia Feng was amused to see Kanzaki Aoi's reaction. This serious little girl is really fun to tease. Kanzaki Aoi said helplessly, please don't tease me. I'm really depressed. Even though I'm about the same age as them, there's a world of difference in our abilities. It's really frustrating. Xia Feng was slightly stunned, isn't this quite normal? You and I are the same age. Why don't you compare yourself with me? Hearing this, Kanzaki Aoi was also stunned. She stared at Xia Feng for a long time, and said in shock, I never noticed this. As she spoke, she showed a troubled expression. Mr. Xia Feng is about the same age as us, but I always subconsciously feel that Mr. Xia Feng is much older than me. A lot bigger, but okay. Xia Feng's eyes twitched. That's because he has a good temper. If it were someone else, they would probably have resorted to violence. He rolled his eyes and said, in short, you just want to become stronger, right? Kanzaki Aoi nodded subconsciously. Xia Feng smiled and said, it's simple, take me as your master and I will teach you to become stronger. Hearing this, Kanzaki Aoi was stunned. You mean, you want me to be your stepson? Xia Feng tilted his head, stepson, almost. Although the title is a bit strange, I have no objection. Hearing this, Kanzaki Aoi pursed her lips and her heart beat faster. Xia Feng's abilities are obvious to all in the Demon Slayer Corps. Whether it is strength, record, or potential, they are all first class. Being Xia Feng's stepson means that he can walk sideways in the Demon Slayer Corps just by relying on his title. This is an irresistible temptation for her, for any member of the Demon Slayer team. She took deep breaths and tried to calm herself down. After a few seconds, she gritted her teeth and shook her head vigorously. I'm sorry. I can't accept your kindness. Although this is a great opportunity for me, I know my own abilities very well. Such an important position and opportunity cannot be wasted on me. She bowed to Xia Feng and said, so, please leave this position to someone with more potential. After saying this, she felt relieved and smiled. Besides, I just suddenly figured it out, I really still like my current job. Being able to contribute to Butterfly House is the best demonstration of my life value. After saying that, Kanzaki Aoi smiled brightly and went back to work. Looking at her back, Xia Feng fell into deep thought. This atmosphere, why is it like a confession being rejected? The meeting ended at around 5, I got home at 8, cleaned up at 9. I am so sleepy. Life is just so hard. Also, I just watched the latest episode of Demon Slayer. Zyakui is really pretty in the animation. When I read the comics, I didn't think it was anything special. In the animation, she suddenly became super cute. Is this the charm of blue eyes? Blue eyes are as blue as mountains. Chapter 78. After leaving the treatment room, Xia Feng returned to the main house of Butterfly House. In the yard, Kaneo was practicing sword seriously. Just like when Xia Feng first came. Looking at Kaneo's focused expression, Xia Feng suddenly felt nostalgic. He walked to the corridor, sat on the wooden floor, and watched Kaneo practice swordplay. At this time, there were light footsteps behind me. Xia Feng turned around and saw Kochua Shinobu walking towards her with a smile. Little Kaneo is so cute, I often stare at her for a long time. As she spoke, she walked over to Xia Feng and sat down next to her. Feeling the warmth of the girl next to him, Xia Feng was a little nervous, but he quickly adapted. He narrowed his eyes, days like this are really good. Wouldn't it be better if girls became more 873? Kochua Shinobu asked with a smile. Xia Feng quickly shook his head, how is that possible? I'm such an upright person. Kocho Shinobu looked at him with a half-smile, which made Xia Feng break out in a cold sweat. Just when Xia Feng was a little panicked, Kocho Shinobu smiled and said, "Just now, the flame pillar sent Crow over and said that he was ready to leave." Xia Feng nodded, "That's pretty neat and simple. As for me, I will rush over after Tanjiro has mastered the full concentration in the regular middle." Hearing this, Kocho Shinobu was a little surprised. Full concentration Chong. It's not easy to practice. Is this little time enough? Xia Feng smiled and said, "If it's not enough, just work harder." Looking at Xia Feng's smile, Kocho Shinobu blinked and silently mourned for Tanjiro in his heart. That child was favored by Xia Feng. I really don't know whether it is a good thing or bad luck. And so, for the next 2 days, Tanjiro went through hell. Under Xia Feng's arrangement, there were therapists following Tanjiro at all times. If they found that Tanjiro was not breathing, they would just chop him with a wooden sword. The treatment staff at Butterfly House are divided into day and night shifts, so doing this kind of thing is naturally effortless for them. It's just a pity for Tanjiro. After 2 days, I had a lot of bruises on my body. I felt like crying but couldn't. Although I suffered a lot, at least in the end, I was able to master the full concentration and constant hit technique ahead of time. After learning about Tanjiro's training speed, Kocho Shinobu couldn't help but be a little surprised. No wonder Xia Feng thinks so highly of Tanjiro. With this speed of cultivation, it is only a matter of time before he becomes a pillar-level person. Thinking of this, Chounin looked at Kanahira who was practicing sword outside the window. My own disciple cannot lose to Xia Feng. In the yard, Kanao couldn't help but shudder. Half a day later, Feng and Hailang arrived in the city. Tanjiro carried a wooden box on his back and looked around with shining eyes. Although this was not his first time in the city, he couldn't help but feel that everything around him was new. Xia Feng also found it quite fresh at first. He was the opposite of Tanjiro in that he found it fresh because this place was too backward. After a while of novelty, he got bored with it. After all, this place was only 100 years away from the modern times, and there was not much that was beyond his imagination. With Tanjiro, Fengguo came to the train station. Here, a steam locomotive is parked quietly. On the front of the car, there are 2 big words Infinity. Infinity motorcycle. Seeing the steam locomotive, Tanjiro blushed. Amazing! This is really man-made. Xia Feng flipped through the information he had obtained earlier and was also a little surprised. In the past, he always thought that steam locomotives were antiques and had no other capabilities except for their large cargo capacity. I didn't expect that this heavy steam locomotive could run at over 80 miles per hour. If you don't care about the cost and speed up like crazy, you can even reach 120 or 130. This speed is not inferior to the old green train at all. You know, the green train uses a diesel internal combustion engine. Xia Feng put away the information and had a completely different opinion of the antique car in front of him. He looked at Tanjiro and said, "Tanjiro, put away your knife. This is a train station. There are many patrolmen. They will be very angry if they see you with your knife." Hearing this, Tanjiro quickly put the knife on his back and covered it with the wooden box and coat. Then he looked at Xia Feng, "Mr. Xia Feng, where is your strength?" Xia Feng naturally wouldn't tell him and threw it into the portable space. "It has been hidden for a long time. I have traveled all over the country and have seen a lot of them," he said. When saying this, Xia Feng couldn't help but think of the fear of being dominated by subway security. Especially during a major autumn festival, the subway security is simply inhumane. Just thinking about it makes people despair. Feeling the sadness in Xia Feng, Tanjiro thought that Xia Feng was thinking of some noble past events, and couldn't help but respect Xia Feng. The two walked all the way to the train, and soon found Rengoku Kyujura. The latter was eating his train lunch box, eating with great relish and in high spirits. Delicious! Delicious! While eating, Rengoku Kashao uttered a sound of praise. Xia Feng showed a look of disgust. Big eyes, you are a descendant of a family, why do you go out so ungentlemanly? Hearing Xia Feng's voice, Rengoku Kyujura turned his head. Mr. Xia Feng! You are here! Kamato boy, welcome! As he continued to eat, he said, this is really delicious. Xia Feng laughed dryly, then you are really awesome. With Tanjiro, Xia Feng sat opposite Rengoku Kyujura. Seeing Rengoku Kyujura's 5.4 vigor while eating, Tanjiro was filled with admiration. Xia Feng, on the other hand, ordered one out of curiosity. After taking a few bites, his eyes lit up. Suddenly, there was one more person eating his lunchbox. In a short while, the two of them had finished more than a dozen lunch boxes, which surprised the crew who were collecting the garbage. After eating and drinking, Xia Feng squinted his eyes in satisfaction. It was getting dark and he had eaten so much that he felt a little sleepy. At this moment, a flash of inspiration suddenly occurred to him. This spiritual light completely dispels the sleepiness. The moment a flash of inspiration came to Xia Feng, he realized that this was the effect of his mental protection. Someone is attacking his spirit. Chapter 79. Xia Feng looked around. At some point, the passengers around me had fallen asleep. Even the flame pillar, who was sitting opposite him, had fallen asleep. He felt a little strange and touched his chin. As a time traveler, he knew this plot. On the infinite train, there is a 12 Kizuki, the king of the lower moon. The ability of one of the lower strings is to lead people into dreams, and then send subordinates to sneak into the dreams using special ropes, looking for the spiritual core at the edge of the dream, and break the spirit of the person by destroying the spiritual core. The passengers fell asleep because they were hypnotized. But, here comes the problem. Everyone is asleep. Where are the men who are responsible for sneaking into the dreamland using special ropes? When Xia Feng was wondering, a voice suddenly sounded not far away. It's really surprising. This is the first time I've seen someone ignore my hypnosis. Following the sound, Xia Feng saw a hand. The hand, supporting itself with its fingers, grasped the back of a seat that carried 27 passengers. There is a mouth on the back of its hand and an eye on its wrist, and it uses these to talk to Xia Feng. Looking at this hand, Yuan Feng felt disgusted. He stretched out his hand, ready to take out the knife from his personal space. Seeing Xia Feng's action, the hand quickly said, "Ah, please wait a moment, I don't intend to fight with you. In fact, the reason why I want you to fall asleep is so that I can talk to you in my dreams. Though the situation has changed now, it's pretty much the same. Everyone else is asleep, so this is a suitable environment for conversation." Xia Feng laughed and said, "I believe whatever you say. You hypnotized me and then said you had no ill intentions. Where is the ghost?" The severed hand said, "I am the devil, let's not talk about this for now. To show my sincerity, I will explain to you my fighting style. Simply pulling someone into a dream won't kill them. If you really want to kill them, you have to destroy their body in reality, or use a special method to sneak into their dream and destroy something inside. You can see that my real body is not here at all, so neither of these two methods can be used. This should be enough to show my sincerity." Xia Feng smiled noncommittally. Xia Xianyi himself understood that this statement was really hard to believe, so Tian Kui did not explain it. He said directly, "Master Xia Feng, I came here this time with the will of that master." "What kind of man are you?" Xia Feng asked. The severed hand gave a dry laugh and made a nod-like gesture. As a ghost, he couldn't say this name, but it was different when Xia Feng took the initiative to say it. "Master Xia Feng, you have all kinds of magical abilities that can easily rival the upper-rank demons. Looking at the entire world, you are also standing at the top of the pyramid, surpassing the existence of humans. But, even though you are so perfect, you have a fatal flaw. Xia Feng smiled without saying anything and just looked at it. Seeing that Xia Feng didn't say anything, Xia Xianyi became a little excited. He felt that Xia Feng was beginning to be interested in what he said. Master Xia Feng, your shortcoming is your lifespan. No matter how powerful or wise you are, one day, time will take it all away. When wrinkles creep up on your body, when muscles start to shrink and lose, when the brain starts to stagnate, what is the meaning of everything you have now? But, if you become a ghost, all of this will no longer be a problem. After becoming a ghost, your strength, your abilities, and your brain will all remain in their best condition forever. You will be immortal like that master. You will live forever. As he spoke, his voice became fanatical. These words even moved him. However, Xia Feng still had that half-smile on his face. The lower one was somewhat confused. What does Xia Feng's attitude mean? Just then, he heard the message from Muzin. After listening to it, he was a little surprised, but still recounted it honestly. Master Xia Feng, Master Muzin said that if you are willing to become a ghost, he can give you a position above 12 Kizuki, just like Sanzufu, second only to the Ghost King. At that time, 12 Kizuki can be used at your command. To show his sincerity, Kibutsuji Muzin even temporarily allowed the lower one to say his name. When Xiaxian recounted this, he couldn't help but feel jealous. Such a high status, such power. He also wants it. Unfortunately, he also understood that his value was far inferior to Xia Feng's. Xia Feng was able to kill upper rank 5 alone and force back upper rank 1. If such a strong man obtains Muzin's blood, he will have the ability of immortality and blood ghost magic. How strong will he be? Unimaginable. Under his gaze, Xia Feng leaned back slightly, leaning against the back of the chair. Immortality, sounds really tempting. Hearing this, Xia Xianyi was cheered up, thinking that Xia Feng agreed. However, the next second, Xia Feng suddenly disappeared from his sight. What a pity! I think it's better to be a human. Do you know what happened to the last guy who was immortal and didn't want to be a human? Xia Feng's 540 voice suddenly rang above his head. The lower one, which is the severed hand, quickly looked up. Then I saw Xia Feng stepping heavily. With a whoosh, the severed hand turned into a pile of meat paste. Xia Feng looked calmly towards the front of the train. I saw you. In his spider sense, there was a strong and disgusting smell right at the front of the car. On the front of the car, a man in a black suit with the word next in his eyes and a panicked expression on his face. The talk collapsed. Xia Feng is coming. He breathed rapidly and looked around. What to do? Wanna run? Jump out of the car now. At this moment, Wu Quan's voice sounded in his mind. Hold him. If you dare to run a step, you will die in the most miserable way. Upon hearing this, Xia Xianyi's expression changed. Then, smile. Forget it, there is no point in running away, I might as well fight to the death. If he performs well, Lord Muzin will give him some blood as a reward, and he will have the hope of ascending to the upper string. With your own abilities, you don't necessarily have to die. Chapter 80. Xia Feng stood in the middle of the train and looked at the two teammates who were sleeping soundly next to him. Neither of them showed any signs of waking up. Xia Feng thought about it and found that there was no way to wake them up. In the original work, Nezuko used blood demon arts to awaken Tanjiro, but Nezuko's blood demon arts required the consumption of her own blood, and Xia Feng did not intend to let Nezuko do this. So, he simply didn't call these two people. At this moment, the box behind Min's Hilang suddenly opened. Little Nezuko let out a whoosh and jumped out. Seeing Tanjiro sleeping soundly, Nezuko tilted her head, looking a little strange. She smelled the breath of a ghost. Why didn't Tanjiro react at all? Then, she saw Xia Feng standing next to her. Nezuko immediately became happy, ran to Xia Feng, and made a humming sound. Xia Feng smiled and reached out, rubbing Nezuko's head. Nezuko, you stay here and watch over your brother. I'll go take care of the enemy. Nezuko hummed and nodded. Xia Feng moved his feet, jumped up, kicked open the train cover, then turned over lightly and came to the roof. The high-speed train brought up strong winds, which made Yuan Feng's clothes rustle. He raised the corner of his mouth and looked at the man in a suit standing at the front of the car. Seeing Xia Feng, the man in the suit revealed a smile that was uglier than crying. Master Xia Feng, don't you reconsider this? The chance of eternal life is not always available. Xia Feng laughed and said, Immortality? You seem to be making me laugh. After absorbing Muzin's blood and becoming a ghost, your life is in Muzin's hands. If he thinks about it, you will die. Why are you talking to me about immortality when your life and death are only decided by the will of others? As he spoke, Xia Feng looked down at his feet. You're stalling for time by chatting with me, probably to blend in with the train. Hearing this, Xia Xianyi's pupil shrank. This is his secret ability, no one knows it except Master Muzin. Why did Xia Feng see through it at once? Xia Feng laughed and said, if it were any other time, I could also cooperate with you on such an interesting matter. But now, there are still many passengers on the bus, and I can't play around with you. As he spoke, Xia Feng moved his feet. The next second, he appeared in front of Xia Xianyi. So fast! Xia Xianyi never expected that Xia Feng's speed would be so terrifying. He raised his hand, and there was a mouth on the back of his hand. His lips moved slightly and words came out. Go to sleep. A large amount of hypnotic waves are emitted from this eye. Blood demon art, whisper of forced sleep hypnosis. Invisible waves swept through Xia Feng's brain. However, Xia Feng didn't even react and attacked directly. Under Xia Xianyi's incredulous gaze, Xia Feng's fist was like a cannonball, hitting his stomach hard. Bang! For a moment, Xia Xianyi suspected that his stomach was hit by a hammer. Even a ghost's strong body could not resist this terrifying force. The intense pain rushed straight to his brain, blurring his thinking. A spiral depression appeared on his abdomen, as if he had been hit by a spinning cannonball. Ah! Xia Xian opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with internal organs. He flew backwards and hit the steam chimney of the train hard, making a deep dent in the steel chimney. He looked at Xia Feng with somewhat blurry vision. Isn't this man a swordsman? Why is there such a scary fist? For a moment, he even suspected that this was not Xia Feng, but the upper rank, the guy whose fists and feet were more terrifying than his weapons. Xia Feng touched his fist. The power of this punch was even more terrifying than he had imagined. As expected, this is the martial arts used by the church's agents. To some extent, it has surpassed the limits of human beings. At this time, a figure rushed over from the back carriage. It's none other than the flame pillar, Rengoku Kyujura. He looked at this scene with some surprise and said, Sorry. I actually dozed off. I am so ashamed. Xia Feng glanced at him, How did you wake up? Rengoku Kyujura smiled bitterly, A ghost appeared in the carriage and tried to attack me. I was affected by the murderous aura and woke up. After killing the ghost, I noticed the atmosphere of fighting here, so I hurried over here. Xia Feng nodded, Where is Tanjiro? He's awake too. Rengoku Kyujura said, I asked him to stay where he is and protect the safety of the passengers. Xia Feng was very satisfied with the handling of Rengoku Kyujura. And Rengoku Kyujura also noticed the lower moon one not far away. Seeing the eyes of lower string one, he was surprised and said, So it's lower string one. No wonder it has such a big impact. Under Rengoku Kyujura's gaze, the lower rank one reached out and wiped the blood from his mouth. No, you are worthy of being the man who defeated the upper rank. You can put me in such a state without even using a sword. It was clearly just a fist attack, but the internal injuries haven't healed for so long. What kind of ability is this? Hearing this, Xia Feng smiled. He was just a magician who had no idea what internal energy was. He was about to say something when he suddenly turned his head and looked into the distance. In the pitch-black night, something is approaching rapidly. Xia Feng's spider sense kept reminding him how dangerous the other party was. Seeing Xia Feng's reaction, Rengoku Kyujura also looked over. A figure cut through the night and landed right in front of the train. A ghost. He looks like a young man with many tattoos and pink hair. There is text in each eye. Wind up, 3. When Xia Feng saw the ghost, he immediately guessed its identity. He's coming. Rengoku Kyujura's pupils shrank, upper string 3. Upper rank 3 grinned and looked at Xia Feng. Nolly, just saw it with that guy's eyes. That punch of yours was pretty good. Come, take another look. As he said this, he completely ignored Rengoku Kyujura, took a big step, and rushed towards Xia Feng. Destruction, killing, chaos style. Quality. Looking at the rushing Akaza, Xia Feng wanted to take out the Nichiren blades. But after thinking about it, he withdrew his hand. The sword skills he mastered were not suitable for fighting Akaza. Akaza is like a well-trained assassin, and is best at close combat. Unless you master extremely fast sword skills, using a sword against Akaza will be a disadvantage. He clenched his palm into a fist, took a sliding step forward, put his left hand at his waist, put his right arm close to his body, stretched his forearm forward at a right angle, and threw a cannon punch. Boom! The moment their fists collided, a wave of air exploded. Chapter 81. Interesting, interesting. Akaza retracted his fist, took 2 steps back lightly, and looked at Xia Feng with shining eyes. What kind of boxing style are you using? I have lived from the Edo period to now, and I have never seen such boxing style. Akaza is excited. Over the centuries, he had fought many enemies, some of them life and death battles. But, those powerful enemies are basically sword kings. This was the first time he had encountered someone like Xia Feng who could fight him with just boxing skills. Xia Feng twitched the corners of his mouth. He originally wanted to say the name Bajiquan directly, but after thinking about it, he realized that according to the time calculation, Bajiquan might have appeared in this world. In order to avoid making a fool of himself, Xia Feng decided not to say anything. Seeing Xia Feng didn't say anything, Akaza snorted coldly. Don't want to tell me? It doesn't matter. I'll have plenty of time to ask you after I defeat you. As he said this, he stomped his feet heavily. With this kick, a snowflake-like pattern unfolded under his feet. Destruction killing Luojin, the technique begins. This move is the core of all Akaza's abilities, allowing him to sense his opponent's fighting spirit like a compass, making his own attacks and evasions as precise as being attracted by a magnet. With this ability, he has killed countless pillars. Rengoku Kyujura looked surprised. He could feel the terrifying pressure emanating from Akaza. The Rengoku family has been the inheritors of the flame pillar for generations. As a descendant of the Rengoku family, he has naturally experienced countless hardships and challenged countless strong men. Even so, he had never seen an enemy as terrifying as Akaza. The terrifying aura emanating from Akaza made it difficult for him to even breathe. But this was not what surprised him the most. What surprised him the most was that Xia Feng didn't use a knife, but only relied on his fists and feet to fight the ghost. Rengoku Kyujura feels like his worldview is about to collapse. The swordsmen of the Demon Slayer Corps know best how strong the demon's body is. The higher the level of the demon, the more terrifying its body is. When it comes to the upper rank demon, it is impossible to be cut by a sword or moved by an axe. If someone had told him before today that humans could fight ghosts with their mortal bodies, he would have thought that person was crazy. But now, he couldn't help but believe it. Seeing Rengoku Kyujura's dazed look, Xia Feng was a little speechless. Are you here to watch the show? Hearing this, Rengoku Kyujura came to his senses and quickly drew his sword. Sorry. I was so surprised that I lost my focus. As he spoke, he raised the Nichiren blades. XZFI. Just as he was about to attack, Xia Feng interrupted him and said, Go deal with that guy over there. He's almost dead. Just give him a finishing blow. Rengoku Kyujura was slightly stunned, nodded, and hurried over to the lower rank. Akaza stood aside and did not take any action while the two were talking. He smiled and looked at Xia Feng. When I rushed over here just now, I saw the conversation between Mo Meng and you. Although the magic dream failed, I still want to invite you again, Xia Feng, you turn into a ghost. How tragic would it be if your superb boxing skills became weak and powerless as you age? That gentleman has promised you such good treatment, why are you bothering about your life being held in jeopardy? If you become a ghost, the only person who can take your life is that adult. But if you don't become a ghost, there are too many things that can take your life. One serious injury, one illness, one fall, one snake attack. Compared to that, becoming a ghost definitely has more advantages than disadvantages. He opened his hands and said sincerely. Looking at Akaza, Yuan Feng showed an impatient expression. You ghosts are really annoying. You've already rejected everyone else, but you're still so enthusiastic and keep pestering me. Are you the stupid piano-playing kids downstairs in the girls' dormitory? As Akaza's face darkened, Xia Feng moved his feet and punched him in the head. Let me help you wake up. Facing Xia Feng's punch, Akaza was not careless at all. He aimed at the gap where Xia Feng was punching and kicked hard. Destruction kill foot style crown cutting. This kick was as swift and powerful as thunder and lightning, heading straight for Xia Feng's head. If it could hit, even rocks would break, let alone a mere head. However, Xia Feng did not hide at all. His entire body passed right through Yi Zaizuo's attack. Akaza was slightly stunned. Then I suddenly remembered that this was the ability Xia Feng had used before. He quickly withdrew his arms. Bang! A violent blast of air broke through, and both of Akaza's arms were broken. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Xia Feng pulled out the Nichiren blades from his personal space and chopped at Akaza's neck. Flower breathing fourth form, red flower dress. But, almost at the same time, a large number of tentacles stretched out from the carriages on both sides, blocking his way. The tentacles are covered with eyes, which look like they can make people lose their san. Xia Feng cut off more than a dozen tentacles with one knife, but Akaza also took the opportunity to dodge. Xia Feng looked forward speechlessly. While Akaza was stalling for time, the lower string one had already successfully merged with the train. Rengoku Kyujura knelt on one knee, his eyes bloodshot. He had been hypnotized several times in a row, and now he was as sleepy as a programmer who hadn't slept for days. Xia Feng was speechless. He looked at Akaza. How about you fight him for a while, I'll go deal with lower string one, and then come back to fight you. He said, Number. God, there is still room for negotiation. You and I are enemies. How can you negotiate with an enemy so politely? I will kill your colleague first and then fight you? He was about to say something when the whole train suddenly shook violently. After the lower string one merged with the train, it grew a large number of flesh tentacles that stretched out everywhere, causing the train to go directly off the track. The train ran off the track, broke into pieces, and overturned. Seeing this scene, Rengoku Kyujura's pupils shrank. Xia Feng moved his feet, and with golden lightning, he rushed directly in front of a train. Instant strength enhancement. While strengthening his power, Xia Feng directly used the Imperial Shadow Plum to block the carriage. The huge momentum turned into nothingness, and the carriage fell steadily. Seeing Xia Feng's move, Rengoku Kyujura did not hesitate and quickly followed suit. Chapter 82. Xia Feng and Rengoku Kyujura attacked at the same time, intercepting all the flying carriages in midair and sending them to the ground. Then, they both fell to the ground. Rengoku Kyujura wiped his sweat. Performing such precise operations continuously in such an emergency situation put him under a lot of pressure. Xia Feng looked towards a carriage at the back. That was the carriage where Tanjiro and Nezuko were. When he looked over, he saw flames coming out of the car window. The window shattered with a bang and two figures flew out of the window. It's Tanjiro and Nezuko. From the broken car window, Xia Feng could see what was going on inside. In the carriage, there was a ghost's body broken into two halves. In the train, besides the 212 Kizukis, there are other ghosts. Mr. Xia Feng. Mr. Rengoku. Tanjiro was relieved to see that Xia Feng and Rengoku Kyujura were okay. Rengoku Kyujura nodded to Tanjiro and said, "Good job. Komato boy." Akaza landed next to the two. He looked around with interest. A mere lower moon one caused quite a stir. As he spoke, passengers began to climb out of the carriages scattered on the ground. However, as soon as many passengers climbed out, their feet were tied up by tentacles and they were pulled back. The lower string one that merged with the train wanted to eat all the passengers. Rengoku Kyujura couldn't help but frown. How to handle so many passengers and so many tentacles? Akaza looked at Xia Feng. A lower moon one is going to make you all so flustered. Being human is such a hassle. If you were a ghost. Before he could finish his words, Xia Feng suddenly swung his knife at him. As Xia Feng swung his blade, a terrifying wave of air swept up, like several waves, rushing towards Akaza. Wind wound. Akaza did not dare to delay and quickly jumped high to avoid Xia Feng's attack. Dodging the move, he grinned and was about to make a few mocking remarks. Then, he suddenly felt something was wrong. He looked along the path that Wind Scar had taken. The golden air wave directly cut through the front part of the train. After the iron sheet and wooden board flew away, a huge section of cervical vertebrae was exposed. It is the lower string that merges with the train. Akaza showed a surprised expression. Xia Feng's sword was not aimed at him, but at Xia Xianyi. After doing this, Xia Feng raised the corners of his mouth. By now, through his intervention, everything that needed to be changed has been changed. He looked at Tanjiro. "Tanjiro, I leave the lower rank one to you." Tanjiro nodded quickly and rushed towards the cervical vertebra with a knife. The current status of lower rank 1 is more than enough given his strength. Xia Feng looked at Rengoku Kyujura again. "I'll leave this to you." Rengoku Kyujura didn't hesitate and rushed towards Akaza. Akaza showed a somewhat annoyed expression. Before, Xia Feng said to let Rengoku Kyujura fight him, and he didn't think it was a joke. After all, I am the third of the upper strings, so attacking 2 or 3 pillars at the same time is like playing. Xia Feng actually dared to withdraw and let the flame pillar fight him alone? Looking at Rengoku Kyujura rushing towards him, Akaza gritted his teeth. If Xia Feng is so arrogant, I will kill this guy who uses fire to teach Xia Feng a lesson. While Rengoku Kyujura and Akaza were fighting fiercely, Xia Feng looked at the passengers in the train. Because Tanjiro went to attack the lower rank one's body, it no longer had the energy to deal with the passengers, so the passengers were basically fine. After confirming this, Xia Feng simply found a tree and sat down comfortably. The fierce battle between Rengoku Kyujura and Akaza is quite fun to watch as a movie. As the fight went on, Akaza couldn't help but feel a little surprised. This flame pillar is much stronger than he thought. With a body that has been trained to perfection and sword skills that have been honed through thousands of trials, this man is definitely the strongest among the pillars of the Demon Slayer Corps. His eyes became brighter and brighter. "Very good, you are very strong. What's your name?" Rengoku Kyujura wields a flaming sword. "I am the flame pillar, Rengoku Kyujura." "Kyujura." Akaza nodded. "Kyujura, do you want to become a ghost?" If a strong person like you doesn't turn into a ghost, and starts to lose this power over time, how regrettable would that be? Rengoku Kyujuro laughed. Do you think any swordsman would agree to such an invitation? Akaza grinned. Of course, didn't Xia Feng tell you that one of the upper ranks is a swordsman? Rengoku Kyujuro's expression did not change at all. The guy who was seduced by the ghost is no longer Kenda from the moment he nodded. Nonsense. Akaza shook his head in amusement. Forget it. Since you don't want to, I won't waste any more time. I'll use this trick to send you on your way. He clenched his fists. Destruction killing style. Rengoku Kyujuro also clenched the Nichiren blades. Breath of fire, secret technique. Ninth form, Rengoku. In an instant, flames and fist wind exploded between the two of them, creating a huge radiance. 0.0. Tanjiro looked over here in surprise. He didn't expect that a fight between two individuals could cause such a big commotion. The light faded, revealing the figures of two people. Half of Akaza's upper body disappeared. As for Rengoku Kyujuro, a large piece of flesh was missing from his right shoulder. Akaza jumped up and down, creating some distance between himself and Rengoku Kashou. As he took these few steps, his body returned to normal. He watched Rengoku Kyujuro from afar. Kyujuro, your strength is beyond my imagination. Unfortunately, you still can't do anything. Wounds that could easily kill a human being only require a little effort for me to recover. And what about you? You're missing a piece of your shoulder. As a swordsman, you've lost half of your combat power. Even if you survive today, you have no future. Rengoku Kyujuro's face turned a little pale. The severe pain almost made him faint. But, he didn't regret it at all. Being a human being is his pride. Just then, a figure appeared behind him. Xia Feng looked at Akaza with amusement. Have you forgotten what my job is? From the beginning to the end, I have never served as a combat professional. Chapter 83. As Xia Feng spoke, he placed his hand on the wound on Rengoku Kyujuro's shoulder as Akaza watched in shock. Rengoku Kyujuro wanted to turn around to see what Xia Feng was doing, but the severe pain from the wound made it difficult for him to do so. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw a white light coming out of Xia Feng's hand. Under the shining white light, the gap in his shoulder began to grow granulation tissue at a rapid speed. The granulation tissue twists and gathers together to form new muscles and blood vessels. Then, the white bones also began to grow rapidly. Muscles and bones are connected together, followed by the skin on the outside. In just a dozen seconds, the shoulder that was missing a large piece of flesh was restored to its original state. Looking at this scene, Akaza didn't know what to say. As a ghost, one of the things he was most proud of was his unreasonable recovery ability. No matter how badly injured he was, as long as his head was still there, he could recover himself infinitely. But, at this moment, this privilege was easily caught up by a human. His eyes widened. What kind of ability is this? In his hundreds of years of experience, he had never seen anyone use something like this. If it was a ghost, it wouldn't be so bad. There are so many different kinds of blood vampire magic, who knows if there will be something similar. Xia Feng laughed and said, this is called milking technique, haven't you seen it before? Breastfeeding? Akaza was stunned. While he was stunned, Rengoku Kyujuro had fully recovered. Without taking the time to thank Xia Feng, Rengoku Kyujuro moved his feet and rushed to Akaza again with a billowing flame. Breath of fire, one form, unknown destruction. Akaza grunted and kicked out a gust of wind, colliding with Rengoku Kyujuro's attack. Xia Feng put his hands in his pockets and watched the battle. Rengoku Kyujuro is strong, there is no doubt about that. If Akaza didn't have that terrifying recovery ability, he would definitely not be able to beat Rengoku Kyujuro. But, if you take recovery ability into account, Rengoku Kyoharu can't beat Akaza. There's nothing we can do about it. Akaza, this ghost, doesn't seem to be anything special. He doesn't have Doma's fancy blood demon arts, nor Kokushiba's swordsmanship that's like naming dishes. But Akaza has Luo Needle. With the help of the compass, he can predict all the actions of his enemies. He could just dodge the general moves and launch a defensive counterattack. He has powerful moves and can also play tricks to injure others in exchange for their lives. Just like just now, when facing Rengoku Kyujura's ultimate move, he lost half of his body. But what was the result? He recovered in a few seconds, while Rengoku Kyujura was seriously injured. While thinking, Xia Feng opened his hand, aimed at Akaza, and prepared to release the silk thread. It is unlikely to expect Rengoku Kyujura to win alone. At this moment, Akaza was suddenly stunned. Then, he looked a little angry. He seemed to want to refute something, but the next second, there were many cracks on his face, and blood was flowing out. Seeing this scene, Rengoku Kyujura was a little surprised. What is Upper 3 doing? Self-destruction? Then, under his strange gaze, Akaza punched out fiercely. Taking the opportunity to force Rengoku Kyujura away, Akaza moved his feet and rushed directly into the night, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Rengoku Kyujura wanted to chase after him, but Akaza was too fast, he couldn't even see him. How could he chase after him? He looked at Xia Feng. Mr. Xia Feng. I guess Muzan called him back. Xia Feng said as he walked towards Tanjiro. Tanjiro was standing next to the front of the car, breathing heavily. The lower moon one has been killed by him. Tanjiro's face was full of black lines. Just now, he was hypnotized by Xia Xianyi several times. Every time he was hypnotized, he could only commit suicide in his dream to escape. After being hypnotized several times in a row, he almost couldn't tell reality from dreams, and stabbed himself in reality. Fortunately, I reacted in time and avoided death. Xia Feng walked up to him. How does it feel to just fight the lower string 5 and then immediately fight the lower string 1? Tanjiro pulled the corners of his mouth, revealing an expression that could barely be called a smile. Besides the fact that this isn't really a one-on-one fight. I feel terrible right now. Xia Feng smiled, reached out and patted him on the back. Don't worry, even if you really cut off your head, I can pull you back. Of course, the premise is that I'm right next to you. If I'm not here, you don't have to hold out hope. Hearing Xia Feng's words, Zhailang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. No matter Xia Feng was there or not, he wouldn't dare to play with his life like this. Not long after, the hidden people came over. Looking at the mess at the scene, they were all stunned. What kind of battle between gods and immortals could lead to such a mess? Accompanying Yin were the medical staff from the butterfly room. When the medical staff, who were a little nervous at first, saw Xia Feng, they immediately felt like they were meeting a relative. Master Xia Feng. Several medical personnel came over and asked, "Are you okay?" Xia Feng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What could possibly happen to me? He looked at the scattered carriages and said, "Just deal with the ordinary passengers. None of us are heavy." Hearing this, several people nodded together. One of them couldn't help but sigh, as expected of them all being pillar-level masters, they weren't injured in such a high-intensity battle. 1.2 Hearing this, Rengoku Kyujura opened his mouth and wanted to say something. His thick-skinnedness is still not as good as Xia Feng's. At the same time, the result of the battle was immediately conveyed to the headquarters and various ministers through crows. After hearing the news from the crow, everyone was speechless. Shinazugawa Sanamai looked at the crow standing on the window frame. Another 212 Kizuki, is Xia Feng more attractive to ghosts than my rare blood? No, we have to find a way to follow him. If we follow him, we will definitely meet 12 Kizuki again. There are many people who share the same idea as him. Chapter 84. At dawn, Xia Feng brought a group of people back to the butterfly house. Originally, Butterfly House was ready to welcome a large number of patients, but they found that only their own people came back. Kanzaki Aoi stood at the gate and blinked. "Mr. Xia Feng, where are the wounded?" she couldn't help asking. Xia Feng smiled, "No casualties." Kanzaki Aoi's eyes lit up. "Complete the mission without any damage? That's great." Before he could finish his words, Xia Feng said, "They are all dead." Kanzaki Aoi. She stared with eyes wide open, unable to speak for a long time. A medical staff member didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and quickly explained, No, the swordsmen who participated in the mission are not seriously injured, so they don't need to come to the Butterfly House. The only one injured was the flame pillar, but Mr. Sonokaze healed him on the spot. There are quite a few civilians who were injured, some seriously and some lightly. Their injuries were not serious enough to require them to be sent to the Butterfly House, so they were settled in the nearby Fuji House. Once they have recovered a little, they can go home. Upon hearing this, Kanzaki Aoi finally breathed a sigh of relief. She glared at Xia Feng in frustration. "Mr. Xia Feng, please don't say such scary things." Seeing this little girl angry, Xia Feng was so happy. At this moment, Daidi Shinobu's voice rang out. "Mr. Xia Feng, you can't bully Xiao Kui like this." Hearing the voice, Xia Feng immediately put on a gentleman's face. "Xiao Kui, work hard, I will also work hard to practice." Kanzaki Aoi. She used to respect and admire Xia Feng, but time is a killer. Now Xia Feng has basically no prestige in her eyes. Kocho Shinobu walked in front of Xia Feng, raised his head, and looked at Yuan Feng sincerely. Then, he smiled and said, "It looks like nothing happened." Xia Feng snorted and patted his chest. "That's right, my body is very strong." Looking at Xia Feng's appearance, Kocho Shinobu's smile became somewhat helpless. "Although I know you are powerful, every time I see you fighting such a powerful enemy, my heart tightens." For more than 1,000 years, the Demon Slayer Corps has had countless geniuses, some of whom have killed upper-rank demons, but they all died in the end. At the beginning, my sister was also called a genius, and she created 2 flower-breathing katas on her own. The lower-rank demons were as inexperienced as toddlers in front of her. But even so, she eventually died at the hands of a ghost. I'm afraid that one day you will. Before she finished speaking, Xia Feng had already opened his arms and held her in his arms. Xia Feng used some strength, hugged Kocho Shinobu, and rested his chin on her head. "Don't be afraid, Shinobu, I won't die. You've seen my special ability with your own eyes, don't mention an upper rank, even if Muzan comes looking for me personally, I'm confident I can escape unscathed." Looking at this scene, Kanzaki Aoi was speechless. She is just a medical staff, not a dog food taster. Why should she bear a burden that is not appropriate for her age? However, she couldn't help but smile. The other medical staff felt similarly. Most of those present were old employees of Butterfly House, and they had known Kocho Shinobu for many years. Since Kocho Kane's death, Kocho Shinobu seems to have become a different person. Shinobu in the past was similar to Kanzaki Aoi, both were very serious and acted like class monitors. But since Kane's death, Kocho Shinobu has become mature and stable. There is always a faint smile on her face, making people feel like spring breeze. In the eyes of outsiders, Kocho Shinobu is strong, optimistic, and able to walk out of the shadows in time and move towards the future, but they all know that Kocho Shinobu has never walked out of it. This girl just lived like her sister. They were all happy for Kocho Shinobu to see him open his heart to someone and share his pain and pressure with someone. Feeling the gazes and footsteps around him, Kocho Shinobu's face turned red. But she did not come out of Xia Feng's arms, but just nodded gently. The friction between her forehead and Xia Feng's clothes made her feel at ease. Xia Feng smiled and patted Kocho Shinobu on the back, enjoying this moment of peace. The next day at dusk, Xia Feng was practicing swordplay with Kaneo when he suddenly heard a system notification. Successfully gain the respect of all members of the Demon Slayer Corps and be rewarded with a diamond lottery. Xia Feng was stunned when he heard the prompt. The action in the fight against Kaneo was also a beat slower and he was almost chopped down by Nehei. Brother Xia Feng. Kaneo looked at him strangely. Xia Feng stopped and was about to say something when he saw Kochua Shinobu coming over with a piece of paper. The headquarters has sorted out the process of your mission and sent it to you. Although I've heard you talk about it before, after reading the details of the process, I still can't help but sweat. Xia Feng shrugged, it's not that bad actually. There's only one upper rank and one lower rank on the other side, and I have 2 pillar level and 1 quasi-pillar level, so it's not that hard to fight. Kochua Shinobu shook his head. Normally, this is the case, but if we take into account the more than 300 hostages in the carriage, the difficulty of this battle can only be described as hell. I'm very proud, Xia Feng Jun, you were able to protect nearly 400 people, and no one died on 820. I'm really proud of you. After hearing what Kochua Shinobu said, Xia Feng immediately understood how he got this reward. He couldn't help but smile. Although he did something, he didn't expect anyone to remember it, praise it, or repay it. But, it really feels good to be remembered and respected by others. Xia Feng took a deep breath and started drawing the lottery. Lottery, lottery success. Congratulations on obtaining the diamond ability Mystic Eyes of Death Perception. Mystic Eyes of Death Perception, after using this ability, you can visually see the line of death on the surface of most objects. If you cut along the line, it will cause irreparable damage to the object. When using this ability, it will consume a large amount of mental energy. If used continuously for too long, it may cause irreversible damage to yourself. Seeing this ability, Feng Si took a breath of cold air. Death Perception Eyes. I didn't expect that I would get such a crazy ability. From the Type Moon world, the abilities of Ryugai Shiki and Tono Shiki. Come to think of it, the last lucky draw was also from the Type Moon world. I have a strong affinity with the Type Moon world recently. Chapter 85. Under Kaneo's somewhat strange gaze, Xia Feng slowly walked towards the pond in the garden. There is a small rockery beside the pool. This kind of courtyard landscape is particularly popular in ancient Japanese buildings. Xia Feng looked at the rockery and slowly raised the wooden sword in his hand. Looking at Xia Feng's actions, Kaneo tilted his head. She wondered if Xia Feng was suddenly stimulated by something. Judging from the posture, is he going to chop the rock with a wooden sword? No matter how powerful a swordsman is, it's impossible to do this, right? The next second, Kaneo's hairs suddenly stood up. She felt that Xia Feng's aura suddenly changed. It was like a peerless sword that had been sheathed and buried deep underground, and suddenly came out of the sheath. Looking closely, she discovered that the appearance of Xia Feng's eyes had changed. Originally Xia Feng's eyes were pure black, but now Xia Feng's pupils have turned into a deep blue. The dark blue pupils were like a deep ocean trench, beyond which was a circle of red light, and further out was a light blue halo. This pair of eyes seemed to suck people's souls into them. Kaneo looked into Xia Feng's eyes and was completely stunned for a moment. Then, Xia Feng gently chopped down the wooden sword. As he moved, the rockery seemed to be cut in half at an angle by some invisible force. The extremely hard rock was no match for this blow, even less than butter cut by a hot knife. After swinging the knife, Xia Feng's eyes instantly returned to their original state. Looking at his results, Yuan Feng was surprised. The power of that sword just now was probably hundreds of times stronger than his usual power. It is indeed the mystic eyes of death perception. At this moment, the wooden sword in his hand suddenly turned into powder and fell to the ground. A wooden knife simply cannot withstand the pressure of cutting the dead line. If Xia Feng had used his arm to cut the dead line instead of the wooden sword, he would probably have lost his entire arm by now. Xia Feng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It seemed that when using the mystic eyes of death perception, one should not only pay attention to the consumption of mental energy, but also be careful not to use weapons recklessly. As Xia Feng closed the magic eye, Kanao also came back to his senses. She came over in surprise. "Brother Xia Feng, what you did just now was amazing." What she was talking about was Xia Feng's terrifying aura and those extremely beautiful eyes. Xia Feng thought she was talking about the sword just now, and nodded complacently, "No way." After the test, Xia Feng was relieved. He was worried before that the ability of the death perception mystic eyes, which was dependent on the root, might not be useful in other worlds. Fortunately, the God tier system is still very powerful, at least it won't give you an unusable ability. In the next few days, Xia Feng also experimented with the death eyes from time to time. The power of the demon eye can only be described as terrifying in this world. Ghosts are creatures that are immortal unless their necks are cut off by Nichiren blades. However, facing the mystic eyes of death perception, the only thing a ghost can do is cry. For the next period of time, Xia Feng would go out for a walk when he had nothing to do, sometimes to the city, sometimes to the countryside. If he encountered any missions of the Demon Slayer Corps nearby, he would also help out. The purpose is to attract Muzan to send the upper string to kill him. Xia Feng believed that if he killed one more upper rank, Yinquan would be completely unable to sit still. By then, how to arrange the development of the chess game will be up to him. However, over the past week, Xia Feng did not encounter any attacks. This made Xia Feng a little speechless. He created such good conditions for Muzan with good intentions, why didn't Muzan know how to cherish it? With this thought in mind, Xia Feng returned to the butterfly house, found a place in the yard, lay down, and prepared to take a nap. Just then, a loud voice sounded outside the door. "Excuse me. Can you come in?" Xia Feng narrowed one eye. The voice sounds familiar? Kanzaki Aoi came running over from the treatment room. Seeing Xia Feng, she breathed a sigh of relief and hurried over to say, "Mr. Xia Feng. Lord Yunzu is here to visit. Do you want to come over?" Xia Feng was slightly stunned. He spat out the straw in his mouth, stood up and walked towards the door. When he heard the word sound column, he suddenly remembered a lot of things. The sound column, Duzui Tenjin, is a man with a very sharp appearance. His Demon Slayer Corps uniform is the same as Xia Feng's, which he modified himself. His Demon Slayer Corps uniform had no sleeves, revealing his muscular arms. His white hair was wrapped in a cloth with gems embedded in it. There are red patterns painted on his eyes, and the whole person gives people a feeling of being a shamat. Seeing Xia Feng, his originally anxious expression became a little more relaxed. He was about to speak when Xia Feng spoke first, "You came to me because of your wife." Hearing this, Duzui Tenjin was stunned for a moment, then nodded, "Special advisor, are you also paying attention to my actions?" Xia Feng nodded. In fact, he never paid attention to the actions of his teammates. These days, apart from taking a walk around, he just paddles and sleeps. The reason why he knew Duzui Tenjin's intention was simple: he had read the manga. Under Xia Feng's gaze, Duzui Tenjin quickly explained his purpose. Although there are some differences in the details, overall, it is similar to what Xia Feng knows. Duzui Tenjin discovered that there were traces of 12 Kizuki in Yoshiwara, so he sent his 3 ninja wives there to collect intelligence. Before, Li Hao's 3 wives would contact him via crows from time to time to report the situation. But suddenly, all messages were interrupted. Duzui Tenjin immediately felt that something was wrong and prepared to go and investigate in person. "The reason why I came to find Xia Feng was because I was afraid that the person I rescued might be dying, and I could ask Xia Feng to help me with the treatment." After listening to Duzui Tenjin's words, Xia Feng pondered for a few seconds. Under the former's gaze, he couldn't help but say, "Yoshiwara, if I understand correctly, it's a place of customs, right?" Duzui Tenjin nodded, "Yes." Xia Feng blinked and said in confusion, you sent your wife over there as an undercover agent, with what identity? Could it be? Right. Before, he had occasionally heard that this special advisor seemed to be a little bit unreliable, but today he saw it for himself. Chapter 86. The three of them are just service staff. Uzui Tenjin said angrily. Xia Feng was surprised, aren't all the people in Yoshihara service personnel? Uzui Tenjin almost vomited blood. In his understanding, service staff are those who serve tea, water, and carry things for others, but Xia Feng still couldn't explain it clearly. Seeing Uzui Tenjin's expression as if he was about to bite someone, Xia Feng sighed. He reached out and patted Uzui Tenjin's shoulder with a gentle, sympathetic look. Thanks a lot. Your brain definitely needs a cleansing. Uzui Tenjin slapped Xia Feng's hand away. Xia Feng was driving so fast that he almost forgot why he came here. It took him a while to sort out his thoughts. Anyway, I have to go and rescue my wives myself, so I hope you can come with me. He looked at Xia Feng seriously and said. Xia Feng was about to say something when Kochu Shinobu came in with a plate. There were 2 cups of tea and a plate of dessert on the plate. As Uzui Tenjin looked on in amazement, Kochu Shinobu knelt down at the small table and put down the tea and snacks. Uzui Tenjin was a little stunned. You are too extravagant, actually letting Zhu serve you tea and water. Xia Feng laughed and said, we call this love, what do you know? After hearing Xia Feng's words, Uzui Tenjin thought of his 3 wives who had no news from him, and his mood became complicated. He clasped his hands together and said sincerely, Mr. Xia Feng, please come with me to Yoshiwara. Kochu Shinobu. She stopped her hand that was about to pick the dessert in midair and looked at Xia Feng in confusion. Is it that her sword, Kochu Shinobu, is no longer sharp, or is it that Xia Feng is too arrogant to dare to invite someone to Yoshiwara? Xia Feng was sweating coldly. Wait, you should make it clear, we are going to Yoshiwara to rescue people, not to Yoshiwara. It would be no wonder that he was hacked to death in the middle of the night for talking about the big sword in front of his girlfriend. Hearing this, Kochu Shinobu immediately understood. As a pillar of the Demon Slayer Corps, she is naturally well aware of the news related to 12 Kizuki. The suspected appearance of 12 Kizuki in Yoshiwara is no longer news, and the people sent by the Demon Slayer Corps to investigate have already set off. She was a little worried. Although there is no evidence yet, her intuition tells her that this is another upper-level demon. How long will Xia Feng be quiet before he has to face the upper rank again? As if he had guessed her thoughts, Uzui Tenjin said quickly, if a ghost appears, I will take responsibility and fight alone. I will never let Consultant TB make any mistakes. Mr. Xia Feng is now the hope of the Demon Slayer Corps. I won't let anything happen to him. Xia Feng was amused. Why are you saying that I'm disabled? Obviously, my record is the best so far. Kochu Shinobu sighed, demons have all kinds of abilities. Even the strongest swordsman may lose to a blood demon technique he has never seen. It is good to be confident, but don't underestimate demons. Xia Feng nodded. If you continue to express your opinions at a time like this, it would be unfair for you to be single. He said to Uzui Tenjin, I was also going to look for the upper string, so I'll go with you. Uzui Tenjin's eyes lit up. He was about to thank Xia Feng when Kochu Shinobu spoke first. She gave an elegant smile, if only 2 of us go, it will be troublesome if we need help. Besides, in a place like Yoshiwara, 2 grown men would definitely have a lot of inconveniences. Kaneo happens to have no missions recently, so we can go together. Hearing this, Xia Feng was slightly stunned, then nodded, okay, it's a good opportunity for Kaneo to gain some combat experience. Seeing Xia Feng agreed so readily, Kochu Shinobu smiled with satisfaction. Uzui Tenjin, who was standing by, felt a chill on his back. He had a feeling that if Xia Feng had hesitated just now, a bloody incident would have happened here today. So, early the next morning, Uzui Tenjin, Xia Feng, and Kaneo rushed to Yoshiwara. In a village near Yoshiwara, the three stopped and had lunch at a roadside stall. Xia Feng was stroking the meatballs while looking at Zui Tenjin and asked, "By the way, what is Yoshiwara like?" Hearing this, Zui Tenjin looked at Xia Feng in surprise. "You haven't been there?" Xia Feng nodded. Zui Tenjin showed an admiring expression. "What can it be like? There are many houses, each with a few geishas. You can go to whichever one you like." Xia Feng touched his chin. The only thing he knew about Yoshiwara was through the animation Gintama. Without mentioning the issue of restoration, just talking about Yoshiwara in Gintama, I am still looking forward to Sonokaze. If there are super beauties like Nichiren and Yoshiwara, it would be nice to go and feast your eyes. What? What do you do after you enjoy your eyes? Xia Feng said he is not that kind of person. Seeing Xia Feng's interest, Zui Tenjin smiled and said, "If you want to experience it, I'll lead the way. I'm very familiar with it." Xia Feng was about to nod when Xiang napping beside him pulled his clothes. "Brother Xia Feng, don't be unfaithful," Kaneo said seriously. Zui Tenjin whistled. Xia Feng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "I just want to go and see the show, why don't you come with me?" Kaneo thought about it and nodded. Although she was a little nervous and embarrassed, she decided to go with Xia Feng to prevent her from making a mistake and regretting it for the rest of her life. Hearing this, Zui Tenjin was a little speechless. It was the first time he heard of someone taking a girl to Yoshiwara, and it really broadened his horizons. With their own complicated thoughts, the three of them came to the streets of Yoshiwara. Looking at the brightly lit streets around him, Xia Feng felt very fresh. Not to mention what Yoshiwara itself is about, just based on the atmosphere and architectural style, he would believe it is a tourist area. Just as Xia Feng was looking around, a bald man suddenly looked over. The moment he saw Kaneo, his eyes lit up and he strode over. He ignored Xia Feng and looked directly at Zui Tenjin. "Hey, boy, you brought this girl here to sell, right? I'll buy it." Hearing this, Tenjin was slightly stunned. Veins popped out on his forehead, he grinned, and was about to clench his fist. Xia Feng at the side spoke up. "Let me know how much you are going to pay." "Right." Chapter 87. Hearing Xia Feng's words, the bald man snorted and stretched out a hand. 500 million. Xia Feng asked subconsciously. Bald man. He looked at Xia Feng blankly. In his opinion, the word billion almost does not exist. Xia Feng quickly laughed. "It's okay, I'm just kidding, how much?" The bald man's eyes twitched. $50. As he spoke, he smiled proudly and said, "This price is absolutely fair in the whole Yoshiwara. I only paid this price because this girl is of a high enough standard." Hearing this, Xia Feng looked at Zui Tenjin. What does $50 mean? Although Xia Feng has been in this world for a long time, he has no idea about currency. His food, clothing, and other expenses at Butterfly House were all taken care of by someone, and when he was out on business, there were places like Guan's house to take care of him. In a sense, he is also a layman. Therefore, in Xia Feng's view, it is still the Japanese yen in modern society. "What can I buy with 50 yen, half a bottle of drink?" Zui Tenjin said, $50 is enough for a normal person to live for more than a year if they save a little. Xia Feng was immediately shocked. Is this really the price in Japanese yen? It's much better than the US dollar. Kaneo nodded and said, $50 is almost a worker's annual salary. Xia Feng smacked his lips, as expected of little Kaneo, he is really valuable. Kaneo smiled at Xia Feng, as if Xia Feng was planning to sell someone other than her. Seeing Kaneo's cute look, Xia Feng felt healed immediately. He smiled and reached out his hand, rubbing Kaneo's head. The bald man was getting impatient waiting on the side. "Hey, are you going to sell it or not? Don't blame me for not telling you in advance. You have to sell it today, whether you want to or not." No one in Yoshiwara dares to offend me, Tamura. If you don't sell it to me, no one will buy it from you again. Xia Feng turned around and laughed, no, no, I'm just asking the price. Sorry for disturbing you. After saying this, he took Kaneo and Uzui Tenjin and continued walking. The bald man's face suddenly turned dark. He reached out and grabbed Xia Feng's shoulder. However, just as he stretched out his hand halfway, his wrist was grabbed by a bigger and more powerful hand. When he turned around, he saw Uzui Tenjin's cold face. Uzui Tenjin looked at him gloomily. I said I won't sell it anymore, do you want to find a solution without any pain? The bald man's face was full of anger. He looked at Uzui Tenjin's muscular body, then at the two machetes behind him. After hesitating for a few seconds, he grunted and exerted force on his wrist, trying to pull it out of Uzui Tenjin's hand. As a result, Uzui Tenjin didn't even move his hands. The bald man suddenly felt a little embarrassed. It's my bad luck, let me go, I'm leaving, he said with a green face. Uzui Tenjin looked towards Xia Feng. Xia Feng smiled and nodded. Uzui Tenjin snorted coldly and let go of the bald man's wrist. The bald man cursed softly and left quickly. Uzui Tenjin said to Xia Feng, there are many people like this in Yoshiwara, they are like bedbugs, no one cares if you beat them up. Xia Feng was slightly stunned, I thought you were going to chop him up. Uzui Tenjin didn't know whether to laugh or cry, that would be illegal. The Demon Slayer Corps is not an official organization, and it would be very troublesome if they broke the law. Xia Feng nodded. The Demon Slayer Corps always gives people a feeling that they are above society, so he often subconsciously feels that these people don't take the law seriously. Unexpectedly, they are all law-abiding citizens. As night falls, the surrounding bustle begins to soar. Regardless of the era, this type of business is more active at night. Under the guidance of the veteran driver Uzui Tenjin, Xia Feng began to visit various service centers. After visiting 2 stores in a row, Xia Feng, who was full of anticipation at the beginning, began to feel bored. Of course, it doesn't mean that the body is hollowed out. In fact, with Kaneo following him, Shigekaze wouldn't have the guts to do anything he shouldn't do. The reason why I feel bored is that these girls look too ordinary. If it were him before he traveled through time, he might have considered spending money here. But now, with such cute girls like Kocho Shinobu and Kaneo around, the geishas here seem so low class no matter how you look at them. As she was thinking, Xia Feng suddenly felt as if someone was watching her from a distance. He turned his head and looked in the direction indicated by his spider sense. There were a lot of people around, and I didn't notice anything unusual. He withdrew his gaze and continued strolling. Soon, he found that someone was approaching him. He turned his head and looked to the side. A short man in a dark vertical striped kimono was looking at him with a big smile on his face. Sir, please stay. Xia Feng stopped and looked at the man. The spider sense didn't indicate any malicious intent, so he didn't do anything. 0. What's wrong? Xia Feng asked. Seeing Xia Feng stop, Uzui Tenjin and Kaneo also stopped and looked at the man. Under the gaze of the 3 people, the short man rubbed his hands and said with a smile, Sir, my courtesan invites you to come upstairs for a chat. Hearing this, the 3 of them were stunned. Warren? From which family? Xia Feng asked subconsciously. Uzui Tenjin was completely Spartan, Warren. A date with Mr. Xia Feng? Damn it, why? I'm obviously more handsome and have more developed muscles. Xia Feng laughed and said, this is called connotation. They must have noticed my connotation. Uzui Tenjin only regretted that he didn't have a handkerchief, otherwise he could have bitten the handkerchief and cried. The short man leaned forward slightly and said, Sir, my courtesan is the courtesan of Kyogokuya. That is, the most prestigious courtesan in Yoshiwara. Xia Feng blinked. Kyogokuya, I'm still Kyogoku Makoto. Have you seen the worst Conan movie I played? Cough cough. He thought for a moment and asked, do you want to bring someone along? The short man leaned forward again, I'm sorry, the rule in Yoshiwara is, to meet an Waran, you must come alone. On the side, Duzui Tenjin also nodded enviously, yes, it is quite difficult to see the Waran. Normal people may not have the chance to see her even if they spend all their wealth. Damn, I'm so envious. Kaneo, on the other side, had a complicated look on his face. Chapter 88. Xia Feng touched his chin. Asterisk. He had some guesses, but he wasn't sure. After thinking for a while, he looked at the two of them and said, Brother Baimao, Kaneo, I'll go with you to have a look and I'll come back to see you guys later. Duzui Tenjin nodded enviously. Kaneo hesitated a little, as if he wanted to say something. Duzui Tenjin said with a smile, little girl, don't be afraid. It's very difficult to win the favor of the Waran. The first meeting is probably just an acquaintance. If the two of you get along well, then it's possible to develop other things later. Before he could finish his words, Duzui Tenjin suddenly felt cold all over. He instinctively looked towards the source of danger. Then he saw Xia Feng looking at him with a smile. Although it looked like a warm smile, Tenjin could see the black mist rising from Xia Feng's back. 940 He changed his words without hesitation, and I believe in the character of special advisor, he will never do anything. The moment he said it, he felt the pressure on his body quickly subside and he breathed a sigh of relief. Xia Feng smiled at Kaneo and followed the short man. After walking down a street, I saw Kyogokuya. Seeing this pavilion, Yuan Feng was somewhat amazed. Looking at the whole Yoshiwara, this should be the largest building. The short man brought Xia Feng all the way to the third floor. When Yi saw Xia Feng on the way, he was a little surprised and then hurriedly saluted. Xia Feng smiled and said, it seems that you have a high position here. The short man waved his hands quickly, I am just a small servant. I dare not let you talk about my status. The short man stopped in front of a door on the third floor. Sir, this is it, please come in. Xia Feng nodded. He stretched out his hand and was about to knock on the door, but the paper door opened by itself. Seeing this scene, Xia Feng raised the corner of his mouth, walked in without fear. This is a large Japanese-style room, beautifully decorated. In the middle of the Japanese-style room, a woman dressed in artistic style was sitting there quietly. She was wearing a full set of Waran costumes. Layer upon layer of luxurious fabric made her look like a pistol wrapped in layers of petals. The black hair was perfectly tied into a fan shape, with various gorgeous jewelry on it. The beautiful face seems to be from another world. The outermost layer of the kimono is bright red. If someone else wore this color, it might look too bright, but on this woman, it presents a perfect sense of harmony. Under Xia Feng's gaze, the Waran gave him a gentle smile. My humble self is Fern Princess, nice to meet you, sir. I wonder if I would have the honor to know your name, sir. Hearing this, Feng laughed. Xia Feng, special advisor to the Demon Slayer Corps, do you like this name? Hearing this, the smile on the courtesan's face froze. But in the blink of an eye, a new smile appeared on her face. This time, his smile seemed to be completely different from the previous one. The restrained and delicate smile just now was now full of charm. It seems that you, Master Xia Feng, have discovered my identity early on. Xia Feng laughed, I see you don't really try to hide it. Princess Fern raised her sleeves to cover her cheeks, seeming to be shy. With this movement, her long black hair automatically spread out and turned into long silver threads, covering her entire body like a flowing silver stream. And literature also appeared in her eyes. Wind up. 6. She slowly put down her sleeves and looked at Xia Feng. Master Xia Feng, do I look beautiful? Xia Feng grinned. How should I put it? Compared to before, the silver hair really hits my target zone. After all, our country has a high per capita silver hair lover. But after you removed your disguise, there were a lot of bloodshot on your face and eyes, which is against my aesthetic standards. So personally, I think you looked better the way you were just now. Upper 6 was stunned. She asked Xia Feng the question just to take control of the atmosphere, but she didn't expect Xia Feng to answer it so seriously. She smiled and said, "Then, if I am willing to serve Master Xia Feng day and night as a human, would Master Xia Feng be willing to come to our side?" As she spoke, her hair actually turned black again, returning to her human Waran appearance. Xia Feng looked thoughtful. Seeing Xia Feng's reaction, Daki's eyes lit up. These days, Xia Feng has been waiting for the Shangxian to attack, but it never came. It's not that the upper strings are asleep, but under Muzin's order, the wife is looking for a way to pull Cheng Zhenfeng. After carefully analyzing Xia Feng's information, Doma came up with a plan. That is to let Daki, the upper 6, come forward to attract Xia Feng. This Mr. Xia Feng seems to like pretty girls. This is very similar to me. I think if Miss Ji can show her kindness with all her strength, Mr. Xia Feng will change his mind about us. That's what Doma said at the time. Originally, Daki thought this was just nonsense and wanted to make some sarcastic remarks, but unexpectedly Kibutsuji Muzin suddenly ordered her to carry out Doma's idea. After joining the upper ranks for so many years, this is the first time that Dakame has seen Muzin willing to accept this approach. Although it was a little difficult to understand, she still resolutely carried out Muzin's orders. I didn't expect it to really work. Daki was a little excited. If she can really win over Xia Feng, she will be very successful in the future. With Xia Feng protecting her, who else would dare to mess with her except Lord Muzin? Thinking of this, Daki did not hesitate and reached out to touch the collar of his kimono. Just as they pulled apart a little, 3.1 heard Xia Feng speak. "Don't do that." Daki smiled. She just thought that Feng was doing this to spice things up. She has seen many men like this. She continued to open her collar. At this moment, she suddenly felt a terrifying sense of crisis coming over her mind. Just as she was about to react, she saw a cold light flash. With her upper rank level, she didn't even see where the cold light came from. All I saw was Xia Feng retracting the knife with an indifferent look on his face. The next second, her hand was severed at the wrist. Blood gushed out. This is nothing to Daki. What frightened her the most was that the severed hand showed no sign of growing back. Her regenerative ability has failed. Chapter 89. Daki's heart was in turmoil. As a demon, as an upper rank, the ability she is most proud of is regeneration. Under normal circumstances, a broken hand would heal in 1 second. And now, her hand shows no sign of rebirth. Not to mention a second, even if you give her a day, a month, or a year, this hand will not regenerate. She looked at Xia Feng in shock. What did you do?" Seeing Daki no longer elegant, Xia Feng sighed. "I told you not to do this, but you refused to listen. Now that you've been chopped off, you're so excited. Are all of you so complicated?" Xia Feng stared at her with eyes wide open, totally speechless. "A beautiful woman is about to take off her clothes in front of you. Wouldn't a normal person be excited? Where the hell is there a warning not to take off the clothes, and then I will kill you if you don't listen? Is this something a human would do?" Daki had 1,000 complaints in his mind, but he didn't dare to. She didn't know what Xia Feng's sword did, and why it could prevent her from regenerating. Xia Feng looked at her calmly. "Originally I thought you were interesting and wanted to talk to you more, but unfortunately I found out that I was wrong. You are boring." As he spoke, he slowly pulled out the Nichiren blades. Seeing Xia Feng's actions, Daki couldn't help but tremble. Who is Xia Feng? The man who killed upper string 5 and defeated upper string 1 and upper string 3. She couldn't even hide from this great killer, and never thought of fighting head-on. If Lord Muzan hadn't ordered her to get close to Xia Feng, she would have wanted to stay as far away from Xia Feng as possible. She hurriedly said, "Don't kill me, don't kill me. I will obey you in everything." Xia Feng said with a smile, "You just called yourself a young lady, how come you changed so quickly? It's a reasonable character after all, can't you just maintain it?" Daki was extremely nervous and nodded repeatedly, "I'll remember it." Looking at Daki's appearance, Xia Feng felt a little helpless. Although Daki is a ghost, she looks like a human woman. Seeing that she had no intention of fighting and only wanted to beg for mercy, Xia Feng sighed. Then, light and shadow appeared in both eyes. The demonic eye of death. The moment Xia Feng opened her eyes, every cell in Daki's body sent her the highest level of alarm. This feeling is the same as when my hand was chopped off just now. Daki was sure that if he was hit by Xia Feng at this time, he would definitely not be able to regenerate. She shouted without hesitation, "Brother! If you don't come out to help me now, how long will you have to wait?" As she roared, a figure slowly emerged from behind her. She was shouting and screaming, acting a bit like a girl. A male ghost suddenly emerged from Daki's back. Unlike Daki, this man's face was covered with disgusting scars and his appearance was unsightly. But, his battle-hardened aura is real. Xia Feng held the Nichiren blades and looked at the male ghost. Xia Feng was not surprised at the appearance of this male ghost. This ghost is Daki's brother, named Jiudaru. The two demons work as one, and can perform various coordinated operations. Together they form the upper six. The method of killing them is very disgusting. You have to chop off the heads of two people at the same time to kill them. But, for Xia Feng, this doesn't matter at all. No matter what, once the thread of death is cut, it will never be restored. Under Xia Feng's gaze, Jiudaru looked at Daki's wrist and frowned. There is no way to recover. He also found it difficult to understand this special effect. He frowned and looked at Xia Feng. "You dare to hurt my sister, you should be prepared." Hearing this, Xia Feng smiled. "Before you say such big words, do you know who I am?" Jiudaru was silent for a few seconds. "Of course I know. Xia Feng, the special advisor of the Demon Slayer Corps, is well known to everyone in 12 Kizuki. You are very strong, I know that, but if you want to hurt my sister, I will never tolerate it." Hearing this, Xia Feng showed an approving look. "Just based on what you said, you are more interesting than your sister." Jiudaru was a little stunned. When normal people see his honor, they are disgusted at first. Even if there is a gentleman who is different from ordinary people, he will definitely stay away from him. No one ever praised him when he was with his sister. I didn't expect that the first time I enjoyed this kind of treatment was from Xia Feng, the enemy god tier. Just when he was about to say something, the paper window next to him was suddenly opened. Uzui Tenjin's sturdy body rushed directly into the house. Seeing the scene before him, he shouted, "It is indeed a ghost." Following him in was Kaneo. The girl was wearing a white cape, a pair of white boots, and holding a peach-colored sword in her hand. She looked extremely beautiful. Uzui Tenjin praised, "Great, your eyesight is really sharp, you can actually tell there is another person in the room just by the vague movement of a figure." You know, Xia Feng and the other two were not by the window, and it was impossible for a normal person to see their shadows. 367 This little girl named Kaneo has very strong eyesight. Uzui Tenjin is sure that Kaneo, who has this vision and talent, will become a master of the pillar level in the future as long as he survives. Then he turned his attention back to the two ghosts. Seeing their eyes, Uzui Tenjin smiled. Everyone is right. If you follow Mr. Xia Feng, you will meet the upper string. Xia Feng. This time when he returns to the Demon Slayer Corps, he must put an end to the trend of these people treating him as a monster attracting mascot. Seeing Uzui Tenjin, Jiudaru frowned even deeper. Originally, facing a Xia Feng, it was already a dead end, and now there was another Zhu. How to fight? After hesitating for half a second, he turned around without hesitation, grabbed Daki's hand, and ran away. Seeing this, Zui Tenjin quickly drew his knife. Xia Feng's movements were faster than his. As Zui Tenjin watched in astonishment, a flash of lightning appeared under Xia Feng's feet, and he rushed directly to Futaro and Daki like a phantom. Under the horrified gaze of the two, Xia Feng raised the Nichiren blades in his hand. I know you all have tragic pasts, enough to inspire sympathy and emotion. It's a pity that you have committed so many sins that no one can save you. While speaking, Xia Feng's knife chopped down. Chapter 90. Facing Xia Feng's fierce knife, Jiahutaru gritted his teeth and raised the sickle-shaped weapon in his hand, trying to block Xia Feng. However, just as he raised his hand halfway, Xia Feng's knife changed direction in advance. Jiahutaru's pupils shrank. How is that possible? This kind of impromptu change of tactics is beyond the limits of human reaction, right? Is this man really a human? The moment his thoughts flashed through his mind, his right hand fell directly to the ground along with the flash of the knife. The dull sound of his hand falling to the ground made Futaro break out in a cold sweat. Like Daki, his hand can't heal itself. He looked at Xia Feng in horror. Can make 12 Kizuki's self-healing ability ineffective. Since ancient times, only one person can do it, and that is Muzan. Could it be that Xia Feng is Lord Muzan? For a moment, Jiahutaru almost fell to his knees. But then, his sanity came back online. It's obvious that Xia Feng can't be Lord Muzan. What's wrong with that gentleman that he would think of sending someone to assassinate him every day? Jiahutaru held the knife in his left hand and took the initiative to cut off a piece of his forearm. The skin and flesh of the cut part were rolled together to stop the bleeding. Although the hand cannot be grown back, at least I won't die from blood loss. This one action alone reflects the gap between him and Daki in combat experience. Looking at Uncle Taro's actions, Feng nodded. Not to mention the opposing positions of humans and demons, just talking about the combat performance, Futaro's performance is really good. Zui Tenjin shouted, as expected of Mr. Xia Feng, and ran behind the two ghosts, forming a double team with Xia Feng. Jiahutaru stared at Xia Feng warily. He understood that with the situation now developing, escape was almost impossible. Facing two pillar-level masters, his only hope was the special circumstance that he would not die unless both heads were chopped off at the same time. However, in front of Xia Feng, this trick is probably useless. Jiahutaru was sweating profusely and protected Daki behind him. Looking at this scene, Xia Feng shook his head. The love between brother and sister is so touching. Hearing this, Zui Tenjin was stunned. He was a little nervous. Xia Feng said he wanted to let these two ghosts go. As everyone watched, Xia Feng looked at Futaro and Daki and said slowly, "Your determination to protect your sister is great, I admire it. From your behavior, I can probably guess that you must have suffered a lot when you were human." Jiahutaru said angrily, "Of course. We have suffered much more than you guys who grew up in honeypots." Xia Feng kept smiling, "Since you have experienced pain, you should know how cruel it is to inflict pain on others. You knew all this, but you still chose to cause pain. Aren't you the most depraved person?" Hearing this, Jiahutaru was stunned for a moment, then gritted his teeth and said, "What do you know? This is a counterattack. Revenge. Besides, after becoming ghosts, do you think we still have so many choices? If we don't obey the orders of that master, we will be killed by him in a minute with the power of blood. There's no chance to resist." The more he spoke, the higher his voice became. This is a manifestation of his belief that what he said is full of reason and irrefutable. The smile on Xia Feng's face slowly disappeared. He looked at Jiahutaru coldly. "Revenge? Among those people you killed and ate, how many of them had harmed you before? All those who harmed you are now dead. Can you still count eating people as revenge? In Jihudaru's somewhat dazed gaze, Xia Feng sneered and continued. There's a member of the Demon Slayer Corps named Kamatu Tanjiro. You two must have heard of him. After all, Muzan has always been thinking about Tanjiro. Jihudaru nodded. That adult once sent this video to us. Xia Feng said calmly, Tanjiro has a sister named Nezuko. After she became a ghost, she got rid of Muzan's restraints with her strong will and gained freedom. Muzan couldn't kill her with blood, nor could he command her, and couldn't even determine Nezuko's location. Nezuko is a little girl who was able to break free from Muzan's bondage and gain freedom. She even joined the Demon Slayer Corps and started to rebel against Muzan. You just say you can't do it and use it as an excuse to kill innocent people one after another. It's not sad to be a demon. What's sad is to become a demon and still think you're innocent. You're like dog shit, the lowest kind of trash. The moment the words fell, the wind blade slashed out. Jihudaru was unable to react for a moment, but he came to his senses at the critical moment and wanted to raise the knife to stop Xia Feng. However, he could no longer complete this action. In Xia Feng's left hand, several invisible threads had entangled his limbs without him noticing. This thread. Normally, he could easily tear it apart, but now, this split second of time difference would determine victory or defeat. The knife flashed, and Jihudaru's head flew high into the air. Daki stood behind Jihudaru, watching the scene with wide eyes. Brother, brother. She reached out her hand in horror and shook Fudaro's shoulders. You can regenerate, right? My head hasn't been cut off yet, you can still regenerate, right? However, the only thing that answered her was Jihudaru's powerless body. As Daki watched in despair, her brother-in-law Taro's body, Li's, began to turn into ash. Xia Feng looked at her quietly. So, can you tell me now where the demon slayer you captured is now? Uzui Tenjin stood aside and swallowed. When he first met Xia Feng, although he knew that Xia Feng had outstanding achievements and was very powerful, he did not feel much of the reality because Xia Feng always appeared to be very approachable and had a sunny personality. Now, he truly understood how Xia Feng's bad reputation spread among the ghost clan. This god tier is really a ruthless person when fighting. In terms of the level of gorgeousness, it is Uzui Tenjin who loses. Under Xia Feng's gaze, he trembled and opened his mouth. Finally, she pointed downward. Underground, I hid the person underground, hey. Chapter 91. Xia Feng looked at Daki. Thank you. If reincarnation exists in this world, I hope you can meet your brother again in your next life. Then, let's be ordinary people together and live a happy life. After saying that, he swung his sword and painlessly ended Daki's life. Looking at the two bodies turned to ashes on the ground, Naping blinked. Then, looked towards Xia Feng. Uzui Tenjin didn't react much to the ending of the two ghosts. In his opinion, ghosts should not die a good death. It was a great mercy for Xia Feng to kill him so easily. He looked at Xia Feng gratefully. It was originally agreed that I would do the fighting and you would come to help save people, but in the end I got to reap the fruits of the battle while lying down. I am so ashamed. Xia Feng smiled. The final result is the same anyway, so the process doesn't matter. Uzui Tenjin scratched his head. When the mission is over, I will treat you to a drink, drink as much as you want. After saying that, he didn't waste any time and quickly jumped out of the house with two big swords in his hands. He used the breath of sound to attack the ground, and through the echoes on the ground, he determined where there were larger holes. After a while, he found the place where Daki was hiding. Kaneo sent crows to call the hidden troops, and they began to help deal with the scene. Xia Feng sat on the roof of Kyogoku 803 house, watching the busy scene below. Although it was completely dark, it was still clear to see because there were lights all around. The night breeze made him feel quite comfortable. Xia Feng narrowed his eyes, slowly raised his head and looked at the sky. At this moment, a figure slowly walked to his side and sat down. It's Kaneo. Xia Feng tilted her head and smiled at Kanao. Why, you missed me in such a short time. Kanao smiled at Xia Feng. Brother Xia Feng, you don't seem to be in a good mood. If you have something unhappy, can you tell me? Hearing this, Xia Feng was slightly stunned. Then he laughed and said, why should I be in a bad mood? I killed another upper rank, and everyone has to thank me. Kanao shook his head slightly. Brother Xia Feng never showed hatred in his eyes when facing ghosts. All members of the Demon Slayer Corps, especially the pillar-level masters, have a deep hatred for demons. Because of this hatred, everyone can work hard to endure the pain that others cannot endure, and cultivate to a realm that others cannot achieve. Even the gentle sister Shinobu has a deep hatred in her eyes when facing the demon. Only Brother Xia Feng uses the same criteria to judge ghosts and humans. Brother Xia Feng will not take kindness for granted just because the other party is human, nor will he think that the other party must be extremely evil just because he is a ghost. After hearing Kanao's words, Xia Feng didn't know what to say for a moment. He smiled. As expected of Kanao, you have a great eye. What Kanao said was absolutely right. Before Xia Feng traveled through time, he was just an ordinary member who lived and worked in peace and contentment in a society ruled by law. After traveling to this world, I didn't lose anything important due to the atrocities of the ghosts. Because of this, in Xia Feng's view, ghosts and humans are, in a sense, very close beings. He could use a set of criteria to approach these two creatures. Although this was a natural idea for him, in the eyes of most demon slayers, this idea was probably too unorthodox. Xia Feng shrugged at Kanao. I also know that this may not be in line with the thinking mode of the Demon Slayer Corps, but this is what I, Zhen Feng, think. I know Futuro and Duo deserved to die, but seeing this pair of siblings die, I still feel sympathy for them. It may be a weakness, but it's also an integral part of who I am as a person at this moment. Kanao looked at Xia Feng quietly and spoke with a smile. Yeah, I know. Because, I like this gentle Xia Feng brother the most. As he spoke, Kanao raised his little face and gave Xia Feng a big smile. Looking at Kanao's appearance, Xia Feng couldn't help but be stunned. He smiled and reached out his hand, touching Kanao's head. Then, as Kanao looked at him in surprise, he leaned over and gave Kanao a gentle kiss on the forehead. Kanao's little face turned red quickly at a speed visible to the naked eye. She uttered a small cry of surprise and reached out to touch her forehead. There was a look of happiness in the girl's eyes. But then, I felt a little disappointed. Just the forehead? Kanao thought to himself, but didn't dare to say it out loud. Seeing Kanao's conflicted look, Xia Feng laughed. He stood up, picked up Kanao, and jumped down from the building in a princess-like posture. Uzui Tenjin was excitedly reminiscing about the past with his wives when he was startled to see two people suddenly fall beside him. After seeing clearly that it was Xia Feng, he saw Kanao being held by Xia Feng. Seeing Kanao's red face, he gave a mischievous smile. Amazing! Special advisor, a pillar, and the stepson of a pillar. I, Uzui Tenjin, bow down to you for your actions. Xia Feng looked at him speechlessly. White hair, I think you may still have too few missions. I will assign you more missions when you return to headquarters this time. It's not that different. Just make sure you stay on the road for the next month. If you can't accomplish it, it's no big deal. We'll just announce your lack of ability to the entire Demon Slayer Corps. After all, I'm not a devil. Uzui Tenjin was completely shocked. He simply ignored his wives and ran to beg Xia Feng to take back his decision. That night, both the Demon Slayer Corps and the demons were in deep shock. Special Advisor Xia Feng kills the upper ranks again. After hearing the news reported by Crow, Yubayashiki Kagaya's breathing became rapid and he almost had another attack. Supported by Yubayashiki Amane, he looked up at the sky excitedly. As expected of Mr. Xia Feng. Awesome, really amazing. I only hate that I don't have the strength to go with you and see Mr. Xia Feng kill the upper ranks. If possible, I really want to give my seat to him. Chapter 92. In a mansion somewhere, a woman in a kimono was kneeling quietly. Her eyes were narrowed, as if she was meditating. Suddenly, she opened her eyes. His eyes were bloodshot and gloomy. She opened her mouth slowly, and actually spoke in a man's voice. Xia Feng actually killed another upper rank one of mine. Is this man just going to refuse my toast and drink a forfeit? She stood up, opened the paper door, and looked at the night sky outside. After thinking for a moment, she spoke lightly. I'm tired. As she spoke, a paper door suddenly opened beside her. Inside the door, I saw the private parts of a woman with long hair. The female ghost held a pipa in her arms and bowed her head respectfully. Musen adults. The woman in kimono nodded and walked into the door. Yes, this woman is none other than Kibutsuji Musen. Musen looked at Nakame, called Kokuzuhibu and Doma, and Akaza. Nakame nodded. She used the pick in her hand to gently pluck the strings of the pipa. Collapse. Along with the sound of the pipa, a figure suddenly appeared in the infinite city. Then, two more sounds of the pipa were heard. Two more figures appeared here one after another. One of the young men, who had light hair and a big hat, was stunned at first, then showed a sad expression to Musen. Master Musen, I'm giving a sermon to the believers here. Can't you just say hello before you bring them over? Musen looked at him expressionlessly and said nothing. Seeing Musen's reaction, Mo was a little surprised. He realized that Musen was in a very bad mood. Without hesitation, he knelt down on one knee. Kokuzuhibu stood there quietly, waiting for Doma to finish his antics, then he knelt down on one knee respectfully. Musen adults. Akaza had already knelt down. Musen's expression remained calm. Just now, upper six died. Xia Feng killed him. Hearing this, the three of them showed surprised expressions. A gloomy look appeared on Akaza's face. PX. The man who could fight me with his bare hands without drawing a sword. If it's him, upper six is definitely no match. The moment he had this thought, Musen said in a deep voice, I didn't ask you to come here to cheer for Xia Feng. Akaza quickly lowered his head, not daring to think about it anymore. Doma tilted his head, Jihutaru is dead. Then I am also responsible, after all, it was me who recommended him to become one of the 12 demons. How can I apologize? Or should I dig out my eyeballs? Musen gave him a cold look and said, if digging out your eyeballs can bring about Xia Feng's death, then I can dig out your eyeballs 10,000 times. Doma immediately showed a very hurt expression. When Xia Feng and Jihutaru fought, they showed an ability. Daki and Jihutaru's hands, after being cut off by Xia Feng, lost their regeneration ability and could not grow back. While Musen was speaking, he also shared this scene with the three people in front of him. After reading this memory, the three of them all showed surprised expressions. Kokuzuhibu subconsciously recalled his battle with Xia Feng. At that time, Xia Feng obviously did not master this ability. If Xia Feng uses this ability, he will suffer a great loss in those 10 battles. No, he might even be dead. Musen glanced at him. Why, Kokuzuhibu, even you are afraid? Kokuzuhibu was stunned for a moment, then said in a deep voice, no. He looked up at Musen, Lord Musen, please let me fight Xia Feng again. This time, I will definitely bring back his head. Akaza looked at Kokuzuhibu. He didn't know who was stronger between Kokuzuhibu and Xia Feng, but he knew that both of them were stronger than him at this moment. If there is anyone in 12 Kizuki who can really kill Xia Feng, it should only be Kokuzuhibu, right? Musen shook his head. Kokuzuhibu, haven't you noticed yet? The truly terrifying thing about Xia Feng is not his strength, but his ability to grow. He is only 16 years old this year. For humans, 16 is just a starting point. He is still far from the peak state. Please give me flowers. You all go fight Xia Feng one by one, help him grow, and let him master more and more power. In the end, it will only make Yubiashiki have an extra terrifying and uncontrollable fighting force. My request to you is very simple, and it is the exact opposite of your request. From today on, you are not allowed to contact Xia Feng in any way, especially not to fight with Xia Feng. Doma, and Akaza, my orders to you are the same. Xia Feng is only a human. Since he is unwilling to accept my blood, his lifespan is limited. As long as we wait quietly for a few decades, he will naturally grow old and die. At that time, we can naturally repay the Demon Slayer Corps with interest. Hearing Musen's words, the three of them widened their eyes. Musen gave up. They have been following Musen for hundreds of years. Over the past few hundred years, the grievances and entanglements between Musen and the Demon Slayer Corps cannot be described in a warehouse of books. Even so, Musen has never admitted his position. Musen has always had one policy towards the Demon Slayer Corps, and that is to kill. If you can't kill an ordinary demon, use a lower rank demon. If you can't kill a lower rank demon, use an upper rank demon. At this time, he gave in. Facing a swordsman from the Demon Slayer Corps, he decided not to fight. But after a brief shock, the three had to admit that there was nothing wrong with Musen's decision. All the abilities Xia Feng had demonstrated before were not enough to scare them. Even the terrifying airflow swordsmanship used in the battle with Gyoko could not scare them. It's so scary that once you're cut, you can't recover. Even if they are upper strings, they can't stand it. Xia Feng just cut off one or two of their arms, one or two of their legs, what else can they do after that? After being ghosts for hundreds of years, they felt the pain of the killing team for the first time. However, even so, Musen's order was still difficult for them to accept. Musen paid no attention to the three people's feelings. He continued, Doma, I have a mission for you.